Chapter 1. The Fish Market Beauty. In the ancient city, the fifth young lady of the Ouyang family has become a well-known jest. Once a cherished gem in her father's eyes, she has now fallen from grace, akin to a crow that has lost its luster. Yet, she continues to make a series of unfortunate choices, lowering her own worth by selling fish at the market. Selling fish is a trade typically reserved for the lowly and destitute. However, in the market, this fifth young lady inadvertently draws the attention of a wealthy and foolish outsider who spends his days lurking at the market, watching her sell her wares. For 2 months, the gossip in the ancient city of Roane County has been rife. Everyone fears that the fifth young lady of the Ouyang family may be on a path of no return. Should the fool persist in his obsession with her, her life is destined for ruin. Despite the incessant rumors, the Ouyang family remains resolute, choosing silence in the face of public opinion. As time passes, the common folk find it increasingly difficult to voice their opinions that on this particular day, amidst the chill of winter, the dusk brings with it the rising smoke from hearths, and feather-like snow begins to fall, causing the streets to grow quieter. The bells from the temple in the northern part of the city ring out, their deep, resonant tones providing a sense of comfort to the returning townsfolk. Ouyang Titi, a petite girl striving to support her family, squats in the now sparsely populated vegetable market, her fingers deftly counting coins as she silently tallies her recent sales. That a few roguish young men, drawn by her reputation, catch sight of her perfect profile and whistle. The fish market beauty. The spring blossom feast at Prince Rui's palace requires a large quantity of fish. Will you accompany me to deliver some? Prince Rui? Ouyang Taitai's eyes widen in surprise. Is he not the cunning future emperor from the tales? Such an influential figure is not someone she can afford to offend. In the stories, Ouyang Titi is merely a supporting character, devoid of any ability, ultimately left destitute and victimized. Upon awakening from a disconcerting slumber, drenched in cold sweat and with her fever subsided, she realized the need to become a laborer. Indeed, labor is honorable, and earning a living is commendable. She has resolved to live this life anew and will not be a sheltered lady who relies on others for sustenance. I could deliver the fish, but payment must be made in full up front, she states, adhering to her usual practice, for full payment signifies sincerity. In a bustling market, patrons who pay up front are as numerous as the fish in the sea. Yet, some refuse to comply. The sound of sharpening knives fills the It is said that a young beauty has begun selling fish at the market, particularly the Ouyang family's fifth young lady, who is as beautiful as a flower, demonstrating exceptional skill in her craft. Word spreads. More and more curious customers flock to buy her fish. Supportive patrons are welcome, but harassment is intolerable. At merely 15 years of age, she diligently works, her focus unwavering, reminiscent of the ancient artisan skilled in his craft, patiently sharpening her fish knife before skillfully preparing a fish for sale. With a deft hand, the sharp blade dances in her pale, slender fingers as she scales the fish, guts it, and cleans its gills, placing it into a basket to hand over to waiting customers. Her technique is swift and precise, completing the task in moments. Beside her, a small pot simmers, where she prepares fish soup and other delicacies, enticing passers-by with the savory aroma. As the delectable aromas waft through the air, customers arrive in droves. That a skilled artisan relies on their talent for sustenance. Mastery in their craft can elevate them to prominence in the market. When business is brisk, her wares sell out quickly. During slower times, she takes any leftover broth home to share with wandering beggars. Would you like this fish, young sir? If not, kindly step aside and allow me to conduct my business, she coolly remarks, causing a few ruffians to shudder. One bold young man, Lou, deciding to jest, quips, I hear your father has fallen from grace, bringing shame upon your family. We are all scholars, why not accompany us as a maid? Should we achieve success, you might become a favored concubine, no longer toiling here in hardship. Such individuals, calling themselves scholars, truly tarnish the name. In response, Ouyang Titi retrieves the large fish from the basket, placing it upon the wooden counter, and methodically begins to carve it into fillets. With a slight movement of her cherry-red lips, she replies melodiously, would you care for this fish, young sir? You may choose from fillets, chunks, or heads. If not, please do not impede my ability to conduct business. My knife skills are exceptional, and I hope for good fortune in my sales. The ruffians, glancing at her blade, contemplate their comfortable lives and ultimately depart, albeit leaving behind a harsh remark. Just wait until you find yourself on the streets, begging for my help. Such words pierce her heart. Ouyang Titi is without a mother, and her father has been imprisoned for 2 months. This is precisely why she works so tirelessly at the fish market. Will she, once she has more wealth than these thugs, ever need to plead for their assistance? Her stepmother is kind, but that does not grant her the privilege of living off her family without contributing, does it? After counting her silver coins once more and packing her belongings, she portions out some fish soup to take home. The beggars, perpetually hungry, find this soup to be their only source of nourishment. After a warm bowl of soup, they become devoted fans. Ouyang Titi, observing the children's eager faces, can't help but smile, revealing 2 delightful dimples on her cheeks. Through hard work, she earns her keep. What can anyone do to diminish her spirit? In a time when harsh laws prevail, these ruffians are merely boasting. With this thought in mind, she continues on her path home. As night falls, the deep winter offers no chirping birds returning to their nests. Yet Ouyang Titi's thoughts race like arrows. The Baoxiong temple has begun distributing alms. Gather up the embroidered items to deliver to the shop tomorrow. Elder sister, wait to serve the meal. Warm the dishes first. Second and third sisters, come sweep the snow from the courtyard. Fourth sister, check if fifth sister has returned from selling fish. I must hasten to the yamen to see if there is any news about your father. Her stepmother, Xiangniang's voice, rings out in the courtyard. The sisters respond in chorus, and the sounds of movement ensue as they gather their belongings. Xiangyang, gentle as a flower and childless, dotes on her daughters, and her casual remarks warm their hearts. Mother, sisters, in back. Titi calls as she enters, greeted by the warm aroma of food wafting from the inner courtyard. If she returns late, her stepmother often saves half a pot of food just for her, forbidding her sisters from taking a bite. Xiangyang believes that those who labor should eat their fill, while those who do lighter work should consume less. This reflects the simplest form of care among laborers. You're back. Are you hungry? Today we are having minced meat with tofu. We were just waiting for you. This is the voice of her eldest sister, bright and cheerful. She lifts the kitchen curtain to reveal her round face, her features striking and imbued with the spirit of a northern beauty. Each sister possesses her own unique beauty, yet the eldest resembles their father the most, exuding a certain charisma. Today was fortuitous. I sold all the fish. Ouyang Titi declares, unhesitatingly placing the silver coins she earned upon the table. Xiangyang and her sisters beam with delight, gathering around to count the coins meticulously. There are a total of 15 taels, an amount that would suffice for an ordinary family's expenses for a month. Titi certainly has a knack for earning money. The women ask her about her day, and upon learning that a significant customer had purchased the last of the fish, Xiangniang's heart grows uneasy. She has vaguely heard the rumors, suggesting that the foolish wealthy customer has taken a liking to their fifth young lady. However, unable to dissuade Ouyang Titi, they ultimately allow her to continue selling fish. Could this be a trap? My dear Titi, remember, do not be swayed by the fool's wealth, and foolishness do not follow them. You are indeed a young lady of respectable lineage, and it is only fitting that you should aspire to marry into a distinguished family as a principal wife. The earnest murmurs of Xiangyang were heartfelt. Ouyang Titi, having grown up without a mother, found warmth in the tender admonitions of her elder, a protective sentiment that enveloped her like a comforting embrace. However, with her father now in disgrace, the prospect of marrying into a prominent household as a legitimate wife seemed increasingly elusive. It could only be regarded as a cherished hope from her elder. With a solemn nod, Ouyang Titi chose not to dispel the illusion. She resolved to remember the kindness of this woman who cared for her. Originally intending to inquire about her husband's situation at the magistrate's office, Xiangyang felt compelled to address the matter of Ouyang Titi's return with a considerable sum of money, which she had reportedly earned from the fish she had caught herself. After deducting the expenses for nets and hooks, it was a tidy profit. Fearing that her young stepdaughter might be deceived, Xiangyang took it upon herself to prepare Ouyang Titi for the realities of the world. News from her husband's side would inevitably arrive through the officials. She sighed, pondering how her husband, a man of stature, could have found himself embroiled in such dire misfortune. As she observed the children settling in for the night after their evening ablutions, she quietly offered her prayers to the north beneath the flickering oil lamp. Days turned into weeks. Yet Ouyang Titi remained resolute in her decision to sell fish at the market, prompting Xiang Yang to accompany her several times, unable to quell her concerns. There, she noticed the servant sent by the wealthy patron dressed plainly and exhibiting proper conduct. The patron himself would stand at a remote corner of the market all day, watching Ouyang Titi's transactions with a gaze that seemed to convey deep contemplation. His servant only sold fish in the evening, avoiding any entanglement in disputes, as if the sole reason for lingering was a fondness for fish, prompting him to purchase more. Xiang Yang, initially apprehensive, began to discern something after several days of observation. She whispered to Ouyang Titi, "Your wealthy patron, though simple-minded, appears to belong to a respectable family. How did you come to know one another?" Ouyang Titi, having recognized the situation, preferred not to elaborate and offered a brief explanation. "One day, I saw someone fall into the river and risked my life to save him. Upon returning home, I fell ill with a high fever for 3 days and did not have the chance to inform you. Perhaps he is repaying his debt of gratitude by purchasing my fish daily." 2 months prior, Ouyang Titi had indeed fallen into the water, returning home drenched and subsequently suffering from a fever. Once she recovered, witnessing the destitution of her household, she insisted on selling fish at the market. Seeing no cause for alarm, Xiang Yang acknowledged her stepdaughter's maturity. The young ladies at home awaited her embroidery skills to contribute to their meager income, and thus she reluctantly allowed Ouyang Titi to continue her fish-selling endeavors. Having grown accustomed to this trade and armed with a knife, Ouyang Titi felt no fear. Days passed as she sold fish, and after 3 months, their household had accumulated enough silver five-tails. One afternoon, the magistrate's office suddenly dispatched a message to Xiang Yang, urging her to prepare for the impending announcement regarding the case. With limited literacy and all the household's tutors dismissed due to the incident, she hurriedly sent for Ouyang Titi, the only literate daughter, recognizing that such a significant matter required her input. Chapter 2. A joyous occasion. The messenger from the magistrate entered with an unexpected piece of delightful news. "Congratulations, madam. Your youngest daughter has finally found a worthy match." "A noble family, indeed." Xiang Yang's countenance shifted. "My youngest daughter, Titi, is currently selling fish at the market. We, her parents, have not arranged for her to meet any suitor. How can such rumors arise? Sir, I implore you to retract your statement." The messenger, a former subordinate of her husband, discerned the gravity of her words and quietly clarified, "Your daughter has caught the eye of Prince Rui. The family is concerned about the implications and has suggested that the prince should take her as his wife." Xiang Yang turned pale, her mind racing. This child was remarkably headstrong. Having cast aside the privilege of being a noblewoman to earn a living selling fish, she would surely refuse a blind marriage. Observing her distress, the messenger, eager to please, assured her he would personally inform Titi to return promptly. He made his way to the fish market, conveying both pieces of news. Indeed, the scenario unfolded as if scripted. The beautiful Ouyang Titi had attracted the attention of the unacquainted Prince Rui, and her stepmother, taking charge, arranged for her to become a concubine, later elevating her to the status of a secondary consort. Yet, this path was fraught with peril and misfortune. With a sigh, she resolved, "I shall never marry him. This is utterly impossible." Ouyang Titi remained calm, skillfully dispatching a fish before she addressed the messenger. The messenger, brimming with enthusiasm, had anticipated a celebratory response, but was taken aback by her indifference. Noting her cool demeanor, he spoke in a soothing tone. "Merely selling fish will not save your father. Marrying into a good family could provide support for your own." He believed this reasoning would hold considerable weight. The young girl, with her delicate, damp hands and a sheen of sweat despite the winter chill, listened intently. A bead of perspiration trickled down to her ear, accentuating her petite, rounded earlobes, suggesting a life of fortune. Why endure the hardships of selling fish when marriage could offer you endless blessings? He posited. In response, the remarkably beautiful girl inquired, "If I marry, I will leave the Ouyang family, correct?" There would be no bride price involved, and I would merely become a concubine. Yes? With that statement, she firmly declared, I shall not marry. She was only 15, and the thought of marriage was entirely unacceptable. After bidding farewell to the messenger, Ouyang Titi began to tidy her stall. She fetched several buckets of water from a nearby hot spring, meticulously washing her hands and feet, shedding her fish-selling attire, a work cloak and straw hat. The warm spring water felt soothing against her skin in the winter's chill. Finally, she approached a tree by the sheep pen to retrieve a pot of cold fish soup, which she intended to bring home to enhance the evening meal. Once she was finished, Ouyang Titi donned a peach-red embroidered skirt, her glossy black hair expertly styled into delicate butterfly buns, embodying the vibrant beauty of a rural maiden. As she strolled back beneath the barren old tree, she suddenly sensed something amiss. The shadow was not right. Looking up, she noticed someone perched upon the branches. In the dimming light of dusk, she scrutinized the figure closely. It was indeed the youth she had rescued that day. A foolish patron who spent his days sending others to procure fish. In the chaos of that fateful moment, she had not discerned his features clearly. Subsequently, as she stood in the market's corner each day, the dim light obscured her vision. Yet by his stature and form, she surmised it was he. Perched upon a tree branch was the lad, presumably around 15 or 16 years of age, clad in a dark blue satin riding robe. His forehead was well-defined, and his slender face boasted strikingly handsome features, a high nose, soft lips, and bright, round eyes. He appeared absorbed in thought, his long lashes framing his eyes that blinked slowly. Days prior, she had noticed his unwavering focus as he observed her skillfully preparing fish for hours on end, a behavior that was both endearing and somewhat foolish. As the young servants, noticing their master's presence, emerged from nearby, the boy paid them no mind. Instead, he regarded Ouyang Titi with an earnest expression and uttered his first words. I am hungry. I want fish. His voice bore a raspy quality, a hallmark of adolescence, revealing his singular preoccupation with food. Titi felt a pang of guilt. Perhaps her feeble strength had delayed the rescue, causing some impairment in his faculties. She felt a sense of responsibility towards him and thus embraced his foolishness with unusual warmth, smiling as she replied, The wind is strong above. Come down and speak with me. The boy's gaze fixated on the pot of fish soup in her hands as he slowly articulated, I have not eaten fish today. The young servants, exasperated, saw one robust lad step forward, tossing a silver coin to Titi with a casual air. We shall not purchase fish today. Instead, we shall buy your pot of fish soup. My master has taken quite a liking to it. Titi deftly caught the coin, a stroke of fortune indeed. Gratefully, she prepared to hand the pot to the noble youth. It seemed he had been consistently thoughtful, and she felt an overwhelming gratitude. The soup, now extinguished from the fire and slightly greasy, required reheating for the boy's comfort. However, the youth pushed aside the pot, nearly spilling its contents, and insisted with clarity. Eat now. To request such an act immediately from an ordinary person would be deemed impudent. Yet for a simple-minded lad, it was merely a testament to his love for food. Titi, accustomed to such behaviors, took it in stride. She surveyed her surroundings. The market was somewhat distant, yet nearby were the homes of common folk. It would be more convenient to borrow their kitchen for reheating the fish soup. To ensure he understood, Titi gestured as she explained, I will go to another's home to warm this soup. Please wait, and you shall have it soon. The boy, only partially comprehending, turned and called to his servants to disperse. They, knowing better than to disobey, quickly vacated the vicinity. Titi observed with relief. It seemed the youth posed no threat. He likely wished to accompany her to the farmhouse. Now at 15, she understood the importance of treating those who supported her fish stall with utmost respect. Seeing the boy clad in his thin riding attire, she promptly draped her rain cloak over him, knowing that even a commoner's garment could shield him from the biting wind and snow. The boy accepted her offering without hesitation. Two individuals strolled towards the thatched roof earthen dwelling, calling for the lady inside. The mistress, a young woman cradling an infant, was likely tending to her child at home. Upon hearing their request to warm the fish soup, she did not hesitate. After all, it was merely a matter of gathering a few sticks of firewood. The fish soup, nestled in the clay pot, began to bubble and release its distinctive aroma into the air. Ouyang Titi, having set the table earlier with bowls and chopsticks, now busily cleaned them, inviting the young boy to savor the soup at the table. The boy drank the broth alone, prompting Titi to kindly remind him, why not enjoy the fish as well? Shall I help you remove the bones? Before the boy could respond, the woman outside, soothing her child, curiously inquired, with so many bones, how can one eat the fish? Ouyang Titi smiled gently, realizing that in this world, people were not fond of fish. They would only purchase it to simmer a bit of soup, often refraining from consuming the flesh due to its many bones. The nobility, who could afford oil, found it easier to eat fried fish. But the common folk could not spare such luxuries. She beckoned the woman to come inside, demonstrating how to eat the fish. This is a whole fish. You should eat it like this, along the belly where the long bones are, which can be easily picked out. The back has a few small bones on top, and you can also pick them out from the sides. The tail has the most bones. If you are hesitant, you may choose to avoid it altogether. Ouyang Titi instructed with care. The woman, holding her infant close, approached, and the 3 to 4 month old child caught a whiff of the food's aroma, suddenly bursting into tears. The woman became flustered, murmuring, perhaps he is hungry again. What shall I do? I've already fed him all the rice porridge, and yet he remains unsatisfied. What shall I do? She circled the courtyard, gently soothing the child until he gradually quieted down. Though young, Ouyang Titi understood that fish soup was a nourishing dish for postpartum recovery. After seeking the boy's opinion, she poured a generous bowl of the fish soup from the pot and handed it to the woman, still trying to calm her baby. At this time of the afternoon, neither too early nor too late, the woman, feeling hungry herself, graciously accepted and drank the soup while holding her child. After expressing her gratitude, she hurried back inside to feed the baby. The boy, of a notably quiet disposition, sat alone at the wooden table in the kitchen, enjoying his fish and soup. He ate with a deliberate elegance, yet his efficiency was remarkable. In no time, he had finished 2 full bowls of soup, and the 3 fish that had been served in his bowl had been reduced to mere skeletons. Satiated, he focused intently on the girl before him and earnestly declared, I have a secret, the Spring Blossom Feast. You must come to the Spring Blossom Feast. His eyes sparkled with sincerity, resembling a child yearning for companionship. The Spring Blossom Feast hosted by Prince Rue? Could it be that he was also invited as a friend? Ouyang Titi felt a stirring in her heart, and without pausing her task, she meticulously cleaned the table and brought a basin of water for him to wash his hands. I shall inquire whether the Spring Blossom Feast requires fish. I will send some fish to the palace kitchen. You just wait patiently. There will be fish to enjoy. Very well. I shall wait. The boy nodded, his large eyes fixed intently on her as he slowly uttered, a promise made must be kept, worth its weight in gold. Indeed, a promise worth its weight in gold. Upon catching sight of those eyes, Ouyang Titi could not help but feel a surge of sympathy. This foolish child must be spending his daily allowance on fish for her. One hardly ever sees a young nobleman standing guard at the market day after day. The young master had numerous academic obligations, for to neglect one's studies would be to be deemed uneducated. Thus, he was a youth forsaken by his family. Upon exiting the peasant's home, a servant hurried over to escort him to a nearby carriage, and he departed. Ouyang Titi, having tidied her belongings, did not tarry long and intended to greet the woman with the child before continuing her journey home. The peasant woman, having finally fed her baby, hurried out and, seeing no men around, joyfully exclaimed, Fish market s Shishir, have you transformed into the goddess of childbirth? Thanks to your fish soup, my child will finally be nourished. The youthful Ouyang Titi replied, Can a goddess of childbirth earn a living? After some deliberation, she understood that in this era, meat was scarce, and many young mothers in their pregnancy and nursing phases struggled to feed their children. Infants fed with rice porridge often had poor immunity, with many failing to survive infancy. Having just consumed a bowl of fish soup and following Ouyang Titi's guidance, the woman had eaten a bit of fish meat, filling her with strength and providing sustenance for the baby. The rivers adjacent to their farm were abundant with fish. With this method, not just her child, but also those of her sisters-in-law and maternal family would also be saved. In her joy, The peasant woman eagerly offered to introduce Ouyang Titi to a grand order. Chapter 3. The grand order turned out that the peasant woman was named Zhao Qinyang, and out of gratitude, she insisted on establishing a kinship with Ouyang Titi, wishing to adopt her as a sister. Ouyang Titi smiled wryly. I already have several non-biological sisters. Eventually, unable to refuse, the woman devised a plan. Ouyang Titi, selling fish at the market daily, could inquire about securing a large order from the kitchen at the spring flower banquet hosted by Prince Rue, where her husband was working. If Ouyang Titi were to deliver more fish, every additional coin earned would be a blessing. Coincidentally, the Prince Rue's residence was not far. It was a private estate. However, due to the elevated status of Prince Rue and the Empress's frequent visits to see her youngest son, the dutiful emperor had constructed it akin to a royal palace. As fate would have it, Ouyang Titi's route home led her directly past the estate, making it convenient for her to accompany Zhao Qinyang to negotiate the order. The new palace had been completed for over a year, and Prince Rue had only recently taken residence. Ouyang Titi's father was the magistrate of this territory, so she was quite familiar with the location. Upon arrival, they beheld the red gates and high walls, with ornate eaves faintly visible beyond. Entering, they found the garden lush with greenery. Although it was winter, numerous evergreen pines and honeysuckle exuded vitality. After speaking with the guard, they entered through the back door to meet the head of the kitchen. The head of the kitchen, upon seeing the woman with the child, was naturally delighted. After admiring the baby for a moment, he expressed astonishment at the presence of the fish market's shisher at Prince Rue's estate. Zhao Qinyang thus succinctly elucidated the matter of the fish soup, volunteering to recommend this exquisite dish to the royal residents. The steward, upon hearing the proposal regarding the purchase of fish, contemplated for a moment before proceeding to inform the chief steward above. In the grand hall, Prince Rue, with a history book in his right hand and a brush in his left, carelessly doodled, completely oblivious to Chief Steward Chun, who was kneeling and posing inquiries behind him. The prince, lost in thought, continued to make strokes with the brush, seemingly detached from the conversation. The chief steward, having witnessed frequent personnel changes in the palace, acknowledged that in just 60 days there had been 15 different appointees. He believed it wise to heed the emperor's words. Yet he perceived the current chief as lacking in principles, deciding instead to align with Prince Rue's whims. Whenever he reported matters, he always had reasons, solutions, and explanations, striving to avoid burdening His Highness unnecessarily, which had allowed him to maintain his position thus far. Following protocol, he knelt and presented each matter in turn. But when he mentioned the addition of the fish soup from the famed fish market, the figure above him visibly paused. In this era, aside from the palace where one could indulge in fried fish, the common folks' fish soup was merely a bland broth, lacking the rich and aromatic essence of the market's renowned soup. The broth was pale, infused with the freshness of fish, the invigorating zest of ginger, and the vibrant green of scallions. Upon hearing this, the noble figure surprisingly uttered a single word: approved, noticing that the prince seemed to be in good spirits and willing to converse. Chief Steward Chen hastened to address a particularly delicate matter. The Empress Dowager had sent a message stating that rather than visiting the fish market daily, it would be more prudent to directly take a concubine to keep her at home for safety. He hesitated to continue, sensing the cold aura emanating from the prince, fearing that further words might cost him his position. Recently, rumors had circulated that the Empress Dowager had decreed the secret selection of a secondary consort during the spring banquet at the palace. In these times, with the Empress and consorts yet to bear children, it seemed premature to select a consort for Prince Rue. The palace grew increasingly vigilant, leaving those in the prince's residence to comply with the orders issued. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Chief Steward Chun made his way to the kitchen to inform the head cook and subsequently arranged to finalize an order with Ouyang Titi, prepaying 10 taels of silver, with a balance of 1 gold piece due upon delivery of the fish. This was indeed a substantial order, as many common folk struggled to save even 1 gold piece over several years, given the cost of daily living. Ouyang Titi, elated, took the freshly inked note and prepared to leave through the courtyard adorned with flowers and willows. However, As she turned the corner, she unexpectedly encountered a rather simple-minded boy. Almost as if he had leapt from the shadows of the tree, he descended and blocked her path, holding a large peach in his hand and declaring, "You shall not pass." Startled, Ouyang Titi regained her composure, only to find the boy tossing the peach towards her. Alarmed, she quickly caught it and exclaimed, "How rude! One should not throw gifts." A hint of pink flush crept onto the boy's cheeks as he replied, "A conversation for a stick of incense, a peach." Ouyang Titi, realizing his intent was merely to converse and not to act foolishly, acquiesced. She felt a sense of relief as she noticed several bruises on the boy's hands. Without a second thought, she assumed he must be a distant relative of Prince Rue, having suffered a beating for some wrongdoing. This thought furrowed her brows. There were no laws to protect minors, and some vulnerable children were pitifully scorned by their families. The sight was painful, and she pointed to the bruises on his wrist, inquiring, "Who did this to you?" The boy extended his arm, rolling up his sleeve to reveal a shocking array of reddish-blue marks on his fair skin. These were the remnants of a beating, compounded by the scars of being bound. There was also a pale crescent mark, reminiscent of an old wound, perhaps over a month old. Noticing her furrowed brow, the boy hastily explained, "It wasn't from a beating. I was injured by the reins while riding." What kind of fierce horse would be entrusted to a foolish child? "You mustn't let anyone know," he added. Sensing her skepticism, he slowly continued, "I cannot recite the 3-character classic, so my teacher asked me to do arithmetic, but I am unable. Then he urged me to practice archery. Yet I was not adept at that either. Finally, he suggested I learn to ride, yet I still lack the skill." Yangti, observing his calm demeanor, found herself at a loss for words. The boy then remarked, "Perhaps my teacher hopes I will learn to ride to facilitate an escape. His intentions are not malevolent." Was the consequence of poor academic performance truly so severe? Thankfully, it was merely a matter of learning difficulties. In modern terms, he was simply a mediocre student, not a fool. She gently reassured him, "It is not that your teacher cannot teach. Take your time to learn. You are capable." The boy's expression shifted, and he bit his lip, looking at her with anticipation. "Will you attend the spring flower banquet?" he asked. Yangdi felt a surge of sympathy, recognizing the precariousness of his situation. After a moment's contemplation, she said, "If you invite me to the spring flower banquet, I shall bring fish for you. I will also bring you some ointment. With both old and new injuries in this bitter winter, it must be quite painful." "It's nothing," he replied, but then broached another subject. "I heard you are unwilling to marry Prince Rue." Yangdi was taken aback. Even this oblivious boy was aware of such matters. With utmost seriousness, he stood beneath the tree, awaiting her response. Chapter 4. News of Father Yangdi's expression shifted slightly, and she instinctively took a step back, astonished by the boy's handsome face. "How did you hear about this?" "I'm still so young. Why would I marry?" "Because you are young," he stated, inexplicably relieved. "But why do people at the market insist you marry them?" With a smile, she explained, "They think I'm easy to manipulate." The boy nodded in a manner that suggested partial understanding. "I too believe you are indeed easy to deceive. But you must not marry them." Yangti replied, "Let it be. One cannot take a fool's word seriously." His expression remained earnest. "I have heard they want you to marry Prince Rue to save your father." "My father is innocent. He is destined for good fortune," she replied, finding humor in the situation. Now everyone seemed to be worrying about her. The matter of her father was still unresolved. There was no clear path to his salvation. Hearing footsteps approaching, the boy pointed towards a shaded path, signaling her to depart from there. Ouyang Titi assumed that he preferred to avoid complications, so she hurriedly departed. She ran with remarkable lightness and soon located Zhao Qinyang, cheerfully bidding her farewell. Zhao Qinyang, reluctant to part, engaged in a spirited whispering session with her beneath the shade of the trees. Zhao Qinyang remarked that Prince Rue had a notoriously volatile temperament, often resorting to violence and frequently injuring his guards. Meanwhile, Prince Rue, seated in an adjacent room, countered, asserting that he was not at all tempestuous. Rather, it was those around him who harbored ill intentions. Zhao Qinyang continued, describing Prince Rue as lecherous and foolish, lacking any scholarly pursuits, and at the tender age of 16, he was already contemplating a spring banquet to select a concubine. Oblivious to the unfortunate soul who might catch his eye, Titi interjected, noting that indeed, someone had already attracted his attention. Prince Rue concluded that a thorough inspection of the palace was in order, along with a need to instill discipline among his staff. An intriguing tale circulated about the current dynasty. The emperor and Prince Rue were twins. The emperor showered his brother with sumptuous gifts, yet the court officials voiced vehement objections, insisting that Prince Rue's salary and privileges be diminished due to the treasury's depletion, arguing that it was unsustainable to support a fool with no contributions as a prince. The emperor, however, staunchly disagreed. He had led military campaigns to secure peace for the nation, akin to the generals who had shed blood at the borders. As the emperor's twin, Prince Rue shared the same royal blood. Why should he be deprived of sustenance? Yet, the officials, wielding a tide of petitions, inundated the emperor, leading to Prince Rue's exile to various palaces across the country, where his circumstances steadily deteriorated, resulting in his increasingly irritable demeanor. After exchanging a few more whispers, the two friends hastily parted ways. This year, Prince Rue was stationed at a particular palace, and encountering his temperamental disposition would certainly be disastrous. Titi, at merely 15 years of age, had no intention of marrying, adhering to her modern sensibilities as a skilled fishmonger. She had inherited the ancient family art of butchering, excelling in earning an honest living through her craft. Scaling, filleting, slicing, and cooking fish were all commonplace skills she possessed. Fortunately, her expertise allowed her to easily catch numerous fish from the nearby river, a task the people of this era struggled with. She offered her services for processing the fish, utilizing her swift knife skills, fair pricing, and thoughtful recipes, which rapidly propelled her business to success, particularly renowned for her delectable fish soup. Eager to establish her independence through her abilities, Titi busily completed her tasks and finally made her way home, just as dusk began to settle. Today, she had secured a substantial order, hoping her stepmother would be pleased upon hearing the news. Yet, before she could reach her home, the sound of hooves crunching on the snow drew near. At that moment, her stepmother, Xiangyang, had just stepped outside and, upon seeing a group of well-dressed officials on horseback approaching, quickly recognized the ominous atmosphere they brought with them. "Where is the family of Ouyang Zimu?" they demanded. It seemed her father's case had reached a verdict. Titi swiftly lifted her skirts and hurried back home. As dusk enveloped the surroundings, amidst the pristine white snow, the officials of the provincial government, clad in crimson attire, delivered an official decree to the stepmother, Xiangyang. The document stated that upon thorough investigation, Ouyang Zimu had abandoned his post during his tenure as county magistrate, engaging in medical practice with gross negligence, resulting in the untimely demise of the heir of Jailing County. A devastating plague had claimed the lives of thousands within the Jailing clan, endangering public safety and amounting to treachery against the state. According to imperial law, he was to be immediately imprisoned, subjected to corporal punishment, and exiled 5,000 miles. This was not the anticipated acquittal, but a formal notification of his impending incarceration. Xiangyang collapsed to the ground, weeping and pleading with her daughters to bow before the officials, beseeching them for mercy. The home was filled with wails of despair. Their father was entangled in a grave matter, closely tied to the royal policies. Since the first year of the Yunze era, various clans and vassal states had taken advantage of the young emperor's inexperience, frequently testing the limits of tolerance. Following a border skirmish, a failure to promptly address the ensuing epidemic led to widespread outbreaks along the Changhe River basin, with nearly every significant city-state in Yunze suffering. Among them, He County, situated in the lower reaches of the Changhe, was particularly hard hit. County Magistrate Ouyang Zimu was well-versed in both logical reasoning and the art of healing. Faced with the outbreak, he, despite the risk of being deemed negligent, mobilized all personnel within the government to assist in treating the affected populace. Thanks to Ouyang Zimu's adept handling of the crisis, isolated patients began to recover, and the healthy citizens resumed their labors, resulting in the lowest mortality rate in the region despite the severity of the epidemic. Meanwhile, the situation in the neighboring Jailing County was dire, with the heir and many clan members infected to varying degrees. The Imperial Medical Bureau noted the growing public esteem for Ouyang Zimu and recommended that he promptly travel to Jialing County to attend to the heir. However, due to the severity of the illness, the heir ultimately succumbed. The vassal lord of Jialing, grieving the loss of his only son amid widespread sorrow within the clan, directed his anger towards Ouyang Zimu, perceiving his efforts as negligence and his medical practice as incompetence, and he angrily petitioned the emperor for immediate execution. Yet the emperor, having never faced competition for the throne and fond of his slow-witted younger brother, Prince Rui, held a deep appreciation for capable individuals skilled in medicine and sought a pretext to suppress the case. After the officials departed, Xiangyang wept inconsolably. Despite her sister's attempts to comfort her, it was Ouyang Titi who took it upon herself to soothe her. Stepping into the fragrant embrace of the winter honeysuckle, beneath the flowered window depicting mandarin ducks playing in water, she found Xiangyang sprawled on a fragrant, sandalwood-colored chaise, her eyes swollen from tears. "Mother, you must eat and regain your strength to contemplate our next steps." Her stepmother, around 35 or 36, still possessed a captivating grace, gazed at Ouyang Titi with tear-streaked eyes and said, "You foolish child. When others treat you kindly, you reciprocate with even greater kindness. I am your stepmother, yet you treat me as your own mother. Silly child, if I were to heed your father's words and remarry, your sisters, being of legitimate birth, would remain untouched by others. But in that man's household, you would be nothing but an outsider. If he were to harbor inappropriate intentions towards you, how could I face the world?" This stepmother certainly contemplated the long-term implications of her situation with remarkable foresight. According to the narrative, this stepmother ought to be a villain. However, in the current situation, she has not mentioned marrying off her stepdaughter to Prince Rui. The worst-case scenario would be her remarrying with her stepdaughter in tow. Yet she appears to be a remarkably sweet and warm individual, showing nothing but kindness towards Ouyang Titi. Just as Ouyang Titi was musing upon this, her stepmother suddenly spoke. "There are rumors circulating that Prince Rui has taken a fancy to you. What are your thoughts on this? Will you marry or not?" Chapter 5. Matters of marriage. Ultimately, this question was posed. Ouyang Titi scrutinized her stepmother's face up close. The stepmother, still youthful and possessing an undeniable charm, would not find it difficult to remarry. She gazed up at her stepdaughter, her eyes reflecting a hint of yearning and a touch of reluctance, clearly awaiting Titi's response. Eager to allow her to make her own decision, Ouyang Titi understood the reason behind her stepmother's demeanor. Although not particularly old, she was burdened with several children, waiting for Lord Ouyang, wishing desperately for their familiar life to continue. Finding a new partner, however, might not guarantee fulfillment. Xiangyang did not wish for her to marry at such a crucial juncture. She desired her to marry someone who could save her husband. The matter of rescuing a loved one required careful deliberation. Marrying a nobleman as a concubine would only place her in a lowly position, devoid of the power needed to rescue her father. Efforts must be made, yet fate ultimately rests in the hands of Providence. Reflecting on this, she resolutely replied, "This marriage is ill-suited. Such a union would utterly fail to aid in rescuing my father. Taking into account social standings, I fear it would only complicate matters further." Her stepmother's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her heart heavy, yet she could not hold back the tears. Ouyang Titi felt compelled to comfort her. She squatted before her stepmother, soothing her for some time, and somehow ended up in an embrace. As her mood lightened, her stomach began to rumble with hunger. She reassured Xiangyang, "Let us prepare a special dinner. I'll make a fish fillet congee for you. First, we shall heat the fragrant scallion oil in a pan, then warm the broth, and once it begins to bubble, we will dip the fish fillets into the pot, accompanied by a dipping sauce of broad bean paste and sesame oil. If that is insufficient, we can add scallion soy sauce, and if still lacking, a cilantro dipping sauce will suffice. We shall cook several large fish, savoring them hot, and afterward use the fish heads to prepare a soup with a few noodles, ensuring a warm and satisfying meal to fill our bellies, and then we shall sleep soundly, waking to a brighter tomorrow." Xiangyang paused her tears, inquisitively asking, "What exactly is fish fillet? Aren't fish typically whole? At most, they can be chopped into pieces." Ouyang Titi smiled. "You are unaware, aren't you? I just had a burst of inspiration on how to slice the fish fillets, carefully avoiding the bones to create thin, delicate pieces, making them much easier to eat with far fewer fish bones. And without pork, one can still relish the sensation of eating meat." Xiangyang thought this to be mere fantasy, wondering how one could truly indulge in fish meat so liberally. After much coaxing, even though Xiangyang could not eat, she ultimately found solace. On the roof, a shadow loomed, and with a gulp, it swallowed hard, expressing a sense of resignation. During the stage of youth when hunger strikes, one is most troubled by the temptation of delectable food. Another growl echoed from the stomach. Xiangyang and Ouyang Titi exchanged glances, each believing the other was the source of the rumbling. "Titi, are you hungry too? How about we go eat?" Xiangyang wiped away her tears, reluctant to eat, as she thought preparing fish fillets would be quite cumbersome. She decided against it and instructed the young women in the house to simply enjoy a bowl of the ready-made fish soup with their rice. The fish soup simmered gently over the charcoal fire, exuding a fragrant steam. The broth was rich, the fish tender, the tofu delicate, and the herbs fresh, with a hint of wine aroma wafting through, tantalizing one's appetite. The younger sisters, drawn by the delightful scent, unconsciously finished an entire basin of the soup. Meanwhile, the young man on the roof had come over, unable to shake off his anxiety after hearing from a servant that the Ouyang family's matter had been settled. He hadn't even eaten his meal, and the knight urged him to visit. The little girl had saved him, and according to the customs of gratitude, he felt compelled to assist her further. This situation must have left her in low spirits, he mused. Yet he soon overheard her describe the exquisite taste of the fish fillet soup. His gaze clouded with confusion as he pondered what exactly fish fillet was. Despite his travels and culinary experiences, he had never encountered such a dish. At that moment, he spotted Ouyang Titi just as she reached the doorway, halting her steps. The courtyard outside was densely packed with onlookers. News had spread throughout the entire street, and the well-known families had gathered to witness the spectacle. Someone outside called for Xiangyang to step out and be seen. Among the crowd were prominent families like the He and Tian clans, who were negotiating a marriage alliance with the Ouyang family. The head of the He family, adorned in a round, gold-patterned stone blue silver fox coat and a lambskin-trimmed gray hat, cast a glance at Madame Ouyang's modest silk dress, devoid of any extravagant jewelry. He then surveyed the anxious young women hiding in the corridor, all dressed plainly, with not a single maid in sight. Servants murmured that the Ouyang ladies had descended to selling fish at the market, igniting a ruthless instinct within him. He calculated that for the sake of his parents, he needed to think long-term. A criminal's daughter was absolutely not a suitable match. The complications and burdens were too great, and wise men often discarded such women, disdained by the court, in search of better matches. He pushed through the crowd, smirking as he spoke. "My heir is negotiating a marriage with your eldest sister." Initially, he showed no disdain for your family's lack of servants, but now, with even less to offer, he cannot be expected to take advantage of your misfortune. In this world, everyone has feelings. We must support each other. Don't you agree? However, let us not forget, once a daughter is married, she becomes like spilled water. When the time comes to support her family, one must be mindful not to overstep. Madame Ouyang, look at this marriage. Ouyang Titi felt a sinking sensation in her heart. Ultimately, selling fish, no matter how profitable, would never earn them societal respect. It was a blatant affront to her family, and it seemed they were eager to withdraw from the engagement. On the roof, the keen-eyed guard spotted the young man and quietly advised him, "This place is fraught with troubles. It is unwise to linger." The young man's gaze remained cold, and the guard words caught in their throats, unable to escape. Although they called him a fool, they felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from him. It was no wonder previous guards had been replaced. Surely, those had been short-sighted. A few of them exchanged glances with the burly guard leading them, who signaled for calm. They quietly draped a black mink cloak over their master and silently kept him company. On that snowy night, he remained foolishly perched on the roof, This master is indeed unique in the world. The guards silently contemplated their court salaries, deeming this task bearable. Accompanying a foolish prince and engaging in some trivial antics. Observing a fleeting romance was not entirely unpleasant. Indeed, this youth was the foolish Prince Rouet. The naive young Prince Rouet pointed towards the courtyard below and declared, "They are bullying that young lady. I cannot leave." The guards exchanged glances, realizing that persuading him to return today would be quite the challenge. Prince Rouet insisted, "They all disdain her family, but I do not." The guards looked at each other, apprehensive about the impending troubles at the spring flower banquet for selecting a bride. They patiently urged him to return, for the Empress Dowager would arrive in the county at midnight, and failure to comply would subject them to her inquiries. After much contemplation, Prince Rouet chewed on a snowflake and finally said, "Midnight is still far off. I shall wait for the young lady to respond, and you're not permitted to make a sound." The guards contemplated forcefully intervening, but realizing the multitude of watchful eyes outside, they reluctantly refrained. They lay alongside Prince Rouet in the snow atop the roof, observing the tumult below. The Ouyang family faced a sudden misfortune, with their intended in-laws withdrawing from the engagement. Xiang Yang trembled with fury, asserting, "I appreciate your intentions, but our Ouyang family requires no assistance from you. Let this marriage be annulled." The youth on the roof whispered, "Indeed, with us, the Ouyang family does not need their support." The guards wondered when a faction had formed. However, it was clear that the wealthy merchant was of dubious character. Following the death of the former emperor, upon the ascension of the new sovereign, it was rumored that the court officials were scheming to undermine the emperor's authority for the benefit of local bureaucrats and landlords. Master Tian, a local affluent merchant, had a keen sense for financial matters. The daughter of this notorious criminal was a bottomless pit, burdened with insurmountable debts that would surely drag her relatives into the mire. Observing the unfolding situation, the merchant, ever the opportunist, remarked, "I do not intend to withdraw from the engagement. It is merely that my son is of an age where he wishes to formalize a marriage contract before spring. I wonder if the bride's dowry is prepared, so my son may present a doubled bride price in his courtship." This sentiment clearly implied a withdrawal from the engagement. In Chapter 6, when the wall falls, everyone pushes, Mrs. Ouyang discerned the insincerity in their words. With her husband in trouble and the family fortune depleted, how could they prepare a dowry of 10 miles of red silk for their daughter? Angered, she ironically managed to smile. "Thank you for your concern, gentlemen. Let the marriage with the Tian family be annulled. Let us part ways and find our own peace." Mr. He and Mr. Tian feigned sympathy, suggesting that Xiang Yang reconsider if she could gather such a dowry before they would entertain discussions anew. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky entirely. Goose-feather snowflakes fell in abundance, yet this did not deter the onlookers from their curiosity. Under the yellow lantern light in the courtyard, a throng had gathered, with the county's deputy magistrate and several constables arriving to collect items from the magistrate's family. At such a critical juncture, verifying assets and reclaiming official garments was nearly tantamount to a house raid. Notorious ruffians in the streets, drawn by the commotion, began to gather, eyeing the opportunity to take advantage of the chaos. Ouyang Titi vaguely recalled that the original narrative of this tale depicted the Ouyang family's decline, illustrating how, when the wall falls, all push. On that fateful day, the messenger from the magistrate conveyed the news, and with a mere nod, she was immediately taken to the Prince Rouet's residence to become a concubine. Within the towering walls, Ouyang Titi found herself in darkness, utterly powerless to rescue her father, and she had scarcely even laid eyes on Prince Rouet. Later, she learned that her family was suffering greatly from bullying, yet she remained blissfully unaware of the extent of their plight. Now, having rejected the messenger sent by Prince Rouet, she resolved to stand united with her family against their adversaries. The troubles that beset her household were merely the result of many taking advantage of their current vulnerability. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, anger surged within Ouyang Titi. She turned and summoned the large fish from their pond, determined to sharpen her knives and set an example. With her father imprisoned, did they think her family was an easy target? The house was already crowded with onlookers, while others rummaged through their belongings. Under the glow of the lanterns, Ouyang Titi laid out her cutting board, ready to prepare the fish. With pursed lips, she methodically slaughtered one fish after another, salting them with precision. Her deft movements and expert technique released a pungent aroma that drove the curious spectators to retreat. Having meticulously counted 20 large fish, she tossed them before the esteemed Mr. Tian, stating clearly, "Here lies our entire fortune, each fish worth a gold piece, totaling 60 gold for these 60 pounds of fish. If you can produce 60 gold now, I will guarantee a dowry of 500 gold for my elder sister within a year. Should you lack the means, I advise you not to embarrass yourself by coming here." Her words rang like a clarion call, the unspoken threat evident in the air. The Ouyang family was not to be trifled with. Ouyang Titi was more beautiful than her sisters, her skin as fair as snow, her features like a painting, and her gaze gentle as that of a young calf. Yet her delicate physique bore the marks of her mother's absence at birth, having been raised on rice soup by her nurturing caretaker. Each time she noticed Titi's frailness, her caretaker felt a pang of guilt, believing that her 4 daughters were overindulging. Yet, it was this seemingly fragile Ouyang Titi who wielded her fish-selling skills with fierce determination, proclaiming a fearsome message: "Do not provoke the Ouyang family." Mr. He and Mr. Tian had come merely to observe the spectacle, and even if they lacked the funds, they had no intention of returning home to fetch 60 gold for the salted fish. They continued to chatter aimlessly, their words dripping with condescension. Those who were petty revealed their nature through their demeanor. Among them, some could not abide by a young girl displaying such fierce spirit. One mockingly suggested, "My dear girl, why not cease your fish selling? Instead, hurry to bathe and change, and accompany a few officials home. At least you would have a protector of noble standing. With such delicate skin, you must be cautious not to develop calluses." From the rooftop, a youth's expression darkened. Once again, they urged Titi to marry. Unable to contain himself, he scooped up a handful of snow and, under the cover of darkness, hurled it at the mocking figure. The individual yelped in surprise, yet could not determine the source of the attack. Observing the notable figures crowded in the courtyard, the servants and maids lining the street outside, chattering loudly, only served to heighten the tension in the air. Ouyang Titi, already incensed, was reminded of yet another grievance. She tossed the fish knife into the basket and washed her hands in the bucket, then let out a cold laugh. There are divine beings above, and in the imperial city, a wise emperor reigns. My father is still in office. Although he has taken off his official robes, the imperial decree remains in my hands. How dare you, a group of esteemed gentlemen, intrude upon the home of women and children without notice? Do the laws of the government no longer hold sway? With that, she produced a scroll from her bosom, and everyone beheld the bright yellow decree. For 3 consecutive days, she had feared calamity and kept the decree close to her heart. According to the laws of the land, any man who trespasses into the home of women and children without permission could be sentenced to death on the spot. Prince Rue felt a pang of sympathy for the young girl. He turned to his guards and asked, "In your households, would you place your daughters in the forefront?" The guards exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. In their families, sons were favored over daughters. They had never considered placing a girl in such a perilous situation. Observing their responses, Prince Rue felt an even deeper compassion and murmured to himself, "She wishes to attend the spring flower banquet." The guards replied, "If all else fails, we shall forcibly seize the maidens." The men in the courtyard looked at one another, suddenly realizing that the head of the household was in trouble. Yet not a single male was present in the home, completely forgetting to be cautious while watching the spectacle. As the crowd began to disperse, Mr. Tian, his face flushed, attempted to maintain his composure and remarked, "We merely wish to see if we could be of assistance. I have connections with the second young lady of the Ouyang family, as your family is known for its scholarly pursuits. I recall that Lord Ouyang always regarded Titi as a son, and at her birth, there were auspicious omens. Radiant clouds foretold her destined greatness. Given that your esteemed official cannot emerge, and the Empress is also unable to appear, might it not be prudent to first return the silver borrowed from our family for purchasing land?" At these words, a wave of outrage rippled through the crowd. To exploit the auspicious omen of another's birth was indeed a malicious act, implying that it was not an omen, but rather a harbinger of misfortune. The suggestion that they should return the engagement was coupled with an insidious demand for repayment. Everyone had once envied the Ouyang family for their beautiful daughter, believing she would become an empress or a favored concubine, and thus the stepmother would cater to Ouyang Titi. After all, a concubine of the imperial family was not to be trifled with. Ouyang Zimu had a daughter as lovely as a flower, akin to possessing 5 branches of a prestigious bank, yet it was unthinkable that they would resort to borrowing money to buy land for appearances. Furious, Xiang Yang stormed back to her room, retrieved 10 land contracts, and flung them into the courtyard, demanding Mr. Tian leave and unleashing a torrent of curses. The language was shockingly vulgar. One had never seen a lady of the official household so unrestrained in her vitriol. The guards felt exceedingly awkward and intended to shield the young master's innocent ears from such coarse words. The young master earnestly remarked, "That lady's insults are truly commendable." Ouyang Titi and her sisters felt a sense of relief upon hearing the outburst. Xiang Yang had never before resorted to such a display. Her fierce cursing was the ultimate weapon of a mother protecting her children. Mr. Tian, listening to the tirade, struggled to maintain his composure and sneered. "These land contracts are urgent and will not return their value. I am in immediate need of funds, and your family must compensate with an additional 15 taels of gold. If you cannot provide the money, perhaps your maidservants could offer themselves as slaves to my son." The maidservants were precious to Xiang Yang. Selling oneself into slavery is utterly inconceivable. Xiang Yang gritted her teeth in resentment. Even with a sudden windfall in her pocket, it would be insufficient to satiate the insatiable greed of the rapacious wolves. In a fit of rage, she seized Ouyang Titi's fish knife from his side, determined to fight back. The thief shall not escape. Ouyang Titi was taken aback. How could Xiang Yang wield a fish knife? She shouted angrily, swiftly intervening to stop Xiang Yang, and deftly pulled out a spear from the courtyard. The gleaming tip of the weapon, adorned with a crimson tassel, was aimed directly at the throat of the Tian family patriarch. This weapon was one Titi had practiced with since childhood, making it quite handy and remarkably effective. The sharp metal grazed the skin, a trickle of crimson flowing down from the neck. Ouyang Titi casually inquired, "Is there anyone who wishes to learn how to slice fish?" The crowd gasped in shock, collectively inhaling sharply. In the eerie silence, Ouyang Titi regained control of the situation, calmly contemplating. "I have my ways to deal with scoundrels." The youth atop the roof wore a grim expression, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding scene below. A cornered rabbit will bite in desperation. It was well known that Ouyang Zimu held a profound affection for this daughter, who was proficient in the arts, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as martial skills. With a spear in hand, she could easily catch large fish from the river, and in a fit of anger, creating a wound would be effortless. Moreover, the crowd had already witnessed Ouyang Titi's exceptional knife skills of the market. The title of fish-selling beauty was not merely about her looks. Clearly, the Tian family patriarch's sycophantic behavior had gone too far, causing him to dig his own grave. The county magistrate, accompanied by several constables, was busy organizing items and felt the pressure of the situation upon witnessing the anger of the superior's daughter. It seemed the debt collection had become excessive, making it difficult to instruct the constables to act. Meanwhile, a swift horse galloped in, and the magistrate received a clandestine message, prompting the constables to feign ignorance. Within a minute, all officials departed. The crowd exchanged glances, hastily seeking the village chief to vouch for them, to ascertain the amount borrowed at that time, and to determine how much compensation was due, given that the land had depreciated in value. They further testified that the Tian family patriarch had merely been impatient in his debt collection, leading to his indiscreet remarks. Ouyang Titi firmly gripped the spear, maintaining her composure as she inquired, "Who else does my Ouyang family owe money to today? State your names immediately, or else I shall not recognize any debts afterward. Let today's transactions serve as an apology for the Tian patriarch's indiscretions. Let him compensate you." The crowd exchanged glances once more. Neither side wished to offend the other. The wind howled as the distant sound of galloping hooves approached. Ouyang Titi suddenly recalled that the books mentioned her stepmother and sisters had not only been bullied by neighbors, but also harassed by passing rogues. Her eldest sister had, in a fit of rage over this, taken her own life. It seemed that the approaching individuals bore ill intentions. Chapter 7. The Wolves Have Arrived. Contemplating the dire fate that awaited her gentle and generous elder sister, should she fail to suppress the bullying of these unscrupulous individuals. Ouyang Titi could no longer contain her fury and felt compelled to unleash a scathing tirade. She spoke slowly. My father is a righteous official, highly esteemed, and maintains a good relationship with Prince Rue, often engaging in correspondence. He has taken great care in matters surrounding my father's imprisonment. There must be a reason for Prince Rue's actions. My father, as a public servant, holds multiple roles, even practicing medicine, all because of his compassion for the people. The family was so impoverished that they had to send away their last servant. Now that he has stabilized the situation of the Great Plague, will you turn against your benefactor? From this moment forth, who will dare to practice medicine? Which physician will risk treating you? The crowd was struck with fear, rendered speechless. Prince Rue crouched on the rooftop, unable to voice his thoughts, secretly lamenting his helplessness, yet he was profoundly impressed by the young lady's remarkable performance. He glanced at the guards accompanying him, and their eyes clearly reflected a sense of pride. The guards nodded in agreement with Prince Rue's words. At that moment, the sound of hooves became distinctly audible as a contingent of soldiers approached. At the forefront was a particularly tall young man who dismounted swiftly. He was recognized as Chiu Rong, a seasoned soldier who had spent many years in the barracks. Local ruffians, drawn by the commotion, had called upon this military thug, believing they could not contain the allure of the beautiful fishmonger. Oh, I heard something significant happen here, so I came to take a look. Chiu Rong, having trained rigorously in the military, possessed a robust physique, smooth skin, and not a single scar marred his body. His round face resembled a gong, framed by small, sharp eyes that glimmered with cunning and small, pointed ears and nose. Those from his hometown who enlisted spoke highly of Chiu Rong's astuteness and resourcefulness. He always had a strategy when engaging the enemy. The townsfolk held a certain respect for those in uniform and parted to make way for him. Upon noticing the courtyard, which was largely vacant, he saw a beautiful young girl clad in a light apricot red embroidered dress, her delicate hand grasping a long spear, glaring fiercely at a portly middle-aged gentleman. Meanwhile, flustered young maidens hid behind a middle-aged woman, their eyes fixed in awe. Rumors of the beauty of the Ouyang family had circulated, and seeing her in person confirmed their truth. Madame Ouyang and her 4 daughters, with their high noses and deep-set eyes, draped in flowing attire, possessed an innate charm that exuded the grace of a scholarly family, albeit in a state of panic. The Ouyang family's sole daughter, though still blooming, was already a sight to behold, fair-skinned, enchanting-eyed, and graceful. Today, wielding a spear, she displayed a modicum of skill and an admirable spirit, which particularly appealed to those in the military. Chiu Rong stifled a chuckle as he observed the young lady feigning bravado, her hand raised in defiance. Yet, her prolonged grip revealed trembling joints and pale skin. The silver spear steadied only by her reliance on her own flesh. Meanwhile, crimson blood had already begun to seep into the collar of the gentleman from the Tian family. He inhaled the faint fragrance in the air. In the biting cold of winter, the girl's makeup bore a resemblance to the subtle aroma of winter plums. A lingering hint of sandalwood wafted through, reminiscent of the incense commonly used by the gentlemen of the capital. A flicker of doubt crossed Chiu Rong's mind. But the beauty before him was undeniably captivating. He suppressed his thoughts and smiled gently, saying, "A crucial order has just arrived from the Yamen. In 15 minutes, the entire city will be under curfew, and anyone caught outside will be executed without mercy." To substantiate his claim, he gestured to someone behind him who unveiled the freshly issued curfew decree, stamped with a vibrant red seal, familiar to all present. The crowd exchanged glances, each reluctant to involve themselves, fearful that the troubles of the Ouyang family might ensnare them as well, and thus they dispersed. On the rooftop, Prince Rue was anxious to descend. The guards, wary of the formidable martial artist below, swiftly covered the prince's mouth, signaling him to remain calm. With anxious eyes, Prince Rue observed the Ouyang family cornered against the wall, his heart racing. He displayed his waist token to the guards, but they all shook their heads. Safety was paramount. They dared not risk interfering. Frustrated by their indifference, the prince gestured with his jade pendant, indicating that anyone who came to their aid would be generously rewarded. This pendant, a treasured keepsake shared with the emperor, was never shown lightly. The guards, prostrate on the rooftop, continued to shake their heads. Such a valuable item was not something anyone would dare accept. The prince glared at them, imploring them not to abandon him, but to assist instead. The guards averted their gazes, pretending not to see. Their duty was the same regardless of location. Should they recklessly act without regard for the princess' safety, it would forever tarnish their reputations. Thus, they refused to comply. The prince's gaze grew colder. Very well. The wind howled, snow swirling in the air, and the courtyard was deserted, save for the 5 or 6 men brought by Qiu Rong. Qiu Rong continued with a gentle smile. The emperor is benevolent. Various policies clearly indicate a desire to resolve major issues and diminish minor ones. As common folk, we merely seek the warmth of our families and a peaceful life. Please, do not create disturbances. It would be most unfortunate. I heard from the village head that Master Tian has been ensnared by a child due to a war of words. Enough. You are the elder. Let us not worsen the situation. Why not settle the grievances with the Ouyang family? Just sign here, and they will return the land deed. Clearing all accounts. Master Tian cast a furtive glance at the spearhead, feeling his lifeblood ebbing away, his body growing cold. Ouyang Titi exchanged a look with Xiang Yang, who nodded subtly. Qiu Rong smiled again. This indicates your agreement. Someone draft the agreement. Let us resolve this matter and sever all ties. Trembling, Master Tian signed the contract, and Ouyang Titi released her grip on the spear. Qiu Rong sighed. Master Tian, you may return home. Although the emperor is kind, the law remains stringent. The curfew is unforgiving. As for us, we are merely travelers returning home. It seems we shall have to seek shelter at the Ouyang residence tonight. Hearing this, Prince Rue on the rooftop felt a surge of anger. With boys and girls separated by age, it was hardly appropriate for this family to host guests under such circumstances. Initially, Master Tian's countenance was one of indignation, but upon hearing these words, a peculiar smile crossed his face, and he rasped, "In that case, I shall return home. Rest assured, I will secure the doors properly, so you may stay the night at the Ouyang residence without worry." He felt a wave of relief. Even as blood continued to flow, he no longer felt concerned. With so many eyes on the Ouyang family, if they faltered, stronger forces would likely swoop in to seize their share. He should be grateful for having withdrawn from the marriage early and reclaimed the land deed. Meanwhile, Ouyang Titi and her stepmother turned pale, their faces drained of color. Such individuals cannot be subdued by mere fishmonger tactics. With a curfew imposed, the constables have undoubtedly embarked on significant duties, leaving the neighborhood deserted, save for the seemingly benevolent thugs. Lord Tian swaggered out of his abode, even kindly shutting the door behind him. Xiang Yang shivered, stepping forward to shield several girls behind her. Barely able to utter a sound, she whimpered, "Wait." But the door was slammed shut with a resounding thud. The chimes of Baoxiong Temple resonated once more. The deep tolling of the bell rendered the night even more serene. The curfew had commenced. The snow, thick as goose feathers, fell with increasing fervor, blanketing rooftops and ground alike in white. The heavy snowfall gradually concealed the chaotic footsteps that had once marred the courtyard, freezing the filthy mud in its icy grasp. In such a night, how could one call for help? Moreover, the expressions of those present were unmistakable. They stood firmly on the side of authority, unlikely to intervene. Qiu Rong brushed the snow off his brocade robe, feeling an unusual sense of handsomeness. He purposely remained motionless in the snow, quietly observing the several women on high alert. A sneer gracing his lips. "Understand your situation. We have come to your aid. Why not serve us some wine and prepare a few dishes? Tonight, we shall rest here." Xiang Yang kept a wary eye on the men, never believing they could be benevolent. Qiu Rong was tall and robust, with thick brows, a slightly slanted right eye, and a large black mole on the side of his neck. The other 5 companions were lean men, their faces revealing eerie smiles in the darkness. She pinched herself hard in her sleeve, striving to remain calm. Tomorrow, I shall invite the Li Zheng to accompany us, treating several esteemed guests. Today, as widows at home, we find ourselves at a disadvantage. I trust you will understand. Qiu Rong stepped forward nonchalantly, heading toward the main hall. What if I wish to stay here? Such heavy snow, and I have yet to see you treat your guests with any courtesy. Halt! One more step forward, and my daughter and I shall resolve to end our lives. Xiang Yang, in despair, shouted, picking up the spear from the ground, still stained with Lord Tian's blood. Trembling, she aimed the silver spearhead at her delicate neck, crying, "Father, come back and save us." Her sisters wept in distress. Ouyang Titi gripped the fish knife tightly. Very well. Tonight, I must review human anatomy. Where is the heart, and where are the lungs? Qiu Rong's companions chuckled mockingly. Oh, your father is not home. The old lady is crying, and the young miss is crying as well. Let the master indulge you. Your wolfish ambitions have become glaringly evident. Chapter 8. The one who repels the enemy. The fierce northern wind howled through the courtyard, angrily shaking the century-old tree stripped of its leaves, causing nearby haystacks to collapse with a resounding crash. A gust of wind whipped through, carrying fine particles that struck the ruffians. Ouyang Titi steadied herself, desperately recalling the martial arts her father had taught her. Seizing the moment when the sand obscured their vision, she lunged forward, wounding the nearest thug with her spear, then turned to thrust the weapon once more at Qiu Rong. Yet, her flowery techniques were merely for physical fitness. Against ruffians, such posturing was but a display of bravado. Qiu Rong squinted his eyes, casually brushing aside the trembling silver spear, and with a cold smile remarked, "Your meager skills will only provoke my ire. Are you aware of the consequences of inciting my wrath?" There was no turning back now. Reconciliation had failed, negotiations had faltered, and self-preservation had collapsed. Yet Ouyang Titi remained resolute. She grasped the spear tightly, raising her brows in defiance, standing protectively before her stepmother and sisters. We seek only to defend ourselves. If you merely wish to find a place to rest, feel free, but do not approach us. Otherwise, Qiu Rong scoffed, advancing menacingly. I only desire you hold on. She interrupted. I am acquainted with the general at the border. He is adept at employing the unexpected, valuing the capable, and cherishing his soldiers as his own children. With your strength, should you seek his patronage, a way out is assured. Ouyang Titi endeavored to maintain her composure, attempting to persuade him. Inform him that Ouyang Zimu personally recommended you, a person of integrity and remarkable wisdom, worthy of significant trust. I can even provide a token of introduction. The general will undoubtedly assist you in achieving renown. Qiu Rong hesitated momentarily, then sneered. What is the name of this general? Little Beauty? Ouyang Titi remained unfazed and replied, My father shares a close camaraderie with the general. How could we women of the inner quarters possibly know? It is not at all surprising that a county magistrate would befriend a general at the border. But rest assured, should you convey the message, the general will recognize that the recommender is his close friend and will entrust you with a significant responsibility. Qiu Rong, raised among ruffians, chuckled derisively. You don't even know the general's name, yet you presume to deceive me with tales of the general? Huh, I know that general too, though he doesn't know me. You dare to mislead me at such a young age? I shall teach you how to write human shortly. With that, he strode forward like a meteor. In a state of panic, Ouyang Titi took a stance, directing the silver spear towards the terrifying rogue approaching her. Qiu Rong easily evaded the spear, poised to mock her, when suddenly he let out a grunt of pain. Blood began to ooze from his abdomen, and a bloodied stone fell to the ground. His stomach throbbed as if a rib had broken. No northern wind blew now. Where had this precise stone come from? His companions were momentarily stunned, then charged forward, intent on a swift resolution. In the blizzard, the wind howled once more. Outside the Ouyang estate, a barrage of stones rained down, each striking with uncanny accuracy at the rogues' vital points, severely crippling their advance. The soldiers exchanged glances, realizing that there must be a formidable expert lurking outside the courtyard. They recalled the rumors surrounding the curfew, the emperor's disappearance, and the empress dowager secretly dispatching individuals to search for him. Several among them were injured. Their eyes met. An understanding passed between them. They promptly retreated. After a considerable time, the figure on the rooftop remained concealed. Prince Rue held a small stone in hand, though his mouth was covered by the guards. This little ancestor, taking advantage of the wind and sand to blind his foes, attacking a formidable practitioner with mere stones, was akin to striking a rock with an egg. The guards, helpless to intervene, had no desire to engage in battle, and certainly did not wish for him to reveal himself. Xiangyang, unaware of who had come to their aid, returned indoors and closed the door, her eyes glistening with tears as she stammered, "Titi, what are we to do? With your father absent, our home becomes a den of gossip for widows. How can we find peace?" Ouyang Titi, too, felt the weight of despair in her heart. In this setting, she can sell fish at the market by day, yet it would be unreasonable for her to persist in patrolling as a security guard by night. For a foodie, there exists no obstacle that cannot be resolved by a sumptuous feast of fish hot pot. If one meal is insufficient, then two shall suffice. This evening, Xiangyang and her sisters have yet to dine. The previously intimidating fish have been salted and prepared, making the cooking process rather convenient. She playfully coaxed Xiangyang, "Mother, after all this commotion, I find myself hungry again. I propose that instead of the fish soup you've prepared, we cook the fish slices and enjoy a late-night meal together." Xiangyang felt a bitter taste in her mouth, her heart heavy with anxiety, rendering her incapable of contemplating any fish at all. Young Ouyang Titi, quick to feel hunger, was determined to eat, and so they allowed her to indulge. Nodding, she called for Dinyo and Ernyo to assist Wu Mei while she retreated to her pillow, shedding tears. Ouyang Titi understood that for Xiangyang, this matter would not easily resolve. To her, it was a thunderclap on a clear day. She needed time to gather her composure. Once her heart settled, she would endure the trials ahead. Furthermore, a delightful meal could distract her from sorrow. As her heart filled with beautiful thoughts, the oppressive fog of melancholy would disperse. The young women collaborated, their delicate hands moving swiftly. After a quarter of an hour, they placed a small red clay stove beneath the flowered window. The snow-white fish slices were meticulously arranged on several plates, while another pot contained ginger slices and fish heads, lightly seared before being infused with boiling water. Igniting a robust fish broth, garlic dipping sauce, delicate wine cups, and chopsticks were prepared as candlelight flickered in the dining area. The lantern's warm glow filtering through the glass paper adorned with auspicious clouds and spring blossoms. The enticing aroma of the fish and the intoxicating scent of wine wafted through the snowy night, beckoning Xiangyang to join them for dinner. The sisters, having never tasted fish slices before, were filled with wonder. Upon sampling, they found the fish to be succulent, with minimal bones and abundant flesh, paired with the dipping sauce. It was flavorfully exquisite. With each bite of fish and sip of broth, even the most dismal mood was uplifted by the culinary delights, prompting them to praise these fish slices as the finest delicacy of all time. With such delightful aromas filling the air, it was evident that danger had passed. What could be so delectable about these specially sliced fish? Prince Rue could no longer contain his curiosity and insisted on joining them. The guards, thinking he merely wished to partake in the fish soup, conceded. After all, he was still young, just an unrefined foodie, lacking in self-restraint. It was better to let him enjoy the soup and return home early. They left from the rooftop into the courtyard alongside Prince Rue. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiangyang promptly emerged with her daughters to investigate. "Fear not, it is I. I smell the delightful aroma of fish soup." The young man stepped forward, displaying a radiant smile. Now 16, he retained both the innocence of youth and the contours of burgeoning manhood, his smile particularly sincere. Ouyang Titi felt a surge of emotions. She recognized the skilled individuals who had retreated earlier. Chapter 9. The measure of standards. The question of who saved whom held no weight in the face of the young man's brilliant smile. Ouyang Titi felt a wave of safety and couldn't help but return a broad smile. Xiang Yang recognized the young man as well, but, being older, had her own reservations. She promptly declined, saying, "It is not convenient to entertain today. Once the gentleman returns, we shall extend our heartfelt gratitude." Prince Rui gazed at Ouyang Titi, disregarding Xiang Yang, and directly inquired, "Where's my fish soup?" How audacious of this young man to desire a place at the table for a bowl of fish soup. She unceremoniously ushered him away, declaring, "The night has grown late. Please take your leave, sir. Off you go, no need for farewells." Just as Prince Rui was about to explain, Xiang Yang, of course, paid no heed, brandishing a broom to drive him out. The guards promptly shouted, "You insolent commoner! How dare you?" Swords were drawn, glinting ominously in the dim light, each one a genuine weapon of valor. "Hold on, mother, this gentleman is of good character. Let us allow him to finish his fish soup, shall we? I assure you, he will return home to rest immediately after." Ouyang Titi interjected, having regained her composure, swiftly grasping the broom to smooth things over. Prince Rui readily assured, "I promise to behave. I shall finish the fish soup and return home at once." He nodded earnestly, appearing quite obedient. What a trivial matter this was, after all. All this fuss merely for a bowl of fish soup. The guards exchanged glances, bemused by their master's apparent folly. Xiang Yang scrutinized the unfamiliar faces before her, akin to a hawk observing its prey, attempting to commit them to memory. These must be the simple-minded local gentry who often supported Titi's business at the fish market. Remembering that she had just saved a life, and seeing that the lad appeared remarkably earnest, she reluctantly invited him inside for fish soup. The guards, anxious about Prince Rui's safety, lined up closely behind him as he entered the living quarters. They meticulously inspected the food for any potential harm before allowing Prince Rui to partake in the meal. The dining area was warm, yet the atmosphere was decidedly awkward and cramped. 10 burly men stood against the walls, and as Prince Rui took his seat according to custom, he frowned at the throng of onlookers. He had never before dined under such scrutiny at home. While the food smelled delightful, he could only take a few tentative bites. Ouyang Titi, who had risen early to sell fish, felt her guard relax. Yet fatigue was creeping in, and she wished to send the young man on his way. Noticing his discomfort, she blinked and gently suggested, "Why not take the fish soup home and enjoy it at your leisure? A quick reheat will suffice." Prince Rui found this proposal agreeable. He had met the necessary acquaintances, and the crisis had been averted. Moreover, Titi, having been startled, was undoubtedly weary. He nodded in acquiescence. His attendants carefully packaged a plate of fish slices and half a pot of fish soup, ensuring its safe transport as they departed together. Xiang Yang was not to be negligent. She meticulously inspected the home's walls, screens, and door frames before gathering the girls into one bed for comfort. Having been through such a fright, none of them dared to sleep. Finally, as dawn broke, the bells of Baoxiong Temple rang, and the sounds of drums heralded the end of the curfew. Ouyang Titi, accustomed to rising early to sell fish, pondered that the river would soon be teeming with large catches. Rather than remain paralyzed by fear, she resolved to return to the market. Her skill in fish slaughtering required practice. After all, she fervently persuaded Xiang Yang to allow her to fetch the fishing net and head to the market to sell fish. Prince Rui, Yunzi Zhaowu, spent an unforgettable night, sleepless amidst the howling wind and snow. During this night, he listened to the escalating tempest and the plight of a minor official who, after losing power, faced near ruin, his family shattered, his daughter spurned in her engagement, and his wife beset by creditors. He also overheard a widow defending herself against the lewd advances of rogues. The beautiful young lady, with a grave expression, inquired if they wished to learn how to prepare fish fillets. Prince Rui, lacking culinary skills, knew he would never master it. Despite the evident troubles at her home, those ruffians audaciously insisted on staying overnight. Infuriated, he seized stones to hurl at them when the wind howled. Fortunately, the guards, skilled in combat, swiftly came to the aid of the Ouyang residents, vanquishing the miscreants. As the night deepened, Prince Rui had someone carefully bring fish soup back to the palace. In the flickering light, weary and famished, he regarded the soup as a treasure, insisting on watching it bubble back to life. The guards, their faces adorned with icicles, though seasoned and worldly, could not help but gaze longingly at the pot of soup. The aroma of ginger, dried tangerine peel, and pepper mingled delightfully with the rich scent of the fish, making one's mouth water. The soup was exquisitely fragrant, a culinary delight reserved solely for the prince. He indulged heartily, deftly extracting the occasional fish bone with remarkable skill. Meanwhile, the guards were treated to another pot of fish soup prepared for them to warm their bodies. The Empress Dowager, braving the snowstorm, arrived at the palace just past midnight. Having instructed not to disturb Prince Rue, she fortuitously witnessed this scene. The fish with its bones was deemed unsuitable for her twin children. The servants were too apprehensive to take any risks with the dull-witted boy. Thus, for the first time, she observed a glimpse of agility in her foolish son. Unbeknownst to her, tears streamed down her cheeks. In the prime of her life, still possessing beauty, she lamented that these two children were all she had. It was a pity one was simple-minded, and it was equally unfortunate that the current emperor, with his compassionate heart, cherished his dim-witted brother. Yet, the palace maids standing nearby dared not breathe a word, bowing their heads in silence. The Empress Dowager feigned calmness as she wiped away her tears, choosing not to enter the living quarters but instead retreated to a side hall. Prince Rue relished the fish soup, which, although reheated, remained delectable. On this frigid night, the strands of ginger blended harmoniously with the pristine fish slices, warming him thoroughly. After a while, he suddenly heard the announcement. The Empress Dowager has arrived. His expression stiffened. His mother had indeed come. Following protocol, he offered his respects, yet dared not utter a word or steal a glance. His mother had always favored his elder brother and had been stern towards him. Each encounter left him feeling meek, wishing for her swift departure. Observing her second son's woeful demeanor, the Empress Dowager sighed deeply, her earlier joy at seeing his maturity dissipating. Having traveled a great distance, she was preoccupied with pressing matters, prompting her to inquire about various issues. Prince Rue, however, was mostly at a loss for answers. The Empress Dowager's countenance grew increasingly frosty as she inquired whether her son had any preferences regarding a future wife, to which Prince Rue habitually shook his head. The Empress Dowager could no longer contain her frustration. She abruptly rose to her feet, snatched the floating dust from the eunuch beside her, and struck the leg of Prince Rue with it. "You pumpkin," she exclaimed, "you are not a mere 3-year-old child. Your brain is meant for thinking, not for turning to mush. Have you ever considered what it means to choose a wife? The woman you select to reside in your Prince Rue's estate. Have you never observed how a proper husband treats his spouse?" This unexpected blow struck Prince Rue like a revelation. He dared not evade it, and, prostrating himself on the ground, responded loudly, "I remember now. My standard for a wife is that young woman from the fish market." Chapter 10. The prospective mother-in-law's proposal. The Empress Dowager rushed to the palace overnight, for she had pressing matters to discuss, and her inquiries were far from trivial. The attending guards hastily clarified that the young woman from the fish market was indeed the fish market beauty who had recently captured the princess' attention. Prince Rue candidly admitted his desire to marry the fish market beauty, which genuinely astonished the Empress Dowager. "You wish to take a fish seller as your principal wife?" she exclaimed in disbelief. "What is this nonsense? A girl from a humble mountain household would be far superior to this fish vendor who flaunts herself in the market." The naive child, Yunze Zhao Wu, nodded solemnly, his eyes sparkling as if he were experiencing first love. The Empress Dowager, infuriated, wore a countenance as frigid as ice. Realizing that her foolish son was unlikely to yield any sensible answers, she suppressed her anger and summoned her guards for further inquiries. She had previously heard whispers that her son, Prince Rue, was preoccupied with a common girl, which she had dismissed with a laugh, thinking if her son liked her, he could take her as a concubine, especially since a selection of a proper wife was imminent. A little guidance and discipline could ensure her son's well-being. However, she was utterly unaware of the depth of her son's obsession, as he intended to marry her as his principal wife. This was simply absurd. Such ludicrous events must not be recorded in future historical texts. In her fury, the Empress Dowager consulted her guards. And it was then she learned that Prince Rue had been frequenting the fish market beauty daily. The guards, hesitant to speak, eventually relayed the incident from the previous night when Prince Rue had witnessed a dispute involving the Ouyang family. They too felt it was inappropriate and believed it wise to inform the matriarch. The Empress Dowager's expression darkened. She was consumed with thoughts of her foolish son. His choice of a daughter-in-law seemed too lofty. She did not want the daughters of noble families to belittle her son, so she envisioned a kind and gentle woman from humble origins to care for him, ensuring he was well-fed and comfortable, without the need for social interactions. Yet, she never anticipated finding such a troublesome daughter, due to pressing matters in the capital. The spring banquet at the palace must commence as soon as possible for an early return to the capital. Resolutely, she decided to forego sleep and oversee the preparations for the spring banquet herself. What do you have in silver that allows you to purchase fish daily? Even the emperor cannot sustain such extravagance. The Empress Dowager was not concerned about the money itself, but rather the wastefulness of it. She feared the squandering of funds. For the sake of pleasing a beauty, she worried that her foolish son might engage in reckless antics, wasting money as if it were trivial. Oh, if I cannot afford fish, may I at least take a stroll every day? The Prince Rue was startled by the Empress Dowager's wrath. After some contemplation, he summoned the courage to inquire about a matter of utmost importance to him. Despite facing punishment, he remained unrepentant. Has this child grown bolder? The Empress Dowager struggled to catch her breath, but then reflected that this foolish boy had finally developed an attachment to someone significant in his life. Perhaps it would be wise to observe this young woman further. She might serve a greater purpose. He was permitted to take a daily stroll, with the understanding that any infractions would warrant the Empress Dowager's combined grace and severity, though he was granted a single opportunity to redeem himself. Suddenly recalling that even his allowance had been withheld, she noted that he bore no official title. Being a prince by birth, his rank could not be diminished. After all, he was her own son. There was nothing left to withhold. The Prince Rue dutifully acknowledged this and immediately resolved to comply with the directive of daily walks. His obedience pleased the Empress Dowager somewhat. Ultimately, due to her advancing age, she retired for the night. After enduring a stern reprimand from the Empress Dowager, the Prince Rue bid her farewell with utmost respect. Noticing that the pot of fish soup had not yet cooled, he took his time savoring it, as such delightful fare should not be wasted. The Prince Rue resolved that during the upcoming spring blossom banquet at the palace, he would certainly invite the young lady. There were pressing matters he wished to discuss with her. He pondered whether she had heard the rumors circulating among the palace servants regarding his affections for the fish market beauty. After all, it was the very same boy he encountered daily who held a fondness for her, not a stranger. Did she reciprocate his feelings, or was she reluctant? What if the young lady felt shy? If he were to wait for her to approach him, why not seek her out directly? Lost in thought, he tossed and turned, unable to find sleep for a considerable time. At last, as dawn approached and the rooster crowed, he eagerly arose while it was still dark, stealthily evading the guards to catch a glimpse of the young lady. As he reached the courtyard, the first light of day revealed a charming girl clad in a raincoat and straw hat, setting out with her fishing gear. He quietly trailed behind her, witnessing the morning mist enveloping the landscape, where the dried reeds still bore a dusting of white frost. The great river, warmed by seasonal currents, flowed incessantly, its vibrant waters creating a picturesque scene reminiscent of a tranquil fishing expedition. Ouyang Titi had concealed her small boat amidst the reeds at several bends in the river and deftly navigated the waters, hauling in nets filled with lively and plump river fish. Today, she had even caught some small river shrimp. With a beaming smile, she had already prepared everything by the time the sun began to rise, gathering her tools for selling fish and setting off on foot to the market. Yunze Zhao Wu discreetly concealed his presence, standing at a distance among the crowd, watching the beautiful young woman skillfully gutting fresh fish. Given the early hour of the market, there were understandably few buyers. Who would she sell her fish to at such an early time? She swiftly constructed a makeshift earthen stove, placing a large iron pot upon it, and lit a fire with twigs. She fried 4 to 5 pounds of fish until the aroma wafted through the air. Onlookers assumed she was preparing the fish for breakfast. However, shortly thereafter, Ouyang Titi expertly added a pot full of fresh water to the frying fish along with a dash of ginger, pepper, and fine salt, and continued to simmer the fish soup over high heat. As time gradually passes, the sun rises high in the sky. The firewood burns low, slowly simmering, and the rich aroma of fish soup wafts throughout the entire market. Those who had only eaten steamed buns for breakfast cannot help but swallow hard at the enticing scent of meat. Ouyang Titi's sweet and crisp voice rings out. Fish soup for sale. Buy one, get one free. Purchase a large fish and receive a bowl of fish soup on house. I'll teach you how to make it. Fish soup is nourishing for the skin, helping you bear children 1 year and twins the next. Ouyang Titi's unexpected advertisement for the deity of childbirth leaves the crowd in astonishment. How fragrant! Prince Rue, who is yet to have breakfast, is drawn in by the delightful scent of fish soup. If paired with the coarse grain buns from the palace, it would surely ward off the chill of winter. Just thinking of it makes him feel hungry. With a smile, he approaches and asks, I have no money to buy fish anymore. Could you possibly spare me a bowl of fish soup? Ouyang Titi is momentarily taken aback. At this moment, she notices that the foolish young man is without his attendants, and she pulls him behind her. Should anything go awry, she cannot afford the consequences. The young man gazes at her with hopeful eyes. Ouyang Titi smiles and nods. Of course, you can help me by adding firewood and carefully watching the soup. I will share a bowl with you later. Prince Rue has never used firewood to cook before, yet he diligently learns and quickly grasps the skill. Ouyang Titi generously praises him. See, it is indeed true that your teacher did not instruct you well. I will teach you how to tend the fire. It must not be too little or too much, and you will master it in no time. You are quite impressive. Prince Rue feels a warm satisfaction within. Then he receives a bowl of fish soup as a reward. Ouyang Titi's smile is exceptionally sweet. See, running out of money is not so fearsome. If you find yourself without funds in the future, just come to me. As long as you work hard, I will ensure you are well provided for. Prince Rue nods, a peculiar expression crossing his face, perhaps one of admiration, or perhaps a hint of nostalgia. He lowers his head, and no one sees the 2 tears that fall into the fish soup. The air is filled with an irresistible fragrance, and Prince Rue savors it, his every movement still exuding elegance. The soup is fresh, the fish tender, the flavor exquisite, and the aroma rich. Last night, Yunze Zhao was thoroughly satisfied after drinking the fish soup. Even the pain of being scolded by his mother seems to have healed. This fish soup has a soothing quality. After finishing the soup, even the clumsy moments spent working feel therapeutic. He begins to understand Ouyang Titi's willingness to set aside her noble status and work diligently. Such efforts rewarded bring a sense of peace and contentment. With a smile on his face, he quietly follows Ouyang Titi at the stall, carefully counting the total number of fish bladders. Once Ouyang Titi finds a moment of respite, she engages the young man in conversation. Your guards are quite skilled. By chance, when you passed by last night, our family was spared from great peril. The young man blinks and replies warmly, My mother has tasked them with ensuring my safety, so they must give their utmost effort. If you are truly afraid, perhaps your family should move in with me. What a peculiar suggestion. Ouyang Titi ponders for a moment before asking, Are you implying that we should take up residence in your home? The young man blinks again. His original intention was to imply a sense of family, yet he finds it difficult to express. He carefully considers his words and finally says, Do you know Prince Rue? I have heard that he wishes to take you as his bride. Ouyang Titi's cheeks flushed instantly, regardless of her bold demeanor. The conservatism of this era left her unable to suppress her embarrassment at the youth's inquiry. How could he possibly know of this matter? Was it not common knowledge? She lowered her head, her face still aflame, and fervently recalled how the book depicted the character of Ouyang Titi. Chapter 11. The Unfrightening Prince Rue vaguely. She remembered that in the narrative, Ouyang Titi was compelled by her stepmother to marry Prince Rue, only to find herself neglected, even deprived of the chance to be with the prince day and night. At that time, clad in a red gown, Ouyang Titi was carried into the manor and placed in a lavishly adorned chamber. Through her red veil, she gazed at the red candles on the table throughout the night, ultimately waiting in vain for her husband to lift the veil. As the first light of dawn broke, exhausted, She rose to pour some water from the warming pot on the table to wash her face and rest. Little did she know, as the day began to brighten, a man dressed in the groom's red attire entered and glanced at her, his first words being, "Do not be alarmed. I shall not touch you. After tonight, we shall not interfere with one another." At that moment, Ouyang Titi felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, believing she had already lost favor so soon after a marriage. Gradually, she came to realize that her entry into the household was merely a fade. Prince Rue had no intention of acknowledging his wives, nor did he even reside within the royal manor. The youth, observing Ouyang Titi's flushed face, felt a heaviness in his heart and could not help but ask, "So, do you intend to marry Prince Rue? And what about me?" The words lingered unspoken on his lips. Ouyang Titi, surprised, lifted her head to see the glimmer of vulnerability in the youth's eyes. Having witnessed countless soap operas, she had some inkling of his feelings. With a playful smile, she reassured him, "Fear not. I have no intention of marrying anyone." The youth's gaze dimmed. Yet, he quickly inquired, "I have heard that Prince Rue wishes to marry you, but you are unwilling. Is it because you deem him powerless?" Ouyang Titi chuckled, playfully poking him with her finger. "You are quite astute. Indeed, I do not wish to marry a powerless prince. What meaning would life hold, confined within a manor?" The naive youth immediately stood up, filled with hope, and asked her, "If you do not wish to be confined, then what about someone like me? Someone as free as I am?" The youth appeared to be merely a year or two older than Ouyang Titi. He had fared well, never neglecting his riding and archery lessons, and his physique was far from frail. His handsome visage was striking, and, standing so close, Ouyang Titi could almost see her reflection mirrored in his dark eyes. A stirring arose within her heart, but she would never marry a fool, regardless of his wealth or noble lineage, even if he were backed by formidable guards or royal connections. With a playful smile, she replied, "I shall not marry at all. Is that fair?" The youth felt a pang of disappointment, yet the notion of fairness did resonate with him. As time drew near, Ouyang Titi pushed the wooden cart, leading Prince Rue toward the palace. Prince Rue pondered how he would explain his visit to the fish market to the Empress Dowager. After a while, he resigned himself to his capricious nature. He was merely taking a stroll and happened to return. The sun gradually ascended from the east, and the fragrant aroma of fish soup wafted from the wooden cart. The foolish rich man secretly adored the fish market's beauty, who had long since become the subject of local jest. The townsfolk frequently supported Ouyang Titi's business, well acquainted with the charming fish market beauty. Upon seeing the fool following her toward the palace, they continued to gossip, speculating that the foolish toad aspired to court Swan. It was rumored that the young lady was destined to be the prince's concubine, the first among his favored consorts, undoubtedly favored above all. The prince himself was present. Ouyang Titi dismissed such public chatter, claiming she had no desire for marriage. The palace guards eventually realized the prince was not in his chamber and hurriedly pursued him, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon spotting the two figures. The prince paid no heed to the guards, his attention solely fixed on the slightly perspiring Ouyang Titi and the creaking wooden cart. He was already quite tall, bending slightly to assist the young lady in pushing the cart, his fair and slender fingers contrasting sharply with her slightly reddened ones. "Why are your fingers red?" the prince inquired. "They're like radishes," Ouyang Titi replied. "When one seldom uses cold water and suddenly begins working with it frequently, frostbite occurs, turning them into rosy radishes." "I know about rosy radishes," the prince acknowledged. Seeing the prince willing to converse, Ouyang Titi cheerfully added, "Rosy radishes are delicious. I used to enjoy a small dish of them, tangy and spicy, absolutely delightful." "Tangy and spicy, I also enjoy. But what is spicy?" The youth, with a puzzled expression, was filled with questions. "Perhaps I have never encountered chili peppers. Maybe this parallel world lacks the imported species of chili." Her thoughts wandered, recalling spicy grilled fish, pickled fish, boiled fish, and the fiery memories of fish hot pot. The prince watched as the young lady's skirt fluttered in the northern wind, his expression lost in thought, prompting him to call out, "Young lady, what are you pondering?" "Huh?" Ouyang Titi snapped back to attention, enthusiastically declaring, I suddenly remembered a wild herb that may not exist here, but it is spicy and can eliminate fishy flavors, making fish dishes incredibly delicious. Once I find this spicy herb, I will surely create an even more delectable dish. The prince, in good spirits and full of anticipation, asked, "Could you perhaps prepare a serving for me? I too love to eat." "Of course. The fish I cook is the most delicious in the world," Oyang Titi replied, with the prince nodding appreciatively, utterly obedient. Initially cautious in dealing with this enigmatic youth, Oyang Titi began to feel something peculiar as time passed. Could it be the rumored autism? This reticent demeanor might be alleviated with a bit more conversation. The cart wheels creaked along the path, and the two engaged in casual banter, with sweat already beading on Oyang Titi's forehead. The prince, with a hint of sandalwood fragrance, naturally retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, first offering it to Titi to wipe her perspiration before wiping his own brow. Oyang Titi's heart skipped a beat. Who claimed this child was foolish? Perhaps his condition. In the 21st century bears another name, a child from the stars, immersed in his own world, occasionally exchanging distant glances, yet remaining silent. This naive young man, with his mild demeanor, lacked eloquence and social grace, rendering him a complete fool in the eyes of society. Some of these exceptional children are exceedingly polite, while others possess extraordinary talents in the arts, illuminating the hearts of their guardians like pearls. The guards naturally deemed Prince Rue to be foolish as well. In the presence of outsiders, they were somewhat cautious of Prince Rue's reputation. Thus, they formed a distant circle to escort the two back. With swords glinting and an imposing air, the procession instilled fear among the townsfolk, who retreated into their homes, hesitant to speak. Oyang Titi smiled. "Why are they so afraid of you?" Prince Rue grinned happily. "I am Prince Rue." Oyang Titi mused. "Well, I suppose I misjudged the normalcy of the situation." Chapter 12. Today's affairs. The whispers among the common folk stemmed from the mystery surrounding this young man from afar. Ever since his arrival months ago, he had been accompanied by servants, generous in his expenditures, yet without any elder supervision. He wandered aimlessly, devoid of the burdens that typically weighed down the signs of nobility. He appeared dignified, yet his actions were utterly absurd. Many claimed that this youth relied solely on his family's wealth, a second-generation heir. Observing that the fifth miss of the Oyang family had caught his attention, people lamented that a beautiful flower had been placed in a pot of rotten roots. Mr. Tion, passing by, could not help but scoff at the Oyang family, saying, "It seems they have fallen from grace, reduced to having their most cherished fifth miss marry a fool, lured only by a few coins. When a person is in decline, their former nobility vanishes without a trace." Coincidentally, a constable passing by overheard Mr. Tion's indiscretion and took him away for questioning on the grounds of disturbing public order. Witnessing this, the crowd fell silent. Oyang Titi and Prince Rue, escorted by the guards, turned into a shaded area and, after navigating several intersections, finally returned to the palace. Thanks to prior arrangements, the palace was adorned with vibrant flowers, rejuvenated and ready. The empress had stayed up late preparing for the spring flower banquet, ensuring everything was in order for an early return to the capital. Thus, the palace gates opened early to welcome guests. Oyang Titi intended to take the fish to the kitchen via the side entrance, while Prince Rue preferred the main entrance. Oyang Titi insisted, "I must deliver the fish to the kitchen. Do not act foolishly, just follow me." Prince Rue questioned, "Doesn't he look rather unremarkable? Why do the servants not bow?" As Oyang Titi busied herself delivering the fish, passers-by bowed, greeting Prince Rue. Beads of sweat formed on Prince Rue's brow as he urged, "No need for formalities, rise." At that moment, Oyang Titi reflected, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. How could one be so oblivious? Yet, the young man often exhibited unconventional thoughts, leaving one to ponder his true meaning. With this realization, she felt a sense of clarity. Oyang Titi discarded the fish cart and pulled the young man into the shade, inquiring, "Do you not resemble Prince Rue in appearance? Please remain silent. If you are mistaken for an esteemed personage, we may find ourselves in quite a predicament. It will be prudent for you to wait outside the door while I finish delivering the fish, and I shall join you shortly," the Prince of Rue remarked. The frequent role-playing has led to misunderstandings. Am I to be seen as a lunatic? Yet, considering the many tasks that await me today, I fear I cannot accompany this young lady for long. He spoke gently. Then I shall return home with the guards. Do take care of yourself. It is said that the Prince of Rouen is exceptionally wise and skilled in both arts and arms. Should you encounter him, remain composed. If you are unwilling to marry him, he shall not press the matter. As for me, I shall await your return. The youth's cheeks flushed as he turned to depart. Ouyang Titi nearly burst into laughter at this clumsy performance. Indeed, the boy was still but a child, enamored with singular affections, often fleeting in nature. She watched as the guards followed him out of the garden, not overly concerned, and busied herself delivering fish to the kitchen. Meanwhile, the Prince of Rouen, the very subject of this affair, entered the grand courtyard with his guards. The Empress Dowager had already sent for him, urging his attendance. He must select a suitable candidate and personally partake in the selection ceremony. In the courtyard stood over 100 young women adorned in palace attire. Upon glancing up, he noticed a small pear-wood table atop the long steps, behind which sat his mother, the Empress Dowager, in a grand chair of rosewood. At that moment, the Empress Dowager was troubled by the numerous irregularities in the court's protocols. A nearby attendant, sensing her distress, whispered words of consolation. There are matters of urgency. Let us first attend to the important affairs at hand. Just then, her foolish son returned from his escapades, and according to custom, he performed a deep bow before the assembly, exclaiming loudly, "Mother, I have brought you fish soup." He presented a blackened pot, as though it were a treasure, the air thick with a lingering scent of cold fish broth. The Empress Dowager's expression darkened instantly. The courtyard, filled with over 200 young ladies, all meticulously vetted by the female officials, was now transformed into a farce by his words. The utterance of mother and the offering of fish soup successfully tarnished the solemnity of the selection process, leaving many young women visibly dismayed, particularly a few daughters of minor officials. Among them, the most beautiful was Hong Mingyun, the cherished daughter of the county magistrate, whose father, the local authority, dared not conceal the fact that he had a daughter of marriageable age and had reluctantly brought her forth for the prince's consideration. Though the prince's stature was high, none were aware that he was a fool. No wonder at just 16, he was hastily in search of a woman to tend to him. The young ladies vying for his favor seethed inwardly, yet dared not express their displeasure. Having grown up alongside Ouyang Titi, Hong Mingyun now felt a pang of dread, fearing the foolish prince might take a liking to her. The arrival of that fish soup was most fortuitous. The Empress Dowager quickly discerned the source of the fish soup, none other than the fishmonger's daughter who had captivated her son's heart. Suppressing her ire, she donned a benevolent smile. "My son is truly filial, bringing fish soup for his mother. Trust that my son will one day be a devoted husband who cherishes his wife." She beckoned Prince Rouen to come closer, saying, "Put down the fish soup for now, and come to your mother's side, so that these young ladies may become acquainted with my son." Prince Rouen, weighing the situation, slowly approached the Empress Dowager. The rules of the deep palace were numerous. He had never met ladies in such a manner, nor had he ever participated in a selection like this. The Empress Dowager felt the awkwardness of the situation, but had no choice but to endure it. Once Prince Rouen obediently settled beside her, she continued, "My son possesses a warm disposition and is about to reach adulthood. I wish to select for him a young lady of gentle character, upright morals, and deft hands to become his wife, granting her the esteemed position of primary consort. Today, we meet openly with the hope that this union may be one of mutual affection." The Empress Dowager's words were exceedingly clear. This was a transaction of mutual consent, and once decided, there would be no turning back, even if it meant facing dire challenges together. Any young lady who hesitated could easily stumble during the ensuing ceremony, and thus be smoothly eliminated. However, to be granted the title of primary consort. Previously, it had only been rumored that the position would be that of a secondary consort. The young ladies, who had already been filled with regret, lowered their heads and collectively gasped at this revelation. Many of them hailed from humble farming families, some so impoverished they might consider selling their daughters. The prospect of ascending to such heights directly becoming the primary consort of a prince, was indeed a heavy windfall. Some young ladies felt a stirring in their hearts and dared to steal a glance at Prince Rue. Just one glance left them entranced. Prince Rue was strikingly handsome, tall in stature, and when silent, wore an expression of intense focus, resembling a young man who had stepped out of a painting. Chapter 13. The intricacies of the selection. Most of the young ladies were captivated by Prince Rue's charming appearance, believing him to be simple-minded and easily manageable in the future. This opportunity to transform from a sparrow into a phoenix was unique to Roane County. Thanks to the outbreak of plague, Roane County was the only area to successfully contain the epidemic. Otherwise, the chance for them to participate in the national selection would have been lost. With this thought, their expressions turned subtle. The Empress Dowager, observing the young ladies' reactions, understood they were already persuaded and felt quite satisfied. She delivered a few customary encouraging words and instructed the female officials to begin the selection process in accordance with the established rules. Prince Rue protested with dissatisfaction. "Mother, I have told you before that I am fond of that fishmonger's daughter. I brought her here to meet you. Did you see her?" The Empress Dowager was infuriated. He was still thinking of that fishmonger's girl. He was accustomed to mingling in the marketplace, but how could he expect to confine her within the royal residence? Leading her son back into the inner chambers, she dismissed the surrounding palace maids and began to chastise him. Prince Rue, overwhelmed by the scolding, trembled in fear, unable to hear anything but hoping that the fearsome Empress Dowager would leave soon and vacate the palace. As the Empress Dowager continued her tirade, thoughts of her eldest son in the capital suddenly filled her with sorrow, and she sighed deeply. "What shall I do with you in this state?" Prince Rue found this strange, as the Empress Dowager's heart had always belonged solely to his brother. Blinking in confusion, he replied, "Pain for me, good brother, for mother." This had been his childhood refrain, a phrase that would usually lift her spirits. Little did he know, the innocent words only caused the Empress Dowager's tears to flow even more profusely. The heart of Prince Rue was shrouded in doubt. The Empress Dowager had always favored the crown prince, and with his ascension to the throne, her pride swelled even further. Such favoritism raised his suspicions that momentous events were unfolding within the palace. Yet, he remained in the dark, offering only insipid words of counsel. After a prolonged bout of weeping, the Empress Dowager finally managed to compose herself. Outside, a lady-in-waiting entered to announce the preparations for the banquet to select candidates. After meticulous selection, 50 young ladies of remarkable beauty and character were chosen to attend the spring flower banquet. The vibrant assembly of young women had been reduced to mere country girls. As any family with 3 generations of merchants or those who had fallen into disgrace had been eliminated early on. Hong Mingyun, adorned in an elaborate silk gown and resplendent jewelry, stood as one of the few remaining daughters of noble lineage. Yet, a sense of panic began to envelop her. Quietly, she sent a message to her father, questioning the true intentions behind such a grand opportunity. Unbeknownst to her, her inquiries were intercepted. In a state of desperation, she approached the lady-in-waiting with gold in hand, but her offers were met with silence, and the gold was refused. The hushed whispers of the silent attendants only deepened her confusion as she waited anxiously, drenched in sweat in the frigid winter air. Hong Yiming pondered deeply. Among the noble daughters, she was the sole representative of an official family. Initially fearful of not being selected, she now realized her rarity rendered her a prized catch. Akin to a great fish poised to be ensnared, struggling helplessly. Resolute, she gathered her precious jewelry, seeking an opportunity to escape. As she awaited her chance, the stream of young ladies continued to be rejected, and soon the 10th candidate had been dismissed. Some guards and palace maids began to murmur among themselves, but their words remained a mystery to Hong Mingyun, as if they were plotting something significant. This selection of brides was conducted with alarming haste and in a makeshift setting. Even a girl from a county would recognize the diminished standards. Although the Empress Dowager oversaw the event and the prince reviewed the candidates, the significance attributed to this selection paled in comparison to that given to choosing a wet nurse for a prince. It seemed that once chosen, they would be treated as mere commodities destined for sacrifice, a fate that Hong Mingyun could hardly bear to contemplate. A gust of wind swept in from the distant southwestern corner. The heavy door, recently repaired, creaked softly under the force of the wind. It was the sound of freedom beckoning her to step outside. A longing welled up within Hong Mingyun, an urge to escape that she could no longer suppress. The potential consequences of such an act seemed trivial when weighed against the value of her life. However, she soon realized that this place was not a simple abode. The meticulous patrols exceeded those found in any official quarters. Feigning the need to relieve herself, she attempted to slip away toward a secluded thicket of flowers, only to be halted by a sharp call. "Who goes there?" "On m'agien si guide en wardie." Her face draining of color as she nearly succumbed to faintness under the weight of her predicament. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, a familiar figure flitted past her vision among the foliage, bringing a glimmer of hope. The familiar attire unmistakably belonged to Ouyang Titi. However, the design of the garden path was quite innovative. The route on her side did not lead directly to the other, prompting her to call out, "Titi, please wait for me." The patrolling guards had already arrived, gazing incredulously at the selected beauty. In a moment of inspiration, Hong Yunming quickly retrieved another piece of jewelry from her person, handing the gem to the guard and pleading, "I kindly request a favor. Be lenient, for I have encountered a close friend from my youth, and I must speak with her." The guard was initially reluctant, but after much persuasion, he begrudgingly acquiesced, albeit maintaining a distance, wary of any potential trouble. In her quest to fulfill a substantial order, Ouyang Titi had made 2 trips back and forth. A light sheen of perspiration adorned her forehead and face. In her haste, she suddenly heard someone calling her by her given name, prompting her to turn and look. Naturally, she spotted Hong Yunming, and from the remnants of her memory, she had some inkling of the situation. Hong Yunming, with her lofty aspirations, had long envisioned marrying into nobility. Given Titi's striking beauty, it was rumored that the Ouyang family might produce a royal consort. Thus their interactions remained relatively close. Hong Yunming harbored intentions of cultivating a friendship. However, after Ouyang Zimu's malpractice led to a patient's death and his subsequent imprisonment, Ouyang Titi lowered her status, disregarding her identity as a noblewoman to toil as a laborer in the fish market. Hong Yunming had once earnestly advised her against this path. At that time, Ouyang Titi had coolly replied, "What, must I marry into a noble family merely to rescue my father? Is our worth as daughters solely to be measured by our ability to become concubines and elevate our status?" Hong Yunming, with her ambitious dreams of marrying a nobleman, found that such heirs from aristocratic families would never cast their eyes upon her, preferring instead to ally with daughters of other esteemed houses. Those who rose to prominence through officialdom might have looked upon her, yet most were well past their 40s. And marrying them as a primary wife would only relegate her to the status of a concubine. Stifled by this reality, Hong Yunming departed with a flick of her sleeve, their differing ideals severing their ties. Just when Hong Yunming found herself at a dead end, she fortuitously encountered Ouyang Titi, causing her to forget the previous unpleasantness. Reuniting with an old friend, she drew her into the floral thicket, tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. Ouyang Titi, unperturbed by past grievances, quickly remarked, "This is not like you. What troubles you so?" Looking into Ouyang Titi's concerned face, Hong Yunming recalled the gravity of her situation and managed to stifle her tears. Recounting in detail her suspicions regarding the selection of consorts, believing there to be ulterior motives. Chapter 14. Let us proceed with caution. Ouyang Titi had long abandoned hope regarding the selection of consorts, which is why she had not participated. Upon hearing Hong Yunming's concerns, her heart settled. "Ah, so this is the matter at hand. Fear not, this issue is quite manageable. Other affairs may spiral out of control, but this particular situation is straightforward." Hong Yunming promptly inquired, "What do you mean by that?" "I find myself at a crossroads in life. Please do not jest any further, but rather tell me quickly." Ouyang Titi replied serenely, "This is merely a transaction of mutual desire. If you wish to assist your father and ascend the ranks, then you may consider marrying into the Prince Rue's household. The title of royal kin would equate to your father's 10 years of hard work. The cost, I fear, is nothing less than freedom. Han Yunming understood this deep within her heart, yet the current circumstances compelled her to yearn for escape, leaving her in a state of internal conflict. The guards were urging her on, forbidding excessive private interaction. Aware that she had relied on Ouyang Titi's information, she found herself unable to extricate herself from the situation, thus resolutely returned to the candidate's quarters for the selection. Just as she was about to depart, Han Yunming turned back, glancing over her shoulder, and suddenly retraced her steps, whispering to Ouyang Titi, "Are you aware that the prince is rather foolish? He has been thinking of you all along." Ouyang Titi was taken aback. The foolish youth had once beamed at her, declaring, "I am Prince Rui." She had been skeptical. Han Yunming observed Ouyang Titi's expression closely. Should she reveal even the slightest hint of mutual affection, Han Yunming would find a way to withdraw from the selection. When Ouyang Titi regained her composure, she replied earnestly, "My circumstances do not allow me to establish myself within the palace, so I am absolutely unwilling." Rest assured. With this affirmation, Han Yunming departed contentedly. Ouyang Titi sighed deeply, contemplating the differing choices individuals make, and busied herself with other matters. The lady-in-waiting responsible for the banquet requested her guidance to ensure the flavors were impeccable. Upon inspecting the grand kitchen, Ouyang Titi noted a shortage of ingredients, necessitating her personal venture to the market for procurement. The lady-in-waiting, somewhat incredulous, chuckled, "I come from the palace, where the empress demands exceptionally refined cuisine. Thus, I traveled great distances to assist. If your fish soup fails to delight, I shall not be lenient." Ouyang Titi laughed, having observed the chef's techniques, which were merely oil frying, boiling, and steaming. The flavors varied between light and rich, yet the regional styles bore no significant distinction. With a gentle smile, she remarked, "For instance, the base is succulent. Simply steaming it with scallions, garlic, and soy sauce creates a delightful dish. Likewise, small river fish, when lightly fried, are exceptionally palatable. However, the true nourishment of the fish is not extracted. For those who are frail, only broth can gradually nourish them from within, allowing them to attain the essence of vitality." The lady-in-waiting chuckled, "Everyone praises your fish soup. I fear it may merely be a fleeting novelty from the countryside. Should the soup prove unsatisfactory, I shall be compelled to punish you severely." Ouyang Titi, brimming with confidence, replied with a smile, "In that case, I must inquire. If the soup is lacking, I shall receive the punishment. But if it turns out to be satisfactory, who shall bear the brunt of the punishment then?" The lady-in-waiting winked and laughed. "If everyone is pleased with the fish soup and indulges in it, who will be left to enact the punishment?" The two dissolved into laughter. This lady-in-waiting, named Lin Xinghua, hailed from a family with a legacy of imperial chefs. In her generation, she was the sole female who had to enter the palace. Amidst the numerous regulations of court, the two found a mutual understanding and camaraderie. As they conversed, servants arrived to replenish the cooking ingredients. Ouyang Titi guided the lady-in-waiting with the recipe, noting that the method for the fish soup was quite straightforward. After cleaning the fish, it was seasoned briefly on both sides. The oil was heated in the pan, frying the fish until both sides turned golden. At this moment, the lady-in-waiting Lin Xinghua chuckled, saying, "All right, I comprehend now. All it takes is to add water and your ingredients, simmering them delicately to create a delectable fish soup." Ouyang Titi smiled in response, remarking, "Your eagerness is quite surprising. I truly find it hard to believe that you hail from a family of imperial chefs. If it were that simple, you wouldn't be a lone woman entering this vast palace." Lin Xinghua's beautiful eyes glimmered with a hint of embarrassment as she forced a smile. "I am well aware that the unique recipes of each household are not so easily mastered. However, since we have a free stove at this moment, why not engage in a friendly competition? Let us see which is more favored, the court's fish soup or your rustic recipe." Their light-hearted banter was overheard by the kitchen staff, who eagerly joined in the excitement. Soon, a makeshift stage was set up, with both sides fervently preparing their ingredients. Those boiling water, others chopping scallions, and some busying themselves with seasoning the fish. Lin Xinghua, having never fried fish before, meticulously considered the process and recognized its pivotal role in eliminating the fishy odor. thus she added this step. Following the traditional court recipe, she incorporated various spices and simmered them slowly. Meanwhile, Ouyang Titi fried the fish, then added boiling water to the pot, merely including ginger and cooking wine. She brought it to a vigorous boil before reducing the heat to allow the tofu, scallions, and cilantro to mingle, unveiling a fragrant aroma as the lid was lifted. The broth was rich and creamy, akin to milk. The crowd, captivated by the enticing scent, flocked towards Ouyang Titi's pot of fish soup. In contrast, Lin Xinghua's fish soup, although clear and the fish intact, was judged by the traditional standards as quite good. Yet, the allure of the milky, gelatinous broth, seemingly richer in collagen and nutrients, was undeniable. Without the need for further judgment, Ouyang Titi's fish soup had already won the hearts of all in the kitchen. This dish, personally favored by Prince Rue, had finally garnered unanimous acclaim. Lin Xinghua realized with clarity that the mastery of timing and heat was a crucial element in crafting the soup. Had it not been for Ouyang Titi's guidance, she feared she would have been unable to achieve such a rich broth with the recipe alone. Her admiration for Titi grew, and she warmly engaged in heartfelt conversation. Ouyang Titi, open-hearted, shared numerous culinary insights with Lin Xinghua. As their conversation blossomed, Lin Xinghua proposed, "Since we part ways now, I wonder when we shall meet again. Perhaps we could venture into a small business together? Even a private kitchen specializing in gourmet dishes would suffice, providing us with an excuse to see each other frequently." Ouyang Titi chuckled. Opening a shop and running a business is no trivial endeavor. Moreover, with your busy schedule, how could you find the time to manage a shop? Finding a trustworthy servant to oversee it would be even more challenging. Lin Xinghua's face fell in disappointment. As dusk descended, Ouyang Titi, reminded of matters at home, hurriedly took her leave. The management of the palace was typically lenient. In a secluded area, they overheard the on-duty lady-in-waiting whispering about the latest gossip, that Prince Rue had spoken to the Empress Dowager, expressing his desire to marry the beauty from the fish market. What manner of vulgar woman is the fish market's she-sure, and how has she bewitched the Prince of Rue to the extent of entering his household? How can she possibly shoulder the heavy responsibilities of a matriarch? Yet, before the prince could articulate his thoughts, a eunuch discreetly urged her to be silent. The prince's fondness for the fish market as she-sure had evidently become common knowledge, yet the Empress Dowager still presided over the selection of brides. Regardless of the prince's affections, if she fails to please her mother-in-law, it is of no consequence, especially since the latter harbors no intentions toward her. Ouyang Titi steadied her mind and swiftly departed, for she had no desire to marry. Upon reaching the Crimson Gate, she encountered urgent military news awaiting the Empress Dowager. The imperial guards hurriedly checked identities, and a messenger clad in military attire galloped past, parting the willows and charging directly into the inner courtyard. In but a moment, news spread throughout the palace that the Empress Dowager had hastily established the list of the Prince of Rue's primary consort, the daughter of the county magistrate, Hong Mingyun. Ouyang Titi was taken aback. How pressing must the situation be for the notoriously discerning Empress Dowager to finalize a list with such haste? Chapter 15. Managing the palace, the Empress Dowager had set an urgent return time to the palace, and the secretive matters at hand required extensive preparations. To ensure the safety of the royal entourage, the first wave of personnel had already been dispatched from the ancient city office of Roan County to prioritize the clearing of safe passage. The second group of capable hands had assembled, receiving significant tasks. A guard, jesting, inquired further, prompting a leader to signal with a gesture. Upon witnessing this, everyone straightened and readied themselves, for it was a gag order. Failure to complete the task could result in dire consequences. The finest operatives were gathered in a secure chamber, awaiting orders to mobilize. The families of the guards were also summoned to assist with logistics, cooking, and cleaning, for the officials were fully engaged. Zhao Qinyang, whose husband served as the head chef at the royal palace, was considered a public servant. With her elderly mother taking care of several grandchildren, she was compelled to return to her maternal home, leaving her youngest child behind. Even while carrying an infant, Zhao Qinyang was summoned to assist the guards. She felt a mix of novelty and diligence, striving to earn her husband a good reputation. Those in the kitchen, noticing her industriousness, delightedly invited her from the entrance to help cook, knowing her husband was a palace cook and would impart valuable culinary skills. This shift, amidst the bustling kitchen and the multitude of voices, led Zhao Qinyang to overhear alarming news. Something had gone awry in the palace. Not long after Ouyang Titi's departure, several disappointed maidens who had not been selected began to exchange harsh words, speaking disrespectfully of the Prince of Rue. The moment these words escaped their lips, the attending maidservants and guards were quick to act, apprehending the offending maidens. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the maidens had not departed the palace on time, and the previously lenient management grew increasingly chatty, with an old custodian speculating whether they had been detained by a solitary guard. After all, the Prince of Rue held no regard for them. They might as well remain to warm his bed. Furthermore, there were maidservants who frivolously uttered inappropriate remarks, suggesting the prince was deranged. Even marrying a nightlang would be preferable. Such statements were, of course, a grave transgression. At that moment, the Empress Dowager happened to pass by and was filled with righteous indignation, immediately commanding the clearing of the premises. Upon reflecting on the words of the noble ladies and maidservants, she swiftly drew the conclusion that although her son was the esteemed Prince Rue, he was nonetheless held in contempt by others. In a fit of rage, blood was shed. The palace took action against a group of servants who considered themselves above their station, which ultimately implicated Zhao Qinyang's husband. This man, possessing a keen mind, was aware that the Prince Rue's infatuation with the renowned beauty of the fish market was common knowledge, and that his wife had a slight acquaintance with her. He thus cried out in protest, claiming he was merely a trusted confidant of the prince. Any desire for immediate execution should at least be preceded by consultation with the prince, which caused a delay. When the Prince Rue encountered him, he indeed spared his life, but the urgency of their departure necessitated that he be taken along. When news of the palace's thorough cleansing reached the official residence, Zhao Qinyang was instantly alarmed and hastily resigned from her duties, rushing home. As she ran, her mind raced through those who might be able to assist her, and a beautiful young girl suddenly emerged in her thoughts. Upon returning home, Ouyang Titi found Xiangyang engaged in discussions with her sisters about the possibility of opening a shop. Recently, they had been doing embroidery work for others, merely earning a modest income. If they could afford to rent a shop and take turns overseeing it, the potential earnings would undoubtedly exceed those from their current tasks. However, the sisters hesitated, apprehensive of the potential harassment outside, and were unable to reach a decision. After listening intently, Ouyang Titi discovered that the ancient city of Rhone County already had numerous embroidery shops. Without fixed orders, the market for their creations would be precarious. Despite the skill of her stepmother and sisters, it was not of the highest caliber. In essence, they faced severe competition. Renting a shop and purchasing a large quantity of materials without guaranteed sales could lead to financial ruin. Xiangyang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, recognized the negative reputation associated with commerce, but was unprepared for the assessment of risks involved in business. With a resigned sigh, she urged her sisters to tidy themselves and prepare to leave swiftly. She had already learned that their father might be passing through the area on the official road that day. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting an impending dusk, the air turned colder, prompting shivers. The lonely women of the Ouyang family deliberately smudged their faces with dirt to appear less presentable and locked their door, waiting by the official road. After a prolonged wait, just past noon, a convoy of officials escorting prisoners approached. Several women and children hurried forward and beheld Ouyang Zimu, gaunt and shackled, clad in thin prison garb that, despite its dark color, barely concealed the stains of blood. Upon seeing this, Xiangyang broke into tears. She had resolved to remarry a man of gentle demeanor and scholarly disposition, someone who had never endured such humiliation. Originally a widow, Xiangyang had personally delivered Ouyang Titi. An old diviner had foretold that the girl she nurtured would become a person of great importance, and that her marriage would indeed bring true fortune to Xiangyang. She married Lord Ouyang with a tranquil heart, and now the cries of her daughters echoed like thunder. Ouyang Zimu gently reassured them, saying, "Do not weep. I have received news from a fellow in the capital indicating that the Empress Dowager intends to grant a general amnesty. My journey to the capital is merely to quell the anger of the Prince of Jailing. With the passage of time, all will be well. The sobs of the women and children ceased abruptly. However, an officer nearby sneered, "You reside in a prison. How could you possibly communicate with the officials in the capital? Are you implying we are incompetent?" Ouyang Zimu's expression turned frosty. He cast a glance at the officer and replied, "The emperor is wise, and the Empress Dowager is benevolent. My words bear no falsehood. It is you who extinguish all hope, leaving our entire family without a glimmer of expectation. What is your intent?" The officer, a rough man, felt somewhat humiliated by the retort and hastened to proceed. Ouyang Zimu sighed deeply. "Surely, you're unaware of the cyclical nature of fortune." The officer glanced around and scoffed. "Yet I have heard of the calamity brought by beautiful women. Your household is filled with such, indicating that your misfortunes are predestined." Ouyang Titi, indignant, attempted several times to retort but was restrained by her stepmother. The prison cart was set to depart. The women followed, wailing for several kilometers, their cries resounding. As the cart neared the edge of the jurisdiction, the officers changed shifts, and the particularly ill-tempered one took a rest in the carriage, leaving two others who appeared more amiable and were easier to converse with. Xiangyang implored the officers for leniency, allowing the family to approach the prison cart for a few words. Ouyang Zimu, tears streaming down his face, sighed, "Enough. You should return. I have taken 2 wives, yet have not fathered a single son. If there were any matters, it would not result in such a lack of support." Xiangyang cried even louder, lamenting her inability to bear children for Lord Ouyang, having only brought forth daughters who could do nothing but consume food. The sisters wept, reproaching themselves, "Father, it is our fault. We blame the children for not marrying early. Had there been a suitor, they could have shared your burdens. It is our fault for being too choosy, leading to failed engagements." Ouyang Zimu, disheveled and teary-eyed, watched his weeping wife and daughters follow the prison cart. His stepmother was indeed beautiful, retaining her charm, while his 4 stepdaughters, nearly grown and of similar stature, blossomed into graceful young women. Yet, if one were to speak of beauty, his own daughter, Ouyang Titi, surpassed them all. Though simply dressed, her resolute brow and serene, radiant face could easily be recognized amidst the bustling crowd. He called Ouyang Titi over. "Titi, take good care of yourself." The father gazed at her with tear-filled eyes, beckoning her to lean closer, imparting important counsel. Ouyang Titi's heart ached with the merging of their souls. The 14-year-old Ouyang Titi felt her father's deep affection and understood his worries for her. At that moment, she heard her father whispering urgently, "You must avoid drawing attention to yourself. Do you remember the incident a year ago when you fell into the water? That was when the heir of Jailing harassed you on the bridge. On my recent visit for medical consultation, I indeed overheard the whispers of the young lord." Chapter 16. A Storm Arises. That day, Ouyang Zimu, adhering to the appointed hour, made his way to the study to take the pulse of the heir of Jailing County. Due to a prior arrangement, the guards did not obstruct his entry, allowing him to step inside directly. As he turned past the verdant grove, just as he was about to enter the study, he caught the sound of the young lord's laughter. "That Miss Ouyang is hardly worthy of my hand in marriage. She is merely a fleeting amusement." A surge of indignation coursed through Ouyang Zimu's veins. The Ouyang clan is not numerous, and the reference to Miss Ouyang clearly alluded to his own family's esteemed daughter. However, he restrained his anger, slowing his steps to eavesdrop on their conversation. Inside, the aides were laughing even more boisterously. The heir, originally content to observe the fish in the water, has stumbled upon a beauty. Such a fateful encounter is truly a match made in heaven. How could one not wish to marry her? The young lord lowered his voice, uttering some unflattering remarks, which only prompted further laughter from within. One aide remarked, "That aside, with no male heirs in the family, it seems the Ouyang family will have to rely on this son-in-law for their old age. While the toil is not to be lamented, it will be quite challenging should he find himself disenchanted and wish to part ways." The young lord burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, that is precisely the case. Yet, alas, the young lady's beauty is truly heart-wrenching. I find myself unable to resist the urge to converse with her. Such affection, even if momentary, suffices for me. Unable to contain himself any longer, Ouyang Zimu stormed out. The raucous laughter inside was so unrestrained that none noticed his departure. Upon returning to the outer hall, he observed that the guards had since regained their composure. Leaving in anger would only arouse their suspicion, leading them to speculate about what he had overheard. It would be wiser to boldly enter and conduct the examination, addressing the matter later. Haunted by his inner turmoil, he deliberately delayed the treatment, gradually veering off course. Nevertheless, the diagnosis remained largely accurate. He observed that the patient's condition had shown slight improvement, only to deteriorate once more. The young lord had previously expressed doubts and had consulted several renowned physicians for a joint diagnosis. Yet, when it comes to handling this plague, Ouyang Zimu remained unmatched. As the days passed within the jailing duke's residence, the heir's survival ensured that Ouyang Titi remained under his scrutiny. Her beauty blossomed with the passage of time, and her status as a noble lady did little to deter the young lord. Rather, he perceived her as a rare treasure. During that period, Ouyang Zimu frequently heard the aides of Jailing County speak candidly, referring to his daughter as the young lord's chosen little goldfish. This was no mere ornamental goldfish. She was, in truth, the precious jewel of her father's heart. How could he covet her so? Hearing these words, Ouyang Titi felt a profound sadness. Her father, a masterful physician renowned for saving lives, had become embroiled in a scandal, with rumors swirling that Ouyang Zimu had inadvertently caused the death of the heir. This was an unspoken acknowledgement of the harsh reality. Her father, with the heart of a healer, had uncovered the enemy that nearly led to his daughter's demise. Father, he is doing this intentionally, harboring a death wish, embarking on a path of no return. As for the events of that fateful day, they are shrouded in uncertainty. Upon this reflection, Ouyang Titi, feeling a surge of determination, cast a glance at the increasingly impatient officer and inquired, if that is the case. I cannot help but believe that the heir's ailment has been exacerbated by delays in treatment. The prescription you provided, I fear, was not adhered to as it should have been. Any dietary restrictions would surely have undermined the efficacy of the medication. Ouyang Zimu nodded and replied with measured calmness. He harbors certain grievances against me. Thus, his compliance with the treatment may have been compromised. Ultimately, I cannot evade my share of responsibility in this matter. Yet, let it be. Turning gently to Xiang Yang, he continued, Madam, your steadfast loyalty to me has brought you much suffering. Henceforth, should you find a man to your liking, do follow him. It suffices that you look after Titi and ensure she does not endure humiliation. It was a solemn act of entrustment. Tears cascaded down Xiang Yang's cheeks. A woman should not marry thrice. Summoning her courage, she had resolved to marry him, and the thought of marrying again, even to someone unkind, filled her with dread at the notion of separation. Many tales within illustrated books spoke of women who remarried thrice. They bore children, donned their armor, and yet suffered greatly, enduring inhumane torment. At this juncture, the nation had only recently emerged from a century of war. Although the sovereign was no longer young, he was of legitimate lineage and had established his authority. Nevertheless, even after ascending the throne, the vassal states remained restless, necessitating strict and severe laws. Thus, while general offenders were spared from capital punishment, they could still lose their official positions and face sentences, often enduring gruesome corporal punishment. Such penalties could inflict unbearable agony, driving even the luckiest survivors to despair upon confronting their marked faces and crippled bodies. Father, I have a question for you, Ouyang Titi began. Is it true that such punishments have indeed been enacted? Is it not a matter of injustice? You mean to say that your offense is relatively minor, yet the severity of the law forces you toward death. Is that correct? Ouyang Zimu, upon noticing the glimmer in his beloved daughter's beautiful eyes, heard her articulate inquiry. If the Ministry of Justice were to amend the laws, then surely you would be saved, wouldn't you? Ouyang Zimu's face betrayed a fleeting, awkward smile. The young sovereign lacked the political acumen to undertake such a monumental reform. Any misstep could plunge the realm into chaos. Though the hope was dim, He responded gently, logically, yes. If the laws were amended, I would be spared. Ouyang Titi, imbued with youthful fervor, glowed with determination beneath the sun's rays. It is in human hands, father. I understand now. I shall prepare immediately. As the prison cart creaked and faded into the distance, the sun blinked and vanished behind the distant mountains. Stepmother Xiangyang wiped her tears and, accompanied by her daughters, made her way home. En route, they passed a school, the very place where Lord Ouyang had once taken Ouyang Titi to visit her teacher, He Zhixio. Ouyang Titi requested her stepmother to wait a moment as she wished to bid farewell to her teacher and to request a letter of introduction, which would facilitate her identification at the local magistrate's office. He Zhixio, a humble yet respected teacher in the countryside, quickly understood Ouyang Titi's intentions and promptly penned a letter of introduction, sending her off with a warm farewell. Upon reaching the doorway, teacher He Zhixio was utterly alarmed, as he beheld a group of horse-riding ruffians galloping past Xiangyang's vicinity on the nearby grassy slope. The riders, moving at a breakneck speed, prompted a young girl to rise and shield those seated upon the ground, fearing they had gone unnoticed. Little did she know that this act of protection would summon a calamity of monumental proportions. In a swift motion, one of the ruffians bent low, flung a lasso, and expertly abducted one of the girls, galloping away with her in tow. The entire sequence unfolded with remarkable fluidity. The ensnared girl could only manage a fleeting scream before her mouth was silenced, pinned helplessly upon the horse's back. Ouyang Titi, upon hearing the commotion, pursued them, only to witness Xiangyang, her eyes ablaze with fury, leading her sisters in a desperate chase, flinging shoes, hairpins, and stones at the fleeing miscreants. However, barefoot and unable to keep pace with the mounted assailants, they could only watch in despair as the villains vanished into the distance. The grief-stricken Xiangyang, having lost her daughter, felt the world spin around her and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 17. The heart-wrenching loss of Qixia as the ruffians sped past. Ouyang Titi summoned her strength to hurl a stone she had hastily grasped, which merely struck the horse's leg with a light thud. The steed neighed in distress. Yet the scoundrels continued their flight. In that fleeting moment, Ouyang Titi managed to discern the assailant's features, tall and familiar despite being masked. Clearly, he was one of the infamous gang led by Qiu Rong. Her heart twisted in turmoil, knowing this enmity would not end easily. Teacher He Zhixio hurriedly instructed the family to assist the unconscious Madame Ouyang back to their home for care. Nearby villagers, witnessing the unfolding tragedy, had already sent word to the authorities. Ouyang Titi glanced around, realizing the absence of her elder sister, Ouyang Qixia. Following Xiangyang's remarriage, the children had adopted their stepfather's surname for the sake of registration. Among them, elder sister Ouyang Qixia, sensitive and composed, often looked after her younger siblings. It was unfathomable that she, yet unmarried, had fallen prey to these ruffians. The prospects for her safety appeared grim. Teacher He Zhixio anxiously directed the family to care for the fainted Xiangyang while calling for the village chief to bear witness for a report to the officials. He also dispatched someone to fetch a doctor, but the youth returned with disheartening news. No one dared to practice medicine at that hour. What use was education? What worth had a healer? Teacher He Zhixio paced frantically in the courtyard, stomping his feet and sighing deeply, nearly pulling out his white beard in frustration. This family had endured such misfortune. First, the father's incident, then the daughter's broken engagement, and now the abduction by ruffians. Who else would fall victim to fate's cruel hand? Only heaven knew how to navigate such calamities. Ouyang Titi trailed behind him, tugging at his sleeve persistently. Teacher He Zhixio halted, inquiring, "Why do you keep pulling at my garment, my dear girl?" Clearly, she had something of significance to convey. Renowned for his astute reasoning and understanding of human affairs, Teacher, he was a person of integrity. One could trust him with their matters without hesitation. Tears brimming in her eyes and her brow furrowed, Ouyang Titi lifted her small face and implored, "Teacher, you are acquainted with the officials. Could you inquire for me? I have a plan to pursue my sister." Teacher, he, half convinced, leaned down, yet was taken aback when the blossoming young lady whispered, the Empress Dowager. Teacher He's eyes widened in astonishment. How audacious! Ouyang Titi earnestly declared, I shall go to the county office to beat the drum and plead my case. You must relay this news to the Empress Dowager. Her heart is benevolent, and she would surely not turn a blind eye to a young woman being seized by villains in broad daylight. The Imperial Guards must possess the means to track down my sister. Teacher He's face paled. He had heard whispers of the events from the previous night. The Ouyang family was isolated and helpless, yet in the dead of night, assistance had arrived to fend off the ruffians led by Qiu. How could Ouyang Titi presume the Empress Dowager would come to her aid? Resolutely, Ouyang Titi asserted, the Empress Dowager has traveled a great distance to select a consort for Prince Rue. Her kind-hearted nature assures me she will champion justice for a common girl like myself. Moreover, the young women on the road could potentially be participants in the spring blossom banquet at the palace. At such a critical moment, she has no reason to dismiss my plight. Moved by her fervor, teacher he was persuaded. He activated his network of disciples cultivated over several years and swiftly learned of Qiu's whereabouts. Within a mere quarter of an hour, a messenger arrived breathlessly with news. In a twist of fate, the constabulary had tracked the ruffians, discovering that as they fled eastward across a river, they were obstructed by a villager fishing nearby. This delay had left traces of their passage. Now, by following the trail of blood left by the villain, they could pursue them. The authorities had even dispatched hounds. And with sufficient manpower, it was feared they could soon catch up. The informant elaborated on the situation. It turned out that Qiu and his band had captured a beautiful maiden and, in their exhilaration, had fled. These miscreants had deliberately chosen secluded paths to evade detection and had taken care to twist their route to shake off pursuers, a clear attempt at counter-surveillance. When they reached a stream and crossed a stone bridge, the leader, taking a swig from a flask, tossed the empty container in the wrong direction to mislead those in pursuit. This ruse was expertly crafted, and ordinarily, it would have effectively diverted any ordinary tracker. Yet fortune smiled upon the situation. The flask landed beneath a bridge arch, where a fisherman clad in a gray poncho lay. Due to the narrowness of the arch, only half of his legs were exposed to the biting winter wind. The flask struck his ankle, jolting him awake. As he blinked away the sleep, he noticed the tearful eyes of the maiden, Qixia. Something stirred within him, prompting him to pursue the fleeing group. Qiu, realizing their cover was blown, took Qixia as a hostage, compelling the fisherman to retreat. Unfazed by the hostage, the fisherman continued his pursuit with bare hands and unwavering resolve. Qiu, infuriated by the villagers' defiance, barked an order. You must retreat, or I shall return another day to deal with your entire family. The fisherman shouted something at the riverbank, inciting Qiu's fury further, prompting him to turn and ride after the man, intent on claiming his head. As several ruffians spurred their horses to follow, it aligned perfectly with the fisherman's intentions. Instead of fleeing towards the official road, he veered towards the riverbank, leading Qiu and his gang to believe he intended to leap into the water to escape. On such a frigid day, the river's surface had frozen, but the ice was far from solid. With a single leap, one could easily be captured. Just as the fisherman appeared to be caught, he deftly veered away from the riverbank and began to run along its edge, seizing the momentum generated by the howling winds. A multitude of fishing nets scattered from the parched reeds, ensnaring the ruffians. Coincidentally, a few villagers happened to pass by, and upon witnessing the injustice, they drew their blades to assist, successfully rescuing the young woman. The villagers intended to bind the miscreants and report them to the authorities. However, the ruffian, Qiu, wielded his weapons with such sharpness that he swiftly severed the fishing nets and made his escape unscathed. Bloodstains littered the ground, a testament to the ferocity of the struggle. The villagers, who had been in pursuit, confirmed the scene from a distance. The rescued Qixia, though saved, concealed her face in tears, while the fisherman, from his hiding place in a tree hollow, seemed to exchange some words with her before they departed together. Ouyang Titi felt a surge of anxiety, wishing she could instantly fly to the scene. She asked Teacher He to accompany her to the riverbank for a closer look. The site was in disarray, with only faint traces of blood remaining on the sandy ground. The reeds swayed in the wind, appearing even shorter than usual. Ouyang Titi felt a pang of concern as she checked the fishing nets she had laid out, only to find them entirely absent. At that moment, when someone had fallen into the water upstream, she had ensured the nets covered the fishing stakes to the utmost extent. Now, they were nowhere to be found. This individual must possess a remarkable skill in utilizing the terrain and resources to their advantage. Chapter 18. A glimmer of clue as twilight descended. The river was cloaked in darkness, with the flickering torchlight resembling insignificant fireflies illuminating but a small patch. After repeatedly inquiring with the villagers who had bravely intervened, they all recounted their panic, describing Chiu Rong as a fearsome figure, armed and unpredictable. They were all on guard against his retaliation, leaving them uncertain about what the fisherman had actually said to Qixia. Nonetheless, one villager, who had stood slightly closer, vaguely remembered a phrase spoken during the chaos. Ouyang Titi regarded this as a crucial clue, listening intently as the villager seemed to articulate his recollection with a nasal tone, emphasizing the consonants while lightly pronouncing the vowels. Her keen interest prompted someone nearby to regain their focus and softly interject that it seemed not to be a dialect from their region, but rather a foreign language. Among the officials present, there were varied tongues. Upon hearing this, one urged the villager to reflect deeply, hoping he might recall additional words. Regrettably, he could only recollect that single phrase, which was likely ambiguous at best. He repeated it, and the official's expression shifted suddenly. It appeared that this case might come to a standstill, not due to a lack of will from the authorities, but rather because the scope was too vast. Ouyang Titi, alarmed, interjected to stop the man. Recognizing her, the official, clad in official garb, wore a wry smile and implored the young lady to show mercy. Asserting his powerlessness in the matter, Ouyang Titi pressed him, asking how the miscreants could still be within their jurisdiction, yet he claimed they could not act. What logic was this? The official, noting the crowd's chatter, motioned for Ouyang Titi to lean in closer and whispered, "This involves international diplomacy, far beyond the purview of local officials. It solely rests upon how our superiors choose to handle it." In haste, he returned to report. The villagers were in an uproar, yet the truth remained undeniable. The individual encountered by Qixia was from a foreign land, rendering the search exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, with the limited manpower of the constabulary, it was simply impossible to establish checkpoints on every pathway. While one might criticize the authorities for inaction, the officials staunchly insisted that Qixia had willingly followed the stranger. This matter, akin to elopement, fell under the realm of personal virtue, a domain where even the most upright magistrate finds it difficult to intervene. Moreover, other rumors swiftly spread throughout the village, bearing scandalous implications that Qixia had been sullied and thus felt unworthy to return home, opting instead to flee with the stranger. Such implications raised the question: when faced with adversity, could one truly be unable to return home? Ouyang Titi, recalling the elder sister's gentle and amiable nature, pondered the sudden crisis befalling Qixia, who had been nurtured in seclusion. Surely, she must be enduring profound distress, prompting Titi to resolve to retrieve her for Xiangyang's sake. As the villagers had long retired for the evening, having engaged in a flurry of activity, it was now late. Teacher He Zheshio's household was modest, and with the support of the community, everyone endeavored to assist as best they could. However, after a taxing day, hunger soon gnawed at their stomachs. They had anticipated returning home with a resolution to quench their thirst with mere water. However, upon their return to Teacher He's courtyard, they were greeted by an intoxicating aroma of food. The villagers were taken aback. Upon entering the courtyard, they beheld several young ladies from the Ouyang family, invigorated and diligently preparing a large pot of fish soup. Nearby, a fire crackled, and the enticing scent of grilled fish wafted through the air, tantalizing their senses. When Teacher He noticed the return of the villagers, he welcomed them to gather around the fire, serving them warm fish soup and grilled fish, gradually easing the tension of the day. This comforting meal brought immense goodwill to the community, and news of the Ouyang sisters' plight, coupled with the delicious fish soup and grilled fish, spread rapidly. It was confirmed that a certain young man had just returned from Teacher Hes, having enjoyed the fish soup, suggesting that the Ouyang family was likely tirelessly searching for their missing sister. At such times, food is the essence of life for the common folk. During occasions of joy or sorrow, sharing a meal signifies deep bonds. The Ouyang family's willingness to share their food inspired many villagers who, unable to sleep from hunger, ventured out with torches in search of news, at least hoping to return with a taste of the fish soup. As the villagers mobilized, tidings arrived an hour later. Miscreants had harmed a few individuals, but knowing they could not have escaped far, they headed straight for the border. If the border guards conducted a thorough investigation, they would surely bring these criminals to justice. Thus, the urgency of the pursuit became paramount. The whereabouts of elder Sister Qixia, who had followed a stranger, remained unknown, amplifying the need for the authorities to dispatch additional personnel to ascertain her fate. Petitions to the Empress Dowager, though seemingly futile, transformed into a glimmer of hope. Teacher He's wife had relatives acquainted with those serving in the palace, and after much persuasion, they indeed obtained news of the Empress Dowager's travels. Upon receiving this information, Ouyang Titi immediately mounted her horse and, under the cover of night, hastened to the palace. Unexpectedly, the palace found itself in turmoil as the palace maids and ladies spoke indiscreetly, inciting the wrath of the Empress Dowager, who ordered a thorough purge. The guards were reinforced, with numerous skilled defenders surrounding the palace like an iron fortress. Ouyang Titi was in a state of distress, pondering that the Empress Dowager and Prince Rue had likely departed, leaving only the imperial kitchen's female officials to manage matters. However, her request to see Lady Lin Xinghua was met with rejection. Just then, a rotating guard, who recognized her, came into play. Earlier that afternoon, he had been unable to eat due to his duties, and in the ensuing confusion, his companions assumed he had already dined, leaving him without a meal. Starving, he found solace in the fragrant fish soup that Ouyang Titi and Lin Xinghua had been preparing. Upon seeing her, he recalled the aroma of the soup and softened his demeanor. As for the female official, she had already departed with the Empress Dowager, as one must remain close when the need arises. He advised her to return, stating that outsiders were prohibited from approaching due to the ongoing affairs to avoid misunderstandings. With no other options, Ouyang Titi could only gaze from a distance, feeling the cold wind brush past her, accompanied by an unusual scent reminiscent of the fish market's distinct odor. At a time when the selection of concubines should have been filled with merriment and the aroma of feasts, the palace was instead cloaked in an eerie silence, with flickering lights betraying an unsettling atmosphere. Summoning her courage, she approached, invoking the name of the fish market's beauty to inquire about the banquet's fish soup. However, she found that all the staff had been replaced by palace experts, and not a single familiar face remained among the servants. Someone coldly commanded her to leave at once, accusing her of prying for information, threatening immediate execution. Ouyang Titi gasped, realizing that aside from the trusted individuals who had been taken away, the rest had likely been purged as well. This situation was undoubtedly a consequence of the Empress Dowager's departure. With her thoughts occupied by her elder sister's plight, she turned her horse and hurried toward the main road out of the city. As she rode past the fish market, she encountered Zhao Qiliang, a farmer from whom she had borrowed firewood previously, rushing out in disarray. Fearing a collision, Ouyang Titi swiftly reined in her horse. Zhao Qiliang collapsed in fright, believing she would be trampled, only to find the horse halted with a loud neigh. Recognizing her as the resourceful beauty from the fish market, Zhao Qiliang could not hold back her tears, crying for help. Though Ouyang Titi was in a hurry and initially reluctant to intervene, she felt compelled to inquire further upon seeing Zhao Qiliang's distress. Through her tears, Zhao Qiliang recounted the palace purge and her husband's absence overnight, expressing her anguish upon hearing that he had been executed. In her desperation, she had rushed out, disheveled, to seek news. As Ouyang Titi contemplated the situation, she concluded that Zhao Qiliang was likely a capable confidant, possibly taken along with others of the emperor's inner circle. In her haste, she probably hadn't had the chance to relay any information to her family. Such a cold and ruthless method could never have been the intention of Prince Rue. However, with the Empress Dowager present, one cannot say for certain. Ouyang Titi consoled Zhao Qinyang, mindful of her young child, and refrained from disclosing her intention to pursue the Empress Dowager, hastily departing instead. After traversing several winding paths for half the night, she finally caught sight of the shadowy procession of the Empress Dowager's carriage. The figure at the rear, leaning and peering through the carriage window, was none other than Zhao Qinyang's husband. Ouyang Titi felt a sense of relief. Though accompanying royalty was akin to walking with a tiger, it was not without its warmth. Zhao Qinyang's husband, with a keen gaze, spotted Ouyang Titi from afar and immediately rallied his companions with a few whispered words, after which their figures vanished without a trace. Chapter 19. Encounter with the Empress Dowager with the assistance of Master He and the officials. Ouyang Titi swiftly located the Empress Dowager's carriage, which was set to depart into the night. As the common folk settled for the night, the procession, clad in fine attire, hastened towards the capital. The carriage was understated yet constructed with remarkable sturdiness, and within, a warm stove flickered, releasing fragrant incense that wafted through the air. Unexperienced, I could discern that the driver and accompanying attendants possessed exceptional skills. Yunze Zhao Wu and his mother sat inside the carriage. A basin of winter pears placed to the right and a dim oil lamp casting a soft glow. Both were attired in the simple clothing customary for officials' families. The elderly matron donned a dark red cotton coat adorned with auspicious patterns, her tranquil face remaining silent. Yunze Zhao Wu wore a jade-colored long robe, the subtle dark patterns at the collar accentuating his handsome features. He attentively listened to the most tedious admonition he had ever encountered. Preposterous. Such behavior must not be repeated. As a mother, I admonish you. You are returning to the capital, yet you foolishly attempt to leave the palace secretly. Do you not remember your station? Yunze Zhao Wu, looking quite aggrieved, whispered in defense. I left the palace because I had matters to attend to. I haven't even said farewell to Miss Ouyang. I must bid her farewell before I depart. The Empress Dowager, both angry and amused, exclaimed, preposterous. What is your station, and what is hers? She nearly swallowed the words that hovered on the tip of her tongue. Although Yunze Zhao Wu was somewhat dense, he felt an increasing sense that something significant must have occurred within the palace. Otherwise, the Empress Dowager would never exhibit such patience in teaching him about his identity. With the Emperor brother above him, he, a leisurely prince, was indeed the greatest support to his twin brother. The Empress Dowager regarded her son sternly, seeing him still earnest. She continued, 3 years ago, when your elder brother ascended the throne, a matter of great significance, you chose to go missing from the palace. That was my fault. Since your birth, I have never afforded you a single day of leisure. At that time, you were merely a prince, and the impact was not severe. Now that you have grown, I have heard that you're sneaking out daily to play. Do you not value your life? Even a child should understand the rules. You are of royal blood. Remember your purpose from birth. If you had any sense of responsibility, you would not act so recklessly. Yunze Zhao Wu lowered his head, then lifted it again, tentatively inquiring, Empress Mother, I wish to leave a letter for her. If I am quite fond of a girl, is it permissible to take her as my wife? He still harbored thoughts for that fish-selling maiden. He was even contemplating a letter to declare his affection. The Empress cast a stern glance at the captain of the Imperial Guards stationed by the curtain, before gently addressing her son. That is impossible. You carry your own responsibilities. Even your elder brother, the Emperor, cannot indulge in whims regarding marriage. Royal unions must be strategically aligned with political equilibrium. When one faction of ministers is weak, the Emperor marries their daughter, while if a faction grows too powerful, their daughters must be neglected, ensuring balance through the imperial harem. Your brother is weary. I shall escort you back to the palace. You must comport yourself as your brother would, without uttering a word. Do you understand? Prince Rue appeared oblivious, his countenance enveloped in disappointment. The one he admired was now the fish-selling beauty at the market, of a status akin to a servant, beneath the notice of the Empress. After a long moment of contemplation, he finally acquiesced with a nod. Ouyang Titi was pursuing the caravan when suddenly, Zhao Qiliang's husband intercepted her in a secluded area. In a few brief exchanges, he conveyed the intention that if they wished for the Empress's assistance, they must align with her desires. Ouyang Titi, perplexed, inquired, what does it mean to align with the Empress regarding matters of the common people's safety? Zhao, Qi Liang's husband, having been granted passage to the capital, held some influence. He regarded the young woman approaching on horseback through the night, her hair slightly disheveled, yet her visage radiating vigor. He comprehended Prince Rue's implication. To become a confidant, one must aid him. He recalled his wife's words, treat this young lady well. She may yet become a person of significance in our family. He spoke slowly. The Empress's intent, of course, prioritizes the state and Prince Rue. Having concluded their conversation, they departed. Meanwhile, within the carriage, the Empress had patiently instructed Yunze Zhao Wu for an extended period, finally suppressing his insistent desire to take his leave. As the moon dipped in the west, fatigue overtook her, prompting her to slightly close her eyes for rest. Just as she did, she unexpectedly fell asleep. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, stirring her from slumber. A respectful voice from outside announced, "A young lady is calling out for justice," blocking the carriage. Peering through the curtain, the Empress recognized the fish market beauty by the faint glow of the lantern. She covered her face with a veil and coldly commanded, "The daughter of a trader is bound to bring endless troubles. We are out in public. It will be most inconvenient. If she cries for justice, we must depart immediately." Few young women would dare travel at night. Yunze Zhao, who had already spotted Ouyang Titi, his gaze lingering longingly upon her. She was the sole girl who had captured his heart. In the sunlight, she had donned a water-blue cotton robe, her charming butterfly hairdos somewhat tousled, resembling the chaotic state his mother had alluded to. Indeed, the daughter of a trader, a person of lowly status, who would likely bring considerable trouble. She was not someone he could pursue. He gently lowered his eyelids. His mother had told him that he must behave to preserve the throne and safeguard the lives of his kin. The coachman, however, respectfully conveyed a message. "Madam, the young lady ahead claims to be praying for her father and distributing good fortune rice dumplings for travelers along the way." The Empress Dowager's tone softened slightly as she inquired, "What are these good fortune dumplings?" The coachman replied with deference, "They're a local delicacy made from glutinous rice. Due to the plague, Lord Ouyang has specially instructed the local populace to extract juice from certain wild herb to create these green medicinal dumplings, which, when consumed continuously, can enhance physical health and ward off the plague. The epidemic in this vicinity has been significantly contained, thus these good fortune dumplings should indeed be quite beneficial." The expression on the Empress Dowager's face could no longer be concealed. Clad in luxurious silks befitting her position, she felt a duty to oversee the welfare of her young sons. Sighing, she summoned Ouyang's wife and daughter to the carriage, for she had inquiries to make. Ouyang Titi was elated. Having previously experienced the Empress Dowager's merciless and cold demeanor, she now saw hope in the fact that the Empress Dowager was willing to personally inquire. Through the curtain, Ouyang Titi answered all questions, revealing the details of her prayers for her father and elder sister to the noble woman in the carriage. Yunze Zhaowu listened quietly to that familiar voice, the painful tale unfolding from the lips of the person involved, imbued with an unsettling cruelty. He instinctively tightened his grip on the carriage's handrail, biting his lip. It was his own fault for possessing an average intellect and failing to excel in anything. His mother's gaze, half smiling yet filled with warning and a hint of sympathy, rested on her son's still youthful visage. After a prolonged silence, Yunze Zhaowu finally spoke. "If I cannot meet her once more before I depart, I cannot acquiesce to your request." The Empress Dowager scrutinized her son's expression, sensing sincerity, and smiled as she replied, "From now on, remember your words. Remember your station. Go." Yunze Zhaowu alighted from the carriage and met Ouyang Titi. Chapter 20. Farewell. In the gentle glow of the lantern, Yunze Zhaowu observed the young lady before him with great care. Ouyang Titi, preoccupied with matters of the palace, respectfully performed a grand bow to Prince Rue in accordance with etiquette. Her demeanor was dignified and graceful, a stark contrast to the girl who had desperately leaped into the water to pull him to safety that day. They exchanged glances, rendered speechless. After a moment of contemplation, Yunze Zhaowu spoke softly. Please wait a moment. They are drafting the travel permit and decree. Ouyang Titi responded with a respectful acknowledgement. The night was cool as water, and even the insects in the winter grass were silent. The lengthy procession moved with remarkable discipline, not a word spoken. Yunze Zhaowu felt an unsettling anxiety and gently explained, I did not intend to deceive you. I mentioned I am Prince Rui earlier. I asked if you knew of him because I feared you were hesitant to speak. I worried that you might have affections for another, which is why I tested you. Prince Rui fell silent, a suspicious flush creeping across his face, thankfully hidden by the night as shadows. Ouyang Titi felt a sudden reverence for this powerful entourage, rendering her unable to utter even a jest. Observing the distance in her expression, Yunze Zhaowu found that the words he longed to say slipped away unspoken. As the moment of parting drew near, the reluctance to say goodbye only deepened. Ouyang Titi quietly retrieved an object from her bosom and handed it to Yunze Zhaowu. It was a sachet, possessing the efficacy to ward off plagues. Take this with you, she instructed. When you return, have someone prepare a few more following this recipe. As spring approaches, there may be various epidemics, and this formula will prove useful. A warmth spread through Yunze Zhaowu's heart as he accepted it. Ouyang Titi then inquired, regarding matters in the palace. Perhaps I should remain silent, but punishments ought to reflect the severity of the crime. The frequent imposition of death penalties and corporal punishment leaves no room for redemption. It is excessively cruel, especially for families and those inadvertently implicated. Yunze Zhaowu, parched, offered a gentle retort. My mother, I fear, acts out of concern for safety. Ouyang Titi lifted her gaze, looking at him with a serene expression. In truth, all humans are born equal, devoid of distinctions of nobility or commonality. A tranquil and happy realm is the hallmark of a wise ruler. Yunze Zhaowu remained silent. Indeed, the notion of equality was profoundly significant to him. In contrast to his illustrious brother, he had never known happiness, yet in Ouyang Titi's eyes, he was always perceived as equal to others. He existed in her gaze, whether standing, squatting, or sitting, experiencing a lifetime of serenity. This sense of tranquility was so profound that he would willingly trade boundless wealth for such freedom. Lastly, Ouyang Titi produced a piece of stationery from her bosom and spoke tenderly. I know that this parting means we shall be worlds apart, making it difficult to meet again. This is a recipe for fish soup. You may give it to your cook, and with a few trials, he will be able to replicate the soup I prepared. Henceforth, do not dwell on me. Simply live as a prince in peace. Prince Rui had promised the empress, and indeed, this farewell marked a moment of profound separation. Tears welled in his eyes, rendering him speechless. In the desolate winter, remnants of snow lingered in the grass, reflecting a glimmer of white light under the lantern's glow. Prince Rui was suddenly compelled to ask a question that had long perplexed him. Miss Ouyang, when you saved me that day, it felt as though I had ventured into hell and then into a dragon palace. Did you witness how the light illuminated the dragon palace? Why do the towering buildings, stretching for dozens of meters, rise unbroken? How can those edifices emit such dazzling light in the night? And how can iron boxes carry people at such swift speeds? Before he could finish, Ouyang Titi's small hand had already covered his mouth. The surprise was evident on her face. Yunze Zhaowu had not glimpsed a dragon palace or hell. What he had seen was unmistakably a vision of the future. Perhaps in that instant, a time tunnel had opened, allowing him a glimpse of what was to come, while she had traversed through time from the future. Yet such extraordinary occurrences were beyond her capacity to acknowledge, unless she were to lose her sanity, willingly binding herself to the flames of revelation. She would never disclose her origin. She regained her composure, concealing her astonishment beneath a playful smile, gradually releasing her hand and saying, in the pitch darkness, Your Highness. Speaking of such things might truly frighten a humble girl. Yunze Zhaowu's profound gaze flickered momentarily before he fell into a contemplative silence. Moments later, a road guide and a decree were passed to him from the carriage. The Empress Dowager's decree commanded the imperial guard to assist the local magistrate in tirelessly pursuing the nefarious individuals who dared to abduct a maiden in broad daylight. The travel permit, personally issued by the Empress Dowager for Ouyang Titi, served as her identification, ensuring her safe passage and protection at every official station along the route, facilitating the journey of this young lady who intended to travel to the capital alone. Having achieved her desired outcome, Ouyang Titi expressed her gratitude, and the noble entourage set off at a swift pace. This decree held the power to mobilize officials across provincial lines, a compelling reason for her to acquiesce to the Empress Dowager's wishes. Zhao Qiliang's husband intercepted her beforehand, conveying the Empress Dowager's intent, a definitive severance, urging her to distance herself from her son as much as possible. The bloodshed at the palace served as a clear indication of this. The Empress Dowager was averse to allowing unrelated individuals to witness any of the secrets of Prince Rue. The officials were in a flurry of activity with Hong Zetian, the county magistrate, unable to focus on his duties throughout the day. His daughter, cherished like a precious gem and raised in the palm of his hand, had taken the lady's advice and entered the selection for the prince's consort. Should she be chosen as the princess of Prince Rue, it would be fortuitous. However, if she were not selected, it would undoubtedly lead to some awkwardness when she sought a husband in the future, given her status as a former candidate. As he pondered these thoughts, a constable presented him with the case of Ouyang's daughter being taken by brigands, but he paid it no heed. The constable, appearing troubled, remarked, "This official duty has not been handled well. It may prove problematic." Hong Zetian, clad in his official robes and preoccupied with his own concerns, did not lift his gaze but replied, "We have severed all ties with the Ouyang family. You should act according to your conscience and handle the matter appropriately." The constables exchanged glances. In the past, Ouyang Zimu had held considerable influence, and it seemed unusual for them to completely cut ties. Hong Zetian settled into his chair, sipping his tea while observing the constable's bewildered expressions. He dismissively instructed, "Go proceed with your duties. I will not make things difficult for you." With the powerful families pressing the case, it is likely that Ouyang Zimu will find it hard to recover. We ought to avoid entangling ourselves in this mire, lest we bring misfortune upon our own children. The constable acknowledged his order and departed, only to return shortly thereafter, initially bearing good news. The delay was due to customary formalities. However, the bad news arrived first as it pertained to public safety. The crowd was jubilant, surrounding the bearer of good tidings in search of red envelopes. Hong Zetian found himself encircled by the well-wishers, all congratulating him on his precious daughter's elevation to the status of princess of Prince Rue. After a brief uproar, his daughter sent word. Suddenly, his daughter Hong Yunming had ascended to the rank of princess, and her trusted confidant had been dispatched to the palace to serve, providing her with some assistance and the means to relay messages. The hurried news from this confidant nearly caused him to lose grip of his teacup. He received but a single phrase: "Father, please bear with the Ouyang family's case. Those close to Prince Rue have declared that he holds only Ouyang Titi in his esteem." The confidant elaborated, explaining that the fool from the fish market, who had lingered outside, was none other than Prince Rue himself. It was reported that the prince's affection for Ouyang Titi had not sprouted recently. Such words, uttered lightly, were no jest. The father's heart was a tumult of emotions, filled with bitterness and sorrow. The precious pearl of the family, just recently wed, was evidently relegated to the status of a cold palace. On Zetian wore a stiff smile, compelled to maintain his official duties while anxiously trailing behind to escort his daughter as she departed, regrettably missing the chance to bid her farewell. Upon returning home after marrying off his beloved daughter, he and his wife were left in a daze, lost in thought for quite some time. In the dead of night, a swift horseman from the authorities arrived with an edict from the Empress Dowager. He quickly roused himself and promptly dispatched men to collaborate with the elite imperial guards in an all-out pursuit. The Ouyang family also received word from Hong Yuming's envoy. Ouyang Qixia, the eldest sister, had been rescued by a passerby, who turned out to be a Xiongnu. Hong Yunming, aware that the heart of Prince Rue was not set upon her, cleverly sought to curry favor with Ouyang Titi through this news. As for the future, they would take it as it comes. As dawn broke, the latest news from the authorities arrived. The Imperial Guards had apprehended one accomplice. Yet Xiao Rong and 4 others had managed to escape. The captured individual disclosed that the girl had been grievously mistreated, and their group had fortuitously encountered Xiongnu, who rescued Qixia, but her whereabouts remained unknown. Further inquiries were met with the unfortunate demise of the weak captive. The Ouyang family was enveloped in gloom upon receiving this news, yet Titi's journey to the capital could not be delayed. Unless Lord Ouyang was exonerated, the women of the family would have no protection. Titi prepared herself, disguised as a servant delivering family messages, riding day and night for several days until she finally arrived in the capital, where she uncovered significant news. The emperor was gravely ill, and the Empress Dowager intended to grant amnesty to the realm in hopes of blessing the emperor. This rumor, which spread throughout the capital, was promptly refuted that very afternoon. As the emperor, who had been absent for several days, appeared in court as usual, albeit with a rather peculiar demeanor. For the Ouyang family, the long-anticipated amnesty had turned out to be but a fleeting mirage. Chapter 21. New developments in the capital. If anyone knew of the emperor's peculiar state, it would be the court officials. After vanishing for 3 days and 4 nights, the emperor finally returned to court to attend to state affairs, bringing an end to the shocking incident of his disappearance. He appeared distinctly altered. Once filled with wisdom and strategic prowess, he now seemed like a mere empty vessel, indecisive and hesitant. The ministers stood in orderly rows, their voices echoing a resounding "Long live the emperor," casting furtive glances at him. Clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, the emperor's complexion bore no signs of illness, his demeanor composed and content, radiating a strikingly handsome visage. Despite having been unwell, his voice was somewhat cold and youthful, as if his absence had merely been a brief respite for the officials. He offered no explanations, as if he had committed no wrongdoing. Coincidentally, a tribute of jewels arrived from a vassal state. The emperor, guided by the ceremonial eunuch beside him, eloquently issued commands for rewards and the proper reception of the treasures, which were to be deposited in the royal treasury. After a moment's contemplation, he smiled at his court ministers, proclaiming, "The greatest treasures of our nation are you." The ministers, who often feared for their heads, were momentarily taken aback. They were considered treasures? Such a notion was unprecedented in history. This statement was particularly endearing. Perhaps the Empress Dowager had instructed him beforehand. A wise ruler regards his ministers as jewels. Such words could only be uttered by a ruler of extraordinary caliber. From behind the thick drapes, not far away, the Empress Dowager was momentarily stunned. She had not imparted such foolishness, yet it was, fortunately, rather pleasing to hear. The Duke of the Nation, Zhou Rue, adorned with a first-rank official's hat atop his head and draped in a dark-patterned brocade robe emblazoned with giant pythons, continually nodded in an effort to maintain decorum. The sovereign he protected had inexplicably vanished for several days, and now, as he returned in a state of disarray, Zhou Rue bore the burden of tolerating such behavior, while secretly strategizing to enhance the emperor's understanding of governance through rigorous lessons. Fortunately, the emperor returned unscathed, appearing to have gained insight into the sufferings of the populace, a marked improvement indeed. Numerous censors discreetly concealed their impeachment documents regarding the emperor's disappearance within their sleeves. However, this did not imply that all remained silent. One censor, Zhao Buchuan, could not abide the emperor's nonchalant dismissal of his responsibilities. With resolute integrity, he submitted a meticulously prepared memorial, boldly presenting it to the court. Clad in a dark red robe adorned with mythical beasts, and donning a feathered cap signifying his understanding of the world, he prostrated himself 19 times upon the ground, a gesture of perilous counsel. Each word in his memorial struck at the heart of the matter. As the emperor approached his 20th birthday, on the verge of his coming-of-age ceremony, he had abandoned state affairs to seek refuge in the night. The Empress Dowager, having reprimanded the palace staff and stifled the flow of information, then intervened in court affairs with the anxious fervor of a mother searching for a wayward child. She not only donned commoner's attire to discreetly visit the populace, but also issued an edict that squandered state resources to provide aid to a common woman. Rumors circulated that during her time at a temporary palace, the Empress Dowager, disregarding taboos, executed 100 palace maids and guards, only to return with the emperor. The justification for such brutality? The execution of the 100 was merely due to their failure to please her, as they inadvertently offended the emperor during his visit, while also casting aspersions on the newly appointed Princess Rue, hinting at her humble origins. The court was left in shock, for the emperor had never before shown such favor to the Prince Rue, whom he generally treated as a foolish younger brother, and had never sought to bolster the prince's reputation. It appeared that the new princess had truly captured the emperor's favor. Zhao Buchuan, astute as ever, refrained from directly criticizing the emperor upon his return, for that would surely lead to his demise. Instead, he directed his accusations towards the Empress Dowager, asserting with conviction that she disregarded the ancestral laws, allowing the inner palace to meddle freely in civilian affairs, and even issuing travel permits for the daughter of a criminal to petition the Ministry of Justice in the capital. This constituted a grave interference in state matters, challenging the very foundations of the nation's legal system. In these tumultuous times, undermining the stringent laws undoubtedly weakened the state's protective forces. What would become of the authority that safeguards the royal family and the dignity that protects the gentry and the commoners? Would the entire nation not descend into chaos? Zhao Buchuan was known for his acerbic wit, having previously made veiled accusations against the emperor, acting as a blade wielded by factions seeking to diminish centralized power. While his actions often garnered disdain from many courtiers, this time, whispers of his intended memorial had circulated among a select few prior to its submission, as he had passionately recited it during the morning court assembly, moving the entire gentry to tears. During that single assembly, whenever the emperor faced significant matters, he would allow the ministers to bicker endlessly before calling for a brief recess, only to resume deliberations afterward. Compared to his previous decisiveness, the emperor now appeared increasingly indecisive. If the sovereign is sluggish and inept, occupying the dragon throne becomes merely a symbol. Should imperial power be misused, the common folk will undoubtedly suffer. They cannot tolerate any wavering of severe laws. Once there is a setback, who knows what might threaten the authority of the state? Should that authority fall from grace, even the so-called noble families will lose their protection. Upon hearing the memorial, the sovereign became displeased. He abruptly stood up, pushing aside the ceremonial eunuch who had instructed him on court etiquette, and exclaimed loudly, "I find you all bothersome. What is wrong with taking a few days off? Why must I endure without respite throughout the entire year?" His voice, still in the throes of adolescence, sounded even colder and more piercing. "Your Majesty, please quell your anger." The court ministers knelt in unison. Duke Zhou Rue, observing the eunuch beside the Empress Dowager frantically gesturing for a break, quickly sought to mediate. "The safety of the sovereign is the foundation of the nation. I implore you to reconsider. It is preferable that the sovereign refrain from incognito visits. Safety is best found within the palace. A leaderless assembly, having lost the hearts of the people, invites foreign invasion." Chancellor Zhongming Rue, aware of the Empress Dowager's presence and disliking interference from the inner court, opted for directness in his report. He prostrated himself and declared, "Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. I have matters of great urgency to convey." Upon hearing that someone had intervened, the sovereign's expression softened slightly. Yet he listened intently as the chancellor gravely reported, "During your absence, I have attended to the memorials. There are urgent reports from the borders. The Xiongnu have launched successive attacks, and now we face shortages of food, troops, and labor. Should the border defenses fall, the ensuing war would bring untold suffering to the common people." The sovereign's face paled as he indicated his desire to examine the memorials, calling for a 15-minute recess. In the inner chamber, the Empress Dowager was in a furious tirade. "How many times must I teach you? Learn from your brother, and refrain from speaking such foolishness. The ceremonial eunuchs instruct you in the proper procedures. Simply follow their lead. Speak less to err less. The more you say, the more mistakes you make. Are you so concerned that others do not recognize you as the foolish Prince Rue? You're no longer a child of 3 or 4. You cannot act on a whim. Think, where's your mind? Have you even used it? The Empress Dowager's wrath echoed fiercely, yet the youth seated below remained unmoved. The Chancellor, responsible for military affairs, presented alarming reports that stirred anxiety among the court. Indeed, this impostor posing as the sovereign had convened an audience that morning. It was the idle Prince Rue. Chapter 22. The True and False Sovereign on that day. The spring blossom banquet at the palace was well underway when the Empress Dowager received news of the sovereign's critical condition. A hurried group made their way back to the palace in secrecy. The Empress Dowager first went to see the sovereign herself. Her eldest son, who had always been spirited and whom she took great pride in, lay quietly in bed, unresponsive to calls and refusing nourishment, subsisting only on liquid sustenance to maintain his vital signs. The Empress Dowager cast a glance and silently shed tears. It was better to face the pain swiftly than to prolong it. As long as the emperor remained absent from the throne, the spies of enemy nations could incite chaos at any moment. The matter could no longer be delayed, so she ordered for Prince Rue to be summoned for questioning. When Prince Rue entered the private chamber, the Empress Dowager was carefully feeding the sovereign liquid food. Despite the diligent care of the close attendants during the days of his absence, she feared it might not suffice, and she observed his form growing increasingly gaunt. The hollowed cheeks were now distinguishable from those of Prince Rue. Yunze Zhao Wu gazed upon the visage strikingly similar to his own, repeatedly calling out for his elder brother, the emperor. However, the emperor remained utterly unresponsive. The Empress Dowager then remarked, "A nation cannot endure a single day without a sovereign. Should the throne be conferred upon you, I fear your reputation is far from commendable, which may incite turmoil." Yunze Zhao Wu understood the implications of her words regarding his reputation. Yet, this was not the time for distinctions. He remained silent, attentively listening, observing his composure. The Empress Dowager sighed inwardly, estimating him merely as an ordinary scion of privilege, and continued, "During my arduous labor, I endured 2 full days before giving birth to you and your brother. Your prolonged gestation has rendered you somewhat frail. Mother has not shown favoritism while nurturing your brother. She has consistently watched over you, both overtly and covertly. Otherwise, given your identical countenance to that of the emperor, a phenomenon unparalleled in history, do you not wonder why? Because it cannot be accommodated. Mother has suffered for us. It is the unfilial son who bears the blame." The Prince of Rue comprehended this truth. For this reason, he willingly accepted myriad hardships, though now was not the moment for justifications. The Empress Dowager slowly continued, "Now that the nation faces peril, you must shoulder the responsibilities befitting a royal scion, standing in for your brother until he awakens. Then, you shall regain your freedom." Unbeknownst to all, the emperor on the sickbed slightly moved his fingers. The Prince of Rue quietly acquiesced. To refuse would mean confronting a mother capable of coercion through death. Thus, this matter was settled. After visiting his gravely ill brother, the Prince of Rue was thrust into the role of the emperor, conforming to his brother's standards, becoming a genuine impostor. In the Empress Dowager's mind, the realm could not be inherited by a fool. Thus, he must feign being his brother. The recently appointed Princess of Rue, Hong Mingyun, was to be brought back to the capital merely to obscure the fact that the true Prince of Rue was no longer within the estate. As the Prince of Rue embarked upon governance, he often possessed his own insights. Yet, the Empress Dowager relentlessly clung to her authority, forbidding any alterations. After an exhausting tirade, the Empress Dowager, fatigued yet resolute, contemplated the plight of her eldest son, who was beyond salvation, and mustered her strength to solemnly declare to Yunze Zhao Wu, "From this day forth, Prince of Rue Yunze Zhao Wu is gravely ill, and you shall be known as Emperor Yunze Zhao Ying. Remember this well." A sudden clang echoed in Yunze Zhao Wu's heart as he involuntarily recalled the frail girl who had valiantly protected her family during the night. If he were to assume the role of emperor, he would bear his responsibilities to safeguard the nation. Ouyang Titi, having endured numerous trials, finally arrived in the capital. The arduous journey was fraught with challenges, yet devoid of danger, for there were those to look after her. Her initial impression was of the city's vastness. The capital's buildings were meticulously arranged, with the carriages of the affluent flowing ceaselessly, and the bustling market filled with lively trade, nearly overwhelming her senses. Her second impression was of the city's remarkably orderly management. The capital's throngs of people and vehicles followed distinct paths, with each profession adhering to its own regulations. Merchants possessed specialized skills, allowing them to peddle their wares with notable expertise. The third impression is that the city exhibits remarkable tolerance. Along the way, she disguised herself as a charming young messenger, fearing that a girl venturing out might attract unwanted attention. Observing the streets and alleys, one can see women accompanied by children. Some don headscarves, while others engage in bargaining with men, their interactions appearing entirely natural. This illustrates that the inclusiveness of a large city is indeed commendable. Particularly in commercial activities, the atmosphere is lively, and those engaged in trade are treated with great friendliness. Thus, her sense of security has significantly increased. When Lin Xinghua initially arrived from the capital to the palace, during an enthusiastic conversation, she had suggested that they might consider partnering to open a shop and conduct business together. This notion likely stems from the influence of the surrounding environment. In light of the commercial landscape of the capital, starting a shop to recoup initial investments seems quite feasible, although she is still unfamiliar with her surroundings. She is fortunate to have a skilled protector by her side. Seizing this rare opportunity, she decided to explore the market situation accompanied by her secret bodyguard. Ouyang Titi swiftly located a new marketplace, bustling with an unprecedented flow of people, all brimming with potential wealth. There are many officials, wealthy merchants, and eager children. She could purchase fresh fish from other vendors and then make fish soup for sale. Such a lucrative means of livelihood is too good to pass up. Settling comfortably on the steps of the official inn, Ouyang Titi, with her bundle in hand, smiled and waved at the stone lion behind her. "All right, uncle. Now we can finally sit down and have a good chat." The stone lion remained silent. Ouyang Titi cheerfully remarked, "Indeed, I am referring to you." The uncle dressed in plain clothes behind the stone lion. "With your thick brows and big eyes, you possess immense strength, capable of devouring 10 buns and 2 pounds of meat in a single meal." Wei Xinming, the captain of the Imperial Guards, dressed in simple attire, wearing a straw hat and carrying a bundle, felt he resembled the rustic folk wandering the city enough to go unnoticed, yet he was still recognized. He stepped out from behind the stone lion with a wry smile. He thought to himself that the young girl posed no threat and lacked martial prowess, which had made him somewhat careless. "Miss, I am not an uncle. I am merely 25 years old. Furthermore, it took me a day and a night to eat that little. I was terribly hungry." Wei Ximing expressed his helplessness. He had a kind face, a classic square jaw, and slightly tanned skin, which made him appear older than his years, not his fault. Eating a lot was not his fault either. Ensuring the safety of the young girl was indeed a physically demanding task. Yun Zizhao was extremely concerned for Ouyang Titi's safety and refused to accompany the Empress to the capital. In her frustration, the Empress assigned a skilled guard, and only then did Prince Rue reluctantly agree to proceed to the capital. Ouyang Titi was somewhat taken aback and gently remarked, "I am only 14 years old. I thought handsome individuals were always young, and I assumed you were quite old. Can I call you Bun Brother then?" Wei Ximing endeavored to maintain his composure. He was indeed quite handsome. Among his family, he stood out as the most attractive, chosen for the Imperial Guards due to his good looks and talents. However, why was she calling him Bun Brother? All he heard was the young girl, disguised as a messenger, warmly laugh. "Initially, I was terrified on my journey, but then I suddenly realized that everywhere I went was smooth sailing. They entreated me well and provided meals, and no one was difficult with me. It seems that a noble person must be protecting me from behind. Upon closer inspection, it is indeed you indulging in a bun." At that moment, I found buns to be the most delightful. Wei Ximing, for reasons unknown, felt his ears flush crimson. Although he was not a confidant of the Prince Rue, he was well acquainted with the rumors circulating. This was, after all, the cherished young lady at the heart of the Prince Rue, the girl he would mention incessantly, 20 times a day. Chapter 23. The emperor's burden, Ouyang Titi, alone in the world, sweetly endeavored to ingratiate herself with the noble patrons. Just as her flattering words left her lips, she noticed the noblewoman's ears turning rosy. A moment of surprise struck her. Had she perhaps been too fervent in her attentions? Wei Ximing smiled shyly and inquired, "What are your plans?" He had been commanded to escort her to the capital and would soon need to return to report back. Unable to remain at her side any longer, Ouyang Titi glanced at the glaring sign of the official post station above her head and playfully remarked, "If you follow me so closely for another 10 minutes, I might as well take up residence here. I will tread carefully, avoiding those nobles. It seems safer than an inn." The young lady had taken him for a golden emblem of protection. Wei Xinming, unperturbed, cheerfully accompanied her to complete the necessary formalities. While they were engaged in this process, a clever attendant approached him discreetly, inquiring, "Sir, are you braving the winds and the ire of the officials to stay here? Have you not heard the uproar within the court? It is said that the Empress Dowager has secretly authorized free lodging for common young ladies in the inns, thus siphoning resources from the state. With the front lines in dire straits and soldiers starving, the unspoken implications were understood by Wei Ximing. At that moment, the struggles faced by the emperor and the Empress Dowager became apparent through this young lady. While novels often portray the emperor as the supreme ruler, Wei Ximing recognized that his sovereign was constantly constrained, tirelessly striving for the welfare of the nation and its people, working day and night without respite. Wei Ximing gestured for the attendant to remain silent and, from his own purse, generously paid the lodging fee, enough to silence the gossip. Ouyang Titi, with minimal luggage, settled in with a smile and busied herself gathering information, eager to discover how she might meet the emperor. Wei Ximing thought to himself, "Ask me. I can guide you on the path." Time was of the essence, and he prepared to take his leave. The young lady pondered for a moment before cheerfully suggesting, "Why not let me freshen up in my room? If I disguise myself as a little scholar, you might not even recognize my face." Being a young lady of cleanliness, washing up was indeed a good idea. However, when Ouyang Titi emerged, her skin as fair as snow and her features radiant, Wei Ximing felt as if struck by lightning. Having shed her travel-worn appearance and with her hair elegantly styled, the girl was extraordinarily beautiful. No wonder the Prince Rue held her in such high regard. Were he to stray even a moment from her side, it seemed inevitable that she would attract unwelcome attention. Wei Ximing refrained from saying much, but thought it prudent to advise her to maintain a low profile in the capital, to adopt a more commonplace appearance, thereby reducing the likelihood of misfortune. Thus, with a heart laden with concern, he bid farewell to Ouyang Titi and promptly returned to inquire about the emperor's current circumstances. The emperor lay gravely ill, and the physician's efforts proved futile. The Empress Dowager seized the opportunity to execute the imperial doctor, fearing the news would leak. She subsequently arranged for her trusted confidants to maintain a strict silence. Even the commander of the Imperial Guard was left uninformed, merely believing the emperor had gone missing for several days and had only just returned. Wei Ximing sensed a palpable difference in the emperor. If one were to encapsulate it in a single phrase, it would be as if he were an entirely different person. The emperor, who typically exhibited little concern for women, now seemed preoccupied with thoughts of a particular girl. Upon returning to report to the Empress Dowager, the emperor summoned him immediately to inquire about her well-being, asking about her clothing, food, shelter, and emotional state. As Wei Ximing responded, he furtively cast a glance at the emperor, who appeared to have noticed his unease. With a scoff, the emperor remarked, "I am merely curious why my foolish brother treasures this woman so dearly. It seems she is nothing but an ordinary girl." It was said that the emperor had returned to the capital alongside Prince Rue, who fell ill shortly after their arrival and was now recuperating in his residence, attended by the newly appointed princess consort and refusing to see any guests. Yet, Wei Ximing found himself inexplicably unsettled by the bright yellow fabric he observed, as if the foolishness of the prince had somehow infected the usually astute emperor. The emperor seemed to sense this too, huffing as he pointed at Wei Ximing, stating, "Do not gaze upon what is inappropriate, nor listen to what is improper. Throughout this journey, you have shown great diligence, and your report aligns with my expectations. This task has been commendable, After receiving your reward, I may yet call upon you again." Hearing this, Wei Shiming realized that he was not the sole escort on this journey, hence the emperor's remarks. His thorough care of a common girl had caught the emperor's attention, suggesting that he was in line for greater responsibilities. He promptly knelt in gratitude and withdrew. Meanwhile, Prince Rue found himself overwhelmed by the emperor's recent burdens. In the imperial study, he struggled to recall the complex characters he was meant to write, momentarily forgetting how to inscribe even the simplest of ancient scripts. The emperor's elegant calligraphy was challenging to replicate. Observing this, Eunuch Wenma could only stare in disbelief. Yun Zizhao, feeling awkward, cleared his throat and said, "Come here and write imperial seal for me. Let us see if your calligraphy has improved." Eunuch Wenma complied with respect, though his mind was filled with questions. After the emperor had reviewed Eunuch Wenma's writing, he expressed admiration and issued an edict to summon a renowned calligrapher to serve as the emperor's tutor, ensuring daily guidance in the art of writing. This endeavor was more than a mere trifle. Under the pretext of learning calligraphy, it offered an opportunity to refine the emperor's style into something more robust. However, there were many more lessons to be learned. Behind the scenes, the empress dowager had been quietly training the emperor's close aides, replacing the usual guards and eunuchs with those who had sworn unwavering loyalty. The guards now stationed in the secret chamber with the eldest son were resolute in their commitment. Prince Rue, having grown up in the palace, had distanced himself from the capital after turning 10 due to certain taboos, but reacquainting himself with palace affairs proved relatively easy, though the official matters remained quite challenging. He is not adept at reading official documents, nor is he skilled in writing, reasoning, or deciphering the intricate formulas concealed within a series of numbers. He spent an excessive amount of time on these matters, yet his decision-making is protracted. Compounding his difficulties, the ministers vehemently obstruct his attempts to intervene, forbidding the Empress Dowager from engaging in governance. Those chancellors and the Duke of State, intentionally divided into two factions by the Empress Dowager to preempt their malevolence, now unite in scrutinizing him with hawkish gazes, effectively forming a consolidated front against him. During a particularly tumultuous morning court session, the sovereign, adorned with a golden crown, restrained his breath in light of the ongoing warfare, sincerely expressing his apologies for the internal and external turmoil, and consented to issue a self-condemnation edict to the realm. According to the simplest logic, bowing one's head signifies defeat. The chief scribe presented the edict, claiming it to be the result of meticulous deliberation by the chancellor and the duke. Yunzi Zhaowu examined the lengthy 2,000-character prose with considerable distress, gazing at the ornate language and the intricate rhetorical devices that left one perplexed. He vaguely recalled the resplendent skyscraper with its simple, legible inscriptions. Universally comprehensible, nothing like this convoluted text. Unable to restrain himself, he flung the edict to the ground. The chief scribe was taken aback. The sovereign, typically gentle and refined, had never before exhibited such rudeness. Word of this reached the Empress Dowager, who was about to remove her makeup and rest. Upon hearing the news, she ground her teeth in anger. Previously, she had agreed to the sovereign's decisions, but in an instant, he had become capricious. Chapter 24. Streamlining official documents. Yunzi Zhaowu, wholly absorbed in managing state affairs, intended to find time to visit Ouyang Titi. However, the attending eunuchs promptly intervened, deeming the matter must be abandoned. In his frustration, Yunzi Zhaowu resorted to practicing his calligraphy, producing a series of bizarre symbols. The eunuchs, initially illiterate, recognized that the structure resembled written language but was severely lacking in strokes and components. Inquiring among the female officials of the inner court, none could decipher it, creating a sense of unease among them. The chief eunuch was uncertain whether to inform the Empress Dowager. Setting aside the Empress Dowager's anxiety and the eunuch's discomfort, the sovereign's unusual behavior and capricious temperament heightened the minister's sensitivity. Unfamiliar with matters of state, the sovereign often hesitated in court, delaying decisions until after the session adjourned. Several ministers collaborated to draft the sovereign's self-condemnation edict, awaiting a summons. Upon hearing the chief scribe's pronouncement, they were immediately alarmed. How much longer would this situation persist? Was the sovereign unwilling? The Duke of State, known for his booming voice, bellowed, "If he is unwilling, there is no need to so foolishly toy with us." The chief scribe, recently promoted to serve in the inner court, had seen his former mentor exiled for minor transgressions. Soon after, news arrived that his mentor had passed away due to illness. It was evident that his mentor had fallen from grace, having offended a powerful figure. The chief scribe, aware of his mentor's plight, naturally doubted the circumstances of his death. Fortunately, having secured a position close to the sovereign, he found solace in the protection afforded by the sovereign's patronage, which was far more advantageous than any noble's influence. Consequently, he devoted himself entirely to fulfilling the sovereign's wishes. Upon witnessing the ministers summoned late at night, a palpable discontent brewed among them. After careful consideration, the esteemed eunuch Wanma advised the Duke of National Defense. There may be deeper implications at play. It appears that His Majesty harbors intentions to promote education, albeit without a clear framework. Matters that are uncertain are best not elaborated upon before you. Should you possess suitable proposals, it would be prudent to present them in the coming days. Surely, you will find favor. Eunuch Wanma's remarks resonated with Prince Rui's contemplations. The emperor's intent, it seemed, was to simplify education. With lowered barriers to learning, this would undoubtedly shatter the rigid class distinctions, providing impoverished scholars with newfound opportunities. The ministers, upon this realization, understood that the revisions to official documents, forsaking the ornate and convoluted styles of yore, signified a deliberate move towards public education. In an era still steeped in Confucian educational doctrines, promoting inclusive education was indeed a commendable initiative. Momentarily, the ministers overlooked any monopolistic notions. Feeling both astonished and elated by the emperor's progressive stance, their attitudes shifting markedly. Observing the expressions of the other ministers, the Duke of National Defense recognized that the emperor's actions were fraught with peril. The term reform could easily be misconstrued, leading to potential failure. Nonetheless, the adoption of straightforward official language, enhancing literacy among the populace, was a significant victory. With a silent sigh, he withdrew. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, the Empress Dowager, upon receiving news, became immediately anxious. Just as she prepared to enter the imperial study, a lady-in-waiting rushed in, accompanied by a chill from the night air. "Your Majesty, there is no need for concern. The ministers are praising the emperor's actions." The Empress Dowager halted, astonished, and inquired, "What did you say?" The lady-in-waiting respectfully replied, "The ministers commend the emperor for streamlining official documents, deeming it the mark of a wise ruler. Furthermore, His Majesty has taken your sentiments into account and has sent word to clarify matters." Thus, the message from Yunzi Zhaowu reached the Empress Dowager in the Sinang Palace. The official language was deemed suitable for national circulation, fostering enlightenment without distinction. If the official documents were too complex for the common people, they would fail to achieve their intended educational purpose. Given that her son's knowledge was still lacking, he required simple language to resonate with the populace, to share their voices and breathe the same air. Yunzi Zhaowu was clearly conveying to the Empress Dowager that her educational efforts were severely lacking. Her eldest son was exceptionally talented, while the second son's scholarship was mediocre at best, his writing too intricate for comprehension. The Empress Dowager found herself at a loss for words, while the lady-in-waiting further urged her, stating that the emperor's actions had garnered the approval of several elder ministers. How discerning the ministers were, having previously challenged the emperor during court, yet now offering their endorsement. The Empress Dowager had little choice but to acquiesce. With the Empress Dowager's tacit approval, matters became considerably easier. The minister's skepticism had been alleviated by Eunuch Wanma's persuasive discourse, and naturally, word of this reached Yunzi Zhaowu. The emperor's temperament had shifted dramatically, his mood unpredictable compared to his usual demeanor, with many of his confidants gradually being dismissed. Who among the remaining would emerge as a favored advisor depended on their understanding of the situation. In light of this discourse, Eunuch Wanma, with a heart full of ambition, sought to present himself as a candidate for greater favor, thereby garnering the emperor's attention, slowly establishing his own network within the inner court of Yunzhe Zhaowu. Yunzhe Zhaowu instructed Eunuch Wen Mo to have the Chancellor and the Duke of National Defense draft a succinct document, no more than 100 words, to ensure that the common people could comprehend it easily. The more words, the greater the potential for misunderstanding. Thus, the brevity of the edict was intended to allow Yunzhe Zhaowu to grasp its essence clearly. The power dynamics between the sovereign and his ministers have always been in a delicate balance. Should the emperor falter, the ministers would seize the opportunity to curtail autocratic authority. The censors merely opened a dialogue, followed closely by the Duke of National Defense and the Chancellor, who persistently urged the emperor that a self-criticism edict must be delivered with sincerity. But what constitutes sincerity? The ministers deliberated, asserting that meddling in state affairs from the harem is a grave transgression that must be punished according to ancestral laws. Yunzhe Zhaowu, pursing his lips, cast his gaze across the faces of the ministers, aware of the machinations at play. These seasoned officials were cunning indeed. His brother had long warned him that the ministers would employ various tactics to bind his will, and now they sought to punish his beloved mother for his missteps. If even the revered Empress Dowager faced retribution, what would become of the Empress's voice? When Ouyang Titi inquired whether she would still be free to leave the palace or sell fish, he knew such thoughts were utterly out of the question. Yet, if Ouyang Titi wished otherwise, he found himself inclined to fulfill her desires. The Duke of National Defense had already drafted the edict 13 times, each iteration becoming increasingly straightforward. However, Yunzhe Zhaowu intentionally set this as the standard, hoping they would learn to keep future drafts simple. Literary flair could be preserved, but official documents must prioritize clarity and accessibility for the common folk. Each day, he visited his elder brother, who clung to life with precious herbs, while the Empress Dowager personally administered liquid nourishment and medicine, rendering him a mere shadow of his former self, pale and ghostly, with only the faintest breath remaining. Prince Rue had to bear the burden of pretending to be the emperor. Regardless of the nature of the actions taken under his name, he would bear the responsibility. Nevertheless, he resolved to endure minor grievances for the sake of greater strategies. Ultimately, Yunzhe Zhaowu acquiesced to relinquishing his authority over clan management, no longer acting as the clan administrator, thereby weakening constraints on the prominent families. However, he could not bear the thought of the clan punishing the Empress Dowager. The ministers persisted, demanding further conditions. The Empress Dowager's penchant for Buddhism was particularly costly. The ministers continued to advocate for frugality, asserting that the Empress Dowager should refrain from traveling outside the palace and from utilizing the national treasury to burn incense and offer prayers. Furthermore, it was deemed inappropriate for her to use the treasury's funds for charitable acts under her personal name. Yunzhe Zhaowu, preoccupied with the military affairs at the borders, lacked the capacity to manage the financial constraints on the Empress Dowager, which the ministers conveniently included in the self-criticism edict. The Empress Dowager, feeling discontent, seethed with frustration. Chapter 25. The One Dearest to the Heart. One day, a female official by the name of Kai Er suddenly went missing. Upon receiving the report, the emperor ordered a thorough investigation, which ultimately revealed that Kai Yun, feeling hopeless within the palace, had chosen to change her name and leave rather than endure her circumstances. The Empress Dowager, feeling humiliated, erupted in anger. Upon learning of this matter, the emperor rushed to intervene, summoning the escaped official who had been recaptured. Yunzhe Zhaowu gazed down from his elevated position at the trembling figure prostrated before him, coldly asking, having contemplated the consequences of your capture, "Why did you choose to escape?" The condemned female official trembled as she spoke, expressing her awareness of the inescapable death sentence that awaited her. She refrained from pleading for mercy for herself, but implored for the forgiveness of her kin, asserting that her actions bore no relation to her family. She insisted that she had not taken a single item from the palace, and that the attire she had worn upon leaving was returned by a beggar to the palace guards. In light of her loyalty, she beseeched the sovereign to spare her relatives. The emperor softened his tone and inquired why she had fled, questioning if the outside world was truly preferable to her current circumstances. He assured her that if she desired to marry, the palace would certainly facilitate such an arrangement. However, her response was unexpected. She prostrated herself on the ground, her head bobbing like garlic being crushed. She declared that she had no romantic entanglements and was not eloping, but rather feared for her life, as the minister's words could lead to austerity measures imposed by the Empress Dowager. She lamented the bleak future for servants like herself, anticipating a purge that could even implicate her entire lineage. In a desperate bid for survival, she longed to leave the palace as soon as possible. Yunze Zhao Wu was momentarily taken aback. He had perceived his own struggles, yet remained oblivious to the plight of others. Indeed, the dynamics of imperial power and ministerial influence were intricately intertwined. The intentions of the venerable ministers, who penned extensive, eloquent treatises supposedly for the emperor's benefit, were rooted in the understanding that the underage sovereign required guidance amidst a tumultuous political landscape, and that the Empress Dowager should assist the ministers, ensuring no further chaos ensued. With the treasury strained, the ministers insisted that the Empress Dowager economize. Astute and maternal, the Empress Dowager naturally aligned herself with the interests of the state, even if it meant enduring humiliation. It was no wonder that witnessing her authority being curtailed sent a chill through the female official, Kai Yun. In stark contrast to the trepidation felt by the palace's female officials, the state's senior officials appeared jubilant as they entered and exited the imperial study, reporting on the latest developments and strategies to the sovereign. Each one wore a smile, buoyed by the triumphs of the day. The Empress Dowager's funds were restricted. She was advised against traveling outside the palace or using the treasury for personal offerings and charitable acts. The money in the treasury was to be allocated for national projects. Such a victory was unprecedented in history, filling the ministers with immense pride and inciting thoughts of revising historical records. Ultimately, Yunze Zhao Wu refrained from punishing the maidservant, instead assigning her to the cold palace's laundry bureau for a year of labor. Only after completing this term and relinquishing secrets of the palace could she leave. For the first time, he recognized that he was a leader, and the altitude and steadiness of the flock depended entirely on his every action and utterance. Yunze Zhao Wu was inundated with unprecedented workloads, his feet scarcely touching the ground. When fatigue set in and his head throbbed, he resorted to the familiar practice of grinding ink hour after hour. When ministers convened for important discussions, he remained silent. Eventually, the ceremonial eunuch, following the Empress Dowager's orders, arranged an additional room for the ministers to deliberate before presenting their conclusions to the sovereign. As long as the emperor remained silent, it was deemed an agreement. Thus, he found himself working 18 hours a day, occasionally succumbing to headaches and frustration, returning memorials for the ministers to clarify before further discussions ensued. He comprehends analysis quite well, yet his mechanical memory gradually reveals an innate talent. Whenever the officials read lengthy documents filled with contradictions, he could articulate his doubts line by line with clarity. After several such instances, the ministers and officials no longer dared to be careless with their spelling and became noticeably more cautious. However, during court sessions, when a number of ministers swelled and interests diverged, disagreements often erupted into heated disputes. Yunze Zhao Wu was deeply concerned about his elder brother, the emperor, and amidst his exhaustion, he yearned daily for his brother to awaken. He remained preoccupied with Ouyang Titi and summoned the commander of the Imperial Guards, Wei Exine-Ming, twice to inquire about her recent circumstances. The commander sensed a peculiar change in the emperor. He was not only remarkably grounded, but also displayed a striking resemblance to Prince Rue in his concern for that young lady. After kneeling in gratitude, he still did not leave. Yunze Zhao Wu, puzzled, asked, "Do you truly wish to stay for dinner?" Wei Exine-Ming knelt there, looking up at the emperor. "That young lady is favored by Prince Rue. Given your concern, why not summon her to the palace for an audience and give her a proper status? Wouldn't that put Prince Rue's mind at ease?" Upon hearing this, Yunze Zhao Wu abruptly tossed aside the memorial he had been reading. Why bring up such matters? The Empress Dowager had made it abundantly clear that he could not marry according to his own desires. Moreover, nominally, Ouyang Titi was intended for his elder brother. How could he interact with her in the future? Wei Xianming, unflinching, bore the brunt of this abrupt blow. Prince Rui had accompanied the Empress Dowager out and had since vanished from the scene. The emperor, however, took a keen interest in the young lady, directly instructing him to send messages via carrier pigeon. On the way, Wei Xianming penned numerous messages detailing the young lady's horseback riding, lodging, dining, and market excursions. The emperor seemed insatiable, requesting more elaborate descriptions with each response. Yet, the reprimand he received was a result of his meddling in the selection of consorts. As the emperor prepared for his coming-of-age ceremony, various clans began to probe for hints regarding the type of consort he desired, hoping to cater to his preferences. Each time the emperor broached this topic, he erupted in fury, leaving everyone perplexed about the reason behind his unprecedented interest in a young woman. He scarcely dared to breathe or raise his head, prostrating himself on the ground. I do not mean to offend or intrude upon your personal affairs, my liege, but I cannot help but worry. After all, I have escorted her all this way. The young lady, possessing an ethereal beauty, would stand out anywhere. Despite her family's many tribulations, she maintained a serene demeanor, shedding her youthful innocence and embodying the poised grace of a budding noblewoman. Suddenly, the emperor sighed softly, saying, "She is the daughter of a condemned traitor, yet she sells fish at the market. What more can I do?" His tone was faint, almost tinged with bitterness. Just then, he heard the sound of the emperor's bright yellow boots approaching. "She cherishes her freedom. You must protect her for now." What could this mean? Did the emperor intend to relinquish this young lady? Yet she was the beloved of Prince Rui, who besides the emperor would dare to usurp such a cherished companion. Wei Xianming felt a sense of confusion within himself. Yet she bowed in gratitude and departed. Standing before the palace beneath the azure sky, gazing down from the lofty steps at the intricate rooftops of the palaces and the distant, undulating mountains, Wei Xianming suddenly gained clarity. His sovereign possessed remarkable self-discipline. Perhaps he had heard Prince Rui speak of this woman, or perhaps he had seen a portrait of her drawn by the shadow guards. The emperor harbored a secret fondness for Ouyang Titi, yet feelings of affection alone would not sway him. As the proud ruler, he would never take the daughter of a condemned minister as his wife. As for Prince Rui, the Empress Dowager had already designated a princess. Thus there was no possibility for their paths to cross again. Very well, the emperor's word was law. His mother had persistently urged him to marry. Yet he found no suitable lady to his liking. Perhaps he should take advantage of the holiday to spend some time together? Chapter 26. An encounter with Kai ere upon her arrival in the capital, Ouyang Titi immediately sought to visit her father. He had been neglected by his peers and found himself in a predicament without a means of escape, only able to advise his daughter to act according to the circumstances. Upon seeing her father's health was stable and his spirits intact, she felt a measure of relief and began to devise a plan. Though she was initially alone and without support, having evaded the watchful eyes of her guards, she felt as liberated as a bird released from its cage, wandering the vibrant city and gradually gaining confidence. Setting aside other matters, she had devised a means to gather the funds necessary to rescue her father. As lunchtime approached, the bustling marketplace filled the air with the enticing aromas of food wafting from taverns and tea houses. After casually perusing a few menus, she found the main dishes to be predominantly meats, with fish preparations lacking in creativity. Occasionally, there would be a simple pan-fried river fish, merely served with wine. Ouyang Titi sighed inwardly, realizing that the common folk were indeed not particularly discerning in their culinary choices. How delightful water-boiled fish could be. The tender white fillets steeped in a spicy red broth. How exquisite grilled fish was, crisp on the outside, yet tender within, richly garnished, each bite a taste of bliss. How delectable sour fish soup was, with tender meat and fresh broth. The joy of devouring fish and savoring soup is a sensation only true gourmets can appreciate. Steamed base is equally delightful, with the right timing. Merely ginger and scallions could dispel the earthy taste. A touch of soy sauce brings forth unparalleled tenderness and sweetness. A true reward for living. While dreaming of these various delectable fish dishes, she found herself compelled to order a bowl of beef noodles from a street vendor. Little did she know that one bite would overwhelm her senses with an off-putting taste that nearly made her expel the noodles. She had almost forgotten that in these times, cattle were regarded as the best friends of laborers, and thus the government did not support their slaughter. Therefore, beef dishes were rather rudimentary, served merely to satisfy cravings for jerky, resulting in a rather careless preparation of beef noodles. Ouyang Titi found the noodles unpalatable, drawing the attention of those nearby. Having removed her hat and scarf indoors, her exquisite features were revealed. Although her complexion was somewhat obscured, she remained a striking beauty. A somewhat boorish man, noticing her dining alone without even a maid, began to jest. "Little girl, if you dislike these beef noodles, come dine with me. Here, you can order whatever you fancy, and there will be plenty to fill you." Ouyang Titi chose to ignore him. The young tavern attendant, unable to contain his frustration, turned and spoke as he carried the noodles. "Dear guest, please take your time. This patron's noodles are ample enough. There is no need for your concern." Little did he know, as he spoke, a figure in the corner, adorned with a hat and scarf, was caught off guard by a sudden gust of wind that obscured the clutter on the floor. The attendant lost his balance, spilling the noodles from his hands, and with a crash, the bowl shattered. The attendant lamented, "I implore you, dear guest. You have occupied this spot all morning without consuming a morsel or a drop of drink. Now, with the scarf causing this mishap and spilling the noodles, do you comprehend that my funds are insufficient to cover this loss? If you had brought silver to dine, might you compensate for the noodles?" The individual, visibly anxious, rose and lowered his voice, saying, "You are being unreasonable. You spilled the noodles, yet you do not blame the chair or the floor. I am merely seated here, and you unjustly cast blame upon me. I have no silver on my person today and cannot reimburse for the noodles." The tavern attendant, perplexed, replied, "You venture out to a tavern, yet carry no silver? Are you intending to dine on my expense? If you possess silver, please present it so that we may be at ease." The individual raised his face, ready to argue, but upon hearing those words, his cheeks flushed crimson. Ouyang Titi, observing the commotion, recognized the individual as none other than Kair, who had previously accompanied the palace official Lin Xinger. She had fled the palace to prove her innocence, bringing not a single coin with her, and had even entrusted her official garments to someone else for return. Yet, sitting outside the palace, she realized the advantages of having silver. This day and night had left her cold and famished, evading capture from the temple to taverns and ancestral halls. Increasingly fearful as officials scoured the area, the weather grew ever colder, and unable to endure any longer, she entered the tavern, seated herself for the morning. With no money for food, the aroma of wine and meat overwhelmed her senses, leaving her dizzy. Just as she began to doze off, her scarf inadvertently tripped the tavern attendant. As the two exchanged grievances, onlookers merely watched the spectacle, when suddenly, two officials entered, holding up a wanted poster bearing Kaio's likeness. Her complexion turned pale in an instant. Ouyang Titi, witnessing this scene, immediately understood. Both Kair and Lin Xinger had emerged from the palace, proving to be adept in their duties. But Kair had chosen to flee rather than remain in the depths of royal confinement. As the officials began to scrutinize the patrons one by one, Ouyang Titi, with a sudden resolve, produced silver to compensate the attendant for the noodles, then took Kair by the hand and led her towards the kitchen, a refuge where officials seldom ventured. Indeed, after inspecting the diners, the officials moved on to another establishment. At that moment, Kair exhaled in relief when suddenly, a stranger's voice inquired, "What brings the two of you here?" Still shaken, Kair had not fully regained her composure when she heard Ouyang Titi respond gently, "Dear proprietor, your beef noodles seem rather less authentic. They pale in comparison to the ones from my hometown, yet filled with a deep sense of nostalgia. We yearn to borrow the proprietor's kitchen to prepare a genuine bowl of beef noodles." The proprietor, intrigued and fortunate enough to have just acquired fresh beef, observed that these two young ladies were well-dressed and appeared truthful, thus inviting them to the kitchen to showcase their culinary skills. The beef required various seasonings, and the simmering process was notably time-consuming. As the beef bubbled away, Kair discreetly shared her predicament with Ouyang Titi. who frowned at the mention of a fleeing maidservant, a situation fraught with complications. Shielding someone guilty could very well lead to collective punishment. Kair, sensing the gravity of the situation, realized that evasion would only exacerbate her plight. Surrendering might offer a glimmer of hope. After 2 hours, the beef was ready, and both savored a delightful meal. The proprietor, having caught the enticing aroma, personally sampled the dish and found it to be a culinary delight. Not only did he waive the cost of the noodles spilled earlier, but he also offered complimentary bowls, grinning broadly and eager to obtain the recipe. Titi provided some guidance, but withheld the complete formula. Kaya, observing this, recognized the value of the comprehensive advice she had received during their previous fish soup endeavor. As noon approached, Titi surmised that the officials had likely gone elsewhere in search of leads, and thus decided to return Kair to the inn to devise a new plan. However, the officials had scoured the city, and within a day, nearly every inn was plastered with her portrait. Hiding in a secluded alley, Kair, with tear-filled eyes, lamented, "I feel that the Emperor's temperament has drastically changed. I fear calamity is at hand and wish to flee. I have indeed been remiss in my planning, without a single ally to rely on. Under such circumstances, it might be wise for me to return and confess, awaiting another opportunity to leave the palace. However, Miss Ouyang, I have not forgotten your fish soup. Being unfamiliar with this place, if you have a fish stall, it would provide me a refuge." Titi felt a mix of compassion and sorrow, understanding that only those who have endured hardship truly appreciate the value of freedom outside the palace walls. She promptly agreed that as long as Kair remained safe, once the palace's dealings concluded, she could seek her out. The officials had already scoured the capital thoroughly, and at this moment, Kair contemplated how to turn herself in. Coincidentally, Wei Shiming came to visit Titi, and Kair seized the opportunity to confess. The officials were overjoyed and promptly reported the news upward, leading to the subsequent interrogations of Kair by the Emperor and the Empress Dowager. Kair's confession spread like wildfire, and with no concubines in the palace, the current frugality was no surprise. It was understandable that the maidservants would concoct rumors, unable to silence the murmurs of the populace. After much contemplation, the Empress Dowager ultimately decided to raise the monthly wages as a means to bolster morale. A young eunuch, hiding in the cold palace while secretly warming himself, scoffed at the Empress Dowager's wage increase, remarking that the lean camel is larger than the horse. Life in the royal household seemed increasingly worse than that of the common folk, particularly when observing how some officials appeared to live more lavishly than the emperor himself. The surrounding young eunuchs remained silent, perhaps sharing the same sentiment. The sentinel Wei Shiming coldly remarked, "You consider others peculiar. Yet are you unaware that the world has also transformed? Speak no more, lest I have your tongues severed." The crowd fell silent at once. Chapter 27. Testing the waters. Let us not dwell upon the emperor. The Empress Dowager endured her own tribulations within the palace. Outside, Titi seemed to envision mountains of gold, secretly sketching her plans while hastily seeking information. Initially, there were rumors of a grand amnesty, but now, there was not a whisper to be heard. At the prison, no news emerged. Ouyang Zimu remained a focal point of scrutiny. Learning from the previous day's encounter with Kair, Titi made slight adjustments to her appearance, concealing her beauty in order to obscure her movements. Gazing into the mirror, she indeed possessed a beauty that could rival the flowers of spring. Her complexion was flawless, and her delicate features suggested that her late mother had once been extraordinarily lovely. Heeding Wei Shiming's advice, she disguised herself as a man, donning male attire to gather information. However, she soon discovered that in such common male garb, she attracted no attention, for without wealth, no one would heed her inquiries. Approaching the palace gates yielded nothing but dismissal. Pondering her options, she concluded that masquerading as a girl would be far simpler. Though it might draw the gaze of rogues, the security beneath the emperor's feet was significantly higher, and a girl's amiability would facilitate the gathering of intelligence. She changed into a modest cotton robe, adorned her hair with simple hairpins, and donned a hat, transforming into a typical girl from a humble household, stepping out to buy flowers. With a gentle demeanor, she inquired with the palace guards about the emperor's whereabouts. The guards, vigilant and suspicious, informed her inquiries about the emperor's movements are strictly prohibited. Should you offend again, you will be apprehended as a spy. Realizing she could not confront them, Ouyang Titi opted to wait near the entrances of various noble houses for news. As the aristocrats came and went, they noticed the furtive girl and promptly sent someone to chase her away. When Wei Shiming next found Ouyang Titi, she was selling fish at the market. A makeshift water basin, covered with a tarp, housed numerous large grass carp. With a hint of dirt to mask her beauty, Ouyang Titi skillfully wielded a fish knife, expertly preparing the fresh catch before placing it in an iron pot to simmer into fish soup. The soup was delicious, yet the bones posed a hazard. Many elderly and young children hesitated to partake, and for those unskilled in crafting fish broth, the dish often bore a peculiar odor that made it unpalatable. Ouyang Titi meticulously removed the blackened entrails of the grass carp, first pan-frying them to a golden brown, then immersing them in boiling water to simmer over high heat, eventually lowering the flame. She added ginger, pepper, and tofu, finishing with a sprinkle of cilantro and scallions, creating a rich and fragrant fish soup that tantalized the elderly at the neighboring stall and brought tears of longing to passing children. Her melodic voice called out, promoting a buy-one-get-one-free offer on fish soup, and her sales flourished. Men from nearby houses rushed over for a bowl of her soup, often purchasing a fish to take home for their families. The reputation of the fish soup beauty spread swiftly. Chun, the owner of the beef restaurant, was a familiar patron who, after tasting her soup, expressed great admiration. Unable to obtain her recipe, he instead devised a new dish, substituting her fish soup as a base for noodles, which proved to be a hit among his customers. The fish soup noodles, with tender slices of fish and few bones, are celebrated for their exquisite broth. After savoring a bowl, one feels an overwhelming sense of joy. The restaurant is thriving, prompting the proprietor, Mr. Chun, to eagerly propose a long-term supply arrangement with Ouyang Titi. However, Ouyang Titi has no intention of committing to a permanent fish-selling venture, leaving her somewhat uneasy. Mr. Chun, undeterred, produced a gold ingot, assuring her, "Rest assured, my dear, you may secure a shop and even hire your own staff to sell the fish, while you retain control over the recipe. This fish soup will be our restaurant's takeout. You must ensure it is delivered daily to maintain our reputation." In addition to this catering contract, Ouyang Titi is inclined to sell the fish herself, hoping to gather intelligence. Wei Xinming, amidst the bustling crowd, purchased 15 large fish and received a generous portion of fish soup, which he packed in his own ceramic jar and sent to the palace. The large fish he had bought were dispatched back to the Wei family home for his mother. He remained steadfastly by the fish stall, finding the security task exceedingly challenging amidst the throng of people from all walks of life, his vigilance unwavering. On the third day, in the capital, Ouyang Titi had made numerous acquaintances at the market, and the jingling of silver coins in her pouch grew increasingly pleasing. Among the local children was Niu Xinshin, a robust 10-year-old with dark skin and white teeth, who, after tasting her fish soup, became an enthusiastic assistant, eagerly helping her throughout the day. After selling the fish in the morning and afternoon, Ouyang Titi ventured to the Prime Minister's residence and the House of Nobility, inquiring at any establishment adorned with majestic stone lions. The elderly gatekeepers, often cunning, upon seeing the youthful and radiant girl, suggested dubious approaches to learning about the whereabouts of the nobility. To inquire about their movements is fraught with peril. If it is truly for a loved one must be willing to become a servant first. Only then might the nobles deign to reveal their plans. Niu Xinshin chimed in, "Sister, why not consult your brother? I have a way to uncover the information you seek about the nobles." Having tasted the fish soup, Niu Xinshin was eager to assist her. Those streetwise children had their own channels of information, advising her, "The Duke of Protecting the Nation holds the highest office. Why not wait for him to return home? It's a mere incense stick's time from the palace to the Duke's residence, along the city moat." At the Duke of Protecting the Nation's estate, there stood a pair of exceptionally tall, black stone lions, their intricate carvings lifelike. The lions surveyed their surroundings, their mouths opening and closing, embodying the traditional banking belief that wealth should flow in and out. Their fierce expressions commanded respect, while their subtle smiles offered protection to the family. Ouyang Titi studied the patterns on the lions repeatedly, gaining profound insight into the Duke's character and intentions. After countless observations, she finally spotted the returning procession of attendants. Amidst numerous state affairs, the grizzled Duke Zhou Rui had removed his first-rank official hat after a lengthy debate with the emperor during morning court. Exhausted, he paid a solitary visit to the obstinate emperor after the court session, feeling utterly drained. At the sight of a young girl obstructing the path before his residence, he coolly commanded, "Remove that girl. If she persists, deal with her as one would with those obstructing official duties." The guard hesitated briefly, then replied, "The girl claims to possess a solution to the incursions of the Xiongnu. In this short time, she has gathered an assembly of scholarly youths. We fear the power of public opinion." The Duke of State Protection, having long harbored a reservoir of anger, suddenly erupted. "What do you mean by public opinion? I command a formidable army with a focus on defense. How could I be deemed a traitor? If my forces were ample, if my laborers were plentiful, if my military provisions were abundant, if my troops were robust, would I not dare to take the offensive? A reckless assault leading to catastrophic defeat. That is the true definition of treachery." The guard complied and escorted the obstructing girl away. Chapter 28. The Duke of State Protection Ouyang Titi, renowned as the beauty of the fish market, was already well known. Yet more were acquainted with the illustrious reputation of the Duke of State Protection. Observing the scene, whispers spread among the crowd. Beneath the cacophony, the Duke, Jure, heard the girl's piercing cry, lamenting, "The rumors ring true. The Duke does not protect the nation. Yet you must understand, to wield the emperor as a means to command the feudal lords, the strength of our Yuan state must first be assured." Upon hearing these words, the Duke felt an overwhelming surge of indignation. He belonged to the maternal lineage of the Empress, though he was not of direct blood relation, merely a distant uncle, at best. Given the young emperor's naivety and mediocrity, the Empress urgently needed to consolidate power among the nobility, thus selecting the former Prime Minister Zhou Reiju to assume the role of Duke of State Protection, alongside the current Prime Minister, to assist the Emperor. Due to the gravity of state affairs, the Duke frequently intervened in the Emperor's actions and decisions. It was said that when the Emperor was writing, the Duke spotted a typo and, with a sharp exclamation, pointed it out. The voice, slightly elevated, startled the 10-year-old Emperor, causing him to drop his brush. The power of rumor can be terrifying, and when it escalates, it may cost one their head. The Duke suppressed his fury, feigning calmness as he sipped water. Lifting the curtain, he resolved to confront this audacious troublemaker in public. A dense throng had gathered beside the convoy. Among them were scholarly commoners and numerous barefoot, brown-clad citizens, which was infuriatingly compounded by the presence of beggars. Under such scrutiny, all rumors demanded exposure. Otherwise, a new wave of gossip would surely erupt across the nation. You, a woman confined to the inner quarters, neglecting the virtues of traditional labor for the state. Yet here you are, inciting the masses and sowing discord. Are you aware of your transgressions? The Duke of State Protection, Zhou Ruiju, took the initiative to accuse the roadblocker. Upon receiving the order, the guards released the girl for her response. Finally revealing her true visage, the girl captured the Duke's attention, momentarily leaving him speechless. Today's events promised to be troublesome. He recognized her as the daughter of the esteemed and incorruptible official, Ouyang Zimu. With her delicate features, she bore an unmistakable resemblance to her father. Her fair complexion a testament to her lineage, enhanced by her mother's beauty, rendering her even more striking. Ouyang Titi had encountered nothing but setbacks in recent days, and her only hope now rested upon the shoulders of the most powerful Duke of State Protection in the current court. However, the letters sent to the manor over the past few days have vanished without a trace, and the Duke of Protection has made it abundantly clear that he does not wish to see her. Ouyang Titi has also actively sought out her father's old friends, reaching out to anyone whose name she had vaguely heard. Her father had served in the official capacity for several years, Yet even those who had shared a close camaraderie now seemed to avoid her. Out of a sense of obligation, they gifted her gold and silk, subtly advising her that this was a matter of state law. Some even gently declined, stating that unless she could persuade the Duke of Protection, there was little hope of persuading the emperor. Ouyang Titi also learned through various channels that after Ouyang Zimu arrived in the capital, the Ministry of Justice had conducted a review and a sentence had been essentially determined: corporal punishment followed by exile to a distant land. The execution was expected to take place within the next few days. Once the punishment was enacted, her beloved father would no longer be able to serve in an official capacity like a scholar. Instead, he would have to rely on skills for survival. Much like how she currently sells fish for a living, teaching many young gentlemen that a lowly maid could never become a legitimate wife. Nor could she enter the family registry or pass through the main gate. The rigid social hierarchies of the time are stark, and the barriers are formidable, rendering it difficult for those accustomed to the freedoms and equality of modernity to accept. Thus, persuading the Duke of Protection has become an imperative victory for her. She cannot directly invoke her father's name to plead his case, as the authorities have already stated unequivocally that the punishment is just and without fault. Seeking help through sympathy is futile, as her contemporaries have warned that this constitutes a violation of the law, and anyone who interferes would be deemed an accomplice. She must find a creative solution to rescue her father from this plight. In the capital, beneath the emperor's gaze, there exists a sense of tolerance and openness, and public order is commendably maintained, fostering harmonious interactions. Through her encounters in the bustling streets, Ouyang Titi unexpectedly gleaned crucial information. The Xiongnu have launched a large-scale invasion after 4 years. The court is embroiled in a fierce debate between the proponents of peace and those advocating for war, with the harsh laws of their ancestors repeatedly invoked. The pressing issue is that the borders are strained, lacking both soldiers and laborers. She is confident that she can persuade the notoriously difficult Duke of Protection. Amidst the clamor of the marketplace, in a wine house, a young man with a noble demeanor observes the unfolding scene, keenly taking in the changing expressions of the Duke of Protection. Clad in a simple cotton riding outfit, he still wears his snow hat indoors to obscure his face. Beside him stands Wei Xinming, a young man dressed in scholarly attire. Wei Xinming softly remarks, "For days, I have searched in vain. This girl merely sells fish in the market, without any peculiarity." The young man by the window slowly turns his face, revealing himself as Yin Zizhao. His expression is calm as he gently responds, "A frail woman, venturing alone into the capital, freely entering taverns and tea houses, daring to roam the streets and alleys. Do you not find this unusual?" Wei Xinming hesitates, acknowledging that is indeed true. Every official's daughter is typically surrounded by servants, carried in a palanquin when they go out, and would never casually converse with people from all walks of life. Perhaps Miss Ouyang is simply carefree and momentarily careless? Yun Zizhao snorts softly. This is not a matter of Ouyang Titi's carelessness. Rather, it is a reflection of her habits formed in a modern life. In contemporary society, women freely stroll the streets, engage in casual conversations with strangers, and can safely return home at midnight. Such fortune was a privilege unknown to anyone in ancient times. Wei Xinming, aware of the dissatisfaction of the emperor with his response, pondered anew. Perhaps it is due to the emperor's guardianship that she feels so reassured. Despite my discreet escort, she must have sensed the protection surrounding her. This clever remark elicited a faint smile from Yun Zizhao. He inhaled the refreshing air, casting a casual glance around the tea house's private room. With a fragrant steam of tea rose from the table, and an array of exquisite pastries tempted the appetite. Yet, in his view, it was the assorted snacks prepared by Ouyang Titi that truly stirred one's culinary desires. Fleeting memories, somewhat hazy, began to surface, visions of a dazzling world. A mesmerizing window. In a moment of peril, a beautiful girl had grasped his hand tightly, anxiously exclaiming, red light, you must not pass now." Confusion filled his mind, while the lights shone brightly. What could Ouyang Titi's red light signify? At that moment, commotion arose in the street as a throng of people flocked towards a certain direction. From their elevated vantage point, The two easily observed the unfolding scene and leaned out to catch a better glimpse. Chapter 29. A child worthy of instruction. Ouyang Titi was resolute in her determination to attain a resolution that very day. Having spent several days in the capital, she had sharpened her skills, demonstrating exceptional prowess that deterred any attempts at humiliation. The bubbling fish soup, overflowing with delectable aroma, evoked a sense of warmth and familiarity. With her remarkably affordable fish soup and grain buns, she garnered the assistance of numerous beggars, while simultaneously relaying messages to the townsfolk and street wanderers. The Duke of National Defense, though aging, sought only self-preservation and did not genuinely serve the country. Gradually, some scholars began to take notice of her statements, engaging in spirited debates with her on the streets, each unwilling to concede their viewpoints. This public discourse quickly attracted a larger crowd of scholars, prompting the officials to hasten to disperse the gathering and prohibit Ouyang Titi from continuing her debate in the streets. Determined, Ouyang Titi, accompanied by the children led by Nyo Shinshin, took their positions outside the Duke's residence, patiently awaiting their opportunity. The children, displaying remarkable perceptiveness, were adept at signaling when necessary. The Duke had long been aware of these rumors, but, engrossed in state affairs, had dismissed them to his colleagues with the belief that integrity would shield him from unfounded accusations, showing little inclination to engage with the ruffians of the streets. However, today, this woman, accompanied by a ragtag assembly, had cornered him at his very doorstep. Should he mishandle the situation, it could undoubtedly escalate into a grave incident. The Duke adjusted his collar. Though aged and slightly portly, his immense power masked his increasingly frail health. The snow had ceased, allowing the sun to melt the frost. Yet the chill still prompted shivers. The emperor, indecisive and ineffective, relied entirely on his ministers to manage state affairs. Within the carriage, a stack of documents awaited his attention. As he stood shoulder to shoulder with the chancellor, bearing the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the emperor's reputation, which must not be tarnished, he signaled to his guards to part the carriage curtain, summoning the woman before him, and questioned, "You, a woman of the inner chambers, forsaking the noble pursuits of agriculture to serve the nation, instead gather a crowd to sow discord among the people. Are you aware of your transgressions?" Yet, he was taken aback by the striking resemblance she bore to Ouyang Zimu. Why does this woman not remain at home? The situation is abundantly clear. Her father has been unjustly condemned, and she is resolutely fighting against the odds, not for the nation, but to rescue her father. The Duke of State Protection scoffs. You are the daughter of Ouyang Zimu. It is evident that your motives lie solely in saving your father. Where is your allegiance to the country? Ouyang Titi, unperturbed, dusts off her garments and replies calmly, "You are correct. I am indeed Ouyang Zimu's daughter. My father has dedicated himself to the nation and its people, yet he has been wrongfully punished for treating the young heir of Jailing County, who tragically succumbed to illness. Let us consider who it was that quelled the most severe plague afflicting the entire Yunnan region, who selflessly shared his remedies to prevent a widespread outbreak, and who risked his own safety to treat the gravely ill heir of Jailing County. These actions far exceed my father's duties as a public servant. He is not a physician, yet he has been condemned for his vast knowledge and compassion. Did my father not recognize the risks? No. He acted solely for the benefit of our people, striving to heal the afflicted." The Duke of State Protection retorts with a sneer, "Yet you have not inherited your father's noble virtues, nor have you adhered to proper conduct, instead spreading rumors that disrupt the peace and order of the capital. Can such a person truly claim to have the welfare of the Yunnan nation in mind?" In a swift motion, the soldiers brandished their swords, the glint of their weapons emanating a palpable aura of menace, causing the gathered crowd to retreat. Ouyang Titi remains composed, even smiling. The youth may be taught. I am guided by my father's principles, and indeed, I hold the welfare of the Yunnan nation close to my heart. I possess strategies to repel the Xiongnu forces. Yet alas, the Duke of State Protection stubbornly disregards my intentions. Is this not a manifestation of obstinacy? I often ponder. Even if one were to command the lords by wielding the emperor's authority, one must possess strength. Why does the Duke assume there is not a single enlightened soul among the populace? Her words, "the youth may be taught," nearly caused the Duke to grind his teeth in frustration. Grasping his graying beard, he demands, "State secrets are not so easily known to the common folk. In your opinion, what strategies do you propose to repel the Xiongnu forces?" Ouyang Titi responds thoughtfully, "Of course, the first step is to exonerate my father, allowing him and others in similar circumstances to serve in the military to atone for their wrongs. This would promptly address the issues of manpower and labor shortages, and even galvanize their families to support the Yunnan Army's logistics. Ultimately, such familial support will ensure that they are neither hungry nor poorly clothed. After all, with military merit, upon completion of their service, families can reunite and improve their lives." The Duke is momentarily taken aback. This line of reasoning had never crossed his mind. In these times, while the army is in need of soldiers, there is no shortage of those who err. The Yunnan realm grapples with both internal and external strife, necessitating strict laws to maintain order. Otherwise, military discipline and public safety cannot be assured. Ouyang Titi continues, "I hold great respect for all laws. However, I cannot accept that all must be met with corporal punishment. In the realm of law, those who commit minor transgressions may find their faces etched with markings, while those guilty of graver offenses face the severing of noses, hands, and feet. In the most dire of circumstances, the ultimate penalty is decapitation, with entire families and clans subjected to punishment. Upon introspection, I realized that my father merely performed what a conscientious individual ought to do. Yet, this virtuous man is to be punished according to the law. If it were merely a fine or a brief imprisonment, it might be bearable. However, he now faces corporal punishment. The ancients proclaimed that punishment should not extend to the nobility, yet in their fervor to enforce the law, they have stripped my father of his official position, subjecting him to physical torment and banishment for 800 miles. I must inquire, does such a punitive system not gnaw at one's conscience?" The onlookers slowly regain their awareness. This girl is none other than the renowned part-time physician, Ouyang Zimu's daughter. Her words resonate with profound truth. The Duke of National Defense's countenance grew colder. Amendments to the penal code often incite societal upheaval. Every reformist has ultimately met a dismal fate. The current emperor, alas, lacks the requisite ability to quell such turmoil. The strategy of inviting disaster has already exhausted the connections of both him and the chancellor, becoming a source of mutual grievance. Should the vassal states discover their machinations, their own kin would likely face a bloody reckoning. Such occurrences shall never be permitted again. Ouyang Titi's piercing cry lingers in the air. The Duke, aged and seeking merely self-preservation, does not genuinely care for the nation. At this juncture, rumors have already taken root. He bears the weight of hardship upon his brow. For this nation has endured much suffering, yet the prisons overflow with inmates. If this path is feasible, it could indeed signify progress. Should he heed her counsel, not only would he serve his country, but he would also showcase his magnanimity. The Duke of National Defense felt a flicker of intrigue. Chapter 30. The innocence of youth. In his youth, the Duke of National Defense was once a promising talent. Achieving success at the age of 25 and becoming the top scholar by 31, with a sense of national pride accompanying him throughout much of his life. His marriage was relatively harmonious, and in his later years, he was blessed with a precious son. Alas, the boy proved mediocre, and the capricious nature of political strife threatened the tranquility of his existence. Coupled with the relentless cruelty of imperial power, his heart grew cold, solidifying his resolve to curtail that very power. Nevertheless, his aspirations for the nation and its people remained steadfast, unchanged from his youthful ideals. After considerable contemplation, he inquired, "You wish to send your father to the front lines. This approach is unprecedented. Moreover, it cannot guarantee that those who have broken the law will act with the discipline of a true army. Pray tell, what collateral do you offer for such a gamble?" "In gambling, one may have assets to pledge, but what do you stake?" Ouyang Titi knelt slowly, stating, "I possess nothing of value, yet I can offer myself as collateral. I am willing to pledge my life, establishing a support group for the military provisions, dedicating myself wholeheartedly to assist the valiant sons of our Yunnan nation in battle. Should any relatives transgress on the battlefield, our support group shall bear the consequences together. United in purpose, we shall fulfill our duties. Wherever there is conflict, we shall engage. Wherever we engage, we shall triumph. The gathered crowd stirred with renewed vigor. The Duke of National Defense, Zhou Ruizhu, responded gravely, agreed. We all share a common purpose for the Yunnan nation. I shall proceed to report to the Emperor forthwith. I, Zhou Ruizhu, have always acted with transparency for the public good. I will accurately convey that this idea originated with you. Prepare yourself, for the Emperor may summon you on the morrow. The young girl, kneeling in prayer, raised her face, serene and resolute, her fair skin seemingly illuminated from within. Duke Zhou Ruizhu promptly turned his carriage and sought an audience with the Emperor, only returning to his residence late at night. The house remained brightly lit, and upon his return, the servants hurriedly spread the news. In an instant, Lady Zhou emerged from the inner chambers, her tears cascading down even before she spoke. Duke Zhou, who had always cherished his wife, upon witnessing her distress, repeatedly reassured her, "Do not grieve so, my dear. I shall take charge of the matters at hand." Yet, her tears continued to fall like a string of pearls as she led the Duke to the study for a moment of respite, where she recounted the entire ordeal. It turned out that after years of longing for a child, Zhou Zhiran, their son, had finally managed to become a scholar at the age of 30. Though the prospect of a bright future in the government seemed dim, the family had been planning to secure him a position as a teacher in a prestigious academy, believing that connections would inevitably lead to opportunities. However, to their dismay, even within the scholarly circles, Zhou Zhiran had succumbed to the vice of gambling. Lacking talent, he had attempted to rely on luck, resulting in a series of unfortunate losses that drained his private funds. That very night, he had surreptitiously taken the deed to their home and sold it without a second thought. Duke Zhou sprang to his feet, urgently inquiring, "Our estate is modest. I fear the Emperor's envy. After all, our Duke's residence is already quite substantial. Acquiring more property might raise eyebrows. Tell me, did he sell the small house in the eastern part of the city?" Witnessing her husband's fury, Lady Zhou had not seen him so enraged in quite some time. Strangely, he was not outraged by the gambling itself, but rather by the loss of his most cherished possession. After a moment of reflection, she timidly murmured, "I have heard that the paintings and furniture have already been removed. It is merely an empty house. Should you desire it, we could purchase it back from the new owner." Duke Zhou scoffed and sarcastically retorted, "What do you understand of such matters? Quickly ascertain the identity of the buyer and report back to me with haste." The guards naturally obeyed, and soon returned with news that rendered the Duke's face pale. It was said that a confidant of Prince Ruizhu had covertly facilitated the transaction, and the deed had already been registered with the authorities. The contract was in effect, and any attempt to reverse it would likely prove cumbersome. Lady Zhou appeared somewhat embarrassed, hesitating to speak further. The Duke, catching her gaze, remarked, "You wish to suggest that we pay double for the house, do you not? Once someone acquires a beloved possession, they are unlikely to relinquish it. This matter, it seemed, would not be easily resolved." Lady Zhou, still burdened by concerns for her son, had not yet removed her elaborate makeup, and the ornate attire she donned felt particularly stifling at that moment. Just as she pondered how to address the situation, a servant suddenly exclaimed, "Young master has returned." She exchanged a glance with Duke Zhou and instructed someone to summon their son. The servants had already informed Zhou Zhiran of the situation, telling him that Lady Zhou was reviewing the family's assets and had discovered that he had taken the house deed and private funds for gambling. Questioning his companions about his misdeeds, Zhou Zhiran had always been obedient, yet he had succumbed to the vice of gambling, driven by a desire to take a risk as an adult. Upon hearing his mother's scolding and witnessing his father's furious wrath, he felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Nearby, a servant eagerly offered suggestions. One of them chuckled and said, "Since this is the master's cherished possession, why not first offer money to reclaim the house? If that fails, you could marry the young lady who bought it. I've heard she has come to the capital alone, without parents to guide her. It would be a fine opportunity to gain both fortune and a spouse." Wouldn't it? Zhou Zhiran recognized the absurdity of this idea, yet it brought him a modicum of comfort as he made his way to the study. Due to his prolonged absence, the night had deepened, and the dim light from a few lamps cast a yellow glow along the path. Upon entering the study, he was met with his parents' stern expressions. The Duke of the protecting nation gazed at his son and inquired, "Did you sell the small residence in the east of the city to someone else?" Jogeron had no choice but to confirm. With the Duke personally seeking an answer, his lingering doubts dissipated, and he bellowed, "Bring forth the family punishment." The servants, compelled to obey, seized Jogeron and pinned him to the ground, preparing to administer the punishment. Having rarely faced such discipline, Jogeron realized that no amount of silver could save him this time, for his parents would not have resorted to this had there been any other recourse. In a moment of desperation, he recalled the absurd suggestion from the servants and blurted out, "Father, hold on. I sold the house because I have developed feelings for that young lady. It was merely an opportunity to approach her." The Duke had never found a suitable match for his son, fearing that the noble families would not accept his mediocre offspring, while the humble families deemed him unworthy of their daughters. Thus, he remained unmarried, burdened by this predicament until the age of over 30, despite having 2 concubines, with the position of a wife still unfulfilled. Good young women viewed Jogeron's situation unfavorably, further diminishing his prospects, which made his declaration of affection a significant revelation after 3 decades of solitude. The Duke was taken aback. If the house served as a bride price, though reluctant, it could still be considered a reasonable arrangement for the couple's future. The Duchess, in a state of urgency, pressed for details. "Whose daughter is she? What's her name?" Jogeron pondered the name inscribed on the deed of the transaction and gradually articulated it. Upon hearing it, the Duke's complexion paled even further, and he staggered back, fainting in shock. Chapter 31. A reunion with an old friend. At that moment, Ouyang Titi was on the street, having offered her counsel and receiving the Duke's assurance before watching him depart. Feeling confident, she returned to her guest room to rest, planning to prepare her belongings for an early visit to her father the following day. However, upon entering her room, she sensed something amiss. A cold wind swept through, and with a loud bang, the door slammed shut. Ouyang Titi was struck with terror and, upon steadying herself, noticed a youth standing at the entrance. Clad in a dark gray riding outfit that perfectly accentuated his figure, he exuded an aura of formidable presence. A fragrant blend of sandalwood and fresh grass wafted through the air, reminiscent of a wooden aroma. Ouyang Titi was taken aback, nearly letting out a scream as she instinctively reached for the hairpin atop her head. The person abruptly covered her mouth, whispering, "Do not shout, it is I." The voice bore a hint of familiarity, soft yet tinged with youthful naivety. It was none other than Prince Ray. Ouyang Titi had thought she would never encounter this prince again, and finding him in such a place filled her with astonishment. She hastily pushed aside his hand and inquired, "What brings you here, Your Highness? Do you not realize this is a lady's chamber?" Seeing her calmness return, Prince Ray approached the window and opened it, allowing the room to bask in a brighter light. Ouyang Titi felt a slight reassurance within herself and promptly offered him tea brewed from hot water on the small table. Unsure of Prince Rue's intentions, she refrained from further conversation. Observing her tranquil demeanor, fragments of memory began to resurface for Prince Rue. He recalled a time of grandeur when nearly every woman possessed such composure. A vague conjecture stirred within him. Could this lady be from that era? Hence her ability to show him the splendor during that moment of near drowning? Having been enamored with her from their first encounter, if this were true, she could indeed be of great assistance to him. As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze intensified with fervor, noticing the peculiar glint in Prince Rue's eyes. Ouyang Titi felt a surge of apprehension. She feared he might harbor ulterior motives. She quickly poured tea, stating, "This tea is delightful," in an attempt to divert his attention. Prince Rue wore a half-smile, as if he could see through her intentions. Alarmed, she realized that while his smile had always been devoid of deeper meaning, their increasing interactions now hinted at something more profound. She raised her head and smiled, saying, "Your Highness seems to be in high spirits today, coming all this way for tea. The Empress has already made it clear that I am not to have excessive contact with you. If discovered, You might face some consequences as well. With a smirk, Prince Rue replied, "This does not concern me." Ouyang Titi inwardly lamented. While he felt no fear, she certainly did. She contemplated how to expedite his departure. Initially, he had been preoccupied with her fish soup. Recalling this, she glanced at the sky outside and suggested, "If you are indeed longing for the fish soup made by a fair lady, perhaps we should visit the marketplace and see if there are any fresh river fish. I will be delighted to prepare a bowl for you." At the mention of this, Prince Rue's thoughts shifted back to more serious matters. He stepped closer, leaning his face near hers. She noticed her flawless, jade-like complexion glistened with a slight sheen of perspiration from her anxiety. He chuckled softly. "Did I frighten you with my sudden visit? Am I truly so terrifying that I have left you in such a state? I find a fish delectable. Yet you are even more captivating." Since meeting Prince Rue, Ouyang Titi had known him to be a man of few words. She had never witnessed him speak so freely, even complimenting her beauty. This was a stark contrast to the foolish and dull persona depicted in tales. Clearly, legends are often mere fabrications. She said, both amused and exasperated, "My lord, do you truly understand the meaning of beauty is a feast for the eyes? Do not let those wicked servants corrupt your thoughts." The Prince of Rue merely smiled in silence. Perhaps some things do not require instruction. As he settled down, he cast a discerning glance at the teacup on the table, feigning maturity with a sigh, and remarked, "It is not so simple that anyone could corrupt me, yet I find myself increasingly concerned for you. Are you not afraid of the world's scorn, mingling so freely with unfamiliar men?" There were indeed several terms to describe such a woman. Yet the prince found himself at a loss, unable to utter them. His tone was tinged with a hint of acidity, affection, and a touch of helplessness. Ouyang Titi paused for a moment, beginning to comprehend his intentions. Indeed, the Prince of Rue was once a naive and endearing soul, unaware that conversing in such a manner with a lone woman might invite gossip. He had rushed over, likely having heard malicious rumors about her. With this realization, her heart softened considerably. Ouyang Titi casually patted the prince's shoulder. "Ah, now I understand why you came. Worry not. I could distinguish between good and bad people. I shall remember the virtues of the good and keep my distance from the malevolent. They cannot bully me. You need not fret." As the pair engaged in their hushed conversation, an ill-intentioned figure scrutinized the guest house door. In recent days, Ouyang Titi's indiscriminate socializing with men had likely tarnished her reputation. One woman, suspecting her husband of indulging in the company of this young lady, had grown increasingly agitated. Spurred on by others' insinuations, she resolved to confront the woman at her lodgings. As the saying goes, to catch a cheater, one must catch them in the act. Thus, when she noticed her husband absent and the young lady nowhere near the fish stall, she assumed she was at the guest house and headed there, accompanied by several burly men. With a loud crash, they broke open the door. The woman, known for her loud voice, bellowed, "Let us see if this young lady is consorting with that scoundrel." No sooner had she spoken than a stool was hurled from within. Taken by surprise, she was struck on the shoulder and cried out in pain. Regaining her composure, she peered inside to see a man conversing face-to-face with Ouyang Titi. His stature and appearance were clearly not that of her husband. Realizing she had made a mistake, having been beaten and humiliated, she stubbornly refused to relent, determined to salvage her dignity. Wincing from her injury, she venomously exclaimed, clearly, with such vastness outside, "You choose to confine yourself within these walls to speak. This secret meeting proves you are no virtuous woman." The men who had accompanied her had not anticipated such a turn of events. Since the scoundrel was not seen, there was a hint of hesitation. Ouyang Titi witnessed two individuals intruding into the inn. Prince Rue, with swift reflexes, immediately hurled a chair at them. This incident was a blatant intrusion, and it was evident that her future lodgings would likely be exceedingly unsafe. Having never encountered such a situation before, she was both startled and enraged, tears nearly spilling from her eyes as she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" The woman, observing her distressed demeanor, found the young lady to be exceptionally beautiful, with skin as fair as snow and eyes as elegant as a painting. The innkeeper had mentioned that this inn was currently occupied by a solitary woman from afar, which made the woman feel she was weak and vulnerable. The thought of her husband consorting with some vixen only intensified her animosity towards the outsider, and she venomously remarked, "It is improper for men and women to associate closely. How dare you, a lone woman, meet men in an inn? If we were to take you to the authorities, what could be done about it? A woman of such moral decay must be a wandering fraud from another place. We shall deliver you to the officials, and perhaps we might even receive a reward." Ouyang Titi could hardly fathom such slander. It was her first experience of the coldness of this era. Just as she was about to urge the waiter to summon the proprietor, a gentle voice resonated behind her. "You should apologize to this young lady. I am her fiancé. While it may not be entirely proper for us to meet before marriage, there is no fault deserving of such defamation of her reputation." They turned out to be a young couple engaged to be wed. Chapter 32. A query after all. This was a matter of their household. Tarnishing her reputation was indeed inappropriate. The woman's expression faltered, yet unwilling to concede verbally, she stubbornly replied, "You two have met secretly before marriage, which is morally reprehensible. Be careful. If your parents find out, they will surely reprimand you." She then turned to leave. Although they could easily approach, departing was another matter altogether. Prince Rue, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "You trespass into private quarters and simply walk away? Are you not planning to face the authorities for your actions?" The robust men outside were taken aback. They were not there to face a lawsuit, but merely to stir trouble for money. The woman continued to protest. However, the local constables quickly arrived following reports of a public disturbance. The leading officer, with a keen eye, recognized Prince Rue, who had long lived in seclusion, and promptly ordered the woman to be taken away. She would likely endure a harsh punishment before returning home. At this moment, Prince Rue meticulously examined Ouyang Titi's room and pointed out several inadequacies. To his discerning eye, everything was inadequate. The sound insulation of the room was poor. Even the slightest whisper would be overheard by the neighbors. The protective panel of the guest room door was thin. The woman had easily kicked it open. And should a nefarious individual intrude at night, the door would offer no resistance whatsoever. Let us discuss management once more. Just now, Prince Rue mentioned in passing that he was accompanied by a certain lady, merely describing her appearance and place of origin. Yet he effortlessly obtained the key to a guest room. If a nefarious individual were to lie in wait within that room, it could very well lead to dire consequences. Moreover, what is Ouyang Titi currently consuming? While traversing the outside world, her meals consist of little more than a bowl of noodle soup or coarse grain porridge, perhaps a bun. Engaged in the bustling marketplace, she often misses mealtime, resorting instead to a bowl of fish soup, thereby depriving herself of a proper meal. How could her health possibly thrive under such conditions? Listening to his incessant muttering, Ouyang Titi found herself momentarily speechless. She believed her circumstances to be quite satisfactory. Why then did Prince Rue perceive everything as lacking? Unable to contain herself, she interjected, "But how do you expect us to eat? We're merely common folk, and our 3 meals a day consist of such fare." Prince Rue regarded the blossoming young woman before him, soon to turn 15, and he feared that many would begin to take notice of her. With a mix of contemplation and tentative probing, he replied, "I believe that my household is quite satisfactory. One ought to dine in a manner befitting the occasion, seated at a table with a cloth spread before them, leisurely finishing a bun and then savoring a cup of soy milk. If one were fortunate enough to have an egg, it should be included as well. Come evening, a lively family dinner with meat, a sip of soup, and some fruits and vegetables constitutes the ideal nutritious meal, a harmonious balance of meat and vegetables throughout the day. In this era, it is customary to have 2 meals, brunch and dinner." Such a description, if overheard by those in the adjacent guest room, would leave them utterly bewildered. Commoners rarely indulge in such lavish fare, typically subsisting on little more than vegetables paired with thin porridge. As for noble ladies, their meals might include a few more meat dishes and delicately crafted pastries. Adhering to the unspoken rule of silence while dining, never before had they encountered the notion of a balanced, nutritious meal. Having resided here for a time, Ouyang Titi was acutely aware of the inappropriateness of his remarks. Coupled with Prince Rue's previous probing questions about skyscrapers and the swift iron boxes, her astonishment remained unassuaged. To acknowledge such truths would surely lead to her downfall. Prince Rue, though naive, was evidently shaped by his experiences. Ouyang Titi concealed her thoughts and, feigning surprise, asked, "How did you come to know of these ancient texts? Such matters are scarcely recorded." Prince Rue's wide eyes remained fixed upon her, unblinking. While there may be other handsome youths in the world, none possessed the clarity of his gaze, nor the simplicity of his heart, which singularly cherished Ouyang Titi. A hint of longing flickered in his eyes, akin to a child seeking her gaze, as if any trace of deception would be immediately discerned. Ouyang Titi had long since resolved to remain silent about her circumstances, leaving others to speculate as they pleased. However, she would never voluntarily confess. With a smile, she remarked, "Your Highness, you mustn't be serious. The last encounter with the water spirit must have bewitched you, leading you to utter such nonsensical words." Seeing her steadfast denial, Prince Rue felt a mixture of urgency and helplessness, as though he were reaching for a fragile soap bubble that, radiant in its colors, shattered at the slightest touch, leaving him profoundly disappointed. Upon encountering Ouyang Titi's refusal to confess, he acknowledged the difficulty of his own departure from the palace, a venture fraught with peril. He had to elude both the Empress Dowager's guards and the palace eunuchs and maidens, managing to slip away quietly. Alone in the outside world, he feared that any misfortune might bring unbearable sorrow to the Empress Dowager. Yet, despite his reluctance, he felt compelled to leave. As he raised his gaze and beheld the familiar smile of a young lady, her cherry-red lips glistening, a thought stirred within him. He moved closer, demanding, "Are you unwilling to speak the truth? If you persist in your silence, I possess means to compel your confession." Ouyang Titi, alarmed, instinctively retreated, yet the nature of his methods eluded her. As the distance between them diminished, a sense of foreboding enveloped her. In her retreat, she stumbled upon a chair, leaving her no escape and causing her to fall into it. The Prince of Rue, witnessing her dismay, was taken aback, his usual calm replaced by a charmingly animated expression, prompting him to lean down and embrace her. However, Ouyang Titi would not allow such impropriety, regardless of the prince's status. In a state of panic, she exclaimed, "Your Majesty, please do not be angry. I did not intend any offense." The Prince of Rue, momentarily stunned, turned to look behind him, but found no sign of the Empress Dowager. Seizing this moment of distraction, Ouyang Titi swiftly pushed him away and fled, dashing out with the speed of a startled bird. Initially believing the inn to be a safe haven, she was dismayed to find herself embroiled in such turmoil. Anger and frustration welled within her as she pondered the significance of securing a safe abode, a concern that seemed paramount in ancient times, as evidenced by people's eagerness to purchase land and hire servants. The night had fallen completely, prompting her to wander aimlessly through the bustling streets, seeking solace amidst the throngs of people. After some time, the enticing aromas of delectable food roused her senses. Indeed, while acquiring land was vital, it was an endeavor that demanded substantial financial resources. She lamented the funds already spent in attempts to rescue her father, and the need to also assist her sister Xiangxia weighed heavily on her mind. How could she manage such expenses with only her two hands? This dilemma plagued her thoughts. Lost in contemplation by the roadside, she was suddenly called over by the owner of a nearby beef noodle shop, Chun. To her surprise, the fish soup noodles had become a popular staple among the locals, praised for their affordability and delightful flavor, surpassing even the poorly prepared beef noodle soup. Chun, eager to engage her, inquired whether she could prepare another pot of fish soup, as he had been raising a tank full of plump river fish in his courtyard, ready for use as fresh bait. Anticipating her concerns about the lateness of the hour, Chun even considered asking his wife to accompany her for propriety's sake. This establishment, an old favorite with an excellent reputation, presented an irresistible offer. Despite her inner turmoil, Ouyang Titi found comfort in the prospect of work to quell her anxiety. After a moment's deliberation, she agreed to assist. Upon arriving at the courtyard, she discovered that several staff members had already begun contemplating the preparation of the fish soup, though they feared that an ill-conceived dish might deter their loyal customers. Thus, she found herself in a state of indecision, even as Madame Chun, the wife of the esteemed boss Chun, arrived on the scene. After much deliberation among the onlookers, they could not fathom why others produced a bland broth, while Miss Ouyang conjured a soup as rich as milk, its hue alluring and its flavor exquisite. This left them utterly perplexed. Chapter 33. Crafting the Foundation. Ouyang Titi. While preparing the fish soup did not take much time. Yet, at this critical juncture, she held back certain secrets, refraining from divulging the precise ingredients and timing to Lin Xinger, as she had done earlier. She treated it as if preparing a takeaway, merely collecting a fee for her service. Madame Chen observed closely throughout the process but remained baffled, feeling a sense of regret for her inability to grasp the intricacies. To an outsider, even with close observation, the nuances eluded them, resulting in a mere imitation of about 70 to 80% accuracy. Madame Chen, possessing a kind heart, understood that this was a cherished culinary secret and chose not to take offense. As evening approached, she invited Ouyang Titi to dine on carp noodle soup and thereafter expressed her intention to escort her home. Ouyang Titi, pondering the recent troubles at the inn and uncertain if the esteemed Prince Rue still lingered there, felt a twinge of melancholy. She mentioned that the previous inn was not particularly safe, and, being unfamiliar with the area, she needed to request Madame Chen's assistance in recommending a reliable lodging. Seeing her as a solitary woman, Madame Chen felt a pang of sympathy. Upon hearing the difficulties she faced regarding the inn, she warmly extended an invitation to stay at her own home, treating her as a distinguished guest from afar. Upon further inquiry, Ouyang Titi discovered that Madame Chen's residence was modest, with guest rooms primarily used for accommodating travelers or for servants working overtime. The diverse crowd made her uneasy, prompting considerable hesitation. Noticing her uncertain demeanor, Madame Chen suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I have a thought. If you were to spend an exorbitant amount on the most expensive inn, while it may be safe, the cost is simply too high. Instead, it would be wiser to purchase a small residence first. Later, you can acquire a grand estate when your finances allow." Ouyang Titi was indeed contemplating this very notion. Buying a smaller property first, then upgrading to a larger one later, seemed prudent. Real estate would serve as a stable asset, whether one had substantial or modest funds. Securing a place in the capital would provide a sense of stability, preventing her from being perceived as a transient and subject to disdain. Today, that woman had already formed an unfavorable opinion, assuming that all single women arriving in the capital were of ill repute. Madame Chen informed her that just beside her home, a family was preparing to move. The house, comprising 2 courtyards and 5 rooms, although modest in size, was quite well kept. Ouyang Titi considered that being neighbors with Madame Chen would facilitate communication and companionship, making the prospect appealing. The only concern was the price. Upon inquiring, she discovered that the agent quoted a rather staggering amount for the property. Seeing her reaction, Madame Chen observed closely, believing that she, a mere young girl without elder companions, could not possibly produce such a significant sum of silver. The kind-hearted Chen matron gently reassured her that it was of no consequence. She suggested that they could stay at the inn for a while and earn some money before making a purchase. Persistently comforting her, she remarked that it truly was not a problem, and that saving when necessary could indeed be quite beneficial. However, such reassurances were merely superficial. After weighing her options, Ouyang Titi resolutely declared, "Let us go, Madame Chen. Take me to see the property that is up for sale. If it meets my approval, I shall purchase it." Being neighbors, Madame Chen, known for her amiable nature, had a cordial relationship with the residents. She was well acquainted with the owners and the layout of the house, and upon her detailed description, Ouyang Titi visited the property and found it to her liking. Immediately, she lit an oil lamp, signed a contract, and dispatched a copy to the local government for record-keeping. Thus, in the blink of an eye, Ouyang Titi had secured her own residence in the capital. On this winter night, the sun had shone brightly during the day, melting away the accumulated snow. The courtyard was a modest 2-entry space, not far from the marketplace, providing a serene retreat amidst the bustle. Upon entering, one was greeted by a quaint courtyard, adorned with a large, square-tiled area suitable for walking or drying clothes. Perfect for leisurely enjoyment. A table was set out for moon-gazing and wine-drinking upon the tiled surface. Surrounding the tiles was a ring of earth where flowers, trees, and greenery flourished. A grand old tree stood tall, its leaves completely shed, its variety unknown. A gentle breeze rustled through, creating a soft creaking sound. In summer, its canopy would provide a splendid cover, filling the courtyard with delightful floral scents, creating an atmosphere of elegance. To the left and right of the courtyard lay two small rooms, ideal for storage and servant quarters. Directly ahead was an entrance screen leading into the main hall, flanked by two spacious rooms. The living area was inviting, with relatively new blue brick flooring. The valuable antique furniture had been removed, along with the decorative calligraphy and paintings from walls. Though it appeared somewhat barren, the emptiness sparked her imagination, allowing her to envision her own decor, imbuing the space with a unique charm. As she wandered to the adjacent large rooms, she noted that all the furnishings had been taken away, leaving them desolate. It seemed that she could not reside here that night, as she lacked the necessary warm clothing and bedding. Resting here would surely lead to discomfort. Clutching the property deed in her hand, Titi suddenly felt a wave of contentment wash over her, realizing that this house was indeed quite satisfactory. Living in the capital would be convenient. If her father were to recover from his recent tribulations and willingly resign from his official post, they could move to the capital together and engage in honest business. She mused that her life would likely surpass that of a noble daughter. The left side of the main house could be designated for her parents, while she would occupy the right side. And with the two additional rooms on either side of the courtyard, her four sisters could share the space, each enjoying their own private quarters. They could spend their time playing music or tending to flowers, and on New Year's Eve, share a little wine and roast some meat. This life promised to be far superior to her previous existence. Lost in her thoughts, Titi found herself reluctant to leave this place. As she contemplated her future, a sense of prosperity and joy enveloped her, prompting her to smile inwardly. At this time of year, most households retire early as darkness falls. Yet, lively places are somewhat of an exception. Even though the desire to remain here is strong, one must ultimately seek refuge at an inn, enduring a night there before making further plans the following day. Titi had just bid farewell to Mrs. Chun and lingered for a considerable while at this newly acquired residence. Despite the empty courtyard, her heart brimmed with joy. However, as the hour grew late, it became apparent that searching for an inn would be futile, prompting her to reluctantly lock the gate and proceed along a narrow path toward the bustling area. Reflecting on the days when she was escorted by guards, she realized how smoothly everything had gone, without encountering even the slightest mishap. Throughout the day, she had no inkling of Wei Shiming's whereabouts. As she walked down the path, she noticed the faint glow of candlelight emanating from nearby houses. Suddenly, a group of drunken men appeared ahead, blocking her way. Titi, unwilling to engage with such ruffians, intended to turn back and choose another route toward the inn's more concentrated district. Just as she was about to step away, one of the drunken men called out her name. Titi, do you not recognize me? Taken aback in the night, Titi had no intention of lingering and quickened her pace. Although he had uttered her name, she suspected it was merely a ploy from scoundrel, and she nearly bolted from the scene. Yet, one burly man among them continued to shout, Titi, have you forgotten Sister Qixia as well? This mention of an old acquaintance startled her. Despite the eerie nature of his call in the dead of night, concern for Sister Qixia, who had gone missing, compelled Titi to halt. Approaching the dim candlelight by the roadside, she saw one of the three drunken men draw nearer. The stout figure, though familiar, still seemed somewhat juvenile and unrecognizable. Amidst her confusion, the stout man spoke. Titi, do not be afraid. Do you remember Mr. Hijishio? It was he who sent me to pursue news of Sister Qixia all the way to this capital. Relief washed over Titi. As she understood now, this was the young apprentice of Hijishio. In his youth, he had been frivolous and unlearned, much to his family's dismay. However, under the guidance of Mr. He had turned over a new leaf. Though not profoundly learned, He had a genuine desire to improve himself and, with his cleverness, flourished in business, becoming a respected young man in the community. Recalling the past, Ouyang Titi felt immense gratitude towards Mr. He, akin to that of a second parent. The day Sister Chixiao abruptly appeared was at Mr. He's side, and his heart ached deeply, treating her as if she were his own child. He mobilized nearly all his connections to uncover news of Sister Chixiao. The young man, having received much kindness from Mr. He, felt an obligation to assist and took the initiative to track down the villain's trail, surpassing even the reach of official constables. Upon reflecting on this, Ouyang Titi hastily inquired, "It is indeed rare for you to have journeyed so far to the capital. But is it not the case that news of my sister Chixiao has also reached here, prompting your arrival?" The stout and robust man, Chun Han, though still a youth, felt a sense of joy at earning the respect of the young maiden. With a hint of joviality, he replied, "Naturally, we received the news and, having resolved our concerns today, have indulged in a few extra drinks. Otherwise, had we consumed this much earlier, we would have likely lost track of the information. Fear not. Let us find a suitable place to discuss this matter in detail." Indeed, the affairs concerning Chixiao were not suitable for public discourse. At this moment, the suggestion to seek a location proved challenging, as nearly all eateries had dispersed their patrons. Only gambling houses and brothels remained open to welcome guests, which left Ouyang Titi in a predicament. The events that had transpired at the inn earlier in the day, where she had been wrongfully accused, weighed heavily on her mind. Thankfully, Prince Rue had made a jest regarding her as an engaged maiden, sparing her from disgrace. However, returning to the inn now would invite unwarranted gossip. Her expression reflected her difficulty. Chun Han, discerning her discomfort, proposed, "How about we arrange to meet tomorrow? After all, this season offers no suitable venue for conversation, and it would be detrimental to your reputation." Ouyang Titi was deeply concerned about news of her sister Chixiao. Allowing the three of them to depart would result in an unplanned separation by tomorrow, a decision she would surely regret for a lifetime. After a moment's contemplation, she raised her head and spoke gently. "Gentlemen, I have recently acquired a piece of land, but as it stands, it is quite bare. Would you be so kind as to wait a moment while I procure some candles from the market? We could tidy up a bit and hold our discussion in the courtyard, illuminated by candlelight. We shall open the doors wide, within my own abode. Who would dare to gossip?" Upon hearing that Ouyang Titi had indeed purchased land in the capital, Chun Han was impressed by her audacity. He nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "I always knew you possessed remarkable capabilities, but it appears your resolve surpasses our own." As they conversed, they hurried to a shop in the market that had not yet closed, acquiring candles, tea sets, and provisions. With the assistance of the burly man, they easily moved the stools and food. The house, though initially empty, was soon furnished with tables and chairs for respite, perfectly suited for their candlelit gathering. With laughter and cheer, they settled in after a brief tidying up. It was then that Chun Han elaborated on the news concerning Sister Chixiao. He revealed that a group of rogues had abducted her with the intent to humiliate her, their words being utterly vile. Sister Chixiao, alarmed and enraged, felt her honor was at stake and resolved to protect herself. Little did she know, fate intervened. By the riverside, she encountered a formidable Xiongnu warrior. Utilizing the terrain and the fishing nets by the river, he cleverly surrounded the rogues and successfully rescued Sister Chixiao, who was still in a state of panic. Feeling utterly ashamed to return, she was determined to follow that Xiongnu man far away. The Xiongnu was a foreigner, and his purpose for being here was unknown. Upon witnessing Sister Chixiao being captured by villains, he had merely acted out of a sense of justice, unsheathing his sword to assist her, yet unexpectedly ended up taking her under his wing. This predicament presented quite a challenge. Chun Han and his companions pursued them, observing that the man repeatedly urged Chixiao to leave, yet she stubbornly clung to him, insisting on accompanying him on his escape. Initially, Chun Han and the others were skeptical, but having followed them closely, they witnessed Sister Chixiao's unwavering affection for the man. Upon reaching the capital, they seized the opportunity to inquire directly, only to discover her steadfast resolve to stay with him. Ouyang Titi was utterly perplexed, feeling that, having been rescued, Chixiao should swiftly return home. Yet she insisted on following that man, who seemingly did not hold her in high regard. Chen Han remarked, "Little girl, you may be unaware, but that Xiongnu man is remarkably handsome and possesses extraordinary skills. Your sister Qixia has been saved by him and has consequently developed a deep infatuation." The group, tasked by teacher He Zhexiu to relay the news of sister Qixia voluntarily following that man back home, found themselves on the verge of returning to their hometown. However, before they could send the letter, they inadvertently overheard another piece of information. It was no surprise that the Xiongnu had rejected the beautiful sister Qixia, not due to having a wife or beloved, but because he was, in fact, a spy from the Xiongnu infiltrating the Yunnan kingdom. He had traversed the land with remarkable cleverness, leaving no trace, while secretly mapping numerous terrains of the Yunnan kingdom. With the recent turmoil at the borders, it was clear that the Xiongnu harbored ambitious designs on the entire Yunnan kingdom. Chapter 35. Conversation within the palace. Several lamps flickered quietly for the sleepless, their wicks occasionally popping as the oil burned away. To the common eye, this scene might appear mundane, yet Yunze Zhaowu observed it with a sense of regret. The illumination cast by these lights was limited and costly, leaving many common folk unable to afford them. After bidding farewell to the Duke of the Protectorate, Zhou Ruwei, the Emperor promptly summoned Wei Xinming. Dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe, the Emperor and Wei Xinming strolled leisurely into the rear garden. In the depths of winter, the garden was blanketed with varying depths of snow, and the bare trees stood like ink-wash paintings, shrouded in the night. Departing from the oppressive council chamber, the atmosphere gradually lightened. Traditionally, the Emperor would engage Wei Xinming in friendly conversation during their walks. Now, you may recount the fanciful tale of that Ouyang girl. What prompted her to come to the capital to revise the penal code? Eager to satisfy the Emperor's curiosity, Wei Xinming respectfully complied and began to share his observations. He revealed that in recent days, he had followed her and found her demeanor and behavior quite unlike that of ordinary young women. The young lady of noble descent, selling fish and providing cooked food to a beef restaurant, engaged in casual conversations with men from all walks of life, enlisting beggars to run errands for her. Such audacity piqued even the curiosity of the Emperor, who asked Wei Xinming to accompany him to the marketplace to witness the young lady's unconventional manner firsthand. Thus, both observed the confrontation between Ouyang Titi and the Duke of protecting the nation. Subsequently, the Emperor dismissed Wei Xinming, embarking alone on some clandestine venture, the details of which remained unknown to Wei. Contemplating this, Wei remarked, "Her intention to amend the penal code is for the sake of rescuing her father. This girl appears to be consumed by a desire to earn money, not only for herself but also rallying a few beggars, one of whom, named Niu Xinxin, is particularly resourceful and well-informed. Should her influence continue to grow, the future ramifications could be profound." The Emperor's youthful visage darkened at this thought. After exiting with Wei, he contrived an excuse to send him away, wishing to meet Ouyang Titi privately. The task he assigned was to investigate Niu Xinxin. Dressed in the resplendent yellow of imperial garments, Yun Zhejiang's demeanor began to exude the authority of the Emperor, and with a cold snort, the atmosphere around Wei grew chill. Was there indeed something amiss with the beggar, Niu Xinxin? Initially, he had merely been a prominent figure among the many beggars, a survivor among the orphan remnants of a dying populace. His strength allowed him to seize a bit more food and provide shelter for a few fellow beggars, thus earning a modicum of respect. He would not have posed any significant threat, but now he had encountered that spirited girl. The Emperor inquired, "How old is that beggar named Niu?" Wei, perplexed, answered truthfully, "His date of birth is unknown, but by appearance, he seems to be around 14 or 15 years old." The Emperor's countenance darkened at this response. In this era, girls were of marriageable age by 15, and it was said that Ouyang Titi had recently turned that age. Realizing this, Wei began to grasp the implications. He crouched down to ask the Emperor, "Would you consider bringing her into the palace?" The Emperor scoffed. As sovereign, he had little freedom. He surmised that such a girl, once inside the palace, would likely meet a grim fate within days. Better, he thought, to allow her to remain outside as a friend. Wei dared not voice any objections. However, Yun Zhejiang recalled her cunning, exclaiming in a panic that the Empress Dowager was coming, and then fled in haste. How frantic she must have been. Their reluctance to be alone together spoke volumes. After a prolonged silence, the emperor declared, "No, let her find a good family and live well. It would not be in vain for me to have met her." A smile flickered in Wei's heart as he mused that he might be a suitable candidate, though he refrained from saying so outright. He found himself uncontrollably waxing lyrical about Ouyang Titi. "I have never encountered a girl so bold." The Duke of Protecting the Nation turned pale, nearly enraged. After all, those who dared to scheme against him had long since lost their heads. Yet this girl not only dared to contrive against him, but also intentionally blocked his path. Only then did he lower his guard to meet a young girl on the street. The emperor's expression softened slightly. Reflecting upon their shared experiences, they found it rather amusing, especially considering that even the most troublesome ministers faced such predicaments outside the palace. This matter swiftly became the talk of the town, spawning a plethora of rumors. Wei Shiming continued to articulate various opinions for bystanders, which he deemed essential intelligence for his investigation. Someone remarked that the old Duke of Guoguang changed color several times upon seeing the young girl, his visage shifting through shades of blue, red, purple, and white. Perhaps it was only upon their meeting that he recalled his former student, Ouyang Zimu. They expressed astonishment at how much Ouyang Titi resembled her father, possessing a striking countenance, a robust physique, and a commanding demeanor. When his student fell into misfortune, the Duke, as a teacher, showed no inclination to offer assistance, prioritizing the dignity of the state over personal ties, refusing to compromise the law. Yet this young girl boldly claimed, under the banner of ensuring the prosperity and stability of Yunza, that she possessed a strategy to repel 100,000 Xiongnu soldiers. The emperor, increasingly intrigued, inquired further. Her father, constrained by the authority of the princely house of Jailing, dared not intervene. Those who did not recognize the girl from afar were oblivious to her true capabilities. "Please, proceed with your tale." Wei Xinming, deliberately withholding details, noted the emperor's curiosity and continued with a sense of triumph. Indeed, it was unexpected that her stratagem was entwined with that of Lord Ouyang. A traveler from the ancient city of Rhone County had entered the capital and was privy to some details. Her original intention was to rescue her father. However, she cleverly ensnared the Duke in a predicament by proposing the abolition of corporal punishment, allowing her father to enlist and redeem himself through service. She even offered to become a hostage, establishing a support group for military provisions and vowing to wholeheartedly assist our valiant sons in Yunnan in battle. The emperor fell into contemplation. "I find this somewhat unsettling." Setting aside the likelihood that those stubborn traditionalists would agree to abolish ancestral decrees regarding corporal punishment, merely sending errant individuals to the battlefield, a motley crew, would likely result in swift defeat. This young girl, venturing to the battlefield to offer support, is this not a chaotic endeavor? Wei Shiming nodded in agreement. Indeed, this plan lacks certainty. Dispatching such a delicate flower to the battlefield is reckless. The emperor regarded Wei Shiming thoughtfully. Just then, the empathetic Wei Shiming shivered in the cold wind, trembling slightly as he prostrated himself on the ground and asked the emperor, perhaps I should refrain from following this young girl?" Yunzi Zhaowu, feeling somewhat perturbed, waved his hand and strode away. "I suspect you have taken a liking to this girl. Haven to you? She cannot even enter the palace. Why are you worrying so?" Wei Shiming lay low in the snow, his heart pounding. Could it be that the emperor intended to bestow a marriage upon him? Chapter 36. A change of heart. Originally, he anticipated the emperor would propose a marriage. Yet after a while, the emperor departed. Wei Shiming remained prostrate, his emotions in turmoil. The emperor had twice stated his disinterest in this lady. As a member of a distinguished martial lineage, he had always been rather blunt regarding romantic matters. Following the customary practices, he would simply allow his mother to select suitable matches, dispatching someone to fetch the chosen one. Due to the emperor's youth and the multitude of military concerns, his own marriage had been postponed. During his last visit home, his mother had already begun to probe his preferences, asking what type of woman he desired. He found himself at a loss, vaguely inclined towards a girl who was both beautiful and strong-willed. Crouched there as if for an eternity, Wei Shiming suddenly perceived the silhouettes of two women in skirts amidst the snowy expanse. To his astonishment, they were none other than the Empress Dowager and her accompanying maid. Engrossed in prior conversation, he had failed to notice the presence of others in the snow-covered landscape. "You seem rather fond of that young lady. How about I take it upon myself to bestow her hand in marriage upon you?" The Empress Dowager spoke in a tone both gentle and serene. Wei Shiming once again prostrated himself to pay his respects. "In response to your majesty, this young lady is the daughter of Lord Ouyang Zimu, the very girl you commanded your subordinate to escort back to the capital. She currently has pressing family matters to attend to and cannot afford to indulge in romantic affairs. Allow me to observe further." The Empress Dowager appeared quite pleased with his reply. It was now the hour of the rat. Yun Zizhao had finally found rest and succumbed to slumber. Within the opulent palace, he meticulously sought to supplant the influence and customs of the emperor. The once resplendent yellow imperial bed had been replaced with a cozy cotton quilt, allowing him to truly experience his own thoughts rather than remain forever a mere puppet. This night marked the first day of the 12th lunar month. A thick blanket of snow had fallen throughout the night, the air biting with an icy chill. All the alleys were cloaked in deep layers of snow, creating a serene and pristine winter tableau. In previous years, such weather would prompt families to shutter their doors, huddling indoors to enjoy the warmth of a red clay stove while sipping on warmed wine, reveling in familial bliss. Yet this night, many remained restless, braving the harsh winds and snow on horseback. The Empress Dowager, for reasons unknown, summoned numerous noble families and their heirs for a meeting. Dispatches from the front lines arrived in rapid succession. Ministers personally traversed the city, exchanging intelligence amongst themselves. The Duke of Protecting the Nation and his wife chastised their son, only to be taken aback by an unexpected name uttered by Zhou Zhiran, Ouyang Titi. On that fateful day, Zhou Zhiran had gathered a crowd for amusement, only to lose 10 taels of gold in succession, his entire savings. Fearing inquiries from home and spurred on by those around him, he rashly aimed to recoup his losses. Yet, as with many endeavors, success proved elusive. He found himself ensnared in a quagmire that only compounded his troubles. In desperation, he resolved to sell a residence in the eastern part of the city. This house had been a familiar retreat for family vacations or for gatherings with friends when entertaining at the Duke's residence was impractical. The old steward maintained it in pristine order, with paintings and furniture that were carefully curated. Fearing complications with the transaction, Zhou Zhiran preemptively arranged for the removal of the artworks and furnishings, leaving only an empty shell of a house. This was intended to allow him to reinvest nearby once he had liquidated his assets. However, the steward obstructed the sale at every turn, insisting that the master held the property in high regard and that he must report to the master before any transactions could proceed. Zhou Zhiran produced the deed, which bore his name, the sole asset he could convert into cash. Unwilling to heed the steward's claims, he confined the steward and resolved to sell the house regardless. As fortune would have it, shortly after the news was disseminated, inquiries about the property began to surface by evening. Eager for funds, Zhou Zhiran swiftly signed the sale agreement, fearful that the buyer might reconsider, and hastily enlisted the assistance of a familiar clerk to ensure the transaction was duly registered. Having gathered some capital, I returned to continue my endeavors, and, to my delight, I managed to secure several small victories in succession. As my spirits soared, I resolved to leave while the fortune was still in my favor. However, upon returning home, I was met with a cold splash of reality. Everyone informed me that both the master and mistress were enraged. Stunned and at a loss, the servants hastily offered suggestions. In a moment of desperation, I recalled the remarkable beauty of a certain woman, who indeed possessed a charming and graceful demeanor, suggesting she had been well educated in a noble household. In a fit of urgency, I declared that I had taken a liking to her and intended to pursue this matter as a personal favor. Surely, once married, the estate would remain my property, alleviating any cause for concern. The couple, the Duke and Duchess of the Protecting Nation, exchanged glances, for it was the first time they had heard of their son having affections for someone. The lady smiled and suggested, "In that case, let us directly propose marriage. It would resolve this matter neatly. With our esteemed family name, any family of modest standing would scarcely dare to dream of such an alliance." However, the Duke felt a chill in his heart, recalling how earlier that day, the daughter of Ouyang Zimu had boldly intercepted his carriage. Such audacity indicated a mind that was anything but conventional. If it came to marriage discussions, it could indeed become a troublesome affair. Nonetheless, he valued the estate greatly and wished to reclaim it. Thus he resolved to gauge Ouyang Titi's intentions before making further plans. Ouyang Titi, however, had no interest in forming a union with the Duke's household, as she engaged in a transaction for property. She could not have fathomed that the seller intended to reclaim both her and the house. She entertained 3 acquaintances from her hometown who had pursued news of Sister Qixia, and Chunhan informed them that they had discovered the Xiongnu had grand ambitions, plotting to seize the entire Yunnan kingdom. Such a significant matter warranted their careful deliberation. They decided to withdraw before their pursuit was uncovered, which could jeopardize their lives. To substantiate their claims, the trio stealthily acquired irrefutable identification belonging to a Xiongnu individual. A jade pendant, intricately carved with designs, was replicated in 3 copies, and the original was returned to its place. Having accomplished their task, the 3 celebrated with drinks before preparing to part ways. To their surprise, they encountered Ouyang Titi just before their departure. Upon hearing their account, Ouyang Titi requested to see the design they had captured. As they presented it, she was taken aback. The pattern was, in fact, the identification emblem of the 3rd prince of the Xiongnu. She vaguely recalled this storyline from a book she had read, wherein the prince's identification was stolen and later recovered, with the emblem illustrated within its pages. The design was exquisite. The text flowed like a gentle stream, yet it lingered in the recesses of her memory. Upon seeing it now, despite the variations in the narrative, Ouyang Titi felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. She remembered that this 3rd prince was formidable in warfare, well acquainted with the terrain of the Yunzi kingdom, making conflict exceedingly challenging. Observing Ouyang Titi's changing expressions as she gazed at the emblem, Chunhan and the others were left bewildered, unsure of her thoughts. Chapter 37. Ambitious schemes. The 3rd prince personally ventured into the heart of Yunzi kingdom to gather intelligence, fearing that the onset of war would plunge the populace into despair. As she pondered the unfolding events within the narrative, she found it increasingly difficult to recall the precise developments. At the very least, she had never been summoned to the residence of Prince Rue as a mere puppet. In this lifetime, she was diligently altering the trajectory of her fate. Ouyang Titi's expression shifted subtly, and she respectfully rose to convey, "I believe this identity jade pendant belongs to a significant figure. Given the exquisite craftsmanship, it must be of substantial value. You 3, who have braved life and death to procure such intelligence, should hasten back to your homeland and inform the familiar officials. It is imperative that you refrain from disclosing this information to strangers, lest someone among them recognizes you and jeopardizes your identities. That would be far too perilous. Furthermore, considering the gravity of this matter, I urge you to set forth at once, so that the authorities may deliberate on the best course of action." Upon concluding her words, Ouyang Titi presented a generous sum of gold to express her gratitude for the trio's information. Now that she was aware of her sister Qixia's whereabouts, she felt confident that by tracking the movements of the 3rd prince, she would ultimately reunite with her sister. Chen Han and his companions recognized the seriousness of the situation and, understanding the need for haste, departed on horseback under the cover of night, awaiting dawn to exit the city. As Ouyang Titi bid farewell to the 3, she began to tidy up the remnants of the banquet when someone arrived seeking her. It was a servant from the Duke of Guo's household, bearing an invitation from the Duchess, stating that there was an urgent matter to discuss. Under such circumstances, Ouyang Titi, despite her fatigue, had no choice but to go forth that night. Upon her arrival at the Duke of Guo's residence, she sensed that it would likely be a sleepless night. The Duchess summoned her, reclining comfortably on an ornate sandalwood chaise, her smile warm and inviting. "Miss Ouyang, I have heard that you came to the capital due to your father's wrongful accusation. You are truly a dutiful and devoted child. Uncertain of the Duchess's intentions, Ouyang Titi replied with measured composure. Your Grace is too kind. My father has been wronged, yet the law is unyielding, and he must be escorted to the capital. I trust that the truth will ultimately prevail. Her carefully crafted words elicited an even softer smile from the Duchess. You are indeed a thoughtful child. I have also heard that you have recently taken to trading fish at the market. Are you in need of financial assistance? The subtext of her words was unmistakable. Ouyang Titi's expression darkened as she responded, I cannot trouble your Grace with my concerns. My family is currently in good standing and lacks for nothing. The Duchess chuckled. Such a well-mannered child. No wonder I felt an immediate affinity upon meeting you. I must present you with a token of our acquaintance. Do come by to converse with me more often. Before she finished speaking, she gestured for someone to bring forth a platter of gifts. As the delicate silk covering was lifted, it revealed an array of exquisite treasures, several intricately crafted hairpins, their designs so delicate that they seemed ready to take flight. Such lavish gifts were astonishingly bestowed upon a stranger at their first meeting. Ouyang Titi immediately knelt in gratitude, her smile faint. I am unsure of your Grace's intentions, but such precious gifts are truly more than I can accept. The Duchess personally assisted her to stand, saying, I have heard that my son has taken a liking to you. Do not be alarmed. I shall take charge of the situation. Ouyang Titi was taken aback. Had the young master from the Duke of protecting the nation's residents truly taken an interest in her? Such matters, given her lack of inclination, should be promptly declined. Less prolonged entanglements lead to misunderstandings detrimental to both parties. Now that I comprehend the situation, I shall straightforwardly inform the lady that I am utterly unacquainted with the young master of your esteemed household, let alone that he has any regard for a common girl like myself. The Duchess of protecting the nation's countenance darkened as she inquired in a somber tone. If this were not the case, then why has my son transferred the property in the eastern part of the city to you as a token of affection? Ouyang Titi, now enlightened, could not suppress a laugh, replying, Madam, has your family sold the property, yet finds it difficult to part with it? Wishing to retract? One must acknowledge that the price of that residence was quite substantial. I acquired it for its market value, with authentic currency and witnesses to the contract. Could the Duke of protecting the nation truly aspire to sell his house and subsequently bring a bride home, securing both wealth and companionship? Such a notion would indeed be absurd for a man of his stature. The Duchess's expression soured further, realizing that her son had acted recklessly. At that moment, a messenger from the Duke arrived to invite Ouyang Titi to the front hall for a banquet. She gracefully executed a modest curtsy before following him outside. The Duke's residence was vast, with deep courtyards, towering red gates, and walls adorned with strings of red lanterns in the night. Maidens flitted about like flowing water, leading the young lady to a warm guest chamber where she was adorned in splendid attire before escorting her to the banquet. However, there was no female host to receive the guests, as the assembly comprised solely of esteemed gentlemen. What could be the Duke's intention? Surely, her presence at such a gathering would lack significance. Ouyang Titi found herself isolated in a corner, striving to recall how the original narrative of the Duke's machinations had unfolded. Remembering the night, he conspired with his ministers to unify their stances to compel the emperor to concede. She surmised that the Duke intended to exploit her situation for his own gain. Those accustomed to power politics often seek to maximize their influence. The table was laden with an array of sumptuous delicacies, steaming roasted meats, and pancakes, all exquisitely prepared for guests. Yet, the attendees merely grazed and whispered amongst themselves. Resolutely, Ouyang Titi decided to satiate her hunger first, gathering strength to confront the most challenging and ambiguous circumstances ahead. As she dined, her eyes searched for the Duke's family. Hoping to recognize his son, Zhou ran, but was met with disappointment. This banquet served primarily to convene high-ranking officials for clandestine discussions, and the Duke's incompetent son was unqualified to attend. As the night deepened, a tense atmosphere enveloped the capital amidst the heavy snow. The whirlpool of power began to engulf the court officials. Under the guise of a night banquet, the Duke convened prominent figures of the capital. The feast, replete with flowing delicacies and mesmerizing musical performances, failed to capture the guests' attention, who discarded their cups and congregated in the reception hall for furtive discussions. The focus of the powerful had reached a fever pitch. Indeed, they are orchestrating efforts to propel the implementation of criminal law reforms, focusing primarily on the abolition of corporal punishment, augmenting the rewards for military merit, and distributing the emperor's powers and responsibilities into more detailed legal statutes. With legal officials overseeing the enforcement of these laws, the dignitaries exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the veracity of the rumors that the Duke of protecting the nation does not truly safeguard the realm. As a member of the elite, the Duke has always aspired to solidify the power of the aristocracy. Thus, he has not devoted himself entirely to strengthening the central authority for the emperor. It resembles a palace coup, compelling the emperor to relinquish power, a most egregious act. While the aristocrats engaged in fervent discussions, their curious gazes fell upon the beautiful maiden present. How could she remain here, privy to state secrets? Chapter 38. Night of Guardianship. In this era, women are mere appendages to men. In a time where servants and handmaids are highly personalized, without a substantial degree of harsh laws, the aristocracy has no means to protect their wealth. However, this proposal significantly reduces the likelihood of ministers losing their heads due to the emperor's displeasure. The Duke's son, lacking merit, can only uphold the family legacy. Yet how long that can endure depends on the emperor's whims. As long as he remains compliant, all shall be well. The Duke feels the weight of his advancing years. Securing this is all that he can hope for. Esteemed lords, allow me to speak, he stated. She shall soon be a noble matron. It is only fitting for her to familiarize herself with you, her elders. Moreover, the matters we discuss tonight are intricately tied to the interests of this young lady. Thus it would be prudent for her to listen. The Duke dismissed the lady's concerns, opting to place this young woman on a more suitable chessboard. Titi rose to greet them. At just under 15, she had blossomed into a graceful figure, her demeanor exuding poise reminiscent of a handsome county magistrate, evoking a sense of familiarity. Thus, some suddenly realized the truth. The common rumors had reached the ears of the esteemed individuals rather swiftly. The Duke then introduced her to these significant state officials as the daughter of the renowned incorruptible official, Ouyang Zimu. In order to advocate for her father's call for justice regarding the criminal law reform, Ouyang Titi must assume the role of the initial messenger. If she were to address matters directly, the outcome would only lead to the abolition of corporal punishment. However, a superior proposal exists to facilitate a grand reform of the state. This scheme entails marrying Ouyang Titi to a scion of a prestigious family, thereby elevating her status and gaining leverage for policy compensation. Honorary titles would be bestowed upon Ouyang Zimu and Ouyang Titi, albeit non-hereditary, to ensure effective management. It was subsequently suggested to adjust the laws, delegating the intricacies of rewards and penalties, ceremonial protocols, and the complexities of feudal divisions to legal officials. The Duke filtered through the allegiances of the aristocracy, ultimately retaining 57 ministers to finalize the proposal. Ouyang Titi breathed a sigh of relief. The trajectory of this alternate world was indeed distinct, and she would not have to serve as a maid. Yet, being a mere puppet of the Duke was far from her intention. She needed to devise a plan to sever the ties binding her to the Duke's interests. Amidst the ministers' heated debates, Ouyang Titi found herself utterly exhausted, frequently dozing off in the corners of the room. In the midst of the fragrant allure of wine and meat, a refreshing scent of mint wafted in, accompanied by a familiar voice that gently spoke. Miss Ouyang, you should request a guest room from the Duke of National Defense. I will keep watch over you from the shadows, allowing you to rest peacefully. It was none other than Wei Xinming, who had come searching for her. With his protection, she felt reassured enough to find solace even in this treacherous den. In the guest room, Ouyang Titi inquired about Wei Xinming's whereabouts. After all, the time he had been away had brought about numerous unforeseen changes in her life. Wei Xinming replied softly, I was originally summoned to the capital by the Empress Dowager to offer comfort to Prince Rue, who has been quite vocal about his thoughts of you. However, I had not anticipated that the emperor would also show considerable concern for you. Yesterday, during your confrontation with the duke, the emperor witnessed the entire scene. Ouyang Titi was taken aback. She understood that Wei Xinming's presence was likely at the behest of Prince Rui. Yet the actions of the Empress Dowager and the emperor were beyond her expectations. She pursed her lips and replied, "Prince Rui and I share a profound friendship. His desire to escort me is quite understandable." Wei Xinming, who had previously served among the imperial guards, had not heard of the tale between Prince Rui and Ouyang Titi. Curiosity piqued. He turned to her and asked, "You are such good friends? This isn't a childhood bond. Where did the opportunity arise for such a close friendship?" Suddenly, he recalled the rumors that Prince Rui was particularly fond of Ouyang Titi's fish soup, frequenting the stall almost daily. Could it be that you have enchanted his fish soup with some sort of love potion? Wei Xinming mused, struggling to comprehend. As it was said that the prince maintained a respectful distance from the young lady, and the guards were always vigilant. Ouyang Titi, amused by his conjecture, playfully punched him with her delicate fist and said, "You make it sound so simple. Where in this world is there such a thing as a love potion? I merely serve him a bowl of delicious fish soup. Who would have thought he would remember it until now?" Wei Ximing sighed. Ouyang Titi, intrigued, laughed and remarked, "Why do you sigh when others enjoy the fish soup? You should come and have some yourself. There is no distinction to be made." Wei Ximing continued to ponder. "I wonder why Prince Rui, who has always been well outside the capital, has fallen ill upon arriving at the Prince Rui mansion, nearly unable to see anyone. It seems his access to your fish soup has been cut off. Prince Rui is ill?" Ouyang Titi's heart sank. His significance seemed trivial. His words held little weight. Yet the state still afforded him support. As she sought information, few mentioned Prince Rui, for his lack of power rendered him incapable of assisting her in rescuing her father. She froze. Prince Rui is ill? What ailment has befallen him? Is it of great importance? Why is there such concern for this prince? Her barrage of questions stirred a tinge of jealousy within Wei Ximing. He couldn't help but think he was no less than that foolish prince. Many young ladies would surely prefer his youthful vigor and promising future over Prince Rui's foolishness and uncertain path. Lost in thought, he inadvertently voiced, "If you are worried, do you wish to visit him? Perhaps it may not be certain that we shall meet." Beneath the flickering lights of shadow and illumination, the girl with enchanting brows and eyes smiled and said, "This is a long story. Perhaps it is fate. Anyone who encounters the prince in such a state wishes to bear more of his burdens, hoping for his well-being. Pray, tell me how the prince fell ill." Wei Ximing recounted the recent circumstances surrounding Prince Rui. He had entered the capital alongside the emperor and the empress dowager, but upon returning to Prince Rui's residence, he secluded himself, and rumors soon spread that he had fallen ill. His newlywed consort also refrained from receiving guests, claiming she was devotedly attending to Prince Rui, awaiting his recovery before they would entertain visitors again. As for the illness, the residence was fortified with skilled physicians arranged by the Empress Dowager, creating an impenetrable barrier, making it nearly impossible to glean any news. Ouyang Titi pondered silently. Such a grave affliction could not merely be an old ailment resurfacing. His previous day's demeanor had evidently improved, and his speech and thoughts were remarkably coherent, even inquiring about the vibrant lights of the flourishing world. Could it be that during his moment of near drowning, he had become disoriented within the cycles of time, leading to his incessant ruminations, compounded by the fact that no one in this era comprehended his plight, thus driving him to madness? Ah, the solitary thinker. It was truly a heavy burden for him to bear. Ouyang Titi mused, yet ultimately found it difficult to close her eyes. At the banquet, there were always people nearby, and amidst the crowd, it seemed there was no immediate danger. Now, alone in this guest room, she felt uncertain. She softly called out to Wei Ximing. He indeed lifted a tile from the roof, revealing his honest and endearing face. Ouyang Titi gently said, "It is freezing outside. I fear it would not be good for you to remain out there. It will be better for you to hide inside, so I can rest easier." The presence of a lone man and woman might tarnish Miss Ouyang's reputation. Wei Ximing hesitated. The girl sitting on the edge of the bed slowly replied, "But I am afraid." Thus, Wei Ximing could not refuse. He quietly descended, guarding the corner for the young lady, ensuring she could sleep peacefully through the night. After all, the protective schemes were afoot, poised to alter the course of her life. With Dawn's arrival, she was destined for a formidable battle. Chapter 39. A confession. Although Ouyang Titi had slumbered for half the night, she was awakened after less than 3 hours by unusual noises from outside the window. In this unfamiliar place, sleep had eluded her. An urgent premonition of an impending confrontation compelled her to seize the fleeting moments of rest. In the hazy state between sleep and wakefulness, she suddenly heard strange sounds, sending a shiver down her spine. Tentatively peeking from her curtain, she saw Wei Xinming steadfastly guarding the outer chamber, signaling to her that all was safe. A gentle voice emanated from outside the window. Miss Ouyang, please come out for a moment." This voice belonged to the young gentleman who had sold the house in the eastern city, now identified as Zhou Ziran. Under the cover of night, he had stealthily approached her window, calling her name. What could his intentions possibly be? After all, he was the son of the household, and Wei Xinming gestured discreetly, indicating that Ouyang Titi should assess the situation, assuring her of his protection. Ouyang Titi, feeling helpless, spoke through the window. "If you have matters to discuss, young sir, let us defer until tomorrow. It is rather inconvenient at this moment." Zhou Ziran remained silent for a moment, then gradually expressed his feelings at the window. "My lady, you cannot fathom how, since that fleeting glance on the street, I have been unable to forget you. I understand your shyness, and that you hesitate to acknowledge this to my mother, but you must believe that my affections for you are as steadfast as the heavens and earth bear witness." Wei Xinming was taken aback, quietly retreating to a corner. Ouyang Titi's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly opened the window, saying, "Young Master Zhou, please pause. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Let's not speak of this now." With the window ajar, Zhou Ziran, clad in a sky-blue robe, stood there like a tree. To be fair, his countenance was indeed admirable, with a dignified presence. Perhaps his thoughts were a bit frivolous, as his gaze lacked steadiness. Suddenly noticing the window had opened, revealing a charming visage, his eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy. "Miss Ouyang, are you concerned for my well-being, standing in the snow? May I come inside to converse?" Zhou Ziran believed he had captivated her heart. However, within the room, aside from Ouyang Titi, there was also Wei Xinming present, making it impossible for him to enter. Moreover, allowing him in would be akin to inviting a fierce tiger into a sheepfold. "This humble girl expresses her gratitude for your kind intentions, young Master Zhou. But I must clarify that I am here at the Duke of protecting the nation's residence for a significant matter. He has graciously permitted me to remain here. After attending to my affairs tomorrow, I shall return to the fish market to sell fish soup, and my life is entirely separate from yours. Please, do not misunderstand my position." Zhou Ziran, unable to grasp the underlying meaning of her words, hastily replied, "Do not be in such a hurry. Do not concern yourself with being the fish market beauty tomorrow. Once I persuade my parents, you shall accompany me, and you need not endure such hardships any longer." Realizing they were speaking different languages, Ouyang Titi decided to be forthright. "Young Master Zhou, I believe you have indeed mistaken me. I am not the virtuous maiden suited to follow you. I have my own path to pursue. The threshold of the Duke of protecting the nation is one my family cannot aspire to." Zhou Ziran, accustomed to the company of charming maidens, found himself momentarily enchanted by Ouyang Titi's beauty, contemplating the idea of marrying her to elevate his own status through the Duke's reputation. However, upon her clear rejection, he felt a profound embarrassment. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Perhaps you already have someone in your heart?" Ouyang Titi, both amused and exasperated, replied candidly, "I am still underage, so please refrain from spreading such rumors." At that moment, a young servant lurking nearby approached Zhou Ziran and whispered something. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ziran's expression drastically changed, and he exclaimed in shock, "You are truly shameless. At the inn, you dared to bring a man into your room. He claimed to be your fiancé, and many witnessed it. How could you?" Ouyang Titi's face turned a deep crimson. Indeed, that claim made by Prince Rue had been overheard. Zhou Ziran could say no more, and in a fit of anger and embarrassment, he stormed away, his unrequited affection extinguished. The following morning, it was time for the early court session. The night before dawn seemed darker than ever. The Duke of Protecting the Nation spoke gently to Ouyang Titi. Regarding your marriage, it can no longer be determined by your parents. This matter pertains to the reform of national criminal law, and you must heed our counsel. Upon returning home, esteemed lords, you shall deliberate with the heirs. For those of suitable age, you shall proceed with their marriage. Ouyang Titi stood in a daze, reminiscing about that handsome young man. Between them existed a most pristine and pure friendship, capable of warming her heart for an extended period. The journey of life still stretches ahead. She spoke softly yet resolutely. No, I oppose using my marriage as a bargaining chip. The Duke of Protecting the Nation scoffed. Do you believe that Ouyang Zimu, having enjoyed the bounty of the kingdom of Yunza and raised children, holds no responsibility to it? If you wish to rescue your father, you must conform to the overall arrangement. Ouyang Titi raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? The Duke replied in a grave tone. At the morning court, should you defy, prepare for your father's execution at noon. As the court convened, the minister's discreet procession arrived punctually at the council hall. The Duke slightly lifted the curtain, exchanging glances with the powerful ministers, receiving satisfactory responses. Naturally, the prominent families would support his reform plan, as it was for the stability of the nation. The rule of law, after all, is preferable to rule by man. The Duke noted that the carriage bearing the young Ouyang Titi followed behind him at a measured pace. The girl showed no resistance and would certainly not flee at the last moment. She tacitly accepted his matrimonial arrangement. As a reward for his partnership, he would act as the principal officiant, imploring the emperor to bestow the marriage, thereby ensuring a favorable outcome for this blind union. With unwavering confidence, the Duke stepped into the council hall, filled with aspirations for the first time in years. Should the reform succeed, he would be recognized as the pioneer of legal governance in the kingdom of Yunnan, enshrined in history. This honor surpassed even the pride he felt 4 years prior when he was appointed as the Duke of Protecting the Nation in a time of crisis. Yet, upon entering the council chamber, he found the emperor already seated upon the dragon throne, with the Empress Dowager presiding over affairs. An ominous premonition suddenly gripped his heart. Amidst all his calculations, he had overlooked the Empress Dowager's involvement. Should she intervene, he would have to retract the previously rescinded privileges granted to her. And if the endeavor were to fail, it would result in a regressive step. Previously, they had vehemently criticized her interference in state matters, nearly forcing her into seclusion. As punishment for her political meddling, the emperor had been stripped of considerable power. However, the Empress Dowager's presence here implied that the ministers would soon be compelled to contradict themselves. The Duke, seasoned and astute, signaled discreetly, prompting an official to present a petition stating the inappropriateness of the Empress Dowager's involvement. The emperor had no choice but to listen, as a eunuch relayed the latest frontline developments. The eunuch, following orders, announced in a sharp voice, "The conflict has persisted for over 4 days. The Xiongnu come prepared, their momentum fierce. The border soldiers endure with great difficulty, lacking troops, laborers, and provisions, rendering them incapable of continuing. The Xiongnu harbor significant ambitions. The kingdom of Yunnan is in peril." Chapter 40. The peculiar is the monstrous. The nation endures, and so does the home. The urgent news from the border stirred concern within all hearts. The ongoing discussions of warfare persist daily, as various troops rush to provide assistance. However, with such a lengthy border and significant domestic strongholds requiring defense, it is challenging to spare additional forces for the most perilous frontier cities. The sovereign, in a leisurely manner, remarked, "I have heard of a young maiden named Ouyang Titi, who claims to possess strategies capable of repelling the Xiongnu forces in the marketplace. Thus, I have specially invited the Empress Dowager to preside as the hostess, so that this young lady may feel at ease in the council chamber, surrounded by men, and not be too flustered to respond adequately. Gentlemen, would you not consider it a breach of decorum to invite a young maiden without the presence of female kin?" The ministers exchanged glances, realizing that last night the influential nobles had all met this young lady, merely contemplating allowing her to witness their deliberations. Without considering her feelings at all. Naturally, they regarded her with disdain. The atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward. If the sovereign were truly unaware, it could be forgiven. However, if he was fully informed and still spoke thus, it was evident he had spies planted among them. The emperor's feigned ignorance was indeed a formidable trait. At that moment, the Duke of Protection had no choice but to step forward, explaining the arrangements regarding the young lady and confidently presenting his memorial. The urgency at the borders today could be deemed as fate's decree. According to the plan, the time was ripe for favorable conditions. Abolishing corporal punishment and allowing offenders to atone for their crimes through labor seemed almost a natural progression. The emperor, maintaining an impassive demeanor, perused the flowery rhetoric before summoning Ouyang Titi to the court. As dawn broke, the imposing silhouette of the imperial palace emerged, with a cohort of armored guards patrolling solemnly beneath the grand walls. The palace maids, adorned in tender green attire, had completed their duties and hastened back to their stations. Ouyang Titi took a deep breath of the slightly moist morning air, stepping resolutely through the numerous palace gates. She had made up her mind. Given the urgency at the borders, if she were unwilling to serve as a palace maid or enter an arranged marriage with a stranger, then she would accompany her father to the front lines to serve her country. An attentive eunuch, under the direction of the commander of the imperial guards, Wei Shiming, quietly explained various important matters to her. Ouyang Titi, grateful for the advice, smiled in appreciation, leaving the seasoned eunuch momentarily spellbound, prompting him to diligently elaborate on the etiquette and protocols required within the palace. Before long, she arrived at the council chamber. The ministers collectively directed their gazes towards her, each filled with a spectrum of scrutiny. After all, the Duke of Protection had recently declared that the noble circles must produce an heir to marry this young lady. Therefore, her demeanor and actions were particularly worthy of their consideration. Ouyang Titi, under the weight of their intense scrutiny, advanced gracefully, greeting the emperor and the empress dowager as instructed by the eunuch. Thanks to the duke's goodwill, she had donned a soft apricot-red princess gown, her makeup exquisite and adorned with jingling accessories. Her appearance was styled in the most fashionable plum blossom motif of the capital, with lightly brushed eyebrows and a complexion radiant as a peach blossom. The intricately fashioned butterfly hairdo clearly indicated her youthfulness. It was as if, after days of absence, the once downtrodden girl had undergone a transformation, emerging as a refined lady of the capital. Yun Zhao Wu found himself at a loss for words. He clandestinely left the palace, only to be met with the cold rejection from Titi, seizing the opportunity to flee. Devastated, he initially resolved never to see her again. Yet, in the quiet of the night, as he tossed and turned, it was her image that haunted his thoughts. He discreetly signaled the commander of the Imperial Guard, Wei Shiming, to protect her, not merely out of concern, but also to glean more about her life. Enduring the burdens of numerous memorials, he secretly hoped to prove himself as a capable emperor, envisioning a future where he could grandly welcome her into the palace. The soft, adorable girl who once fed him now shed her humble cotton garments, revealing a beauty that captivated his gaze. With a mere thought of her, his mood would shift, and he became acutely aware of his burgeoning emotions. Who claims that youth is blind to the nuances of love? At such an age, the heart can easily become tumultuous. The Empress Dowager cast a gentle glance his way, softly instructing him, "No need for formalities, rise and speak." Ouyang Titi knelt in gratitude before her, then bowed her head again, pleading, "I humbly beseech the Dowager's compassion. My father has lost his official position, and I am no longer a noble-s kin, merely a commoner." As a commoner, she must respond while kneeling. This was not only a matter of etiquette, but a means to elicit sympathy. The emperor pressed his lips together, his gaze earnest as he studied the girl through the shimmering strands of his crown. The Empress Dowager understood, descending from her throne to kindly assist the young lady to her feet. "My dear, when I look at you, it is as though I see my own daughter. It is rare for daughters to visit this place, and I have summoned you today to discuss important matters. Therefore, there is no need for anxiety. Simply share what you know, and I shall be here with you." Ouyang Titi, feeling anxious, stood and quickly glanced at the imposing emperor before lowering her head again. Inwardly, she pondered why he seemed so familiar, resembling the young Prince Rui strikingly. The Duke of National Defense sensed that events were veering away from his meticulously laid plans. The Empress Dowager's gaze towards the girl was far too affectionate. It was likely she intended to call the girl into the palace to alleviate her own boredom. The Empress Dowager reassured Ouyang Titi, instructing her to elaborate on her father's circumstances, and then commanded the officials of the Ministry of Justice to publicly verify the claims, which proved to be true. Moreover, the execution date for Ouyang Zimu was set for this very morning. Ouyang Titi suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. The previous night, as exhaustion enveloped her, she had received a suggestion from Wei Xinming to take a guest room to rest. By this fortuitous circumstance, she had shared a glimpse of the Duke of National Defense's scheming with Wei Xinming, urging him to disseminate the information. Ideally, Wei Xinming would have ventured out himself, but he deemed it more crucial to remain by Ouyang Tti's side. Thus, whether the message would yield success remained to be seen. The ministers united to pressure the palace, attempting to diminish the emperor's power. Upon hearing this news in the Empress Dowager's court, she was indeed incensed. She spent the night sleepless, urgently devising several strategies. After much deliberation, the pain in her heart proved insurmountable. If only her eldest son, Yun Zhaoying, had not been in a coma, the situation would not be so dire. Suddenly, a palace maid announced, "The emperor has arrived." But it was Yun Zhaowu, this impostor emperor, who had ventured into the Empress Dowager's court under the cover of night. The empress's expression was grave as she inquired, "My child, why have you come to the Sinang Palace at such a late hour?" Yun Zhaowu respectfully replied, "I heard that the empress is troubled by state affairs, so I hastened to come. There is no need for concern. I possess a solution to this matter." After a detailed discussion, they reached an agreement. The empress, still with an air of unease, sighed, "That girl possesses many peculiarities. I fear she may be a reincarnation of some malevolent spirit. I had not intended for you to be overly entangled with her, as you are like clouds and mud. If you can come to terms with this, I shall be at ease." Chapter 41. Schemes to undermine imperial authority. Thus, during the morning court session, both the empress and the emperor came prepared, fully aware of the Duke of protecting the nation's intentions to diminish imperial power. Coincidentally, urgent reports from the frontier had been arranged, making the timing even more opportune. Ouyang Titi believed that the palace had long been scheming, her anxiety stemming solely from concern for her father. At that moment, the Duke stepped forward, addressing the emperor once more. "The situation at the frontier is dire. We cannot delay. I implore your majesty to deliberate and make decisions this morning, so we may provide aid to our valiant soldiers." The empress soothed Ouyang Titi, signaling her to remain calm. Yun Zhaowu's gaze lingered on the memorial, lost in contemplation. The brilliance of this memorial lay in its stipulation. Once the preceding proposal to abolish corporal punishment and enhance military rewards was agreed upon, it would necessitate adjustments to the law, inevitably requiring legal officials to navigate the complex legal framework. At this juncture, the ministers would find numerous opportunities for manipulation. Suddenly, reports from the frontier were delivered to the council hall. The crucial stronghold of Chaoyang had fallen. Half the populace had evacuated, while the remaining had been subjected to a massacre by the Xiongnu. Reports indicated that the Xiongnu had swiftly seized the opportunity to attack due to the actions of a traitor named Xiaorong. He had roamed about with a band of thugs, wanted by the authorities, and ultimately, in desperation, betrayed his own country. It was said that upon aligning with the enemy, he was immediately rewarded, likely leaking a multitude of vital intelligence. The frontier general was in a state of urgent distress, dispatching numerous covert operatives in a quest to eliminate this traitor. The atmosphere in the court grew tense. The emperor, hoarse, inquired, "Esteemed ministers, do you possess any strategies to repel the enemy?" The ministers exchanged glances, uncertain. The emperor cleared his throat once more and asked, "Do you have any capable generals willing to lead troops against the foe? This expedition requires a military pledge. The Yunnan kingdom must centralize authority to prepare optimally for victory in this battle." Such was the essence of centralization. However, wait, that voice was eerily familiar. Ouyang Titi was taken aback, staring in disbelief at the emperor seated high above. Clad in a resplendent yellow robe adorned with dragons, crowned with a magnificent diadem. Beneath the gently swaying tassels was the very youth with whom she had spent countless days and nights, once ridiculed as a fool, now revealed to be the emperor. The world spoke of the emperor having a twin brother, yet the Prince Rue was a wayward noble, wandering far and wide. While others remained oblivious, for Ouyang Titi, the voices of Prince Rue and the current emperor were indistinguishable, their appearances and expressions identical, making it utterly impossible to mistake one for the other. Confident in her understanding, Ouyang Titi found herself momentarily astonished, questioning whether she had indeed misjudged the situation. At this critical juncture, as the emperor deliberated over urgent military matters, the attending eunuch weighed the implications and led Ouyang Titi away. The fate of her father would have to be set aside for now. Ouyang Titi was consumed by anxiety. The affairs of the state directly impacted the lives of the citizens in the border town, and her father was on the brink of execution. She resolved to devise a plan, determined that even if it meant facing exile, she would persuade the emperor. Kneeling before him, she proclaimed with clarity, "This humble girl possesses a viable strategy to repel the enemy. Might you entertain my words?" The Empress Dowager, maintaining a composed facade, scrutinized the delicate girl before her, wondering if, in her quest to save her father, she might also possess the audacity and ingenuity to alleviate the nation's plight. Yunzi Zhaowu, filled with both surprise and delight, rose from his dragon throne. He had always trusted in Ouyang Titi's wisdom, and now that she had a solution, there was hope. With a swift motion of his expansive sleeves, he leaned forward eagerly, saying, "Excellent, let's pool our thoughts. Speak your mind here." This gesture afforded her a stepping stone. Even if her proposal fell short, it could at least inspire fruitful discussion among the ministers. Ouyang Titi straightened, her voice resonating with conviction. "At present, our borders are in peril. The Xiongnu are undoubtedly concentrating their military might at the frontiers of Yunnan, plundering our citizens' resources while strengthening their own power. The fate of Yunnan is intertwined with that of our neighboring countries. Should we suffer devastating losses, our allies will not emerge unscathed. Thus, we must leverage diplomatic strategies, informing our neighboring nations of the Xiongnu's aggression and feigning an attack on their capital. In doing so, the Xiongnu will be compelled to defend their homeland, and the predicament at our borders will be alleviated. Standing on the shoulders of history, Ouyang Titi's proposed strategy illuminated the eyes of the assembled ministers. However, time was of the essence. Who among them could serve as the envoy with sufficient gravitas to persuade the Xiongnu's neighboring states? The decision to select either Helian or Yusha became a pressing dilemma. The Empress Dowager observed the state of affairs, having refrained from intervening in governance. Yet she had always silently cared for the welfare of the kingdom. As the sovereign and ministers grappled with indecision, she gradually offered her perspective. "I have typically remained aloof from matters of state, yet given the urgency of the present circumstances, we must strike decisively. Let us select a princess, bestowing upon her the title of princess, to forge a marital alliance with our neighboring nation. Among the noble women, the most beautiful shall bear this responsibility." The ministers erupted in fervent debate. To leave the frontline soldiers vulnerable, only to place the burden upon 3 women, one proposing, one deciding, and one destined to become a sacrificial pawn, seemed egregious. It was known that the most beautiful princess was none other than the second daughter of the Duke of Jailing. Yet, given that the Duke's heir had recently succumbed to a plague, sending his daughter to a foreign land felt excessively cruel. Indeed, this court's unfolding drama surpassed that of previous dynasties. At this critical juncture, the Prince of Jailing County arrived in the capital with his family, eager to witness the execution of Ouyang Zimu, seeking to alleviate the resentment in his heart. The healer's knife has become their obsession. The Empress Dowager summoned numerous noble families for a night meeting and even personally met with a certain noblewoman, displaying a profound understanding of the situation. Whispers circulated among those present, speculating that the Empress Dowager intended to select a consort for the emperor. However, to their astonishment, The individual chosen by her was destined to become a sacrificial pawn of a foreign nation. Due to their arrival in the capital, the jailing prince was obliged to attend the morning court, and at this moment he was prostrate on the ground, fervently bowing his head. His eldest daughter was already married, leaving only the younger girl at his knees. It was truly heart-wrenching to send her off to a land rife with avarice. The Duke of Guard, who had a good rapport with the jailing prince, could not help but intervene. The jailing family has pressing matters. Would it be possible to replace them with another household? In the opinion of the seasoned official, it would be preferable to select a palace made to serve as a proxy for a princess of another surname. This would alleviate their immediate crisis and spare the other princes the anguish of separation. Should the future hold the potential for warfare, these women could be spared undue concern. The duke's gaze then drifted to Ouyang Titi. The young woman before him, possessing both beauty and grace, seemed the most fitting choice. Would it not be more appropriate for her to wed the heir rather than a mere political alliance? With such significant merit, could they not forgive her father? With this thought, the duke stepped forward to propose. This Ouyang Titi is both brave and astute. She once volunteered to support the border troops and has recently suggested the profound strategy of distant alliances and offensive tactics. Why not send her to persuade the neighboring country and designate her as a candidate for marriage? Let it be settled thus. The ministers unanimously agreed, finding this suggestion indeed commendable. The emperor's expression shifted slightly. Yet, the empress dowager spoke with clarity. This is not appropriate. This young lady is wise and intelligent. She should be utilized for the benefit of our nation. As the mother of the country, I cannot bear to see her separated from her homeland. It will be better to choose another. She declared firmly, this girl shall remain in my palace, where I can watch over her for a few years. The assembly was taken aback by the Empress Dowager's unexpected decision. Chapter 42. Expressing emotions, the Empress Dowager intended to keep the girl in the palace for her own convenience. Unafraid of her potential eccentricities, the emperor's expression darkened, yet he refrained from rebuttal. Just then, urgent news arrived again from the military. The office of the ancient city of Roan County dispatched a highly confidential letter delivered by swift pigeon. The message revealed that a young man named Chun Han had followed a suspicious foreigner and accidentally uncovered a secret. The third prince of the Xiongnu had already infiltrated the Yunnan kingdom and transmitted numerous vital topographical maps to the enemy. To verify the authenticity of this information, the valiant son of Yunnan, Chun Han, had even sketched the emblem of the third prince. Upon seeing the evidence, the court's senior officials, including the diplomatic envoys, were able to confirm the veracity of the information. The Xiongnu had sent such an important figure to facilitate intelligence gathering. Meanwhile, the generals of the Yunnan kingdom, already short on troops and manpower, could not afford to overlook the pressing issue of military deficiencies. The urgency of diplomatic matters was paramount. Otherwise, aid would arrive too late. The emperor promptly dispatched an eunuch to urgently summon the daughter of the prince from Jailing County for an audience. He announced a brief recess during the morning court session, intending to deliberate on whether to abolish corporal punishment, reward military achievements, and simultaneously reform the reward and legal systems through a voting process. By this time, it was already noon, and the emperor along with his ministers had been diligently working since dawn, yet their minds were elsewhere, merely nibbling on a few snacks. Observing that the emperor had eaten too little, the Empress Dowager instructed the palace maid to bring another delectable dish. Yunzhe Zhao Wu hastily intervened, saying, "The recess is rather short. If we send for more, we may already be late to court. My only concern lies with that young lady. Has any provision been made for her meals and rest?" The Empress Dowager shot her son a disapproving glance, feeling he was rather lacking in ambition, showing undue concern for a commoner. She almost admonished him in a hushed tone, reiterating her prior counsel. Do not harbor unrealistic dreams. You must not entertain any improper thoughts towards her. Yunzhe Zhao Wu smiled and replied, "Mother, you are overthinking it. I merely recalled a strategy she once mentioned, and I find it quite intriguing. I wish to discuss it with her further. If I remember correctly, she spoke of centralization, emphasizing the advantage of consolidating national resources for effective troop deployment. I simply wish to inquire about her perspective on the matter." The Empress Dowager, possessing little knowledge of such strategies, felt they might be of little use. Yet, given the pressing state of affairs, it was better to explore the possibility. She consented. Go ahead. A quarter of an hour will hardly delay anything significant. Thus, Yunze Zhao Wu joyfully proceeded to meet Ouyang Titi. Ouyang Titi was being attended to by an elderly eunuch in a small room within the side hall, where tea and snacks were thoughtfully provided. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Wei Xian Ming, happened upon Ouyang Titi while she was conversing. Yunze Zhao Wu strode in with purpose, instructing the commander, "Stand guard outside. I wish to speak with Miss Ouyang for a moment." The commander complied and stationed himself outside. Though his keen ears caught the Emperor's youthful voice addressing the young lady, "It has been a long time since we last met." Ouyang Tistai, adhering to the formalities, was in the midst of her respectful bow when she paused, puzzled by his words. What could the emperor mean? Today was their first encounter. The impostor emperor, Prince Yunze Zhao Wu, offered a subtle smile without elaboration, extending a hand to assist her in rising. Standing so close, he held her arm gently as she stood up. At that moment, a familiar fragrance wafted through the air, evoking a sense of déjà vu. Ouyang Titi felt a sense of astonishment, yet dared not lift her gaze to meet the emperor's. Yunze Zhao Wu warmly urged her to take a seat. Observing her closely, he felt as though he could never gaze upon her enough, despite having seen her just the previous day. Once Ouyang Titi had risen, she kept her head lowered, vaguely aware that the emperor was watching her. Her bashful and demure demeanor was quite charming, though rare. Yunze Zhao Wu suppressed a smile and remarked, "I have long heard that you share a remarkable bond with my brother Yunze Zhao Wu, even going so far as to have him tend the fire and cook fish for you. Is this true?" Ouyang Titi listened to the words, sensing an ominous undertone. She quickly bowed and implored the emperor for forgiveness. "Your Majesty, please show mercy." At that time, Prince Rue was like an innocent youth, and I was unaware of his noble status, which is why I treated him as a friend and sought his assistance. Ignorance is no crime. I humbly ask for your Majesty's clemency. Yunze Zhao Wu's smile deepened as he remarked, "I have also heard that Prince Rue is quite fond of your fish soup and has urged you to attend the spring flower banquet at the palace. Why did you not partake?" It seemed curious to inquire about such personal matters, yet deception is treasonous. At that time, Prince Rue had indeed intended for her to attend the palace banquet as a chosen beauty, but she had only agreed to deliver fish, not to serve as a beauty herself. There were many rumors about Prince Rue's affection for her, yet she believed he simply admired her as a person, with a heart as innocent as a child. When the emperor inquired, Ouyang Titi candidly replied, "I found a kindred spirit in Prince Rue. Our temperaments are quite alike, so I naturally spoke with him more freely. However, I have no desire to attend the spring flower banquet. After all, my father remains imprisoned, and how could I possibly entertain thoughts of marriage?" Her words were reasonable and delivered with an air of grace, yet in Yunze Zhao Wu's eyes, they seemed akin to a clever prevarication. Observing her relaxed demeanor, he felt a surge of delight and teased her further. "But I have heard that you have been rather unkind to him, coaxing him into gathering firewood for you after you served him a bowl of fish soup." Before Ouyang Titi could respond, Yunze Zhao Wu's tone turned icy. "Do you perceive Prince Rue as a fool, to treat a royal relative with such disdain? If that is the case, then it seems you regard even me with little respect." Ouyang Titi was taken aback. The emperor bore an uncanny resemblance to Prince Rue, yet his manner was strikingly different, capable of driving one to despair with a mere word. The heartlessness of imperial lineage was undeniable. She quickly pleaded for mercy. "Your Majesty, please quell your anger. Prince Rue was merely curious about the concept of work, and I demonstrated it for him. Selling fish at the market is the work of a common person, a means to support one's family. In his moment of curiosity, he wished to experience it firsthand, and in gratitude, I offered him fish soup. This was merely an exercise in life, unrelated to any unkindness. Please see it for what it truly is." Yunze Zhao Wu's smile broadened even more. He was being deliberately provocative. If Titi professed her affection for Prince Rue, he would bestow her upon him, thus fulfilling a good deed. If she denied her fondness, he would then enjoy her company anew. starting afresh. The naive youth of yesteryear was no longer present. The girl knelt before him, oblivious to his expression, yet feeling a weight lift from her shoulders. Then she heard the young emperor say, "As the sovereign, my duty is to manage state affairs. I wonder if you might be interested in experiencing my work, perhaps serving as my assistant?" Ouyang Titi realized that his tone had shifted, implying he would not pursue the matter further. As Yunzhe Zhaowu pondered, the Empress Dowager considered her rather peculiar and forbade him from excessive contact with her. Assigning her as a female official in the imperial study seemed quite inappropriate. It would eventually reveal the truth. However, appointing her as an assistant to a tutor would be quite fitting. Ouyang Titi then heard the emperor ponder for a moment before speaking. "You have previously offended my younger brother. Thus I shall impose upon you the punishment of coming to the capital daily to experience the life of a subordinate. As for the nature of your tasks, I shall consult with the Empress Dowager before deciding." A flush crept to Ouyang Titi's cheeks. This punishment was indeed peculiar, and the underlying implications felt rather weighty. Yunzhe Zhaowu, in his demeanor, exuded a sense of intimacy, suggesting a familiarity that hinted at frequent encounters. Chapter 43. Distinguishing truth from falsehood. Yunzhe Zhaowu had once appeared utterly lost, as if a vital part of his soul had been severed, rendering him dull and lacking personal conviction. Ever since his near drowning, he had perceived the absurdity of the opulent world around him, leading him to fear that his condition had worsened. However, upon encountering the spirited Ouyang Titi, a young girl who, like an ordinary girl of that flourishing era, toiled to support her family, he found solace in the knowledge that he was not alone in his struggles. As time passed, he too endeavored to manage his own sustenance without the assistance of servants. Perhaps due to the exertion, his health gradually improved, and his mind began to clear. The memory of the figure who had once saved him became increasingly indelible in his heart. Observing himself using the emperor's authority to deliberately intimidate this girl, compelling her to visit the palace daily, he noted a hint of disarray in her typically confident demeanor, which brought an involuntary smile to his lips. Ouyang Titi had initially been resolute in her quest to rescue her father, regardless of the cost. Yet, the emperor's unique methods presented a different challenge. If she were to accompany him daily to the capital, it would be akin to entering a den of dragons and tigers. She feared that even the former affection of Prince Rue would not suffice to save her. At that moment, her expression wavered with uncertainty. She dreaded the possibility of the emperor taking a liking to her, the implications of which were too dreadful to contemplate, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Noticing her bashful demeanor, Yunzhe Zhaowu felt a stirring in his heart and gently brushed his fingers through the girl's hair, speaking softly. "You need not fear me. Tell me, do I not resemble Prince Rue? Surely, you do not fear my brother, do you?" His proximity brought forth the distinct scent of sandalwood and fresh grass, enveloping her senses. Ouyang Titi held her breath and fell to her knees once more, beseeching. How could Prince Rue be compared to the emperor? I would not dare to speak recklessly about royal kin. I implore your forgiveness, your majesty. Yunzhe Zhaowu smiled slightly, sensing the moment was ripe for a return to the matter at hand. I recall my foolish brother mentioning that you had once spoken of centralization of power and its convenience for governance. Caught in her embarrassment, Ouyang Titi suddenly recalled the incident at the fish market when several beggars had quarreled over soup. Unable to stand by, she had remarked that they were like a headless dragon, with their power dispersed among petty leaders, which hindered their ability to thrive. If they could learn from the ancients and elect a leader, centralizing authority and rationally distributing responsibilities, they would not suffer from scarcity. She feared that her comments had been overheard by Prince Rue, who might have committed them to memory. Yet, she had never mentioned the term centralization of power, for those beggars could hardly influence the broader narrative of governance. Since the emperor inquired, Ouyang Titi responded affirmatively, briefly sharing the historical insights of her teacher. Yunzhe Zhaowu, however, his eyes glimmering with curiosity, proceeded to ask, "There exists a perplexing situation that I wish for you to analyze. The attacks by the Xiongnu seem rather suspicious. Yet, I cannot pinpoint what exactly feels amiss. The ministers insistently pressure me to make a decision. but I desire to comprehend the matter fully before reaching a conclusion. Would you kindly examine these memorials and identify their discrepancies? He had resorted to seeking her counsel on state affairs. Upon concluding his words, he handed her a bundle of memorials. Ouyang Titi, unperturbed by any potential implications, took up the documents concerning the border crisis and began to peruse them, also skimming through other relevant reports. Ouyang Zimu had always raised Ouyang Titi as if she were a boy, diligently instructing her in archery, horseback riding, and literature. From a conventional standpoint, the recent fall of the border city had its reasons. The Xiongnu lacked iron tools and the knowledge of metallurgy, which compelled them to descend southward for plunder. Additionally, as a nomadic people reliant on the whims of nature, they could not stockpile food as the Yunnan kingdom did, which boasted advanced agricultural techniques, allowing for the sustainable accumulation of provisions and long-term planning. In harsh winters, should severe snow disasters occur, the Xiongnu would inevitably seek to exploit the Yunnan kingdom. Historically, the Xiongnu had laid waste to 15 cities in succession, reaping considerable rewards and enjoying several prosperous years, thus fixating their ambitions on the bountiful lands of the Yunnan kingdom. Although, from Ouyang Zimu's educational perspective, the Xiongnu's incursions were almost routine, the Yunnan kingdom could only respond to aggression with force, swiftly mobilizing troops. The emperor's lamentation stemmed from the scarcity of soldiers, especially as the year drew to a close. Even enlisting the guards of noble families would likely prove insufficient. Once a city fell, reclaiming it would be exceedingly arduous, particularly in the depths of winter. Yet, there must be something peculiar afoot. After reviewing several memorials, she noted repeated mentions of snowstorms obstructing travel. The descriptions of the tempestuous weather seemed intended to convey the hardships faced at the front lines. However, from a military standpoint, the snow and ice rendered conditions decidedly unfavorable for cavalry assaults. After all, horses struggled to extricate their slender legs from the depths of thick snow. The notion of delivering messages through biting winds and heavy snow was merely a portrayal of the perils faced in progression. If the dangers were so pronounced, why did the Xiongnu not wait for the snow to cease, for the ice to solidify before making their move, instead choosing to launch their assault amidst the storm? Was it a strategy of surprise, to catch their adversaries unprepared? Reflecting on the Xiongnu's intentions, it was evident that their ambitions were substantial. Yet, historically, their timing for invasion had always aligned with spring, when the snow melted and their food supplies were depleted, allowing for a timely descent into plunder. Given the customary nature of such attacks, it seemed improbable that they would choose to advance during a snowstorm, casting doubt on the authenticity of the reports. The more Ouyang Titi read, the heavier her heart grew. These ministers were deceiving the emperor, both within the court and at the borders, leaving the poor child in a precarious position, as the emperor's reign might soon come to an end. Noticing her grave expression, Yunze Zhao Wu leaned closer, attempting to discern the underlying truths, yet he remained perplexed. Ouyang Titi sighed deeply and spoke slowly. In this matter, you must heed my counsel. It is through an element of surprise that we may quell this situation. Yunze Zhao Wu attentively listened to the dissection of the matter, and a sense of respect for Ouyang Titi emerged upon his countenance. He dispatched someone to accompany her diligently, ultimately allowing the young lady to depart. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Wei Exinming, was visibly distressed, yet he was tasked with escorting her safely out of the palace. The emperor clearly disapproved of the young lady's association with Prince Rui, yet it was evident that he had no intention of relinquishing her. Fortunately, he had not yet confessed his feelings. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Exercising discretion, he chose to retreat to a more distant location, adhering to the principle of avoiding impropriety. Ouyang Titi was granted a palanquin as she exited the depths of the palace, a gesture that signified honor. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Curiously, as she observed the emperor, she occasionally felt he resembled Prince Rui, yet at other moments, she was convinced they were entirely dissimilar. She found herself puzzled by the inconsistency in her judgment. Lost in thought, she was suddenly approached by a eunuch who bore a summons, stating that the Empress Dowager wished to inquire about matters and requested her presence after attending the emperor's court session. Casting a glance at the palace walls nearby, Titi had no choice but to follow the eunuch back. Chapter 44. A new perspective. It was time for the court to reconvene. Due to the urgent situation at the frontier city of Chaoyang, where a breach had occurred, the ministers, both civil and military, decided to resort to a voting process. A cerulean porcelain vase was brought forth by the eunuchs, personally inspected by the Empress Dowager, and then distributed to the officials. Each official had prepared 2 beans, one, the size of a peanut, to signify agreement, and the other, a small mung bean concealed in the palm, shielded by the uniquely broad sleeves characteristic of Yunhan. Casting a mung bean indicated opposition. This method of voting effectively mitigated partisan bias. Even those indecisive who refrained from casting a nut would be considered to abstain, thus preserving their opinions. The Prince of Gao Ling abstained from voting, kneeling persistently in a plea for mercy. His forehead struck the ground repeatedly, drawing blood and resulting in heartfelt cries as he implored the court not to send his daughter to a foreign land as a diplomatic envoy. Some sympathetic ministers who witnessed this could not help but feel compassion. A father loves his son. When his heir suddenly passed away, he condemned the physician for a failure in treatment, demanding to accompany him in death. Similarly, a father loves his daughter. When she was abruptly chosen to serve as a diplomatic envoy, he disregarded the emperor's wrath and sacrificed his dignity to plead for her. The emperor, Yunzhe Zhao Wu, listened to Ouyang Titi's analysis and realized that the ministers had also been deceived. He decided to set a trap to expose their errors. He anticipated that the censors would inevitably find fault, but upon observing the Prince of Gao Ling's insufferable demeanor, the emperor erupted in fury, ordering the prince to be taken away. In times of national peril, a prince who benefits from the court's stipend, yet contributes nothing, is utterly unacceptable. Even the most basic support was lacking. Should there be further dissent, Gao Ling would have to subsist on mere rice and pickled vegetables, thus alleviating the burdensome taxes on the populace, allowing the citizens to sustain Gao Ling. The Prince of Gao Ling continued to wail incessantly. Many ministers spoke up in council, hoping to quell the emperor's anger. The Empress Dowager, witnessing the emperor's fury, promptly retreated behind the curtains, resolutely refraining from interfering in state affairs. The young maidens awaiting behind her fell silent, holding their breath, entirely focused on listening to the developments outside, fearing that the Empress Dowager might become overly anxious. The emperor took special care to send her a secret letter, stating that the border stronghold of Chaoyang City had fallen. To his astonishment, this turned out to be a falsehood. The urgency at the border was indeed true. However, the news of the city's breach had been deliberately fabricated by the general tasked with its defense, seeking to gain favor from the court. With the truth laid bare, even the common folk could comprehend the matter. The Empress Dowager, reflecting deeply, considered that perhaps the child was simply fortunate in his folly, allowing his heart to remain tranquil, akin to the serene state of a Bodhi tree unencumbered by worldly concerns. A stick of aromatic incense had been lit behind her, expertly kindled by the attentive eunuchs, emanating a calming fragrance. The coolness of the blue brick floor was palpable during this harsh winter. Whenever the emperor's wrath was provoked, the inhabitants of the palace felt an intensified chill, especially when he was truly enraged, a rarity indeed. Generally, the emperor was soft-spoken and composed, approaching matters with careful deliberation and showing great respect for the opinions of the various regional princes on significant decisions. Yet now, in a fit of rage, his thunderous fury left the court in stunned silence. Old palace servants discreetly withdrew, curious to witness how the emperor's outburst would unfold. The regional prince was dragged away, his dark green ceremonial attire in disarray. Yet he continued to disregard propriety, vehemently denouncing the court and shouting about injustices. Yunzhe Zhao Wu, seething with indignation, commanded the eunuchs, "This man shows no remorse. Drag him away and administer 20 strokes of the cane, forbidding him from leaving his bed for 10 days. The courtiers exchanged glances, the Duke of National Defense and the Prime Minister understanding that the moment they had anticipated had arrived. In a realm devoid of the boundaries of legal governance, the emperor acted on impulse, rendering the lives of his subjects as insignificant as that of ants or cicadas. They signaled to the censors and the imperial inspector, but the latter hesitated. recognizing that to speak up in the face of the emperor's fury would be tantamount to courting death. The Duke of National Defense turned his gaze towards the censor Zhao Buchuan. With his vibrant demeanor, Zhao was an easy target for scrutiny. His entire family depended on the Duke's favor, and he prided himself on his straightforwardness, feeling compelled to step forward at this moment. He addressed the emperor, "Your Majesty. We find ourselves at a crucial juncture for legal reform. Striking the Prince of Jailing County in anger may not be prudent. He too is a father, and if his counsel is disregarded, it would be unjust to punish him in such a manner. This approach may lead many to perceive Your Majesty as tyrannical. Unwilling to heed advice, I dare to offer my counsel, for such actions may chill the hearts of both civil and military officials, complicating the already delicate situation at the border." When a matter of the border was mentioned, the emperor's ire flared anew. "I awaited your input," he retorted coldly. "And you suggest that my actions will complicate the border situation?" I pose this question, while the capital is engulfed in heavy snowfall. Reports from the eastern border indicate alternating sunshine and torrential storms, with news stating the snow has melted. I ask you, how could the cavalry of the Xiongnu launch an attack under such tempestuous conditions? Do you not comprehend what cavalry most fears? Suddenly, the ministers regained their composure. Due to the heavy snowfall obstructing access to the capital, communication had been hindered, yet urgent reports continued to arrive, lamenting shortages of troops and supplies, which might well be the result of General Zhao Wuhui's cunning deception. Zhao Wuhui, hailing from a martial lineage, possesses an uncanny aptitude for warfare. However, with the old general fallen in battle, the new commander is the sole heir of the Zhao family, rumored to be valorous yet rather avaricious. Moreover, it is worth noting that Zhao Wuhui was once favored by the Duke of National Defense, establishing an undeniable connection. The ministers fell silent, and given that mobilizing troops necessitates the engagement of national resources, it became increasingly difficult to undermine the emperor's authority at such a critical juncture. How could you not perceive the evident flaws in Zhao Wuhui's intentions? The emperor abruptly inquired, eliciting a wave of trepidation among the ministers, prompting the Ministry of War to hastily mandate a thorough review. Various assessments indicated that the inclement weather was wholly unsuitable for cavalry assaults. In terms of logistical support, although adverse conditions might have inflicted some losses, the supply was ultimately deemed sufficient. The scale of the fleeing populace suggested that the Xiongnu had conducted minor incursions, merely engaging in random plundering without mounting a substantial offensive. Zhao Wuhui audaciously deceived the sovereign, falsifying military reports, and quite possibly sought to exploit the situation of the border's breach to his advantage, eventually intending to present the recapture of the border city as an invitation to the emperor. When the news of victory reached the capital, the emperor would undoubtedly rejoice, promptly rewarding the entire army with orders already dispatched. Even upon subsequent verification, it would be challenging to retract such proclamations. Despite his youth, the emperor displayed remarkable acuity, discerning the inconsistencies. Though the ministers were seasoned and well-versed, their singular focus on diminishing the emperor's power blinded them to such glaring discrepancies. Embarrassed, they awaited the final report from the Ministry of War while listening to distant wails from outside the palace, silently reflecting that the recent defeat in Jailing County was indeed deserved. Their respect for the emperor had deepened, instilling a sense of caution in their demeanor, and they became increasingly attentive to issues of legal reform. Chapter 45. The Empress Dowager's tenderness. The emperor exhibited a refreshing vitality, signaling that the reform of policies was imperative. Behind the ethereal curtains, the atmosphere was as warm as spring. The soft chairs draped in fine silk remained unoccupied, as the Empress Dowager, engrossed in state affairs, stood attentively. Witnessing the flawless resolution of the situation brought her immense joy, her countenance radiating delight. Accompanied by her retinue, she returned to the Sinang Palace, eager to confer with Ouyang Titi. Indeed, one is invigorated by joyous tidings. Even the voice of the maidservant announcing the news seemed more vibrant. Word spread swiftly throughout the palace that the emperor had ingeniously unraveled the complexities surrounding the border crisis, now adeptly managing the situation. After a brief refreshment, the Empress Dowager summoned Ouyang Titi for a conversation, her face beaming with happiness. "Look," she exclaimed, "the emperor's keen insight has deftly navigated the critical military affairs at the border. My son is truly an exemplary scholar, worthy of his years of diligent study." Ouyang Titi, too, was filled with elation. The emperor was undeniably a commendable student. It was merely that their expectations had been excessively lofty, pressuring him too intensely. He was still but a youth, yet he was expected to possess wisdom surpassing that of the shrewdest of elders. Observing the Empress Dowager's radiant smile, one could clearly see the pride of a mother. She sincerely congratulated. "Congratulations to the Empress Dowager. May heaven bless our Yunnan kingdom with such an astute and wise sovereign. Our nation is destined for even greater prosperity." The Empress Dowager's smile blossomed even more as she playfully inquired of Ouyang Titi, "My son is remarkably handsome, and you are of similar age. Do you entertain the notion of becoming his consort?" Ouyang Titi was utterly taken aback. The Empress Dowager had publicly dismissed the idea of sending her as an envoy for a political marriage, and yet she now seemed to harbor this intention. Previously, she had expressed disdain over the prospect of Ouyang Titi being paired with the foolish Prince Rue, and now she planned to elevate her to the status of imperial consort. Surely, the Empress Dowager was like Jiang Taigong fishing, with ulterior motives at play. Ouyang Titi's smile instantly dimmed as she bowed her head in gratitude. "Your kindness is overwhelming, Your Majesty. However, I cherish my freedom more dearly. Moreover, I am merely the daughter of a condemned man. My father remains under sentence and will soon be subject to labor. My status is akin to that of dust and mud, making it quite unsuitable." Her outright refusal was somewhat of a slap in the face. The most esteemed women in the realm resided within the palace. Yet this girl claimed to value her freedom above all else. Was it not a subtle mockery of the Empress Dowager's own lack of liberty within the palace walls? The Empress Dowager, adorned in her splendid attire, a simple silk robe beneath a soft fox fur and mink satin, exuded an air of youthful elegance. Though she was not permitted to meddle in state affairs, her youth belied her influence, as she had orchestrated numerous matters in support of the sovereign. It would not be an exaggeration to say she had collaborated with the Duke of protecting the nation and the Chancellor to nurture the emperor's growth. She casually brushed off her garments, her long, vibrant nails grazing the rustling brocade, revealing their sharp edges. Her phoenix-like eyes scrutinized the young woman before her, revealing no hint of her thoughts. Yet she feigned nonchalance as she stated, "Your father will soon regain his official position, albeit with a demotion of 3 ranks. You shall no longer be the daughter of a condemned man. I ask you, given your family's humble circumstances, would you not desire the wealth and privilege of the capital?" Ouyang Titi's smile faltered. The Empress Dowager's stance indicated that her interest in her was not for the purpose of making her a consort, but rather for an undisclosed use. For her, the invitation to join the palace was merely a means to prompt a polite refusal. Ouyang Titi knelt gracefully, responding with gentle resolve. "I am unworthy of the emperor, and I harbor no inappropriate aspirations. Not now, nor in the future. Please rest assured, Your Majesty." The Empress Dowager approached her, lifting her up with a smile. "Oh, foolish child, I merely inquired, yet you have outright rejected me. I have observed you possess a modicum of wit these past few days, so allow me to pose a question. My funds are currently strained. Do you have any solutions?" How could such palace secrets regarding financial matters be disclosed to her? Suddenly, Ouyang Titi's mind cleared. She realized this was merely a way to test her. The palace was a labyrinthine world of complexities, and her involvement might not bode well. In her humble and remote origins, with few servants and maids to assist, how could she manage the intricate affairs within the palace walls? Yet, having been asked, she felt compelled to devise a response. After a moment of contemplation, I remarked, "In order to stimulate financial growth, we must both expand revenue and implement austerity measures. While you are well versed in the latter, I am not entirely certain which of the Empress Dowager's enterprises yield income. This requires your meticulous investigation." We must ascertain where mismanagement has led to dwindling revenues. Perhaps you could also examine if any of your subordinates oversee jewelry or confectionery shops, or if there are any available royal properties for lease, or if there are royal hunting grounds or farms in the suburbs. The Empress Dowager's eyes suddenly brightened with understanding. She recognized that Ouyang Titi possessed an array of peculiar insights. Upon further inquiry, it became evident that her thought processes were indeed distinct. The ministers, intent on curtailing her access to the treasury for charitable pursuits, had deliberately leveraged the previous incident of facilitating Ouyang Titi's entrance to strip her of clan management authority and diminish her financial powers. However, the palace still retained a small treasury dedicated to managing royal assets and temples. The idea of establishing jewelry and confectionery shops was brilliant. Aside from the current clothing shops, she promptly decided to add several jewelry and confectionery outlets. The Empress Dowager's eyes sparkled with excitement. The palace was replete with skilled maidens, with a simple selection. The jewelry they produced would undoubtedly be of top-tier quality in the capital. She could hardly believe that the business could possibly falter. Furthermore, the royal temples, which typically expended funds liberally, could indeed generate substantial offerings if they garnered a reputation. The royal family merely needed to fulfill their obligations, and the income could flow without any outflow. As for the royal hunting grounds, it had been ages since their profitability had been assessed. The annual funds allocated to them were no small sum. The Empress Dowager gazed at Ouyang Titi with newfound warmth. You shall be promoted to the rank of first-class female official. Take a few days to rest and visit your family. Upon your return, you may accompany me for several years. Although there are many maids to manage household tasks, there is a distinct lack of capable young officials like yourself. In our society, men marry at 30 and women at 20. When the time comes, I shall ensure you find a worthy partner and present you with a splendid wedding gift. The Empress Dowager pondered for a moment, recognizing the rarity of a maid who first leaves the palace only to return. She instructed Ouyang Titi to wait and arrange for the Department of Imperial Garments to bring back suitable palace attire for her. When next she enters the palace, she shall don the official female garb for her audience. Ouyang Titi could only express her gratitude. The Empress Dowager's intentions were clear. She required a competent female official to handle matters discreetly. Her serene gaze reflected a tranquil understanding that the future held endless possibilities. One must proceed with patience and vigilance. At the very least, there was a 99% certainty that this visit to the palace could lead to her father's rescue. The news rapidly spread throughout the palace, leaving the maids and eunuchs astonished, all claiming they had misjudged the situation. A group of young eunuchs gambling beneath the ginkgo tree to the west of Sinang Palace were particularly dumbfounded. Their naivety had led them to believe that a daughter of a convicted minister had come to pay her respects, and they had even set up a betting pool, wagering 3-1 on whether Ouyang Titi would safely exit the palace. It is worth noting that when Ouyang Titi first entered the palace, she was not regarded favorably. The daughter of a convicted minister was hardly expected to receive such honor, with the Empress Dowager personally inquiring if she wished to join the harem and subsequently promoting her to the position of female official. Upon maturing and leaving the palace, she would naturally be considered a trusted confidant of the Empress Dowager. Regardless, this individual is indeed quite formidable. At this moment, a young eunuch suddenly recalled an important matter and hurriedly scurried to the imperial kitchen to give instructions. Previously, someone had intended to provide food for Ouyang Titi, and the kitchen, mistakenly believing themselves to be favored by the Empress Dowager, had taken the liberty of applying a medicine that caused discomfort to the young girl. Now, they must be fearing impending disaster. Chapter 46. Wrongfully accused at this juncture. In the council hall, the emperor, under the constant pressure from his ministers, resolutely punished the impudent prince of Jailing for his disrespectful behavior. Following urgent reports from the border, a joint inspection team composed of the 6 ministries was dispatched to investigate the matter. The Ministry of War was the first to confirm the news, revealing that General Zhao Wuhui, in his youth and arrogance, had recklessly fabricated a false report of a large-scale invasion by the Xiongnu. Enraged, The emperor ordered punishment for General Zhao. However, given the Xiongnu's persistent guerrilla warfare in the vicinity, it was deemed unwise to replace the general at such a critical moment. Thus, he was commanded to redeem himself through merit by bolstering the border defenses. The ministers convened again to vote, and a significant majority agreed to abolish corporal punishment, reward military achievements, and simultaneously reform the reward and legal systems. Specific proposals were to be drafted by the Prime Minister and the Duke of protecting the nation, to be submitted for refinement, extracting the essence while discarding the dross. The unfortunate Prince of Jialing received a beating that was entirely undeserved. The emperor, having emerged victorious in border affairs, had gained substantial momentum. The ministers found it difficult to devise a better decision to counter the proposal of the prince's daughter entering into a political marriage. After all, under her father's affection, her beauty was well known far and wide. With the Empress Dowager's strong backing, a final decision was made. The daughter of the Prince of Jialing would serve as the envoy for the marriage, accompanied by Ouyang Titi, disguised as a handmaiden, tasked with assisting the diplomats in executing a strategy of distant alliances and nearby attacks. The court was tense throughout the day, finally dispersing. Eunuch Wenma quickly approached the emperor, discreetly reporting a minor issue. The Empress Dowager was currently making things difficult for the young lady, Ouyang Titi. Yunze Zhao's expression changed, and he remarked, "How could the Empress Dowager initially wish to reward Miss Ouyang, and now make things difficult for her? From now on, should any matters arise concerning Miss Ouyang, you must inform me promptly, lest we jeopardize everything." The emperor hurriedly departed with his entourage, leaving Eunuch Wenma perplexed and hastily following. This account requires some elaboration. Throughout an entire day, Ouyang Titi remained within the palace. The beggar Niu Xin, tasked with running errands for her, made several trips to the palace gates but received no news of her departure. Due to the emperor and empress dowager's consecutive summons, Ouyang Titi lingered in the palace for a day, nearly starving. Initially, lacking any noble status but possessing pleasing looks, she was warmly attended to by the eunuchs upon her arrival, while the palace maids treated her with indifference, arriving at dawn to wait for her entrance into the palace. Although the Duke of protecting the nation's servants had the foresight to prepare some snacks and tea, her troubled heart rendered her unable to eat a single bite. After the emperor and empress dowager had interrogated her, the empress dowager praised her and promoted her to a lady-in-waiting, instructing her to wait until she received her palace attire before departing. In this moment of waiting, she remained in the side chamber for a considerable half-hour, her hunger intensifying to the point of audible growling. Ouyang Titi, well-versed in the delights of culinary art, had never before experienced such hunger. Now, in this predicament, the emptiness in her stomach seemed to amplify. With the court officials preoccupied with matters of state, leaving her unattended, she sought to persuade a round-faced maidservant within the chamber to procure some sustenance for her. The maid, taken aback by such a direct request for food, hesitated but eventually inquired on her behalf. To her dismay, the imperial kitchen responded that provisions and necessities within the palace were strictly regulated and without explicit directives from above. They could not take liberties. It almost suggested that those awaiting summons were akin to suspects forbidden from nourishment. The young maid, acting on instructions, added, "There are countless morsels available here. What harm would it be to offer a guest a small delicacy to ease her hunger? After all, she has traveled from afar and has just been appointed as a lady-in-waiting." Yet, it was reported that those in the imperial kitchen scoffed, remarking that not all who entered the palace were mere guests. Many were indeed wrongdoers, and distinguishing between the rewarded and the condemned was a complex task, especially when some would soon find themselves facing incarceration and prison fare. Ouyang Titi was merely a prospective lady-in-waiting, yet to assume her duties, and no kitchen had been assigned to her. A warning followed: "Speak no more, lest you find yourself relegated to the cold palace." The young maid's good intentions were met with a frigid reception. She wished to plead further, but the staff of the imperial kitchen, dismissive of her entreaties, brusquely cast her out. In the biting cold of winter, she stumbled into the snow, becoming soiled by the slushy remnants, which melted slightly upon contact with her garments, necessitating a change of attire. Having waited long for this maid to return and fearing that her own presence might provoke further complications, Ouyang Titi decided to accompany another maid to the direction of the imperial kitchen. Fortunately, it was not far. A long corridor led to the source of tantalizing aromas. Upon reaching the end, she beheld a courtyard surrounded by several large buildings, bustling with activity. The maid accompanying Ouyang Titi discreetly gathered information and learned that the round-faced maid had been dismissed after receiving scorn. Without a word, she took Ouyang Titi by the hand and led her away. At the threshold, Ouyang Titi caught sight of the kitchen within. The culinary implements, fruits, and provisions were haphazardly piled without any semblance of order. Fresh meats lay carelessly alongside boiled rice dumplings on a thin mat spread across the floor. Such disarray revealed the questionable safety of the products emanating from this kitchen. It was no wonder that the palace inhabitants often suffered from poor health. The ingredients were likely stale, and many items had been overcooked merely for the sake of presentation. A wave of nausea washed over her, rendering her appetite null and void. The accompanying maid kindly remarked, "The imperial kitchen has always been held in high regard, thus it tends to be a bit overwhelming. In light of the circumstances, let us retreat and await further developments." The common palace maids dine on the fare prepared in the grand kitchen, while the noble ladies savor delicacies from their private kitchens. If hunger becomes intolerable, I shall take a moment to visit the Empress Dowager's small kitchen to see if there are any provisions to bring you. Ouyang Titi, noticing the absence of others, whispered, "Indeed, the knowledge gleaned from the grand kitchen seems so sordid that merely gazing upon it renders one unable to eat." Their hushed conversation, however, was overheard by a nearby chef, who, in a fit of anger, seized the two and accused them of lurking suspiciously, implying malevolent intentions. Ouyang Titi, with a stern countenance, dismissed the chef, covering her nose as she retorted, "With your own filth, how dare you question the intentions of others? Reflect upon how much of the food you prepare is truly clean." They had not even crossed the threshold when they found themselves unjustly accused. Chapter 47. The question of edibility having been wronged. Ouyang Titi felt a wave of discontent wash over her as she returned with the female official and sat in the anteroom. The young maid, who had gone to change her attire, returned empty-handed. Just then, Ouyang Titi's stomach audibly protested, prompting the maid to stifle a laugh as she produced 2 pieces of candy from her garment for Ouyang Titi. These morsels were likely a precaution taken by the little maid, preparing for the possibility of missing a meal while attending to her duties. Grateful for the thoughtful offering, Ouyang Titi graciously accepted and sampled the sweets, which were indeed delicately crafted, though their flavor was rather ordinary. Before long, the Empress Dowager had completed her grooming and summoned Ouyang Titi to inspect her attire. During their conversation, the Empress Dowager alluded to the expenses associated with court life, suggesting that palace maids, with their needs for food and clothing covered, often earned more silver than an average commoner in a year. Seizing the opportunity to comment on the palace's provisions, Ouyang Titi remarked, "It is indeed a curious coincidence that I have witnessed the true nature of the imperial kitchen. No wonder the noble ladies prefer their private kitchens. The grand kitchen resembles an empty treasury, utterly neglectful of those who toil there. Shouldn't there be a modicum of care for the hard-working maids and eunuchs?" A nearby maid, hearing her casual remarks, could not help but scoff, stating, "Your words seem rather inappropriate," implying that she was overstepping her bounds. At that moment, another maid approached to inform the Empress Dowager of a peculiar incident. After a visit from Miss Ouyang to the grand kitchen, she had criticized the uncleanliness of the food, resulting in several eunuchs and maids suffering from gastrointestinal distress. This unprecedented occurrence led to suspicion that Miss Ouyang had maliciously poisoned the kitchen. In matters concerning food, which are of utmost importance, Ouyang Titi stood resolutely, calmly asserting, "The female official who accompanied me and I merely glanced at the entrance." The courtyard appeared rather unkempt. The food was indeed filthy to such an extent that we did not even step inside to taste a spoonful of broth. How do we be unjustly accused? The female official hesitated, struggling to find her words. Observing the scene, the Empress Dowager commanded her to recount the events in their entirety. Since its establishment, The Grand Kitchen had rarely faced any scrutiny. Upon her inaugural visit to the palace, Miss Ouyang stood at the entrance, indignantly declaring the food to be filthy. Coincidentally, on that very day, numerous palace maids and eunuchs fell victim to a bout of diarrhea, and though the imperial physician had examined the situation, no evidence of poisoning was found. Even the dogs and cats, to whom the food was also distributed, remained unaffected. As the blame began to shift towards her, in a moment of desperation, the staff of the royal kitchen pointed their fingers at the only outlier present that day, Ouyang Titi, who had dared to speak ill of the kitchen's cleanliness, suggesting she might have introduced a colorless, odorless toxin that rendered the food unsafe. This baseless calamity left Ouyang Titi both exasperated and amused. Had anyone possessed a modicum of understanding, such a misjudgment would have been inconceivable. Since the Empress Dowager took charge of the inner palace, she had placed significant emphasis on the quality of food, primarily to thwart any ill-intentioned attempts at poisoning. Consequently, each palace had established its own small kitchens, operating under a tacit understanding. The kitchens catered exclusively to eunuchs and palace maids, and had never before been the source of scandal. After a moment's contemplation, Ouyang Titi remarked, "If it is something I would not deign to eat, it is likely contaminated. How can you hold me accountable? I observed the chaos in the management of the imperial chefs myself. Those who are diligent are overwhelmed, while the idle revel in their leisure. It suffices to summon all those present to inquire about their actions at that moment and the manner in which the food was handled throughout the day. The truth shall be revealed upon the Empress Dowager's inquiry." Upon hearing these words, the Empress Dowager felt a flicker of doubt. After all, some matters required direct confrontation, prompting her to proceed to the royal kitchen. The kitchen staff, well aware of the impending visit, hastily tidied up, ensuring the food that had been carelessly strewn about was now impeccably arranged. At first glance, everything appeared orderly, devoid of any discrepancies. Just moments prior, the food had been improperly placed, and it was impossible to guarantee the safety of those items. Now that the management appeared pristine, how could the royal kitchen be compelled to divulge the truth? Ouyang Titi sighed inwardly. Suddenly, a palace maid announced, "The emperor has arrived." The crowd swiftly prepared to receive him. "The Empress Dowager seems particularly interested today. What could have transpired that warrants your personal presence?" Upon catching sight of the familiar figure of Yunze Zhao Wu, Ouyang Titi felt a slight sense of reassurance, though memories of his earlier, somewhat reproachful inquiries stirred a sense of unease within her. The Empress Dowager was taken aback to see Yunze Zhao Wu abandon his official duties to visit the royal kitchen. Once known for his mischievous and naive demeanor, the infamous foolish prince now exhibited a surprising level of competence and governance, as if he had matured overnight. Fearing that his childish whims might resurface, the Empress Dowager swiftly interjected, "You still have important matters to attend to. I can manage the affairs of the inner palace myself." The sovereign, brimming with enthusiasm, strode towards the imperial kitchen, conversing while surveying the courtyard. "There's an overwhelming amount of tasks. It will likely take an entire day and night to complete them. Many ministers are already quite fatigued, passing through here on their way to the imperial study. Perhaps I shall see what can be offered to them in terms of sustenance." The thoughtful Yunze Zhaowu delighted the Empress Dowager, who promptly joined in the search for suitable delicacies to pack for the ministers. Inside the kitchen, an array of pastries and fruits was neatly arranged. Additionally, from the large pot, a fragrant steam wafted forth, heralding the aroma of freshly steamed buns. The Empress Dowager remarked with a smile, "Indeed, the ministers have worked hard. It is a kind gesture from the emperor to bring them some delicacies from the imperial kitchen. Let us collect a bit more to fill the food boxes, so they may take home a token of our regard." The sovereign commanded that 100 assorted pastries be gathered from against the wall, selecting various colors and patterns. He also pointed to the steaming bamboo baskets filled with buns, both vegetarian and meaty, all visually appealing, and instructed that they be placed into 10 boxes for the ministers who would continue to attend to state affairs. Once the emperor had given his orders, the imperial chefs exchanged anxious glances. They knew that much of the food in the imperial kitchen, while visually splendid, was often of little substance. They frequently prepared their own meals. The pastries the emperor had designated, though exquisite in appearance, were primarily reserved for the palace maids and the lowest-ranking eunuchs. With reports of several individuals experiencing stomach distress, they feared that serving this food to the pillars of state could lead to dire consequences, and thus, they collectively prostrated themselves on the ground. Draped in the resplendent yellow dragon robe, the emperor exuded an imposing presence, calm yet formidable. He uttered with an air of indifference, "You are well aware of the truth. Are my ministers truly unworthy of consuming this food?" The head of the kitchen trembled in fear, having just received word that someone suspected food poisoning. But the imperial physician found no evidence of taint within the food. There are no adverse effects, even when given to cats and dogs. This food must have some peculiar quality today. After a brief discussion, they shifted the blame towards Ouyang Titi, suspecting her of some malevolence. Surely this woman has some strange influence. Earlier, she scolded the food at the entrance for being filthy, and now there are reports of others suffering stomach ailments. Such a coincidence demands thorough investigation by the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. The Emperor's smile vanished, replaced by a frigid demeanor as he stated, "The food you prepared is right under your noses. How can you so readily attribute its faults to mere words? I believe the issue lies with your own responsibilities." He inquired pointedly, "Would you be willing to eat the same food consumed by those palace maids and eunuchs?" The imperial chefs trembled, understanding that should they refuse to partake, they would likely face severe consequences. They exchanged furtive glances, resigned to the necessity of tasting it themselves. Shivering, they replied, "We will, of course, eat the food we have prepared. However, there are many varieties, and we have not yet sampled those particular ones." The emperor then commanded that those specific items which caused distress be brought before the chefs for examination. The steamed buns, shaped like jade rabbits and plump pigs, as well as peaches, glisten with a luscious sheen. Their vibrant colors and exquisite craftsmanship render them irresistible. Yet, should there be any suspicion of poison, hesitation overtakes all, and none dare to partake. The royal chefs are acutely aware of the troubling nature of these delicacies, beads of sweat forming on their brows as they anxiously watch droplets fall to the cold stone floor. In the chill of winter, their urgency is indeed peculiar. However, under the emperor's orders, they must comply, forcing the pastries down their throats. Not long after consuming these treats, the chefs' complexions turn ashen. Upon inquiry, it becomes evident that they are afflicted with severe abdominal pain, necessitating a hasty retreat to the privy. The Empress Dowager recognizes that failure to allow them relief could result in a far more chaotic scene. Thus, she dispatches someone to keep watch over them as they attend to their needs. The surrounding eunuchs and palace maids, witnessing the day's unusual fare, are struck with alarm. Typically, they consume what is served in the palace, yet the thought of possible poisoning sends their faces pale with fear. The Empress Dowager turns to the emperor, remarking on the peculiar behavior of the young woman, Ouyang Titi. Now that this abnormality is laid bare before him, she insists on a thorough investigation, lest the entire court be gripped by paranoia. Yunze Zhao Wu, trusting in Ouyang Titi's character, nods in agreement, poised to defend her honor. Yet, the Empress Dowager suddenly commands Ouyang Titi to kneel, instructing several guards to take her to the dungeons, hoping to extract the truth through interrogation. Yunze Zhao Wu is taken aback by the Empress Dowager's bias against Ouyang Titi, hastily calling for a halt. He suggests that they should listen to her own account, which would surely be more enlightening than forcing a confession through coercion. Realizing the trap laid for her, Ouyang Titi understands the Empress Dowager's intention to entangle her in a web of deceit, aiming to tarnish her reputation despite her achievement. However, Ouyang Titi is unwilling to accept such a grave misfortune without a fight. She calmly responds, "Your Majesty need not be astonished, although I am not responsible for these events. I have discerned the underlying cause. Two young palace maids, merely 15 years of age and sent to serve, are familiar with the dynamics of the palace and possess greater insight into the Empress Dowager's affairs than Ouyang Titi herself." As the two maids chatter animatedly, they inadvertently touch upon a secret history of the court. The kitchen staff exhibit an alarming arrogance, and with the emperor being young and without consorts, No one has the authority to restrain them. The kitchen thrives, amassing wealth to fill the Empress Dowager's treasury. The maids whisper that many of the foods are merely encased in a layer of flour, concealing a core of sand, and no one seems to intervene. After all, if 500 buns are not consumed in a day, they're destined to feed the pigs. Such a scandal will not be shielded by the Empress Dowager. Inquiries will undoubtedly arise. Ouyang Titi asserts her knowledge of the true nature of the kitchen's affairs, implying that a thorough investigation is now imperative. The Empress's expression shifted, and before the gathered assembly, she endeavored to maintain an image of fairness and transparency, speaking in a measured tone. In that case, reveal the truth. Ouyang Titi then led the crowd on a tour of the imperial kitchen, stating, "The crux of this culinary incident lies in the improper preservation of food. You may observe that while these dishes appear well presented on the plates, they were carelessly placed in stacks upon the ground to cool, rather than being properly housed within the steamer. The floor, bustling with foot traffic and devoid of barriers, has allowed some delicacies to tumble from the steamer, falling to the ground. The kitchen staff, accustomed to such occurrences, paid no heed and merely returned the buns to their original spots. If you remain skeptical, take a closer look. You may find that some of these pastries bear a trace of dust." The onlookers, upon inspection, indeed found that among the numerous items, at least one bore the marks of negligence, having inadvertently collected dirt or dust from the floor. Since these were intended for the lowest-ranking maidservants, the issue of hygiene was further disregarded. The Empress retorted, "Do not try to deceive me. I have witnessed the ways of the world. Even if food were to fall upon the ground, common folk would merely brush off the dust before consuming it. Yet I have not seen such a multitude suffer from stomach ailments." Ouyang Titi continued with deliberation. "This brings me to my second point. Observe that the finished products, destined for immediate consumption, are treated with such carelessness. What, then, of the raw ingredients? The chaos in management and the poor quality of the materials are evident for your own eyes to scrutinize." The Empress, taking initiative, approached a rice jar and lifted its lid, revealing that while the exterior of the ceramic jar appeared relatively pristine, within lay a thick layer of stale rice powder, and a few small insects were visibly crawling among the grains. In shock, she let the lid crash to the ground. An attendant swiftly approached to inspect the other jars of ingredients. Unsurprisingly, most of them had not been cleaned, and many housed crawling insects. The Empress, rendered speechless, eventually remarked, "With the palace's constant supply of provisions, how is it that this rice appears as though it has been neglected for years, infested with pests?" Ouyang Titi glanced toward the doorway, where several eunuchs, having hastily returned from their errands, stood in stunned silence, observing the inspection. This predicament arose from the Empress's overly protective nature, an underlying cause that could not be articulated. Chapter 49. The culinary affairs of the imperial kitchen. The imperial kitchen serves as a significant source of the Empress's treasury, and its maintenance is no trivial endeavor. Ouyang Titi, incensed by the disregard shown towards the lowest-ranking maidservants and young eunuchs, likened their treatment to that of livestock. Intentionally exposing a flaw, she remarked, "While the supply is seemingly endless, these individuals are exceedingly lazy, often adding new provisions before the previous ones have been consumed. Over time, the grains at the bottom remain untouched, becoming infested with pests from above. Their negligence in monitoring and cleaning these jars has allowed the insects to flourish. The task of cleaning the rice that has never been designated as a specific duty. The head of the imperial kitchen is merely responsible for overseeing the quantity and quality of the daily meals. This matter had never been contested, and thus it remained unaddressed." Beads of sweat formed on his brow, and he knelt there, pleading for mercy. "I implore the Empress and the Emperor to forgive me. This has truly never been stipulated. I acknowledge my negligence and promise to diligently clean and manage these ingredients in the future." The Empress was well aware that there were issues within the imperial kitchen. The resolution of the matter could wait, but at this moment, she harbored question, even if this bun was poorly stored and fell to the ground before being picked up again, or if the rice that had not been cleaned and had even become infested with insects, such occurrences were not uncommon among the populace. People could still steam the rice and flour to eat, albeit with a slightly inferior taste that would not necessarily lead to stomach troubles. Why then, Had the imperial kitchen never experienced such an incident? Today, upon visiting the kitchen, they had all suffered from diarrhea. Was it not some form of sorcery? Ouyang Titi, perceiving the empress's tone of skepticism, decided to speak plainly. The root of this gastrointestinal distress lies in poor management. Observe the disarray in personnel, the chaos in task allocation, and the mismanagement of both raw materials and finished products. As for the diarrhea, it must be addressed through the lens of management. The palace has been exceedingly busy these past few days. The female officials and eunuchs have been rushing about, scarcely having time to partake of a warm meal, resorting instead to cold food from the imperial kitchen. In this frigid weather, that cold food has long since turned as icy as a block of ice. The staff of the imperial kitchen is solely focused on completing their tasks, showing no consideration for the eunuchs and female officials. Even adding a layer of lard to the glutinous rice dough. You have coated the buns and glutinous rice delicacies with a layer of lard, ostensibly for aesthetic appeal and to prevent them from sticking together. However, one must realize that consuming food that has become cold in this frigid environment, especially with lard, which lubricates the intestines, will inevitably lead to discomfort. This is a natural consequence. The defiant head of the kitchen retorted, "Surely, you are merely skilled in rhetoric." Of the 10 individuals, 8 consumed cold food. Yet 2 others who sat and enjoyed hot noodle soup also suffered from diarrhea. Could it be that cold lard lubricates the intestines while hot lard does as well? At this, Ouyang Titi found the situation increasingly amusing. Your statement reveals a lack of thoughtful consideration. The kitchen head looked perplexed, yet upon reflection, he could not deduce an answer. Ouyang Titi continued, "Human nature is inherently flawed. Have you all been blinded by the allure of pork? What utensils did the eunuchs and female officials use to consume their hot noodle soup? Surely, you must have an inkling." Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze shifted to a corner of the kitchen where a heap of dirty utensils lay. Earlier, they had been preoccupied with arranging the food, neglecting the mountain of bowls and chopsticks in the back. There, in a greasy and filthy barrel, stacked precariously, were layers of dirty utensils. Even those that had been cleaned bore faint yellow stains. The head of the kitchen glanced at the mess, intending to argue, yet found himself speechless. Indeed, while the food may have been unsanitary, it had at least been subjected to steaming and cooking. However, in recent days, amidst the flurry of activity, the bowls and chopsticks had regrettably been neglected in terms of cleanliness. The imperial chef found himself at a loss for words, compelled to bow in acknowledgement of his shortcomings. Upon hearing Ouyang Titi's remarks, which illuminated the truth of the matter and absolved the innocent, the emperor smiled and said, "In that case, I shall entrust the management of the inner palace to the Empress Dowager. I appreciate your efforts, Empress Dowager." He then excused himself, claiming he had pressing matters to attend to. The Empress Dowager felt a slight relief at the emperor's apparent indifference towards the palace affairs. Yet, she recollected his previous affections for this young woman outside the palace, leading her to ponder if the emperor had come specifically upon hearing some news. As her thoughts swirled, she dealt with the several imperial chefs, administering their punishments while appointing new personnel to oversee the kitchen. She contemplated recruiting several capable matrons to restore order and establish regulations within the imperial kitchen. While she was deep in thought about the regulations, a young eunuch suggested, "Since Miss Ouyang has identified the issues at hand, surely she possesses excellent strategies to rectify the kitchen's operations and address the safety concerns?" Ouyang Titi, wishing not to draw undue attention to herself, smiled and humbly declined, stating that she was not well versed in such matters. However, she emphasized that to ensure the safety and health of the food, it was imperative to maintain rigorous hygiene standards, insisting that the bowls and chopsticks must be sterilized with boiling water to be deemed secure. Intrigued by this novel approach to sanitation, the Empress Dowager encouraged Ouyang Titi to elaborate. Just as she was explaining, an attendant rushed in to report that the wife of Prince Rue was at home in distress, seemingly unwilling to meet anyone, and had expressed thoughts of self-harm. The Empress Dowager was taken aback, rising abruptly. This girl was one she had personally selected, having made solemn promises that once she entered the palace, she would not waver. Now, however, Her demeanor had shifted drastically. Surely, there must be some underlying reason. Or perhaps the young lady lacked the guidance of elders at the Prince Rue's residence, being so young and likely naive. The Empress Dowager felt compelled to visit her personally. The eunuch beside her quickly advised against it, stating that someone of her noble status should not venture out of the palace for such trivial matters, suggesting instead sending someone to inquire about the situation. The Empress Dowager busied herself with the matter, calling upon many for questioning. As Ouyang Titi awaited her set of palace-made attire, she was instructed to wait in a side chamber, inadvertently overlooking her earlier state of hunger. Having gone without food for an entire day, Ouyang Titi ventured to the imperial kitchen, only to be met with a scene that left her feeling both famished and utterly unappetizing, causing her to feel faint. Noticing her distress, a young palace maid promptly escorted her to rest. She instructed the maid to inform the Empress Dowager that should any food be sent as a reward, it should be brought to her resting quarters, as she intended to take a brief respite. As she lay there, momentarily unable to resist the pull of sleep, she was suddenly awakened by the enticing aroma of food wafting through the air. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a figure clad in bright yellow, standing alone at the foot of her bed. The figure's gaze seemed contemplative as it leaned over her. Ouyang Titi, initially believing she was dreaming, rubbed her eyes, only to realize the presence was indeed real. Startled, she quickly rose to pay her respects to the emperor. Chapter 50. Reluctance. Yunze Zhao Wu was originally engrossed in state affairs when the thought of Ouyang Titi, who seemed to have gone an entire day without sustenance, suddenly crossed his mind. He instructed his ministers to deliberate a conclusion while he attended to a personal matter. Upon receiving the command, Wei Xianming followed the emperor, carrying a food box as they made their way outside. However, he soon diverted his path to seek out Ouyang Titi. The maidservants informed him that she had not eaten throughout the day. The emperor, prepared and considerate, brought her a delectable meal. Amused, Wei Xianming chose not to enter, instead arranging for the others to withdraw, maintaining a vigil outside. Yunze Zhao Wu casually placed the items he held on the table and remarked with a smile, "You're capable of eating and sleeping, seemingly at ease anywhere. Do you not realize the trouble you've caused? Are you waiting for the Empress Dowager to bestow upon you some food? I suggest you abandon such dreams." Ouyang Tistai enduring Dung was startled by the emperor's personal delivery of provisions and quickly responded, "I am but a humble subject, unaware of my transgressions." Yunze Zhao Wu chuckled and explained, "It is indeed the considerate Prince Rue who specifically instructed me to bring you something to eat. So is food. The saying goes, food is heaven for the people. As a modern individual, 3 regular meals a day are the most ordinary expectation. Regardless of hunger, one often has an array of beverages and snacks prepared in advance." Prolonged abstinence from nourishment was certainly beyond the capacity of her delicate stomach. Revitalized, she promptly thanked the emperor and sat down to savor her meal. Seeing her without hesitation as she naturally tasted the noodles, Yunze Zhao Wu felt a surge of delight and remarked, "The palace is in an uproar. Yet you appear unaffected. I have heard that you have offended the Empress Dowager. She is deliberately allowing you to go hungry as a means of retribution." Upon hearing such words, Ouyang Titi could not suppress her lament. "How have I offended her? I merely sought to clear my name." Hastening to explain that the palace maid's ailments stemmed from mismanagement and spoiled food. Given the triviality of the situation, it should not have been a cause for concern. As she spoke, she could not help but indulge, relishing the bowl of noodles before her. A large sea blue bowl brimmed with noodles, adorned with golden sauce, vibrant green cucumbers, and bright red fruits, presented a delightful aroma that made one's mouth water. Engrossed in her meal, Ouyang Titi fell silent. Yunze Zhao Wu observed her with amusement, recognizing her extreme hunger, and stifled a laugh as he watched her eat. Her casual demeanor further warmed his heart. Most individuals would tremble in the presence of the emperor. Yet she effortlessly engaged in conversation while attending to her meal. The way she chewed, her cheeks puffing adorably, was endearing. Once she had consumed a sufficient amount, he reached out to take the bowl of noodles from her. Ouyang Titi, with noodles still clinging to her chopsticks, hastily stuffed them into her mouth, savoring the flavors before she could speak. Oh, the broth is clear, the noodles soft, and the sauce is simply divine. It sits comfortably in my stomach. You are well aware of my hunger, so why do you take my noodles away? Yunze Zhao Wu, with a mischievous tone, remarked. I fear that if you become ravenous and overindulge, it may lead to a stomachache. What if you then accuse me? Ouyang Titi responded with a gentle smile. This is the most delectable noodle I have ever tasted. A timely gift indeed. I am profoundly grateful. If there were more of this delightful dish, it would hardly be a problem, for I shall gauge my own appetite. Yunze Zhao Wu, aware of her intense hunger, felt a pang of compassion as he offered her another bowl of noodle soup. He then said, What delicacies exist in this world that you have not yet tried? Yet, it is this noodle that brings you such joy. Do you know you showcased your talents in the imperial kitchen today? It seems my mother has begun to harbor resentment towards you. Ouyang Titi continued to savor the fragrant noodles, her head bowed as she inquired. I merely sensed that she had set a trap for me, yet I remain puzzled as to why she resents me. Did I not clarify the circumstances? Yunze Zhao Wu fell silent, watching as she devoured the noodles with gusto. According to court etiquette, consuming noodles with such loud slurping was frowned upon. Nevertheless, witnessing her delight filled him with a sense of tranquility, as though he himself were partaking in this exquisite dish. Outside, the attending eunuchs and Wei Xianming remained discreet, not daring to utter sound. Previously, the emperor had been occupied in the imperial study when he suddenly received a report. There were suspicions that Ouyang Titi had tampered with the food, which incited the Empress Dowager's fury, leading to punitive measures against the staff of the imperial kitchen. On his way back, the emperor abruptly summoned someone from the small kitchen, requesting a meticulously prepared bowl of noodle soup to be sent over. When the dish arrived, he refrained from eating it himself, instructing the bearer to hold it carefully as he made his way to the Empress Dowager's Sinang palace. Given the gravity of the situation, it was evident that the emperor was not dining alone. Rather, he had brought the noodles to observe the girl relishing them. The eunuchs, seasoned and well-informed, recalled the rumors about the emperor's twin brother, Prince Rue, who was said to be infatuated with a fishmonger named Ouyang Titi. Now, upon Prince Rue's return to the capital and his subsequent illness, the emperor's particular fondness for the girl raised eyebrows among the attendants. The deep bond between the brothers made the situation all the more intriguing. Could it be that Prince Rue's malady stemmed from the emperor's affection for the same woman? Such occurrences were not unheard of in royal affairs. Once Ouyang Titi had finished her bowl of noodles, Yunze Zhao Wu inquired, You previously mentioned a method of sterilization using boiling water. From whom did you acquire such knowledge? Ouyang Titi, in her moment of urgency, had merely sought to address the matter at hand, finding the filthy kitchen increasingly intolerable and perhaps advocating for the welfare of the maidservants. However, as for the method of sterilization, she was uncertain how many had utilized it in the past. She recalled that her chemistry teacher had elaborated on it in class. Some scientists have specifically employed glass vessels to concoct broth. If the vessel is open, the broth will eventually spoil and mold due to dust and bacteria entering through the exposed opening as it cools. However, if the glass container is equipped with a long, curved tube atop its lid, the steam that escapes during boiling will create a barrier, preventing air from contaminating the broth. After being left undisturbed for 7 days, the essence of the broth remains untainted and delectable. Inspired by this experiment, someone innovated canned meats for convenience in preservation and transport. The method of disinfecting with boiling water is, in essence, a means of eradicating bacteria. At this juncture, Ouyang Titi couldn't help but remark that this must be a common practice at home, a lesson learned from her mother. As long as food is brought to a boil, it can be consumed safely, revealing the remarkable power of scalding water. Yunze Zhao Wu gazed at the girl's exquisite features, yet he found himself faintly recalling past events. He caught a fleeting glimpse of the bustling streets, where young women, adorned in splendid attire, hurried to their jobs, embodying the principles of gender equality, finely delineated roles, and collaborative effort. He had also observed modern kitchens, where individuals retrieved pristine bowls from steaming cupboards for their meals. A flicker of hope ignited within him. Perhaps, if he stayed close to this girl, he too could escape to a more splendid era. Might it be that the Ouyang family hailed from that world? With a hint of anticipation, he inquired, if that is the case, then surely Madame Ouyang's culinary skills must be exceptional? Perhaps we could invite her to the palace one day, and mother and daughter could prepare a delightful soup for us. Chapter 51. Matters of the heart. The emperor harbored a desire to savor the dishes prepared by Madame Ouyang. However, his stepmother, Xiang Yang, was not particularly skilled in the kitchen. Her expertise lay solely in grilling, and her soups paled in comparison to those made by her daughters. Yet, upon hearing his words, Ouyang Titi was elated and asked with a smile, "Does this mean the emperor intends to pardon my father?" Yunze Zhao Wu's expression darkened. He was not at liberty to act as he wished. The court remained embroiled in disputes. Should he abolish the corporal punishment for Ouyang Zimu, other criminals would undoubtedly protest. What was permissible and what was not? Would the abolition of such punishment lead to unrest in the nation? At that moment, he felt even less powerful than his brother. The emperor. How could a mere pretender withstand the turmoil of reform? He fell into silence. Seeing his change of demeanor, Ouyang Titi's disappointment was palpable as she pouted and said, "You first led me to believe that my father had hope, yet now that I have complied with your demands, you are reneging on your word?" Yunze Zhao Wu felt a heavy weight upon his heart, rendered speechless. Ouyang Titi, recognizing his demeanor, was profoundly disheartened and lost her appetite. Disappointed, she remarked, "You promised me, yet now you retract your words. Do you not understand that a promise from the emperor is the foundation of national credibility? If trust is broken with the people, how can there be future diplomacy for a great nation? Who will still believe in you?" Ouyang Titi's words struck a chord within Yunze Zhaowu, prompting him to exclaim, "Rest assured, I shall devise a means to resolve this matter. However, it is you who initially toyed with my younger brother. Now that he is unwell, languishing at the residence of Prince Rue, I am merely avenging him." Upon receiving the emperor's assurance and hearing news from Prince Rue, Ouyang Titi inquired with genuine concern. Now that he is in the capital, surrounded by numerous esteemed physicians, it stands to reason that his condition is not grave, is it? Noticing the earnest worry etched on her face, Yunze Zhaowu felt a stirring within his heart and quickly reassured her, "It is of no consequence, truly. I merely feel a bit of vexation." Ouyang Titi replied thoughtfully, "He has always roamed freely, accustomed to a carefree existence. To suddenly be confined within a royal estate must surely breed discontent. It is no wonder he has fallen ill." A cough from outside interrupted their exchange. Yunze Zhaowu, reminded by the small eunuch that it was time to return to his duties, felt an increasing reluctance to part. Observing how Ouyang Titi had blossomed into a striking beauty, he found his heart torn, unable to dismiss the girl from his thoughts. Despite the Empress Dowager's prior counsel, he noted how well she understood the feelings of Prince Rue and seized the moment to declare, "I am already seeking a resolution regarding your father's affairs. However, you must pledge your loyalty to my Yunhan kingdom henceforth." "This is indeed a simple matter," he added unexpectedly. "Furthermore, unless granted permission, you are not to leave Yunhan kingdom without prior notice. You cannot simply vanish without a word." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Titi felt a pang of emotion. Having abruptly arrived in this alternate era of Yunhan, she pondered the uncertainty of her own departure, or the possibility of remaining here indefinitely, never to return to her former life. Yet, she held some attachment to her original world, which made her hesitant in her response. Observing her indecisiveness, Yunze Zhaowu sensed a reluctance and felt a chill in his heart. "All I ask is for you to leave a message. Do not disappear without a trace." Is this too much to ask? Did Prince Rue's lack of parental affection render him incapable of understanding such matters? Ouyang Titi did not mean to convey such sentiments. She merely found it challenging to maintain contact. She smiled as she recalled the convenience of her previous mobile phone, realizing that even carrier pigeons could not match that ease. It would have been appropriate to leave a letter for Prince Rue, but now that he has taken a wife, it would be ill-advised for me to maintain too close a relationship with him. With Prince Rue now married, it was deemed inappropriate for a man to engage intimately with other women. This reasoning, however, might elicit a different response from those in polygamous unions, as they might wonder, Would you accept being one of the many concubines? Yunzi Zhaowu had begun to grasp the modern ideals of gender equality, and he understood her perspective. Just as their conversation flowed, a palace maid approached to announce, "The Empress Dowager requests your presence, your majesty." Yunzi Zhaowu instantly transformed into a figure of imposing authority, exuding an air that commanded respect, as he inquired, "What has transpired?" The palace maid, recognizing the emperor's candidness in addressing Ouyang Titi, felt compelled to respond without delay. The princess of the Rue prince's residence has been in a state of distress, weeping incessantly since her arrival in the capital. If she cannot see the Empress Dowager soon, she threatens to take her own life. This distressing news had already reached the ears of the Empress Dowager several times. She regarded it with indifference, assuming the young lady was simply being unreasonable, and merely sent gifts to provide some measure of consolation. Hong Yunming, residing within the Rue prince's palace, felt increasingly trapped as the servants grew ever more presumptuous. As a young lady of status, she had never endured such humiliation. Alarmed and enraged, she desperately pleaded for an audience with the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager, well aware of Hong Yunming's motivations, knew full well what she sought. Since her arrival in the capital, Hong had not laid eyes on the Rue prince. It was laughable that the Rue prince, masquerading as the emperor, was present daily, risking exposure. Hong Yunming had initially intended to find some solace in conversing with a fool, hoping to engage in meaningful activities. Yet, now she found herself isolated and powerless, unable to manage anything, rendering her situation akin to imprisonment, which drove her nearly to madness over the span of several days. Upon hearing of these circumstances, Yunzi Zhaowu contemplated deeply and conceived an excellent plan. At that moment, the Empress Dowager had been receiving continuous reports from the prince's residence, indicating that the princess was on the verge of insanity, nearly harming herself. The Empress Dowager had never witnessed a royal relative behave in such a manner. Yet this was a choice she had made herself. Considering that a noble lady should possess some understanding of decorum, she had selected Hong Yunming for a reason. Thus, upon hearing of her utter lack of propriety, the Empress Dowager felt both astonished and incensed, halting the dispatch of further gifts. However, she hesitated. While the Rue prince's intellect might be in question, the princess was also spiraling into madness. Originally summoned to attend to the prince, her current state was unbecoming of a royal consort, merely providing fodder for ridicule. If this continued, the Empress Dowager resolved to put an end to it. The surrounding attendants and palace maids, aware of the Empress Dowager's propensity for headaches after bouts of anger, feared she might unleash her wrath upon the palace servants. They quickly began to offer soothing words. The Empress Dowager, a precious figure, ought not to be provoked over trivial matters. The princess, after all, was likely still unfamiliar with her surroundings and perhaps felt a sense of panic. Moreover, given that the servants of the Rue prince's household had confined the princess and barred her from leaving, she might perceive this as the servants taking advantage of their position, thus inciting her fury. If the Empress Dowager could clarify the situation gently, the princess would surely understand, and the turmoil could be alleviated. Chapter 52. The princess's disturbance. Listening to this counsel, the Empress Dowager found it somewhat reasonable. In any household, disputes are typically quelled by the master. It is uncommon for servants to restrain their superiors. The situation within the Rue prince's residence was particularly peculiar. Nowadays, servants, even when slightly mistreated, had no fear of repercussions from their masters. They instead sought external support. This was merely a result of the Empress Dowager's instructions to oversee the princess, and when reprimanded, they sought allies outside for protection. The Empress Dowager then regained her composure, deciding against a personal visit, and simply relayed her instructions. Originally, a promise had been made. Yet if this matter continues to escalate, it would be prudent to confine oneself to the cold palace for careful oversight. Upon receiving the Empress Dowager's words, the attendants swiftly prepared to depart. Suddenly, a voice rang out at the entrance. "Your Majesty, this course of action is absolutely inadvisable." It was Yunzi Zhaowu, accompanied by Ouyang Titi. The assembly promptly welcomed the sovereign before taking their seats. The Empress Dowager inquired, There are pressing matters awaiting your attention in the court. Why have you come to the inner palace to attend to such trivial affairs? Observing Ouyang Titi following closely behind. The Empress Dowager felt as though a thorn had lodged itself in her heart. Pondering the implications of Zhao Wu's infatuation with Titi, such a development could indeed prove troublesome. Yunzi Zhao Wu explained, I overheard that the Empress Dowager intends to dismiss the princess from the Duke Rui's household. This matter pertains to my brother's family affairs, and I could not help but come to inquire. The Empress Dowager listened with a smile, her expression laden with meaning. After all, Yunzi Zhao Wu was the Duke Rui himself. Though he shared no emotional bond with the princess, his concern was, in fact, quite justified. The Empress Dowager then playfully asked, I had thought Yunming to be a fine child, yet he seems to have lost his way. What do you propose we do, your majesty? Yunzi Zhao Wu pointed towards Ouyang Titi, standing behind him, and remarked, Is it not fortuitous that we have a suitable candidate here? She was a childhood companion of the princess. Perhaps a few kind words from her could resolve the situation without resorting to intimidation, thus sparing the princess from unnecessary anxiety. The Empress Dowager considered this and found it to be a clever solution. Previously, Ouyang Titi had brazenly managed affairs in the imperial kitchen, thereby severing a financial lifeline for the Empress Dowager. Though she harbored reservations about Titi, especially given the Duke Rui's affection for this seemingly ineffectual commoner, the dire need for funds compelled her to reconsider. Now discovering Titi's potential for other contributions, the Empress Dowager felt her tone grow increasingly familiar. As Miss Ouyang had recently accepted a post as a lady-in-waiting, it was only fitting that she undertake this private matter first. However, she must heed 3 important instructions. The Empress Dowager, refusing to entertain any objections, proceeded to outline her demands. The unexpected request for her to visit Hong Yunming took Ouyang Titi by surprise. She had always been averse to the notion that those capable should bear a heavier load. Typically, it entailed receiving the same compensation for performing multiple tasks. Should talents be rewarded with generous remuneration, the atmosphere would surely be more amiable, and the phrase would lose its negative connotation. The Empress Dowager scrutinized the young lady before her, who was just beginning to blossom into a graceful figure. With her fingers resting lightly on the armrest of her chair, she gently tapped it while speaking in a calm and measured tone. You must remember these 3 directives. First, when visiting the Duke Rui's residence, you are to offer only kind words to the princess and must not inquire about the Duke Rui's whereabouts. Second, do not forget the affairs of the nation. Third, whatever you see or hear within the palace must remain confidential. You are to return directly to report the situation. As for the rest, act according to the circumstances and engage in the trivial chatter of domestic matters. It suffices to comfort her heart. This is a significant task. Do you comprehend? Ouyang Titi replied with her hands lowered. The Empress Dowager speaks with utmost clarity. I have understood completely. The Empress Dowager felt reassured and summoned attendants to bring some silks and fruits. She instructed them to accompany Ouyang Titi as she personally ventured to the residence of Prince Rui, ensuring everything was returned intact and in good order. Upon receiving the command, the group set forth. Yunzi Zhao Wu, having listened to the Empress Dowager's numerous reminders, began to understand her intentions to minimize the exposure surrounding Prince Rui's disappearance. However, she still dismissed her maids, feeling compelled to speak further with the emperor. Regret washed over her. It was an egregious mistake to allow Prince Rui to indulge in leisure. His years of idleness had sown seeds of consequence that now appeared irretrievable. Yunzi Zhao Wu recognized that the Empress Dowager referred to the many acquaintances Prince Rui had made outside the palace, further complicating matters since he now bore title. Had he remained confined to the estate, he would have been like a puppet, unrecognized, and his actions would have been far simpler. Contemplating this, he calmly remarked, Your Majesty, your assertion is somewhat flawed. Had it not been for his recent travels, Prince Rui would still be the same as he was. While the emperor would have become as foolish as Prince Rui in the blink of an eye, existence persists, yet there is no improvement. The two understood each other's sentiments. After a prolonged silence, they chose to cease this discussion. Under the pretext of applying an allergy ointment to the emperor's back, they quietly went to observe Yunzi Zhao Ying, who lay asleep in the secret chamber. The former emperor's complexion was pallid, with only a faint breath escaping from his nostrils, gradually succumbing to a state of irreversible decline. The Empress Dowager was acutely aware that this situation had spiraled out of control, and it was impossible for Yunzhe Zhao Ying to reclaim his position in governance. A peculiar thought had lingered in her mind, which she felt compelled to inquire about from Yunzhe Zhao Wu. She gazed intently at her second son, now exuding a remarkable composure, and asked with difficulty, "Zhao Wu, do enlighten me. Have you always feigned ignorance since childhood? Have you avoided overshadowing your brother for fear of your own life?" Ultimately, the Empress Dowager broached the question. Yunzhe Zhao Wu tenderly adjusted the corners of the quilt around his elder brother to keep him warm. Upon hearing her words, he suddenly turned his face, revealing a subtle, mocking smile. "Is it truly so easy for me to exist? Your Majesty, you have always favored my brother. Have you ever considered my life?" The Empress Dowager, taken aback by his response, felt a chill in her heart. Unable to restrain herself, she retorted, "I have always protected you. Had it not been for your brother's soft heart and my constant care, how could you ever have seen a day as an emperor? Is that so?" Yunzhe Zhao Wu replied with a hint of derision. "Historically, there have never been twin emperors, for one is taken away at birth to prevent." He paused. The Empress Dowager pressed, "Prevent what? I fail to understand." "To prevent fratricide. Early on, she was taken away, living incognito, yet she managed to survive." The Empress Dowager was horrified. At that time in the palace, she was the only one who bore a prince, a pair of twins, both of whom had thrived into adulthood amidst such cruelty. Yunzhe Zhaowu had already turned and walked away. Chapter 53. The Princess Consort's Secret. By this hour, night had fallen early, as winter nights tend to do, with a biting cold wind. As the year drew to a close, the streets were filled with a festive spirit. As families began their preparations for the new year, some households no longer adhered to the routine of rising with the sun and retiring at sunset, but instead, they indulged in lighting candles, sewing new garments by their flickering glow. Suddenly, a rapid sound of hooves echoed through the streets, as a procession swiftly made its way, turning at the corner and driving directly into the illustrious residence of Prince Rue. The mansion was grand and expansive upon entering. The carriage had to travel for a considerable distance before finally coming to a halt. A palace maid kindly lifted the curtain for Ouyang Titi, revealing a courtyard adorned with the shadows of lush trees, illuminated by countless lanterns, casting a warm glow throughout. A few palace maids stood in clusters along the corridor, casting glances her way. Having seen the palace maids earlier, Ouyang Titi was aware of their strict discipline. However, she was taken aback by the apparent laxity among the servants of this residence. The presence of a royal envoy did little to enforce order, causing her heart to tremble with concern for Hong Yunming's predicament. Yet, she remained silent and gracefully descended from the sedan chair, following the maid to meet the distraught princess consort Rue. It was said that this consort was quite unruly upon her first arrival at the palace. She attempted to assemble the maids for a lecture. The maids, assigned by the Empress Dowager, were unyielding to her authority, which led her to a fit of rage, demanding to discipline the household managers. Naturally, such authority was beyond her grasp. In her frustration, she threatened to go on a hunger strike until she could see Prince Rue, which was of course impossible. Eventually, she grasped that in this household, the only master to whom everyone answered was the Empress Dowager. She continued to demand an audience with the Dowager, having cried and caused a stir for several days, her voice now hoarse, and her body bearing the marks of distress. She feared that her situation might worsen, leaving her at a disadvantage. At that moment, Hong Yuming, draped in the most exquisite attire befitting a princess consort, sat in the main hall, raising her hand to allow the doctor, who had rushed in upon hearing the news, to tend to her injured fingers. As footsteps approached, she looked up to find an old acquaintance had arrived, her face lighting up with a mixture of bewilderment and joy. Ouyang Titi observed her disheveled hair and pallid complexion. The once plump figure had noticeably withered, revealing a hint of weariness. Yet, she stubbornly donned the most delicate and beautiful attire typical of a princess consort. Given Hong Yunming's well-known penchant for beauty, it was clear she was not one to give up on life, but rather enduring a particularly arduous existence. Seeing the official young lady display such unanticipated joy, Ouyang Titi's heart softened, and she exclaimed, "I have come late." The mere utterance of these words provided Hong Yunming with more solace than 1,000 comforting phrases. Tears cascaded down uncontrollably, just as her fingers had been bandaged, and she rose to her feet, akin to a fledgling returning to its nest, soaring into Ouyang Titi's embrace. Weeping, she lamented, "I was wrong. I should have heeded your counsel and not thrown myself into this predicament. Now, I find myself ensnared with no way out." Upon witnessing Hong Yuming's distress, Ouyang Titi recognized her plight and promptly dismissed those around them with a meaningful glance. The attending maid, comprehending the situation, retreated along with the others, standing guard at the entrance to allow the two women a moment of privacy. Hong Yuming, moved by Ouyang Titi's ability to effortlessly stabilize the situation and command the servants, felt an overwhelming sadness wash over her, rendering her momentarily speechless. Ouyang Titi gently reassured her, "Do not fret so. I am here now. You may set your mind at ease." It dawned on Hong Yuming why Ouyang Titi had come. It was said to be at the behest of the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. A melancholic expression crossed her face as she reflected. "You once spoke of the allure of wealth and power, but at the cost of freedom. It is evident now. You have chosen to forego that wealth. Yet you retain your freedom and can still meet the Emperor and the Empress Dowager, while I find myself in despair, unable to see them even once." Ouyang Titi quickly offered comforting words, explaining that her audience with the Emperor and Empress Dowager was a fortuitous result of her father's affairs. This slightly alleviated Hong Yuming's distress, and she began to share her woes. "You cannot fathom how it was before. At home, I enjoyed ample food and comfort, yet here, I scarcely find enough to eat each day. After enduring for several days, I finally voiced my discontent with the unappetizing meals they prepared, only to be met with disdainful retorts, likening me to a fallen phoenix reduced to a mere chicken. They insisted that since I was here, I should obediently heed the Empress Dowager's commands and refrain from making demands." The audacity of the servants left Ouyang Titi astonished. Hong Yuming continued, "I refuse to be cowed. Each day, I meticulously selected the most exquisite attire befitting a princess, attempting to assert my status, yet they only grew more dismissive. In my frustration, I contemplated establishing rules akin to my mother's, intending to discipline those insubordinate servants. Little did I know, when I unleashed my anger, not a soul in the household would heed my words. Eventually, I could no longer endure this torment, contemplating escape from this life. I had only one maid whom I had brought from my family, a mere 12-year-old, who wept and urged me to be patient, assuring me that help would soon come from my family, and I would be freed from this suffering. I could only hope to prevent her from seeking my demise. Unwilling to burden her family and too attached to my father to consider ending my own life, Ouyang Titi, recognizing the gravity of Hong Yuming's musings on life and death, understood that she had likely resolved to take such a path in moments of despair. Thus, she hastily offered reassurance. There are indeed ways to resolve this predicament. The world holds far greater beauty yet to be experienced. Those servants may merely be wielding the authority of others to intimidate you. With the Empress Dowager and the Emperor's support, I shall undoubtedly assist you in addressing those disobedient servants. For now, you must find solace in this assurance." Hong Yuming hesitated briefly before ultimately voicing her deepest concerns to Ouyang Titi, fearful that there might be something sinister within the residence. "I would not easily be permitted to leave. When the selection of the princess consort was made, it was agreed that I should care for Prince Rui. I thought, although that fool may be foolish, he still moves about freely. Thus we could each walk our own paths and find our own places. Such lack of connection is rather beneficial. However, upon my arrival here, I stumbled upon a significant secret." At this moment, Ouyang Titi recalled the Empress Dowager's instructions. Were those 3 matters indeed related to this? I dread to think of the horrifying truths that may lie beneath. Hong Yunming seemed resolute. If he did not speak now, he feared this secret would be taken to the grave. He leaned closer and whispered into Ouyang Titi's ear. It appears that Prince Rui may have encountered some misfortune. Chapter 54. The attitude of the servants since his arrival in the capital. Hong Yunming had been plagued with unease, and he had never once laid eyes on Prince Rui. Nor had he been afforded the opportunity to meet any relatives of the Empress Dowager. Doubts began to fester, leading him to suspect that Prince Rui may have already passed away and that a funeral had been held in his honor, leaving him merely a nominal title of Prince Consort while receiving empty allowances. Upon uttering these words, Ouyang Titi, who had always felt that the emperor bore a striking resemblance to Prince Rui, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Could it be? Is the emperor indeed Prince Rui? It would explain the Empress Dowager's persistent dissatisfaction with her. Seeing her troubled expression, Hong Yunming softly remarked, "You find it unbelievable as well, do you not?" Indeed, Ouyang Titi found it exceedingly hard to believe. After a moment's hesitation, she replied quietly, "It is said outside that Prince Rui is gravely ill and is recuperating within the palace, cared for by the princess consort herself. Yet now, the prince is mysteriously missing from his residence, while those within seem to be fully aware of the situation. Surely, the Empress Dowager and the emperor must have known well in advance." Upon hearing her words, Hong Yunming felt a truth emerging, the fog of uncertainty gradually lifting, bringing the reality closer. He could not help but exclaim, "The emperor and the Empress Dowager are informed, yet I remain in ignorance, while the servants feign knowledge. Could it be that Prince Rui has indeed perished? Am I the only one deceived in a mourning for him?" At this juncture, the little palace maid stationed at the door could no longer contain herself. She forcefully swung the door open, disregarding all decorum, and coldly admonished, "The Empress Dowager has instructed you to keep a diligent watch over the prince at Prince Rui's residence. Rest assured, he is quite well. Should you dare to curse him further, be wary of your own skin." This maid, a trusted confidant of the Empress Dowager, went by the name of Feng Qing. Another maid, a close associate of the Empress Dowager's family, named Yun Dan, was currently attending to her. Feng Qing was dispatched to assist Ouyang Titi with matters concerning Prince Rui's residence, a detail of which Ouyang Titi was initially unaware. After all, she had altered the course of Ouyang Titi's fate, causing the memories of that original narrative to grow increasingly indistinct. Hong Yunming, confronted with the scolding from the maid in front of his acquaintance, failed to grasp the maid's significance in the eyes of the Empress Dowager. The rebuke felt like a tearing of her very skin, leaving her with a sense of bleak despair about her future. In front of Ouyang Titi, she struggled to maintain her dignity, but could bear it no longer and broke into a fit of weeping. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, she turned and crashed against the wall with a resounding thud. Ouyang Titi, unable to intervene in time, could only manage to catch her body, which had collapsed against the wall, as thick crimson blood flowed freely from her wounds. The news of the princess of Prince Rui, having succumbed to shame after a reprimand from a palace made in the presence of the Empress Dowager, spread rapidly. The Empress Dowager, biased toward her maid, naturally concluded that Ouyang Titi had failed in her duties. Yun Zizhao, upon hearing the news, felt that Ouyang Titi might be in grave trouble and summoned Wei Ximing to hasten to Prince Rui's residence. When Wei Ximing arrived at the palace, he exchanged a glance with the familiar guards, both sensing an ominous foreboding. As he burst through the main gate, he found Ouyang Titi bound by the servants. One guard, responsible for the palace's security, maliciously took advantage of the situation, brazenly letting down Ouyang Titi's hair and lewdly stroking her cascading locks. Wei Ximing, horrified, swiftly threw a dagger, severing the offending hand, and demanded to know why they were administering punishment without authority. He reminded them that she was a distinguished guest sent by the emperor and the Empress Dowager to visit the princess. The servants, intimidated by his imposing presence and the gleaming dagger, hesitantly explained that she had entered to visit and, in a fit of despair, had caused the princess to take her own life, thus justifying her binding. Earlier that night, the palace maids and servants, having feasted well, had conspired to bully the high-spirited Ouyang Titi, creating an atmosphere that hinted at impunity in their numbers. Ouyang Titi, realizing the door had suddenly closed tight, felt an icy dread as the servants advanced towards her, and her maid, caught off guard, had been silenced and tied up. Alarmed, she recognized the gravity of her situation. Her thoughts racing. These individuals, well aware that the Empress Dowager had sent her, were clearly emboldened by their perceived distance from imperial authority. Or perhaps they believed themselves still to be acting under royal decree. In the Prince Rue's residence, their only remaining concern was the prince himself. In desperation, Ouyang Titi maintained her composure and called out to the guards, demanding to know the name of the girl most favored by Prince Rue. The guards, recalling jokes about the prince's travels and a stunning beauty from the fish market in Roan County, had once laughed at the tales. Now, as they considered the arrival of this young lady, they realized that she was indeed Ouyang. Startled, they exchanged fearful glances just as Wei Shiming appeared, putting an end to their vile actions. Wei Shiming felt a surge of relief, grateful for his timely arrival. Otherwise, Ouyang Titi, upon seeing a familiar face, exhaled in relief and remarked on the oddities of the household, noting that even a representative of the Empress Dowager could be bound. The Empress Dowager's trusted confidant, recognizing Wei Shiming, approached calmly to provide an explanation, offering her understanding of the circumstances. According to her explanation, it was merely that Ouyang Titi had spoken indiscreetly, causing a disturbance, and they were left with no choice but to bind her and prepare to send her to the palace. Wei Shiming shot a cold glance at the maid, Feng Qing, and scoffed. Now, I find myself perplexed when a master errs. Do the servants truly possess the authority to punish their master? He held the emperor's jade token and immediately commanded the servants to release her. The palace maids hesitated, for if they were to let Ouyang Titi go, whom could they present as a scapegoat to the Empress Dowager? Observing the situation, Wei Shiming realized how arduous life had become for Hong Yunming in the manor. These servants had completely turned the tables, usurping authority from their masters. Ouyang Titi hastily urged, "Quickly untie me. I must see how Hong Yunming is faring." Wei Shiming personally loosened her bindings. The onlookers, wary of the emperor's favored ones, exchanged glances. While outside the courtyard, a young servant dashed out of the manor. However, Wei Shiming had anticipated this and promptly apprehended the fleeing servant, ensuring that the news would not escape. After all, this matter was entwined with Ouyang Titi's reputation, and without a decisive plan, its revelation could lead to complications. Ouyang Titi adjusted her appearance slightly and stood beside Wei Shiming, whispering, "How many men did you bring?" Without cleansing this Wang Fu, Hong Yunming stands no chance. Wei Shiming instinctively positioned himself in front of her, offering a modicum of protection, and nodded as he replied, "The emperor has decreed that you shall handle it as you see fit." Chapter 55. The human heart is hard to gauge afterward. When Wei Shiming reported back to the emperor, he relayed all relevant circumstances. Upon hearing that Ouyang Titi remained unperturbed, the emperor halted the several guards with a single command: inquire about the name of the girl that Prince Rue cherishes most. During this period, a subtle smile played at the corners of the emperor's lips. Wei Shiming reported that the guard's filthy hand had brushed against the girl's hair, and at that moment, the emperor's gaze turned icy. He wholeheartedly endorsed Wei Shiming's actions and deliberated on the criminal implications. If one were to argue that the girl acted in self-defense, it would not be excessive to execute those who perpetrated evil. Now that you are tasked with handling this, the situation does not appear to be critically dire. However, one must fear that the Ministry of Justice may seek to trouble you. Wei Shiming began to grasp the gravity of the situation in his moment of desperation. He had acted too harshly, and the court might not let him off lightly. Such misconduct could lead to accusations of dereliction of duty and the abuse of power, enough to ensnare him in serious trouble. Yet the emperor continued to reassure him, "Do not fret. Your diligence in serving me will be shielded." The incident of Wei Shiming slaying the servant had sent ripples across the calm surface of the lake, igniting inquiries from all quarters regarding the circumstances at the time. When Wei Shiming made his entrance, he swiftly took control of the situation, apprehending the several miscreants and gathering the remaining maids and guards for questioning. The maids, now somewhat apprehensive, huddled in small groups, whispering among themselves, their hearts tinged with trepidation. In their understanding, it was undoubtedly the princess's fault. Had she not caused the uproar? they would not have found themselves in such an embarrassing predicament. They had never anticipated that the newcomer would possess such formidable backing, being favored by the emperor himself. Today happens to be the time for the moon silver. In the past, Prince Rue would roam the world, leaving the people in the manor to lead a life of leisure and idleness, often indulging in gambling for amusement. Over time, they found themselves rising earlier than roosters and retiring later than dogs. Such a lifestyle had become utterly unbearable. Fortunately, after Prince Rue returned to the capital, he did not reside within the manor, but instead chose to travel with his trusted confidants, which they did not mind at all. However, the newly arrived princess was rather irksome. Since the establishment of Prince Rue's manor, it had essentially never had a true master or mistress. The inhabitants merely engaged in daily revelries, occasionally gambling for a modest profit, hoping to maintain a facade of grandeur when returning to their hometowns. Upon her arrival, the princess complained about the food, deeming it unpalatable, and sought to impose rules. The chefs, still mindful of their station, begrudgingly complied, remaking the dishes 2 or 3 times, yet never succeeded in satisfying her. In the kitchen, the cooks and servants often whispered among themselves, "The food is simply as it is." When having noodles, a delicate slice of meat mixed with the sauce, gently simmered and served warm, is delightful. If it's rice, a harmonious stir-fry of meat and vegetables, vibrant in color and flavor, is equally pleasing. Why does this young lady insist on having every dish meticulously arranged, only to create a hodgepodge? Clearly, it is just a jumble. A nearby lady-in-waiting remarked with a laugh. Indeed, calling a hodgepodge reveals her vulgarity. This harmonious dish of meat and vegetables has a much more elegant name, Jin Xiang Yu. When placed together on a plate, it is complete and convenient for serving. Who knew she would complicate matters by insisting on separating everything into 5 or 6 plates? Regardless of how many dishes end up in the stomach, it still resembles a hodgepodge, showcasing her petulance and desire for ostentation. After some discussion, everyone agreed that the princess was indeed unworthy, a woman of humble origins, lacking even the stature of a steward from a prominent family. Consequently, they did not treat her with the respect she believed she deserved, and gradually, a sense of indifference and even defiance emerged. For instance, today, a trivial matter arose. The noodle soup brought over by the chefs had been cooked a bit too soft, almost devoid of broth, yet it was still edible while warm. The sauce, rich and flavorful, enhanced its appeal. Unfortunately, the maidservant carrying the dish encountered a skirmish between a kitten and a puppy on her way, leading her to intervene and causing a slight delay. By the time she arrived at the princess's chamber, the noodles had cooled and congealed into a lump. Ong Yunming, upon opening the food container and discovering a mass that was less palatable than pig feed, immediately erupted in anger, demanding the chef and maid be dismissed. What was merely a minor issue escalated to the point of expulsion. Despite knowing that these cooks and maidservants had been appointed by the Empress Dowager and were thus difficult to dismiss, Hong Yunming found himself utterly exasperated. The palace maids and eunuchs, upon hearing the princess's decree to expel them, quickly conspired together, claiming they were preoccupied with urgent matters. Yet, the princess persistently urged them, and after much haste, they finally prepared a meager meal, but only after picking through it with disdain. If this situation were to persist, it seemed inevitable that everyone in the palace would soon be dispatched. In the residence of Prince Rue, the atmosphere had become so lax that everyone felt a wave of anxiety wash over them at this turn of events, leading to an ironclad solidarity among them. United, they disregarded their mistress, making life increasingly difficult for Hong Yunming, who had been oppressed for so long and found herself unable to expel them or even step outside, feeling as though she were imprisoned. When she attempted to leave, she was thwarted, confined to her courtyard without the chance to venture beyond. Unable to bear her confinement any longer, she seized a broom from a young maid and threatened her to guide her to the main gate, resolved to confront anyone who dared to obstruct her. Naturally, the guards in the residence were not particularly skilled, and it did not take long for them to quell the commotion, though a few fingers were injured in the scuffle. The uproar, once it spread, painted the princess in a volatile light, causing the Empress Dowager to grow increasingly disdainful of her perceived immaturity. The servants, keenly aware of the dynamics at play, scoffed at the gifts sent by the Empress Dowager, dividing the spoils among themselves, convinced that the princess had lost her sanity and thus had no claim to any comfort. Now, with Ouyang Titi's arrival, they employed the same tactics, bullying their mistress while whispering sweet nothings into the Empress Dowager's ear, hoping for a substantial reward to silence their own mouths. With the Empress Dowager and the Emperor facing countless difficulties outside the palace, they felt emboldened to orchestrate their schemes. However, to their surprise, the Emperor took a keen interest and sent his favorite official, Wei Xinming, to witness the situation firsthand. Instantly, a wave of trepidation swept through the conspirators as they began to plot for aid from their powerful relatives, believing it would not be a challenging endeavor. Chapter 56. Wei Xinming's alias Wei Xinming, upon finding Ouyang Titi relatively unharmed but shaken by her ordeal, felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, as if pierced by 1,000 arrows. The thought of arriving too late and the potential fate that could have befallen the young lady was too dreadful to contemplate. In his concern, he surmised that Prince Rui would be even more protective of Ouyang Titi and feared that if he did not act decisively, the consequences would be dire. This line of thought fueled his unexpected course of action. He raised a hand, and immediately, numerous shadowy figures clad in black appeared from the eaves, bows and arrows at the ready. Wei Xinming issued a cold command. All personnel from the palace are to assemble here. Any resistance will be met with merciless retribution. The atmosphere turned tense. The servant who had run to deliver news, although quick-witted, was soon captured and joined the throng gathering in the courtyard. Wait, we are here under the Empress Dowager's explicit orders to safeguard this royal residence, preventing the princess from acting recklessly or leaving the palace. This, too, is the Empress Dowager's decree. The maids and guards, sensing a shift in the situation, exchanged glances and reluctantly raised their hands, though they still sought to assert their authority. Wei Xinming let out a cold snort. The emperor urged him to act with discernment. However, in his eyes, these vile servants had become so audacious that they deserved their fate. A stewardess promptly exclaimed, "Although you come at the behest of the emperor, do you not realize that we too serve the Empress Dowager's command in managing this place? We have ensured that the princess consort has no duties to perform, and we have meticulously attended to every aspect of the palace. Regardless of merit, we have toiled endlessly. Why have you summoned so many archers? It feels as if any misstep could lead to our demise." Wei Xinming let out a cold snort, retorting, "You still have the audacity to quibble. You trample your master beneath your feet, and yet dare to claim you have managed the palace well." The elderly steward and the matron exchanged knowing glances, clearly understanding each other's intent to plead for mercy, invoking the principle that the law does not punish the multitude. They both fell to the ground, lamenting, "We have always conducted ourselves in this manner, adhering to the Empress Dowager's edicts. The Dowager has decreed that the princess consort shall not manage affairs. And with Prince Rui absent from the estate, it falls upon us to take charge, does it not?" Upon hearing the mention of Prince Rui's absence, Wei Xinming's gaze turned even colder. He shifted the conversation, speaking slowly. "I am now in my 30s, having spent 2 decades in this capital. Do you know where I was during those first 10 years? The others maintained their disdainful demeanor, feigning humility with bowed heads, merely awaiting the steward to leverage the Empress Dowager's commands against Wei Xinming. Wei Xinming continued, "At the age of 20, I took up arms and went to the frontier. After 10 years, I had earned a nickname in the army, the Living King of Hell, signifying my ruthless and merciless nature." With a wave of his hand, arrows swiftly struck the elderly steward and the matron, silencing them for good. Wei Xinming then drew his hand again, unleashing 2 more arrows that accurately hit 2 guards from Prince Rui's estate, those he had witnessed committing heinous acts against Ouyang Titi. As the stench of blood filled the air, he prepared to command further executions, leaving everyone in a state of terror, uncertain of who would be next. In a frenzy, they prostrated themselves, banging their foreheads against the ground until they bled, desperately seeking to demonstrate their sincerity. Wei Xinming coldly admonished, "Form a line here and display your discipline. Do you even possess a semblance of order?" The crowd hastily begged for mercy, scrambling to align themselves, even while kneeling. Ouyang Titi, having never witnessed such a scene, felt a surge of panic. Han Yunming, already weakened and famished, was overwhelmed by the acrid scent and began to retch uncontrollably. Ouyang Titi hurried over to support him, guiding him to a chair in the main hall. Outside in the courtyard, Wei Shiming continued his stern lecture. A wayward son who returns is worth more than gold. In my youth, I harbored a deep-seated desire for bloodshed, having heeded my mother-esque counsel. Reformed and yearning to return to the path of an ordinary wayward soul, I find myself, alas, reduced to merely being a blade in this dire situation. The necessity of purging all those within the residence of Prince Rue has arisen. Under the relentless siege of the archers, despair envelopes the crowd, and cries echo throughout the air. Ouyang Titi, filled with compassion, recalls the cold, steely tone of Wei Shiming, contrasting sharply with the gentle and naive voice she once knew. In the previous narrative, Wei Shiming, in the execution of his duties, had unleashed a massacre, prompting numerous ministers to risk their lives in council, advocating for his execution. The emperor, recognizing his talents, spared him from death, relegating him to the borders to endure arduous labor. Now, it seems, Wei Shiming is again poised to unleash a slaughter in the name of duty. Suddenly, Ouyang Titi rises and strides forth, barely halting the command about to escape Wei Shiming's lips. She gently persuades him, "Let's detain them for now. We may await the emperor's judgment. With stringent laws in place, they shall inevitably face their deserved punishment." Wei Shiming hesitates. Earlier, he had witnessed the despicable acts perpetrated against her, and beneath her flowing hair, he could see the pallor of Ouyang Titi's frightened countenance. Since the emperor has granted him the discretion to act, his desire for vengeance, even to silence all witnesses, will not quell the fury burning within him. The thought that those filthy hands dared to violate the purity of the goddess he reveres is simply intolerable. Had it not been for the emperor's vacillating stance, he might have confided in his mother about his longing to marry this woman. Though that dream may now be dashed, he remains resolute in his commitment to protect her fiercely. As Ouyang Titi intercedes on behalf of the offenders, the most egregious among them have already met their demise. Witnessing these events has understandably shaken her. He offers her gentle reassurances. "I am well aware of the situation. I shall have them detained. You should comfort the princess and return to the palace to report. I fear the Empress Dowager and the Emperor will remain sleepless, awaiting your news." Ouyang Titi turns to comfort Han Yunming, informing her, "Those individuals have been dealt with. A new maid will arrive shortly. From now on, you need only focus on training this group. While they must not roam freely in matters concerning the residence of Prince Rue, you are the mistress and may exercise your authority without concern." With these words, Han Yunming, knowing Ouyang Titi must return to the palace, reluctantly bids her farewell. Upon returning to her chamber, she is accompanied only by the 12-year-old Kai Dai, who anxiously keeps vigil throughout the night, ultimately succumbing to sleep when the Empress Dowager's decree does not arrive. Ouyang Titi continues her journey back to the palace, escorted as before, to personally report to the Empress Dowager. Chapter 57. Abolition of corporeal punishment in the stillness of midnight. The exquisite palace lanterns cast a soft, golden glow, illuminating the serene silence that envelopes the pavilions and towers. The night watchguards diligently patrol every path within the palace, while the ministers of the 6 departments maintain their vigilant watch, taking turns to manage state affairs. Surely, the Emperor and Empress Dowager have not yet succumbed to slumber. As Ouyang Titi's carriage approaches the palace gates, she is promptly guided by attendants, for indeed, the Empress Dowager awaits her report. As I listened to Ouyang Titi recount the events, mentioning the audacity of those vile servants and how Wei Shiming had dealt with the situation, the Empress Dowager's complexion turned pale and her expression soured. I had originally dispatched you to handle and pacify the matter, hoping it could be resolved with minimal fuss. However, upon your arrival, the situation escalated further. It is said that the emperor learned of this incident and was filled with rage, demanding the complete eradication of the entire household, 100 souls, regardless of their awareness of the wrongdoing. Do you comprehend the gravity of your mismanagement? The servants of the Rue prince's residence have been purged? Ouyang Titi, having departed early, was taken aback by this outcome, although she harbored deep-seated animosity towards the perpetrators. She did not wish to harm the innocent. Thus, she hastily remarked, even if I desired to exact 1,000 tortures upon them, only the ringleaders bear the weight of their heinous crimes. The others, merely passive observers, should not be subjected to severe penalties. Even if they repent and seek to amend their ways, once met with capital punishment or severe corporal punishment, they would forever be beyond redemption. She continued, you must understand that such punishments, even when thoroughly investigated, are excessively harsh for the innocent, especially for those who suffer by association. What was meant to be a virtuous act has turned into calamity for their families. She expressed her belief that such severe measures should be approached with caution and discretion, hoping the Empress Dowager would show leniency towards those unjustly affected. The Empress Dowager remained silent, her eyes wide open, resembling those of a startled ox, as if she were witnessing something extraordinary. Ouyang Titi, seizing the moment to persuade further, calmly asserted, in these tumultuous times, labor is desperately needed at the border. Sending individuals there would be more beneficial. While executing them may provide a swift resolution, such bloodshed could incite greater unrest within the court, leading to widespread discontent among the populace. The Empress Dowager's favorite attendant, Yun Dan, who stood nearby, seized the opportunity to interject softly, Your Majesty, if I may be so bold, this time, the girl Fengqing has suffered greatly and must surely be regretting her actions. She is not a wicked person. Granting her a chance would be a kindness. In this era, a person's hair is regarded as a gift from their parents, too precious to be sullied or cut without cause. It is said that Ouyang Titi had once been touched by those nefarious individuals. The depth of her hatred for them remains uncertain. However, it is not as severe as it appears. For Ouyang Titi, life itself holds greater significance. And as for her hair, she would feel no distress in having it cut short upon returning home. The reputation of a woman, when choosing to venture out to sell fish, is a consideration she has long since weighed. The Empress Dowager narrowed her phoenix eyes slightly and spoke gently. I am aware that you have suffered injustice, but what do you intend to do about your hair? Feeling the Empress Dowager's affection, Ouyang Titi replied, I plan to cut my long hair, and in doing so, my heart will feel unburdened. I can do it upon returning home. The Empress Dowager, however, could not believe such a thing. In this era, no woman would dare to cut her hair without permission, even when entering a convent, where she would still need someone to assist in the removal of her tresses. Intrigued by the Empress Dowager's curiosity, Ouyang Titi could not help but summon a palace made to bring her scissors. Right then and there, she snipped away the tresses atop her head, severing the lengthy strands, leaving her with hair that barely graced her shoulders. The youthful maiden, with her short hair cascading elegantly and adorned with a fringe, suddenly exuded a fresh, playful charm. The Empress Dowager was utterly captivated by this bold act. Just then, a messenger entered, bearing the news that the emperor wished to see Ouyang Titi. The Empress Dowager decided to accompany her to meet Yun Zhejiao Wu. Once mother and son were seated, Yun Zhejiao Wu was indeed taken aback by Ouyang Titi's new hairstyle. He mused that she must have been driven by anger to have cut her hair so. A pang of sorrow struck him at the thought of the rumors that Ouyang Titi intended to spare those individuals. However, he too could not restrain his wrath. It seemed only just that their families should bear the consequences of their actions. The Empress Dowager inquired about the handling of the matter, to which Yun Zhejiao Wu responded, I have heard that although Miss Ouyang harbors great hatred for those individuals, she insists on pleading for the innocents among them. Miss Ouyang, do you wish to abolish corporal punishment and advocate leniency for those who have conspired in wrongdoing? Ouyang Titi raised her head gently, her eyes sparkling with determination. I firmly advocate for the abolition of corporal punishment. While it may benefit those who mean me ill, it serves to safeguard the welfare of all citizens and their descendants. There is a saying that echoes softly in my mind, reminiscent of something I have heard long ago. I may disagree with your views, but I will defend your rights to the death. In a heartfelt plea before the Empress Dowager, Ouyang Titi expressed, I detest these individuals deeply. Severing their hands and feet would not quell my resentment. I cannot condone the arbitrary punishment of those within Prince Rui's palace. While their discipline is lax and they lack adherence to law, many are not deserving of death. I have always hoped that the kingdom of Yunnan would abolish corporal punishment and exercise caution concerning capital punishment. In light of our current situation, I remain steadfast in this belief. Abolish corporal punishment and approach capital punishment with prudence. Ouyang Titi articulated her stance with such conviction before the Empress Dowager that Yunze Zhao Wu felt a sense of clarity, as if their thoughts were in perfect harmony, understanding each other's true intentions. It seemed that perhaps only the two of them comprehended the essence of the matter at hand. Originally, that group had been appointed by the Empress Dowager herself. Naturally, she had her motives for advocating for their pardon, as many of them were individuals she had personally placed in their positions, while others served as spies for various factions. With them now incarcerated, executing over 100 individuals would surely be ill-advised. This rationale could serve a purpose. From a political standpoint, linking the palace's affairs to the abolition of corporal punishment was an opportune moment. Yunze Zhao Wu's expression shifted as he conferred with the Empress Dowager, after which he instructed that the news be disseminated, claiming that these servants had committed heinous acts and that the Empress Dowager intended to execute them all. Indeed, the heads of various households hastened to send letters, imploring her to reconsider, their messages flowing in like a river. The sentiments expressed were mournful, echoing a collective plea for mercy unless they had committed truly unforgivable offenses. This aligned perfectly with the emperor's intentions. Before the ministers, he broached the subject of abolishing corporal punishment. Governing a great nation is akin to cooking small shrimp. If someone experiences a sudden change of heart, and their past actions are not egregious, why should they not be allowed to substitute labor for punishment and be granted a reprieve? This would not only benefit the state, but also provide individuals with an opportunity for redemption. Ouyang Titi's father finally glimpsed the dawn of amnesty. Good news began to pour in from various families, and the Yunze kingdom had essentially set the tone for the abolition of corporal punishment. Chapter 58. A familiar face approaches upon leaving the palace. Ouyang Titi returned to her quaint residence in the eastern part of the city. She enjoyed a peaceful slumber, awakening only when the sun was high in the sky. It had been quite some time since she had experienced such restful sleep. The location of her house was exceptional, offering tranquility amidst the hustle and bustle of the nearby market, where the lively sounds of the community wafted through the air, rich with the aroma of daily life. After refreshing herself, Ouyang Titi prepared a bowl of noodles with eggs and scallions, taking the time to tidy her home. Glancing around, she noted the square exterior of the house and the orderly arrangement of the interior. Surrounding her abode were trees and flowers. As spring approached, the ancient trees would flourish, and a gentle breeze would surely enhance the beauty of her surroundings. Even when alone at home, the sense of belonging was profoundly different, providing an overwhelming sense of security. Reflecting on her recent experiences in the palace, she recalled the chilling indifference of the Empress Dowager, which filled her with dread. Now that she had left the palace, she could await her father's return and plan accordingly. As for the palace maid designation bestowed upon her by the Empress Dowager, it would be preferable to avoid palace life altogether in the future. When the time came, she would retrieve her father, then bring along Xiang Yang and her sister, ensuring a comfortable life for their little entourage, engaging in a modest business, and enjoying leisure time at home. How delightful such a life would be! A family reunion, preparing delectable meals together, and leisurely outings would make settling in the capital exceedingly pleasant. Contemplating this brought her immense joy. She smiled as she sat in her newly purchased chaise longue, brewed a warm cup of tea, and began jotting down various matters on a small table. With the news of the abolition of corporal punishment spreading, her list of tasks grew longer. As she was lost in thought, a knock at the door broke her reverie. Who could it be visiting at this hour? It was said that the previous owner did not regard this place as a proper entryway, indicating that visitors were rare. Upon opening the door, she found it was Niu Xinshin, the young boy. He was clad in the blue cotton robe Ouyang Titi had purchased for him, albeit with a few buttons missing, and he had lost his shoes, still wearing the tattered, thin trousers from before. Standing at the door, His eyes sparkled with both surprise and delight, yet tears glimmered at the corners. Few were aware of Ouyang Titi's acquisition of the residence, but Niu Xinshin was evidently well informed, having learned of it through his connections with the beef restaurant. Seeing Ouyang Titi answer the door, he could no longer contain himself, stepping forward to kneel at her feet. Quietly sobbing, "Miss Ouyang, I thought I would never see you again." What had transpired to evoke such tears and rendered him speechless? Upon witnessing the scene, Ouyang Titi hastily ushered him back inside, closing the door behind them, and gently inquired, "What on earth has transpired to render you in such a state of distress?" Niu Xinshin lifted his gaze to Ouyang Titi, who, despite being merely a year or two older than him, exuded the grace of youth. With a beautiful and delicate visage, she ought to have been cherished at such a tender age, yet she had traveled thousands of miles to the capital to rescue her father, displaying a composure that belied her years. In stark contrast to his own plight, where family members had succumbed to hunger and illness. Leaving him to navigate the capital alone without an elder to guide him, he found himself in despair. Finally, he tearfully divulged the entire matter. "Miss Ouyang, I have committed a grave offense, and the constables will surely pursue me." It turned out that since arriving in the capital, Ouyang Titi had grown familiar with the beggars, particularly Niu Xinshin, who was quite resourceful. As she sought information, she often provided food to these children to fill their bellies, thereby earning Niu Xinshin's profound admiration. Later, in pursuit of a few coins, Ouyang Titi busied herself with her small fish stall and enlisted these familiar beggars as her assistants. This not only granted her the manpower to fish by the riverside using her clever methods, yielding a bountiful catch, but also fostered a sense of camaraderie among them, as they ran errands and delivered food. This motley crew of beggars found solace in their newfound haven, feeling as if they had a home and a family once more. Naturally, they felt compelled to protect Ouyang Titi, unwilling to tolerate any disparagement directed at her. On one particular morning, Niu Xinshin was fishing by the river with several children, employing Ouyang Titi's ingenious techniques, which consistently resulted in a plentiful catch. The substantial haul drew the envy of passers-by. Among them was a young man, emboldened by his age, who sought to bully the children. Without hesitation, he and his companions approached, first seizing a net full of live fish and then tearing the net apart. As the children prepared to retaliate in indignation, he mockingly remarked, "You lot are merely running errands for that Ouyang Titi, aren't you? There is no need to be so concerned for her. Do you not realize that the coins you earn are being exploited by her? Now that she is comfortably well off, she is likely to become a concubine to some high-ranking official while you continue to suffer here. Wake up and return whence you came." The young beggars were momentarily taken aback. Having previously struggled to find enough food to eat and reluctant to wear even a tattered garment, they had nonetheless come to regard Ouyang Titi as an older sister. Suddenly confronted with slander, alleging that she intended to become a concubine, they collectively erupted in outrage, declaring, "Our sister is not that kind of person. You speak nothing but nonsense." The man merely laughed and retorted, "You are not even her followers. Why do you defend her so fervently? Do you not know that she entered the protecting country mansion that night? By now, she is likely to be preparing to serve as one of the 18 concubines for the Duke of Protecting Country." Everyone was aware that the Duke was already a man in his 50s. In the present day, the once delicate young lady was now being compared to him, which incensed Niu Xinshin immediately. This heated debate left the children at a loss for words. In their fury, they resorted to fighting, yet their physical prowess was lacking, and they found themselves unable to contest for the fish. They could only watch helplessly as a few ruffians seized the fish, leaving them empty-handed. Contemplating their predicament, lacking both a fishing net and fish to show for their efforts, they felt compelled to venture out into the cold winter to the river bend, seeking unfrozen waters to catch at least a few fish. However, despite their arduous efforts, their teeth chattering from the cold, they returned empty-handed. Cold and hungry, the children conferred and decided to return, only to unexpectedly encounter the same group of young men once more. This time, those individuals were triumphantly delivering the rare winter fish to the residence of Prince Rue, having brazenly claimed the fruits of their labor as their own. Indignant, the children confronted the group, asserting that these individuals were shameless thieves who had robbed them of their catch and were now sullied the eyes of Prince Rue with their ill-gotten gains. Coincidentally, the prince's residence had just undergone a thorough cleansing, and the newly appointed staff were exceedingly discerning. Upon witnessing the scene, the steward naturally refused to accept the fish, which incited the young man's fury as he declared himself a messenger of the Princess Yuling, sent specifically to procure these fish. Now, with the steward's refusal, how could he justify his actions to the princess? Such internal affairs were indeed surprising. The princess, rarely seen and seldom issuing commands, was suddenly intrigued by this revelation, prompting the old steward to ponder further. After some deliberation, he decided to inquire more within. The steward approached the princess, who was none other than the county magistrate Hong Yunming's daughter, held in a near-imprisoned state within the palace. Upon hearing that someone had come to present fish soup, she immediately thought of Prince Rue, who was fond of fish soup. Could this offering be a gesture of affection or consolation from him? Yet, Prince Rue had never shown her any particular regard. His attention was solely captivated by Ouyang Titi. Was it possible that her father had sent someone to convey a message? Chapter 59. A significant accomplishment. In a moment of astonishment and suspicion, she began to suspect that this might be a covert signal from someone from her hometown. She scrutinized the young man's features and accent, though he seemed unfamiliar. However, she was also mindful of the Empress Dowager's decree that forbade her from managing household affairs or interacting with outsiders. Yet the allure of the fish soup, a favorite of Prince Rue's, was hard to resist. Perhaps it was meant exclusively for him. After a brief hesitation, she summoned someone to bring the young man inside. The steward, having received the order, proceeded to the entrance, only to discover that the group of young men had vanished. Inquiring with the guard at the door, he learned that the young men had inexplicably engaged in another scuffle. In the chaos, the children, armed with stones, had inadvertently knocked one of the young men unconscious. The authorities had already been notified, and the injured party was being taken for medical attention. In a swift turn of events, the officials arrived and apprehended the children. The old steward, upon hearing this, was filled with dread, suspecting that the individual in question might be connected to Prince Rue. He promptly dispatched someone to inquire with the local officials for clarity. Upon arriving at the yamen, the magistrate had already conducted a thorough investigation and learned the general circumstances. This young man was originally part of Qiu Rong's group, and while fleeing, they had become scattered. He, thinking himself a fellow townsman of Hong Yunming, devised a plan to come here to deceive and procure a meal. Once in the capital, he managed to coax a few local ruffians to follow him, yet found himself lacking both money and gifts to offer. Upon seeing a few children, he instinctively remembered that Prince Rue cherished Ouyang Titi's fish soup. He fabricated a tale about being sent by a fellow villager to deliver a nourishing soup for children, suggesting that if he made a good impression, he might secure a job later, thus facilitating his future endeavors. This clandestine affair remained unknown to anyone in the capital. Hong Yunming, filled with homesickness, mistakenly believed there was a connection between Prince Rue and this man. Meanwhile, Niu Xin, aware of the trouble he had stirred, was quite clever. He immediately shouted for a retreat, causing his companions to scatter, and he himself successfully escaped. Upon later inquiry, it was found that several of his accomplices were not so fortunate, having been captured by the officials. Now that he had caused such a significant uproar, as the leader of the group of children, he knew that the authorities would undoubtedly be searching for him, and he had nowhere to turn. He contemplated leaving after seeking out Ouyang Titi. After some inquiries, he finally encountered her, overwhelmed with emotion. He had originally thought that his struggles would lead to sweet rewards, yet he had instead brought calamity upon himself, and in a moment of despair, tears streamed down his face. Ouyang Titi, moved by his weeping, felt a deep connection, as he was one of her charges, and she felt compelled to advocate for him. Given that this young man was associated with Qiu Rong, he was undoubtedly a villain, and it was imperative to ensure that the children were not implicated. Such wicked individuals would eventually face their own reckoning, and perhaps he could devise a means of salvation. She contemplated that if the villain were left severely injured, he might still be revived, potentially yielding valuable information in the process. At this moment, Due to the troubles instigated by Chiu Rong, many pieces of information had leaked from the border, creating a tense atmosphere. However, it remained uncertain how much Chiu Rong was aware of, and since this person had once mingled closely with him, if she could instigate discord, it would not be without its advantages. With this thought, Ouyang Titi hurried to the yamen. The local magistrate, Mr. Zhao, had been in service as a competent official for several years and was quite capable. Upon reviewing the case, he determined that while the incident involved a few wayward children who had inadvertently harmed someone, given their youth, they still warranted punishment and ordered a deeper investigation. Just as Mr. Zhao was issuing his commands, he was informed that someone had specifically come from afar seeking the injured party. Sensing that the situation might be unusual, after all, while stray children often engaged in petty theft, a protector was a rarity. He summoned the individual to meet. When the officials at the door caught sight of Ouyang Titi, they were struck by her graceful figure, her snow-laden hat obscuring her face. Once she stepped inside and removed her hat and scarf, her delicate features left them mesmerized. Her jade-like visage, with eyes glistening like dew, and her flowing hair, adorned with jingling ornaments, created an ethereal presence, as if a celestial being had descended into the mortal realm. The officers, regaining their composure, whispered amongst themselves, feeling immensely honored to have been graced with even a fleeting glance from the young lady. After years of familiarity, it was the first time they encountered a fitting description for the term radiant. Within the room, the girl resembled a luminous pearl, illuminating the surroundings with her brilliance. The esteemed Zhao Zhengqing, who once shared a close camaraderie with Ouyang Zimu, had observed from the sidelines when misfortune befell Ouyang. Today, upon the entrance of a beautiful lady, strikingly reminiscent of Ouyang, he could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "You must be the Ouyang miss who once halted the carriage of the Duke of Gua. Am I correct?" Ouyang Titi, recognizing his acknowledgement, nodded affirmatively. As Zhao, a man of past acquaintance, invited her to sit, he proceeded with official matters, asking, "Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to the magistrate's office? If it pertains to your father's affairs, I fear I may not be of much assistance." Just as he spoke, a subordinate approached with urgent news, stating, "My lord, several children have succumbed to the torture. After just a few questions, some have fainted. Should we continue to douse them with cold water to revive them?" Before Zhao could respond, Ouyang Titi, alarmed, rose to her feet. "Surely the children have divulged everything you wish to know. Why persist with such brutal interrogation? These children are not heinous criminals." Observing her awareness, Zhao began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, and he promptly instructed, "Postpone the interrogation." Fearing further cruelty, Ouyang Titi implored, "There are matters of greater importance at hand, the resolution of which would yield significant merit. I believe it far more beneficial than tormenting those children. If you desire a promotion, I urge you to heed my counsel." Having served as an officer for 8 years without a rise in rank, Zhao found himself at a crossroads, reluctant to accept an external appointment, particularly with his family situated in the capital. Her words stirred something within him. "Uyist, Mudir. It is my honor to serve the people. What do you propose?" Ouyang Titi gestured towards the northwest, stating, "His Majesty is currently troubled by issues at the borders. I have fortuitously learned that the assailant who injured the children is, in fact, a spy." Zhao, suddenly invigorated by the urgency of border affairs, recognized the immense value of capturing a significant spy. "However, you are still quite young. Do not speak recklessly. Tell me, do you recognize this young man? What can you tell me of his appearance or origin?" Ouyang Titi, having previously heard a detailed description from Liu Xinshin, recounted the youth's stature and features, as well as his regional accent. Although she did not know his name, she was certain of the other details. Particularly concerning was the revelation that he was an accomplice of the notorious fugitive Chiu Rong, whom the current regime sought to apprehend. At this, Zhao's conviction solidified, and he rose abruptly, gesturing with purpose. "Then what are we waiting for? Hasten to the physician's abode and intercept this individual. Do not allow him to escape upon regaining consciousness." Though the children, wielding stones in a frenzied manner, rendered the youth unconscious, their strength was insufficient, allowing for the possibility of his escape upon awakening. When Ouyang Titi and Lord Zhao arrived at the medical establishment, they found the doctor utterly bewildered. The bloody bed bore witness to the struggle, now vacant, with the young man having vanished without a trace. Chapter 60. The arrival of Prince Rui, the young apprentices hurriedly reported. Their master had been preoccupied with attending to a patient, and once the man regained consciousness, he merely inquired about the time before attempting to leave. The apprentices were unable to restrain him and were on the verge of informing their master. Lord Zhao, incensed and gritting his teeth, had not anticipated that the scoundrel would abscond, and he promptly commanded the guards to lay down a net of capture. Fortunately, within a mere quarter of an hour, they managed to retrieve the gravely wounded youth who had dared to flee. Upon being summoned back, the young man immediately protested his innocence, beseeching the heavens for justice, demanding retribution against the children and compensation for his medical expenses. Lord Zhao scrutinized the robust figure before him, noting the injuries inflicted by the children's collective assault. His complexion pallid, yet revealing a fierce glare that suggested he was no innocent soul. Observing his countenance, Lord Zhao interrogated him, demanding, if this is the case, why did you not await the children as compensation, instead opting to sneak away? You have yet to pay a single coin to the physician. With no retort at hand, the youth suddenly recalled his initial intention to seek refuge in the Prince Rui's residence. Resolutely, he uttered a startling proclamation. Lord Zhao, upon hearing this unexpected declaration, found himself utterly astonished and at a loss, hastily dispatching a messenger to the Prince Rui's estate, requesting his presence to personally interrogate the accused. Several constables, noting the beauty of Ouyang Titi and recognizing her noble lineage, approached her with unyielding flattery, eager to curry favor. In their exchanges, Ouyang Titi gleaned some insight into Lord Zhao's line of questioning. It was evident that the duplicitous youth would likely face severe consequences. The details of his background had been thoroughly investigated. Provided that Lord Zhao was a man of integrity, he would swiftly resolve this case, ultimately liberating the destitute children. Self-defense is not a crime, and the worst that could happen would be a modest monetary compensation and a few reprimands. However, unbeknownst to them, there lay deeper complexities at play. While Ouyang Titi engaged in light conversation with the constables, Lord Zhao suddenly summoned a troop of soldiers, issuing orders that propelled them outward. The direction they took was not toward the royal palace to report military matters, leaving Ouyang Titi with a sense of unease. Reflecting on her status as the daughter of Ouyang Zimu, she endeavored to discreetly inquire about Lord Zhao's sudden and unusual mobilization of troops. Yet the constables, having received their orders, remained as tight-lipped as a sealed vessel. As she anxiously awaited news, it became apparent that Lord Zhao's demeanor towards the destitute children had softened. He summoned the doctor to check on them, and even permitted Ouyang Titi to enter and offer her condolences. Ouyang Titi, disregarding Lord Zhao's unusual demeanor, hastened to visit the several beggar children, for they had been injured while carrying out her instructions. In the dark and damp dungeon, she found the children trembling in the corners, their bodies marked by bruises and wounds, their cotton garments stained with traces of blood. Ouyang Titi's heart ached for them, and she urgently called for a physician to assess their injuries, striving to procure the finest healing ointments. Upon inquiring about their scant attire, she learned that the children had left their thick cotton clothes in their sleeping quarters by the water's edge while fishing. After a day of cold, hunger, and beatings, they were shivering in their thin clothing. Ouyang Titi promptly ordered warm garments to be brought for them. Understanding that these children had likely not eaten, she arranged for warm soup and rice to be served. Having endured years of wandering, hunger, and abuse, the children were overwhelmed by their plight and the sudden care they received, resulting in a cacophony of sobs. At that moment, a raucous clamoring akin to drums echoed from outside. Long live Prince Rui? It was none other than the elusive Prince Rui himself, making a rare appearance. Ouyang Titi, perplexed, was soon informed that she should step out to await his inquiry. As she turned, she beheld a young man entering against the light. Dressed in a simple, smoky blue riding outfit, he strode confidently toward her. A fragrance reminiscent of fresh grass, wood, and a hint of sandalwood wafted through the air, captivating her senses. It was no wonder that the world spoke of him as a twin. Prince Rue bore a striking resemblance to the emperor she had previously encountered. While Prince Rue had once seemed somewhat foolish, the emperor exuded a more austere presence. However, now, as she observed Prince Rue, there was a newfound intensity in his demeanor, a commanding aura befitting one of authority, causing the officials around him to fall silent. Upon a casual wave of his hand, they discreetly withdrew. The previously oblivious Prince Rue appeared to have undergone a remarkable transformation. Ouyang Titi momentarily lost her composure, but quickly regained her composure to perform a respectful half-bow and greeting. To her surprise, Prince Rue approached with a beaming smile, embracing her and lifting her off the ground in a playful twirl. Startled, Ouyang Titi instinctively patted him, signaling him to release her. Although he had always been somewhat unconventional, he had never behaved so freely before, maintaining a respectful distance even while tending his fish stall. This unexpected embrace left her too shocked to scream, her face paling in astonishment. Recognizing her embarrassment, Prince Rue gently set her down, placing her on a nearby stool while he took a seat at a nearby table, smiling as he said, "Good friend, it has been a long time." Ouyang Titi's racing heart settled back into its rhythm. Indeed, he was still the same endearingly foolish companion. Her earlier doubts concerning the emperor dissipated like smoke. It was widely acknowledged that Prince Rue possessed a childlike quality, and witnessing such behavior, even Lord Zhao, who had approached to pay his respects, could only smile in response. In these times, it is not prudent to impose upon Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager. The guardian of the esteemed Prince Rue is not easily summoned. However, in light of urgent matters, the prince was requested to attend. After waiting for 2 full hours, Prince Rue finally returned accompanied by his guards. Along the way, he had gleaned some information from his attendants, yet remained reticent. Minister Zhao pondered that regardless of the prince's demeanor, if he could recognize the young man, it would significantly influence the case at hand. Given the sensitive nature of the situation, Minister Zhao discreetly asked Ouyang Titi to step aside for the investigation. Yet, Prince Rue raised an eyebrow and declared loudly, "I intend to sit with her. If you have something to say, do so quickly. I await my return home. Today, I am here to honor Miss Ouyang, not you." His behavior remained unchanged from years past, innocent and willful. Minister Zhao, caught between amusement and exasperation, realized that Prince Rue must have heard of the incident involving Miss Ouyang, which was why he graced them with his presence. Otherwise, it was rare for commoners to catch a glimpse of him. Thus, Minister Zhao had no choice but to whisper a few words in the prince's ear. Ouyang Titi, sitting nearby with keen hearing, easily caught the whisper. The young man, a scoundrel at heart, had concocted an absurd excuse. Believing that since a lady from his hometown had ascended to the position of Prince Rue's consort, and given the prince's foolishness, he likely lacked the capacity for careful consideration. In that tense moment, this rascal claimed he had come to deliver a nourishing tonic for the prince, purportedly at the behest of the consort's family. The name of the tonic left Minister Zhao dumbfounded after hearing it thrice. Setting aside the urgency that might be attributed to the consort's family, it was clear that such an inquiry regarding the consort was highly inappropriate. If the tonic was intended for Prince Rue, it would have been far simpler to summon him directly. A mere inquiry to the consort about this supposed acquaintance would suffice. Upon hearing this ludicrous excuse, Prince Rue was understandably astonished. Suddenly noticing Ouyang's flushed cheeks, he realized she had caught wind of part of the conversation, which prompted him to chuckle. Minister Zhao, taken aback, listened intently as Prince Rue candidly remarked, "This man appears to be nothing more than a fraud." Not to mention, the consort's family would not exhibit such urgency, especially since the wedding ceremony has yet to occur. The consort has only recently been betrothed and is still familiarizing herself with palace affairs. Furthermore, I have not seen the consort all day. Thus, the delivery of this tonic is utterly pointless. His reasoning was clear and his words fluid, revealing a stark contrast between Prince Rue and a fool. Yet such unguarded honesty could only be spoken by one oblivious to the implications. This revelation left Minister Zhao regretting the secret he had just uncovered. It was indeed a matter of court intrigue, After all, the Empress Dowager's decree publicly proclaimed that the consort attended to the prince. Now, with the prince openly stating they had not met all day, it undoubtedly invited speculation. Seeing the situation unfold, Minister Zhao swiftly concluded the case, ensuring the beggars were sent away appropriately, while the young man was taken into custody for further questioning and scrutiny. In merely the span of a single cigarette, the individual was unable to withstand the tortures inflicted upon him and gradually divulged a portion of information. Upon hearing this, Prince Rue, who had initially expressed a desire to savor the fish soup prepared by Ouyang Titi, sighed deeply after listening to the young man's confessions and remarked, "Given the demands on your time, my lord, I shall take my leave. I have ample provisions in my kitchen and do not wish to impose further." With that, he departed with his servants in tow. Lord Zhao, upon absorbing the few statements provided, found himself overwhelmed with urgency. After a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth and promptly dispatched a contingent of soldiers to guard the young man closely, ensuring he was escorted to the Ministry of War's prison. Presently, the affairs at the border had the Ministry of War so busily occupied that they wished for nothing less than to sprout additional limbs to manage the workload. Consequently, the military commission was also exceptionally busy. When Zhao's envoy arrived to relay the news, the personnel there were impatiently pushing people away, exclaiming, "What sort of prisoner demands our personal interrogation? Do you not see how overwhelmed we are? The matter can certainly be handled with some degree of coercion." The envoy hastily interjected, "This matter is of great import. His Highness Prince Rue has specifically instructed me to come here and communicate the need for a meticulous and careful interrogation." Prince Rue, known for his disinterest in meddling with trivialities, must have had ulterior motives for such a mention, which prompted the military commission to sharpen their focus. They quickly set about ensuring the young man was properly detained, and upon thorough questioning, they indeed uncovered a wealth of information. Initially, the young man had intended to conceal the truth, weaving his tale with half-truths, which led to some inconsistencies in the details provided to Lord Zhao. However, the military commission, seasoned in their craft, employed several cunning strategies to compel the young man to articulate the situation with clarity. It turned out that Xiu Rong and his band had previously resided within the military, indulging in pleasures while harboring a mix of cowardice and vanity, and had covertly established connections with the Xiongnu. After receiving leave, they took the opportunity to travel back home, reveling in their freedom, and upon nearing their hometown, their mischief escalated. They had heard tales of the Ouyang family's daughters, noted for their beauty akin to that of water lilies, and were seized with a desire to assert their dominance. Xiu Rong, believing that with a few companions he could easily succeed in his intentions, was unprepared for the resistance he would face. On a fateful snowy night, his group was unexpectedly repelled by a few determined souls. Despite their thwarted plans, their nefarious intentions lingered, and they lingered nearby, awaiting the opportune moment to abduct a fair maiden. By chance, they spotted the Ouyang sisters seated upon a hillside, enjoying the splendid weather, with the young girls appearing as delicate as blossoms by the roadside. The miscreants rode over, intent on frightening them. Elder sister Qixia, wishing to protect her younger sibling, quickly positioned herself on the roadside, arms outstretched in an attempt to ward them off. Her stance, however, played right into Xiu Rong's hands. With a swift motion, he flicked the reins, capturing the girl and pulling her onto his horse. The beauty in his embrace felt akin to seizing a pivotal leader from an opposing army, and the group rode away, filled with pride and exhilaration. During a brief respite, the girl fiercely resisted, prompting Xiu Rong, in a fit of rage, to strike her several times, rendering her unconscious. A group of individuals was fervently considering how to handle the situation, intent on suppressing the girl who was about to engage in illicit activities. Suddenly, a fishing net was cast down from the side, ensnaring them completely. Panic ensued as everyone scattered, hastily drawing their knives and swords to cut the cord. Amidst the chaos, Xiu Rong looked up to see a somewhat familiar man who had already rescued the girl. The group, cursing vehemently, prepared to retrieve bows and arrows to target the man. But Xiu Rong unexpectedly halted them. "Stop! No need for that. He is the third prince. Initially, the others were confused. After all, the emperor of the Yunza kingdom had yet to marry and had no children. Where could a third prince possibly come from? However, a sudden recollection struck them. The neighboring powerful nation of the Xiongnu indeed had several princes, and the third prince bore a striking resemblance to this young man. The group managed to free themselves from the fishing net and could have immediately pursued him on horseback, but heeding Qiu Rong's words, they allowed him to escape. That night, Qiu Rong discreetly departed, quietly meeting someone unknown. Days later, they received support and journeyed toward the border. Qiu Rong, having acquired a new identity badge at some point, smoothly entered the Xiongnu kingdom and was appointed to a high position. Hearing this, the interrogator expressed confusion. Your leader has been granted a high office. And since you were his follower, why did you not accompany him, instead finding yourself in such a predicament? The young man lamented, this is a long story. I originally possessed an identity badge and intended to leave with them, but unbeknownst to me, a gatekeeper from my hometown recognized me in one city. Before I could present my false identity, he joyfully pulled me aside, inquiring about my well-being and even arranged for me to be comfortably settled in an inn. I felt compelled to accept his kindness, planning to seek another opportunity to reunite with Qiu Rong and the others. However, the gatekeeper's recognition and warm reception caught Qiu Rong's attention, leading him to suspect my betrayal. Consequently, he secretly sent assassins to ambush me. I was no match for them and had to flee in haste. This capital, resplendent and unmatched, concealed many secrets, proving to be an excellent hiding place. So I decided to remain. Lord Zhao united with the Ministry of War to investigate and examine the household registrations. The findings proved conclusive. Chapter 62. Crucial intelligence. This young man, colluding from within, was intricately linked to Qiu Rong's faction, representing a disgrace within the Yunhan kingdom. Following this round of interrogation, the Ministry of War was almost certain that Qiu Rong had access to significant military intelligence regarding the Yunhan kingdom. Furthermore, the third prince had been lurking for several months, and many topographical maps had likely been disseminated. The Ministry of War, wary of underestimating the situation, promptly reported the matter to the emperor. Moreover, because the young man had impersonated a relative of Hong Mingyun, claiming to deliver a tonic for the Prince Rui, this news reached Hong Yunming's ears and caused her great embarrassment. After all, she had previously been too timid to end her life and had been saved, subsequently planning to shut herself away from visitors. In such a predicament, she had considered inviting that relative to meet, but had she truly encountered him, it was uncertain how mortified she would have been. Fortunately, the young man had not directly communicated with her, and their encounters were rare, leaving her in a state of persistent anxiety. I have heard that Prince Rui personally attended the court to dispel rumors, and even the emperor took a keen interest in the matter, which has left my heart in a state of unease. However, it is somewhat reassuring that what was initially feared as Prince Rui's untimely demise has been proven untrue, as it is now widely said that he has gone to the Yamen, indicating that he is indeed well. Yet, it is alarming that although Prince Rui is unharmed, days pass without any sign of him, rendering me a mere ornament in his absence. I cannot help but think that if this continues, life may become increasingly unbearable. Consumed by anxiety, Hong Yunming has found herself unable to eat 2 consecutive meals, not even able to sip a glass of water. The maidservants surrounding her have changed, leaving only a young girl named Kai Dai, who, though utterly naive, offers the comfort of familiarity. Reflecting on the past, when she was cherished by her father and guarded by loyal soldiers, even an ordinary marriage seemed preferable, as she would still have a husband to rely upon. A twinge of regret washes over her as she drifts into contemplation. Kai Dai brings in a meal only to take it back untouched, sighing as she remarks, "Miss, your current state is far from your former self." Unaware of the difficulties of being a princess, she remarks that merely sitting at home can lead to trouble. Amused by the girl's unfiltered honesty, Hong Yunming chuckles, "Mind your tongue, for troubles often arise from careless words." The innocent girl earnestly comforts the princess, asserting that given the emperor's illustrious reputation, he must surely be keenly aware that the prince has not been in her company, and thus any rumors must certainly be unfounded. The girl's candid remarks about the emperor's awareness of her situation leave Hong Yunming blushing deeply, rendering her momentarily speechless. Amid their light-hearted banter, Hong Yunming cannot help but feel a twinge of envy for Ouyang Titi. Although her circumstances are challenging, she possesses freedom, and the future seems all the more sweet in comparison. This stark contrast leads Hong Yunming to subtly question her own path, giving rise to thoughts of separation for the first time. Indeed, the bitter fruits of her promises must be endured, for the ties of royal kinship make the notion of divorce far from simple. Meanwhile, that night, the emperor also found no solace in sleep, for the lights in the study remained aglow throughout the night. Eunuch Wenma, adhering to the emperor's instructions, dared not intrude, often standing guard outside. The emperor, however, remained alone within the study, engrossed in his own thoughts. Suddenly, an urgent report arrived, indicating that there was a significant matter to be addressed. In a state of urgency, Eunuch Wenma pushed the door open, only to discover that the emperor was absent from the desk, leaving him perplexed and bewildered. The sound of the door opening caught the emperor's attention, and after a brief moment, he emerged from behind several towering bookshelves. It appeared that the emperor had been alone in the study, without any attendants, and had simply been searching for a book. This revelation caused a wave of unease within Eunuch Wenma, who hurriedly stated, "If your majesty requires assistance, please do not hesitate to call upon us, and we shall come at once." The emperor dismissed the notion of needing help with a wave of his hand, indicating that he did not wish to trouble them, and inquired about the reason for their abrupt entrance. Eunuch Wenma quickly presented the interrogation results from the Ministry of War. This was a matter of national significance, as it involved the critical intelligence concerning the investigation of spies, and the sooner it was addressed, the better. Moreover, the ambitions of the Xiongnu state are far from trivial. Although the recent events along the borders may have been mere blunders, one cannot dismiss the possibility that they could materialize once spring arrives and the snow melts. The emperor, contemplating the situation, decided to send envoys to pacify Prince Rue and his consort, offering them some degree of comfort. Concurrently, based on the information gleaned from the interrogations, he convened a joint meeting with officials from the Ministry of War that very night, while also dispatching covert operatives to the border. This series of commands was swiftly relayed through carrier pigeons and fast horses, covering 800 miles in urgent haste. Meanwhile, while the emperor was engrossed in his myriad tasks, Lord Zhao, having received the prince's personal clarification, chose to pardon the children involved, deeming their actions as self-defense, thus allowing them to return home. Ouyang Titi personally went to the prison to escort several children back. Upon their release, the children felt as if they had narrowly escaped the clutches of death, standing on the street with a mixture of laughter and tears. In their bewilderment, they resolved to find Niu Xinshin and return to their humble abode in the slums. With a smile, Ouyang Titi inquired, "Are you so lost in reverie that you do not know how to find Brother Niu? I, however, know exactly where he is hiding." Niu Xinshin, terrified of attracting further trouble and fearing the dire consequences of being captured, was a child filled with dread, unsure of where to hide. Upon hearing his lamentations, Ouyang Titi, reassured of her ability to rescue the children, instructed him to take refuge in her residence, where he would be concealed. After returning with the other children and opening the door, they naturally found no trace of Niu Xinshin. A thorough search led them to the kitchen, where they discovered him hiding in a rice jar, having carefully emptied its contents to conceal himself. When his startled eyes met theirs, the initial shock faded into relief, and he emerged from the jar exclaiming, "Sister, you have finally returned. I thought the officials had discovered me here." Tears streamed down his face, smudging his countenance. Ouyang Titi empathized with his plight and quickly reassured him, "Oh, dear child, why are you so frightened? Were you not once the formidable ruler of your own realm? My capable ally, how is it that you now cower in fear, hiding in a rice jar?" Niu Xinshin, still a mere lad of 13 or 14, trembled at the sound of footsteps, and when the lid above him was lifted, he was nearly paralyzed with fear. However, upon recognizing Ouyang Titi's voice, he relaxed. Yet the tears continued to flow. "But sister, you must know I was terrified." Despite his usual bravado, He was merely a child struggling to survive in a harsh world. Faced with such grave matters that endangered lives, he had lost his composure, finding solace only in Ouyang Titi's presence. The other children, having also endured their own trials in prison, began to regain their senses and collectively express their gratitude to Ouyang Titi for her timely intervention. She quickly assisted them to their feet, offering gentle reassurances, "You need not fear any longer. Everyone has returned safely, and the authorities have declared you innocent. The evildoer has received his just deserts and has been apprehended for interrogation by the Ministry of War. You may rest easy now." With these words, the children finally felt a sense of relief, erupting into laughter. Chapter 63. A room for rent. Now that the legal matters had been resolved, life could once again return to a semblance of tranquility. Niu Xinshin felt his heart lighten. The constant dread had left him so drained that he had gone an entire day without consuming a single drop of water or morsel of food. As he attempted to rise from his seat beside the fish tank, a wave of dizziness washed over him, nearly causing him to faint. Ouyang Titi, both amused and exasperated, had no choice but to carry him into the hall, where she offered him some snacks and water. Scanning the room, she noticed that the other children bore the marks of their ordeal, their injuries still unhealed. She brought out some medicinal ointment for them to clean their wounds and apply treatment. The sight of their disheveled appearances sparked a sense of shared relief, and after a moment of contemplation, they erupted into laughter. Among them, Niu Xinshin was in the best condition. After a brief respite, he insisted on preparing dinner himself. Trusting his determination, Ouyang Titi fetched a grass carp from the water tank and set to work making a pot of fish soup. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, drawing the children closer to the kitchen. However, Ouyang Titi pondered that fish soup might not be conducive to healing, so she requested some pork to prepare a nourishing meat broth instead. When the two large bowls of soup, one of pork, clear and tender, and the other of fish, rich and creamy, were served at the table, the children's eyes lit up with hunger. With a single command, they dove into their meal with fervor. Only Niu Xinshin seemed troubled, looking up to ask, "Miss Ouyang, is it true that those with injuries should avoid fish soup?" This was indeed common knowledge. Consuming fish and similar foods with open wounds could lead to inflammation and itching, hindering healing. Ouyang Titi explained this delicately, and Niu Xinshin's initial surprise quickly faded, his expression turning pensive, perhaps reflecting some familial concerns. Sensing his reluctance to share more, Ouyang Titi refrained from pressing further. At that moment, she could not bear to send the children away. Having some help was beneficial, especially as a single girl living alone could be somewhat precarious. She decided to purchase additional beds for them. The two rooms in the front hall, initially intended for her sisters, would now accommodate these children, allowing them to stay together in a communal arrangement. As she busied herself with arranging furniture and ensuring the children were comfortable while they recuperated, Niu Xinshin suddenly recalled something important. He inquired, "Miss Ouyang, you had previously instructed us on two matters. The first was to fish in the river regularly to sustain ourselves. Although we did not catch any fish today, we continued the work of selling fish from the tank. When we see the others, we will surely bring good news. The second matter was to gather information. I believe those tasked with this have likely returned to our original shelter. We should inform them." Ouyang Titi nodded, agreeing that they ought to convey this message. Contemplating the situation, she felt increasingly helpless. With 5 or 6 children already present, and the additional street children who collected intelligence, their numbers swelled to over 10. It would be unjust to favor some with ample provisions while leaving others to sleep on the streets, lacking basic sustenance. Niu Xinshin seemed to perceive the thoughts swirling in her heart and offered her solace, saying, "Miss Ouyang, there is no need for concern. Once we have healed, we shall return whence we came, convening here daily to serve you. We will not hinder your fishing endeavors or disrupt your affairs. We have endured hunger for so long. Yet under your sister's care, we are now well fed and clothed, which brings us immense joy. How can we possibly impose upon you by staying in your home? That thought has never crossed our minds." The children, understanding and considerate, prompted Ouyang Titi to feel a pang of compassion. She thought to herself, If I must provide care, then let it be for the entire family. After all, I can afford to support these few children. They have already exerted themselves, earning a livelihood through their own efforts. Please spread the word and invite them all to stay here. I believe you are all capable and diligent children, and there is no shame in supporting yourselves through hard work. I take pride in you. Upon hearing Ouyang Titi's intention to shelter them, the children erupted in joyous cheers. One of the less severely beaten children, summoning his strength, ventured out to find a beggar to relay the good news. Ouyang Titi, recognizing their unwillingness to let her shoulder all the responsibilities alone, refrained from dissuading them and smiled as she watched them bustling about before retreating to her room. She had pressing matters weighing heavily on her mind. After all, with limited funds and the responsibility of caring for so many children, her aspirations for wealth must be realized sooner rather than later. At that moment, the awaited good news arrived. The child sent to gather information, astutely observant, had not even ventured far before the others naturally found their way back. They brought with them delightful tidings. Ouyang Titi's spirits soared instantly. One child, known as Monkey 6, who was rather short and slender, resembling a monkey, was the most clever among them. He was the first to locate their residence and eagerly relayed the pertinent information. It seemed that several fish stalls in the capital were selling at high prices due to the scarcity of fish in winter, yielding substantial profits. Furthermore, there were rumors of several shops in the northern part of the city being up for transfer. Monkey 6 inquired, "Miss Ouyang, do you intend to purchase one of those shops to sell it later?" Ouyang Titi vaguely recalled that it was common practice in the capital for property owners facing lawsuits or involved in serious incidents to sell their properties at a loss. It appeared that the northern area had experienced such misfortunes, leading to multiple shops being sold cheaply. The sheer number of discounted properties was indeed rare in the capital, which piqued her interest. The prices were exceptionally low, and the locations of the shops were undeniably prime, with the layout of the buildings also being sound. However, that area was primarily residential, with familiar faces all around, and everyone was holding on to their cash, waiting for the right moment to sell. Should she buy and then attempt to resell, there was a great risk that the investment would stagnate, requiring years for the memory of the incident to fade before any hope of selling could arise. With coins jingling in her pocket from a recent purchase of a private residence, she felt less inclined to acquire another shop, even at such a bargain. After a moment's hesitation, I inquired, "Those houses are all street-front shops. The prices are currently quite reasonable. How much do they cost each?" The child, nicknamed Monkey 6, promptly replied, "Each of the houses has a notice affixed, indicating a low-price transfer, yet no price is specified." It became evident that interested parties could negotiate further, but without a listed price, the room for discussion was considerably limited. Acquiring the shop would indeed be beneficial. Neo Shinshin was utterly captivated by the fish soup prepared by Miss Ouyang Titi, fervently hoping that she would open a fish soup eatery. This would elevate the price of the fish and yield greater profits. After deliberation, the group resolved to thoroughly inspect the shop the following day. If it proved suitable, they would strive to purchase it and operate several fish stalls, allowing the younger brothers to assist as waitstaff. The night passed without incident, and the children rested. The next day, each became preoccupied with their tasks. Some continued fishing, while the children selling fish transported the temporarily housed fish from the tank to the market. Neo Shinshin accompanied Ouyang Titi to a bustling area in the northern part of the city, where a lively residential district buzzed with activity. Without needing to scrutinize closely, they observed at least a dozen shops scattered about, all bearing notices for low-price transfers. The sudden sale of so many shops in such a vibrant marketplace was indeed peculiar. Ouyang Titi felt a twinge of doubt. In such a lively location, the layout was outstanding. The shopfront was at the front, with private quarters at the back, ideal for discussions between the proprietor and esteemed guests. The arrangement was sensible, with ample space suitable for various trades, particularly lucrative ones like tailoring, jewelry, pawn shops, and snack shops. Such a transfer seemed even more suspicious, as it could lead to disputes and endless complications post-purchase. Just as she was about to inquire further, Neo Shinshin had already gathered some information and leaned in to inform her. "Miss Ouyang, purchasing this property may prove somewhat challenging. Before she could respond, a servant from one of the shops raised their head and exclaimed upon recognizing Ouyang Titi. Indeed, a beauty is a source of trouble. It is this very Miss Ouyang who has obstructed the Duke of Gua, causing our young master to be exiled to the frontier. The servant's revelation left Ouyang Titi utterly astonished. He was evidently well acquainted with the situation. Niu Xin quickly intervened, saying, "You are mistaken. Master Wei's situation is due to his own duties. How can it be blamed on Miss Ouyang?" The servant's face was a mix of anger and sorrow as he retorted, "Do not pretend to be unaware. Our young Master Wei Ximing has indeed suffered because of her." It turned out that the repercussions from the incident at the Prince Rui's residence had not yet subsided. Wei Ximing, acting on the emperor's orders, was tasked with managing the servants of the Prince Rui's household, only to witness Ouyang Titi being humiliated. Although in modern eyes, it was a minor transgression, in ancient times, a woman's reputation was akin to her very life. Many women subjected to such indignities would resort to self-drowning. In his anguish, Wei Ximing, in a fit of rage, executed several individuals on the spot and sought to punish the remaining offenders. Fortunately, he was timely dissuaded, and they were instead detained for labor. Due to hasty actions, despite the emperor's backing, which purportedly allowed for immediate execution without pardon, the individuals in question were primarily spies for various clans and arrogant scions, whom the empress regarded as idle and had placed in the residence of Prince Rui to live out their days. Unaware of Prince Rui's whereabouts, they were merely kept there to tend to birds and flowers. When the sudden order for execution arose, powerful families, eager to protect their informants, spoke out against it, leading to a tragic fate for Wei Ximing, who was merely fulfilling his duties. The emperor, unable to withstand the united pressure from his ministers, had no choice but to yield, demoting Wei Ximing to a similar position and assigning him to a frontier post as a general, ostensibly to endure hardship and redeem himself. Ouyang Titi, upon hearing this, felt a deep sense of compassion and remarked, "Though the young master is sent to the borders, there remains a chance for his return. Are you truly planning to sell off the family's lands and houses to follow him?" The servant replied, "In truth, the matriarch does not wish for the entire family to accompany the young master. He is the only son left at home, and in that remote land, he would have no one to assist him. Life there is exceedingly harsh. It is said that meals are often missed and meat is scarce, making survival difficult. Furthermore, this entire affair has drained an unimaginable amount of silver. We are at a loss as to how to proceed." Ouyang Titi fell silent, originally contemplating how to mortgage their home and borrow funds to acquire the shops, but her conscience now weighed heavily upon her. After a moment, she said, "Though the cause of this predicament lies with me, Master Wei acted in the public interest. His decisions were not mine to make. I hope everyone can find it in their hearts to understand the circumstances." The servant, recognizing her kind demeanor, sensed that the blame was not entirely fair to the young lady, and the previously tense atmosphere began to ease. Understanding their current hardships, Ouyang Titi realized that acquiring so many properties was not a simple task, leaving her in a state of indecision. Just then, a middle-aged steward hurriedly approached, instructing the servant to gather their belongings promptly. Ouyang Titi, aware of his authority, inquired, "Excuse me, steward, are you planning to sell all these shops? Or would leasing them also be an option?" The steward assessed her, noting her graceful southern charm combined with the poise of a northern lady. Recognizing her identity, he acknowledged that the situation had stirred considerable commotion within the household, making her well known. The steward, harboring a certain displeasure towards Ouyang Titi due to his affection for Master Wei, responded with a cool politeness. Originally, the family intended to relocate to the frontier to care for the young master. Thus, selling would indeed be the most prudent choice. Leasing would require time to manage, and the uncertainty of the lease terms could lead to various inconveniences. After speaking, he provocatively added, "Are you suggesting that you wish to lease all these shops? If so, that will be quite fortuitous, as we are currently without a suitable tenant." As the conversation unfolded, a neighbor passed by, casually discussing the family in question, expressing concerns that they might suffer an unwarranted calamity, encountering ill fortune, and thus becoming embroiled in a major incident that resulted in several deaths. Such an ill-fated establishment was best avoided. Ouyang Titi was immediately filled with indignation, recognizing the extent of Wei Xinming's sacrifices. Lord Wei had already incurred considerable trouble for her, and the family's property had come under scrutiny. After some contemplation, she spoke earnestly to the steward, inquiring whether they could deliberate on the matter further. If agreeable, she was resolute in her decision to lease the 7 or 8 shops. The steward had merely made a jest to mock the young lady for relying on the benevolence of others, inadvertently placing their eldest son in a precarious situation. To his surprise, she readily agreed to lease the shops. Acquiring all of them would not only preserve the property, but also provide a much-needed influx of silver, effectively alleviating their immediate concerns. Entrusted with this matter, the steward was determined not to disappoint. His spirits lifted. He found the young lady suddenly more appealing, perceiving her beauty and a certain noble aura, which suggested she was indeed a fortunate girl. The steward promptly ushered Ouyang Titi inside to discuss the rental terms in detail. The properties were indeed splendid. Aside from the legal entanglement, there were no other issues. As he pondered the terms, he realized this young woman possessed an impressive grasp of legal matters, articulating her points with remarkable precision. She distinguished between earnest money and a deposit, and they candidly established whether the deposit would be refunded in case of breach of contract. She even proposed that if the full payment was not made by the following day, the deposit would be forfeited, an indication of the buyer's sincerity. Ouyang Titi calculated her finances, acutely aware that her available funds were insufficient. She made a prudent decision to initially pay 30 taels of silver as a deposit, signing a preliminary agreement, and committing to deliver the full rental payment the next day, lest it be regarded as a breach of contract, with the deposit forfeited. Watching her retreating silhouette, the old steward sighed in relief, muttering to himself that this Miss Ouyang bore a striking resemblance to the former Prince Rue, marked by youthful enthusiasm and a certain naivete, focusing solely on the immediate without considering future implications. He worried she might reconsider by the morrow. Nonetheless, the deposit was a day's windfall, and the family awaited the silver. With this thought, he hurried back to report to the household. Chapter 65. Leveraging Leases Neo Xin. Concern for Ouyang Titi's well-being cautioned her. Although the number of shops was considerable, leasing them all to open a restaurant selling fish would be unfeasible. Other businesses would necessitate stockpiling throughout the year, and they might struggle to digest such a bountiful opportunity. Ouyang Titi smiled reassuringly. You indeed possess discernment. Leasing them solely for a restaurant would be insufficient. We must leverage the strengths of others. With a plethora of documents in hand, Ouyang Titi departed from the commercial residential district in the northern part of the city, with Neo Xin personally guiding the carriage as they sped homeward. Upon reaching the crossroads, Ouyang Titi softly instructed him to head east, as she intended to meet with the Empress Dowager. Gaining an audience with the Empress Dowager was no trivial matter. Not every commoner could hope to do so. Even the noble ladies of the court must queue for an audience. However, Ouyang Titi, presenting a token bestowed upon her by the Empress Dowager, a maidservant's attire, was granted swift entry. Claiming that she had been sent by the Empress Dowager to procure items for the palace, and that urgent matters necessitated her presence. The news spread quickly, and the guards at the palace gate promptly allowed her passage. The Empress Dowager was presently engaged in her grooming routine, preparing for a midday rest, yet found herself dissatisfied with her recent clothing options. The maids, serving her with trepidation, delicately hinted that the royal treasury was depleted and that the Empress Dowager's personal funds were scant. This revelation ignited her ire. Suddenly, news was announced of Ouyang Titi's request for an audience. Upon learning of her unexpected visit, the Empress Dowager recalled the intelligence gathered about this woman, which suggested that she had been amassing a multitude of beggars, not merely distributing alms, but rather employing these children for labor and compensating them. She had even guided a few of the street urchins to establish a fish stall, yielding considerable profits. During a previous encounter in the palace, Ouyang Titi had subtly advised the Empress Dowager on ways to earn pocket money. Thus, her sudden appearance was interpreted as a sign of good fortune. Surely, she would not dare to enter the palace without reason, lest her pleas, based on such a flimsy connection, be met with disdain. The Empress Dowager, casting aside a garment she had already deemed unworthy, mused that if this were not a matter of significance, she would ensure Ouyang Titi faced the consequences. Consequently, she summoned a sedan chair to bring her in, not wishing to squander time on such an important affair. As anticipated upon Ouyang Titi's entrance, she bowed and hailed the Empress Dowager with fervent congratulations, proclaiming that her visit was due to a joyful occasion she wished to disclose. The Empress Dowager's heart lifted at this news, yet she feigned indifference, responding, "If you have not caused any trouble, then the palace must be in a state of good fortune already. What could possibly warrant such great joy?" In her heart, the Empress Dowager considered merely utilizing this common woman to generate some pocket money. However, due to the previous incident involving the Prince Rue's residence, her feelings towards Ouyang Titi had become increasingly fraught with suspicion and distaste. With a beaming smile, Ouyang Titi replied, "Did you not previously lament the insufficiency of the royal treasury? Now, a splendid opportunity has arisen. There are shops in the northern part of the city available for lease at a remarkably low price, which would serve perfectly as royal establishments. I have already secured a preliminary agreement, hoping to finalize it soon. Any surplus earnings from a shop could be directed towards charitable endeavors, benefiting both the nation and its people. What could be more splendid?" The Empress Dowager, intrigued that Ouyang Titi had already surveyed the premises with diligence, inquired, "Surely these must be subpar establishments? If they were of high quality, someone else would have seized them the moment you enter the palace. Why would they wait for us to sign a contract?" Ouyang Titi chuckled. "As it happens, the shop is indeed reasonably priced and situated in a prime location. Yet it carries an unfortunate reputation. Previously, it was wrongfully associated with the household of the esteemed Lord Wei Xinmin, leading it to be dubbed a haunted property. The family has since decided to relocate, and in their desperation to sell, they have opted for a lease instead." Upon noticing the Empress's keen interest, she delved into a thorough analysis. Such an exquisite residence, with minimal financial input from the royal treasury, presented a perfect opportunity to test her mettle. Whether it be a jewelry shop or a delicatessen, the royal endorsement of such ventures would undoubtedly carry significant weight. The Empress had never engaged in commerce before. Thus, this intricate proposition had eluded her consideration. Upon hearing that the cost would be exceedingly low, merely requiring the transportation of goods and a few attendants to oversee operations, she was captivated by the prospect of an unceasing stream of profits. Consequently, the charitable endeavors she had previously undertaken, such as distributing benevolent porridge to the impoverished and beggars, could now have a sustainable financial source, stirring her heart with excitement. The senior palace maid, Yun Dan, well aware of the Empress's lack of acumen in business, speculated on her sentiments and inquired, "Miss Ouyang, while your words are as delightful as blossoms, enchanting our Empress, this enterprise undeniably bears its risks. Pray, elucidate further on the potential pitfalls of these shops and the nature of the rentals. We must ensure there are no hidden flaws." Ouyang Titi responded with a smile. "Since the Empress harbors such reservations, allow me to reserve 2 of the 17 shops for myself. You may select a dozen for your purposes, and I shall find my own use for the remaining ones." Seeing her willingness to accept the leftover shops, the Empress felt reassured that she would not be deceived or face any mishaps. With a lighter heart, she began to consider preparing several jewelry shops and a clothing rental establishment as a trial for the market. Ouyang Titi meticulously explained the essence of commerce. It was merely the art of purchasing at a low price and selling at a higher one. Merchants traverse between the places of origin and demand, reaping the profit from the price differential. Furthermore, there exists a spectrum of competition. Some offer unique characteristics, while others focus on service. By the end of her discourse, the Empress found herself invigorated, laughing as she remarked, "Clearly, your ability to generate profit is extraordinary. The Minister of Finance in the Yunnan Kingdom should consider further training under your guidance." Ouyang Titi hastily demurred, asserting that talent flourishes everywhere, and those in the capital already possess a keen understanding of these matters, rendering additional instruction for the financial officials unnecessary. With her mood lifted, the Empress, now wide awake, grew increasingly inclined to engage in conversation. I have heard that your intention to lease that shop is largely driven by sympathy for Wei Ximing. Since you hold his innocence in such regard, why have you not sought clemency from the emperor on his behalf? Have you not considered persuading those from noble families to intercede? Or perhaps gathering additional funds to aid the Wei family by residing in their house and occupying their shop? Are you not repaying kindness with ingratitude, akin to a crow occupying a magpie's nest? The empress's direct questioning left Ouyang Titi blushing. Internally, she sighed at the empress's partiality and the singularity of her remarks, understanding why Prince Rue had previously evaded his mother. Ouyang Titi calmly defended herself. Though this matter arises from reputation, it is ultimately his own choice and bears no relation to me. My leasing of his property serves to assist his family in their plight. Any help, however small, is still help. Do you truly believe I must sacrifice myself to repay this debt? Since their acquaintance, the empress had gleaned much wisdom from Ouyang Titi. Although she recognized the benefits, she could not shake the feeling that this young woman possessed an air of peculiarity. Upon hearing her audacious remarks, the empress was instantly incensed, perceiving a blatant disregard for her authority. You, bold woman, presume to approach me at will, traversing the palace as if it were your own domain, speaking with such insolence, showing no deference to your elders. Do you truly believe that I am powerless to act against you? Ouyang Titi, somewhat apprehensive of the empress's volatile nature, had anticipated such a reaction and had devised a strategy for this encounter. She spoke softly, "Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Why speak of concerns matters external to us? My loyalty to you and the emperor is unwavering. It was the prospect of alleviating the palace's predicament that compelled me to come forth. Your sudden ire truly frightens me." The empress remained silent, while Yunduan, a senior maid, chastised her. Do you think the empress desires your demise to settle this score? That is indeed the implication. The empress, however, could very well command your ruin, as it would still serve to honor the Ouyang family's debt of gratitude. Ouyang Titi protested, "Dear maid, the empress has no intention of demanding my ruin. Please do not bestow such a burden upon me. I cannot accept it. Regarding the Wei family, I truly wish to inform the empress of a matter where I might be of assistance, but it requires your support." The empress pondered the management of the shop, uncertain if capable hands were available, fearing she might still have to rely on Titi. Noting her apparent awareness of the situation, the empress softened her demeanor and replied, "Let this matter pass for now, but do not speak so recklessly in the future. Should you utter such outrageous claims again, you will learn the true meaning of imperial grace. Now, tell me, what assistance can you provide regarding the Wei family?" Feigning trepidation, Ouyang Titi quickly affirmed, "Indeed, your Majesty, your justice is well known, and your benevolence is profound. I will certainly keep this in mind. As for the Wei family, my concern arises from my father's potential deployment to the border." With this context, Ouyang Titi delicately broached the topic of the soldiers at the border lacking sufficient provisions. The soldiers endured harsh conditions. The Wei family, initially not needing to sell off their properties, found it necessary to do so to manage their affairs and procure precious meat to ensure the health of their only son, thus relocating to the border city. The empress, already privy to this information, found herself intrigued by Ouyang Titi's apparent solution. When Yunzi Zhaowu learned of Ouyang Titi's unexpected visit to the palace and the empress's initial fury, he promptly instructed the ministers to deliberate on important matters in his absence, intending to personally investigate. The ministers exchanged glances, perplexed that the emperor would neglect state affairs simply due to the presence of a woman named Ouyang Titi. Their expressions reflected their indignation. However, the ever-considerate eunuch Wenma, aware of the emperor's intentions, spoke softly to the ministers. "What you may not know is that Miss Ouyang claims to possess a means of alleviating the soldiers' plight at the border, albeit requiring the empress's intervention. The empress has stated that the inner court must refrain from political involvement and is reluctant to engage. Our emperor, devoted to the welfare of the people, thus hastens to address this matter personally." The minister's expression softened slightly when, all of a sudden, someone returned with a turn. prompting Eunuch Wunma to hasten his dispatch of a person to swiftly gather information, to ascertain whether this method was appropriate and suitable. Eunuch Wunma responded and instructed his young apprentice to quickly follow the emperor to investigate the situation. Yun Zhao Wu arrived at the Empress Dowager's palace in a sedan chair, moving rapidly. Just then, the Empress Dowager, having broken a cup, angrily questioned, "Do you think the treasury is overflowing? Not only do you desire exquisite dishes of chicken, duck, and fish, but you also wish for specialized jars to be made. Must this expense fall upon me?" Yun Zhao Wu hurriedly entered and inquired, "Your Majesty, please do not let your anger harm your health. What misfortune has caused you such distress?" Upon entering, he beheld the Empress Dowager in a fury, her anger palpable. After listening carefully, he realized that a significant sum was indeed required. Was it truly a burden that should fall upon a woman? The palace maids nearby were already trembling in fear, kneeling in submission. Yet, standing gracefully to the right was a young lady, her composure unshaken amidst the tumultuous upheaval of the imperial court, her brow furrowed with a hint of solemnity, as if she wished to speak yet held her tongue. Yun Zhao Wu quickly encouraged, "Since I am here, perhaps Miss Ouyang could elaborate further. I seek clarity on your intentions. Surely, the Empress Dowager has misunderstood your meaning?" With the emperor's arrival, the atmosphere began to ease. The Empress Dowager, still sulking, moved to a nearby stool, while Yun Dan promptly approached to gently massage her shoulders. Yun Zhao Wu took a seat at the head, instructing the maids to provide a seat for Ouyang Titi, inviting her to share her thoughts in detail. Ouyang Titi recognized that the Empress Dowager still relied on her. Thus she felt no immediate threat, and, upon being seated by Yun Zhao Wu, she gradually articulated her ideas. It turned out that the soldiers at the border endured great hardships, not only braving the frigid weather, but also frequently suffering from the delayed delivery of meat. Their rations consisted predominantly of beans, with rice and flour being the mainstay. Over time, not only did their physical strength wane, but their stomachs often grumbled from lack of meat. Ouyang Titi, recalling her suggestion of sterilizing kitchen utensils with boiling water, suddenly thought of the primitive methods of modern canned meat. As long as the meat was cooked, sterilized with steam, and the air expelled, it could potentially achieve a shelf life of 1 week to 1 month, with winter storage proving even more effective. However, the dilemma lay in the absence of superior containers in this era, unlike the modern iron cans and plastic bottles. After much contemplation, she resolved to leverage the royal resources. By commissioning the imperial kiln to create vases made of porcelain and employing alternative methods for sealing, a rudimentary version of canned goods could indeed be realized. Once the principles of production and material costs were meticulously calculated, the Empress Dowager and the Emperor exchanged glances, both acknowledging that this endeavor was fundamentally feasible. The only uncertainty remained whether this storage method would preserve the food in frigid conditions and ensure that cooked meals could be consumed during sunny days while on the march, thus guaranteeing reliability and battle effectiveness. Ouyang Titi proposed, "Why not conduct an experiment immediately using vases? The army could utilize rudimentary porcelain, which is not costly. We could try with fine porcelain and, after preparing it, place it in a greenhouse to see if it is viable. The results will be evident in a few days." Surely, Commander Wei would be quite willing to trial this initial batch of products. Yun Zhao Wu's gaze darkened slightly, his voice tinged with undeniable doubt. "Such a venture has never been undertaken before. What benefit could it possibly bring you? You risk entering the palace merely to ensure that Wei Xinming enjoys a morsel of meat each day? The late Prince Ray never displayed such concern for you. Could it be?" The Empress Dowager chuckled softly. "This Commander Wei has yet to marry, having just returned from the border city, and is soon to embark once more to the front lines. It will be difficult for him to find a bride. If you both are fond of each other, perhaps I could bestow a marriage upon you." Upon the mention of marriage, Ouyang Titi felt an instinctual urge to retreat, responding with great reservation, "I am still quite young, and my father has already considered the matter of my marriage. I am deeply grateful for your kindness, Your Majesty. As for Commander Wei, who has aided me on multiple occasions, I merely wish to reciprocate." Yun Zhao Wu longed to inquire what would become of Prince Rue, and how she would respond should he require her attention. However, the words remained unuttered. He bore the aloof demeanor of a sovereign, unable to bend to her will. At that moment, freshly brewed fish soup was served. Ouyang Titi took a glance and promptly instructed the attendants that the meat stew should be rich in substance and sealed in boiling broth before being cooled for preservation. The attendants, perplexed by her intentions, complied without question. Word of Ouyang Tti's experimental method of preserving the meat stew for the soldiers at the border soon spread. This endeavor could potentially yield a significant supply of military rations, offering a variety of flavors. The choice of recipe would alleviate burdens for both the emperor and the empress dowager. Several astute palace maids and young eunuchs were eager to participate, either experimenting in the small kitchen themselves or wagering on the success of the venture. In a secret chamber, the emperor and the empress dowager also speculated on the outcome of the experiment, for if it proved successful, he desired to exit the palace under the auspices of Prince Rui's name. Chapter 67. Longing for the beloved Yunzhe, Zhao Wu suddenly broached the subject of leaving the palace. A matter of great significance that could easily expose him if not handled with care. Such promises could not be made lightly. The Empress Dowager, clad in resplendent garments, adorned with intricate embroidery, depicting a phoenix so lifelike that it appeared to spread its wings in protection over the world's offspring, stood as a symbol of her esteemed status as the most revered widow. Having guided her son to the throne, her countenance held a formidable presence. She squinted slightly, gazing at her once most beloved yet frustratingly inept second son, now garbed in royal yellow like his brother, yet still the most naive among rulers. His singular ambition was to leave the palace under the guise of Prince Rui. The Empress Dowager remarked coldly, "I do suspect I understand why you are so infatuated with that peculiar fish fin beauty. She is indeed strange. And it is no wonder you have fallen under her spell." Yunzhe Zhao Wu was taken aback by her blunt observation. Realizing that the Empress Dowager might have discerned that Ouyang Titi hailed from an unfamiliar time and space, akin to an otherworldly being who might be deemed a monster and eliminated, he knew he must soothe the Empress Dowager's concerns, encouraging her to be more open-minded. Thus, he replied, "In this vast world, there are indeed many extraordinary individuals and remarkable occurrences. Moreover, this young girl is exceptionally intelligent. Her interests are merely the trivial pleasures of the common folk, which hold little significance. The Empress need not elevate her so highly." The Empress, somewhat skeptical of his words, inquired, "I have heard that you were constantly gazing at her. Is it her beauty that captivated you, prompting you to summon her to the palace for companionship? Yet, you did not select her as a palace maid. Is it not rather enticing to linger around her?" Yunzhe Zhao, momentarily taken aback, recalled the girl's exquisite visage. This girl is ill-suited for the life of the court. He could not bear to confine her to the intrigues of palace life. With a heavy heart, he lamented, "She is like an apparition. I merely cherish her." A day had passed, and the experimental jar of meat indeed revealed succulent flesh. The broth, when heated to a boil and tasted, remained fragrant. This was specifically tested in a kitchen greenhouse at around 35 degrees during the sweltering summer. In the summer, a single day would suffice for the broth to spoil. After the initial success of the experiment, the Empress wished to ascertain whether the quality could remain unchanged under various storage temperatures and durations. This test was straightforward. 100 jars were prepared, each opened daily to assess different types of canned meat. The data would be clear and concise. The Empress and the Emperor naturally granted approval. Ouyang Titi first instructed all personnel involved in the experiment to heed the directives of the Imperial Kitchen, then issued a confidentiality order to the core team. The entire process consisted merely of sourcing ingredients, cooking, sterilizing, and canning. Additional personnel were designated for quality control, ensuring rewards and penalties were enforced. The palace resembled a miniature society. It seemed that any secret, once spoken by one, would be discovered by another through various means. Upon issuing the confidentiality order, all mobilized personnel were organized into teams, assigned shifts, and divided into areas to commence their tasks. Each individual was solely responsible for their segment, remaining oblivious to the rest. The palace buzzed with activity. The maids and young eunuchs were aware of the plan and were filled with curiosity, yet their assigned schedules kept them apart. preventing them from gleaning the complete process from familiar maids. After much deliberation, they discovered that the most critical aspect of the entire operation was secretly held by a few eunuchs close to the emperor. Eunuch Wenma and Eunuch Suishur suddenly became the center of attention, with everyone eager to curry favor. However, they recognized the gravity of the matter and divulged not a word. Occasionally, Ouyang Titi would enter the palace to personally check on the progress, and both eunuchs would beam with delight, ensuring that Ouyang Titi's dining and living arrangements were impeccable. They possessed the formula, which held the potential to attract substantial investments from travelers. The canned meat was simply exquisite. While Ouyang Titi fervently advanced the canned meat initiative, the greatest beneficiary, Wei Ximing, remained blissfully unaware. That night, Wei Ximing prepared to embark on his journey to serve at the border, his family bustling about, packing their belongings for the relocation. At least Wei Ximing could return home. A few years prior, he would have been unable to bring his family along. Doing so would have resulted in them being taken hostage. The border soldiers are cautious, and their families are in peril. Presently, apart from the unusual movements of the Xiongnu, Wei Ximing is stationed in a remote area of the border that is not frequented by the Xiongnu. His family, hidden within the city, remains relatively safe. Amidst this flurry of activity, a familiar face from the palace hurriedly rushed to the residence of Madame Wei, exclaiming, "Madam, you must promise me one thing regarding young Master Wei's expedition to the border." Madame Wei, tearful over the impending departure from the capital, asked the reason for such urgency. The individual vividly described the bustling affairs within the palace. You cannot fathom it. The imperial kitchen has 15 large pots boiling simultaneously. Pork, beef, lamb, and fish are being prepared in various methods, packed into porcelain jars, and after a thorough smoking process, sealed tightly. Each recipe is meticulously inscribed on parchment and affixed nearby. Most importantly, I have heard that this food is to be sent to your son's troop. No one has ever consumed food that has been stored for over 10 days. It must be toxic. You must promise me, do not let young Master Wei partake in it. What kind of food is it? Food to be sent to the army after being stored for over 10 days? Wei Ximing's voice echoed from outside the door. He had just approached, having overheard part of the conversation. Now clad in military attire, he was on his way to bid farewell to Madame Wei before joining his unit. Upon seeing her son, Madame Wei could not contain her tears, earnestly advising, "The outside world is nothing like home. Previously, you and your brother insisted on joining the military for training, and now, how unfortunate it is that your brother is gone, leaving you as the last hope. After only a few months of peace at home, you are once again heading to the border. My heart is utterly shattered." Wei Ximing could not help but offer words of comfort. The acquaintance from the palace, knowing his time was limited, had come specifically to deliver a message. Observing the family in their sorrowful farewell, he hastily added, "Young Master Wei, do not think we failed to warn you. That food concocted by Miss Ouyang is certainly unfit for consumption. Please do not attempt it, or you may suffer from stomach issues, which would impede your duties." Wei Ximing raised an eyebrow, a hint of melancholy in his voice as he inquired, "Is it Miss Ouyang's concoction? Does Ouyang Titi truly prepare this food specifically for the soldiers? Please elaborate on what you said regarding this food." The man proceeded to elaborate. In the palace, fresh food is consumed daily, and even a meal skipped makes it difficult to digest. Meanwhile, common folk eat food that has been kept for 2 meals. What is most intolerable is that this food has been stored for such an extended period. In winter, steamed buns should be consumed within 3 to 5 days. Yet this food is said to be preserved for weeks under varying temperatures, and if stored correctly, it can last for months. A month-long shelf life is indeed a defiance of nature. There must be decay and renewal for new life to emerge. If this food remains unchanged indefinitely, how could the world sustain itself? Wei Ximing pondered for a moment, wishing to ease Madame Wei's concerns, and replied, "Rest assured, if the emperor sends the food, I shall conduct a careful examination. I will not partake in it myself." As I reminisce about that graceful figure, a sense of melancholy washes over me, and I ponder, if she were to present me with a dish crafted by her own hands, I would likely devour it without a moment's hesitation. Yet now, I fear that such a moment may never come again, and even bidding farewell seems devoid of purpose. Chapter 68. The Beauty as a Source of Calamity to Ensure Absolute Certainty. The Empress Dowager dispatched her trusted maidservants, Yun Dan and Eunuch Wen Mo, to take turns guarding the royal kitchen, where they meticulously prepared 100 portions of food, ensuring that the quality would be guaranteed from a statistical standpoint. Once completed, the cuisine was exceptionally delectable, but the true test would lie in its flavor after 10 days. The chefs placed these sealed delicacies in a temperature-controlled area of the kitchen, simulating the mild temperatures of spring and autumn. Each day, the Empress Dowager inquired about their condition, and for the first 3 days, the reports confirmed that the taste remained unchanged. After being boiled anew and reheated, the flavor was intact, showing no signs of deterioration. However, on the 4th day, the taste remained unwavering, and there was no sign of spoilage. While this initially seemed fortunate, an unexpected event unfolded that day. The head maid, Feng Qing, performed her customary duty of braiding the Empress Dowager's hair, while also checking for any signs of gray strands or changes in her skin. On this occasion, she discovered 2 new hairs and noted the slight laxity of skin around the dowager's neck, as well as a small sunspot on the tip of her ear. Aging, with its inherent cycle of life and decline, is the most natural of processes. Yet, what could explain the unchanging nature of this food? Had some enchantment been cast upon it? The unease within the Empress Dowager grew increasingly profound. After much contemplation, she summoned Yunze Zhao Wu for consultation. Yunze Zhao Wu, having attended to his official duties, happened upon the Dowager en route to pay his respects and inquired, "What urgent matter has prompted you to call for me?" The Empress Dowager, adorned in a youthful azure gown and with her hands freshly painted in a vibrant hue reminiscent of blossoming flowers, beamed with satisfaction upon seeing her son as strikingly handsome figure. She remarked, "I was anxious to send for you, yet here you are so swiftly. Perhaps our hearts are in sync, and we thought of each other simultaneously." This sentiment had only been expressed to her elder brother, the emperor, and never to the rather dim-witted Prince Rue. Yunze Zhao Wu contemplated for a moment before responding with a smile. Could it be regarding the canned goods from the royal kitchen, or perhaps concerning the release of Ouyang Tti's father? The Empress Dowager nodded, instructing the attendants to withdraw, and said with relief, "Your brother has suddenly fallen gravely ill, and I was in disarray. In my desperation, I sought you, intending for you to serve merely as a puppet. Yet, I find that your clarity of mind has returned. Indeed, remaining busy is the best remedy. And it seems to have cured your ailment as well." The previous dullness and lack of achievement, in the eyes of the Empress Dowager, were indeed maladies. Yunze Zhao Wu remained silent, smiling. The Empress Dowager continued, "You have accurately discerned my thoughts regarding the 2 matters you mentioned. I must confess something to you. I have long harbored a suspicion that the food from the royal kitchen defies the natural order. It is, quite frankly, an aberration. Can such sustenance truly befit the valiant soldiers guarding the borders of our Yunhan kingdom?" Yunze Zhao Wu reassured her with a smile. "Rest assured, Your Majesty. Have you not been sending people to taste it every day? The flavor remains unchanged. You need not worry. Moreover, in the subsequent days, we shall observe this food item and ascertain the maximum duration of its preservation. It is worth a trial, indeed." The Empress Dowager nodded slightly and remarked, "Are you aware of Ouyang Tti's father? I have repeatedly restrained him under the pretext of needing to follow procedures and verify evidence, without ever releasing him. Do you comprehend the rationale behind this?" Yunze Zhao Wu had heard whispers regarding this matter and understood that the Empress Dowager intended to keep the individual detained. However, he reasoned that given her evident reliance on Ouyang Titi, she would eventually release him. Today's visit was merely to inquire about the matter. He reached for a cup from the table, took a sip of tea, and spoke in a measured tone. "I was just about to inquire about this, as the prolonged delay may become difficult to justify." The Empress Dowager, seemingly apprehensive of something, replied sternly, "I perceive Ouyang Titi as a malevolent entity. Should such a person remain alive, I fear that my Yunhan kingdom may face numerous unforeseen changes. For now, detaining her father without executing him preserves the dignity of the scholar, while the woman must not be spared. We shall find an opportunity to rid ourselves of her." Yunze Zhao Wu was taken aback, rising abruptly and exclaiming, "How could the Empress Dowager harbor such thoughts? Has she not been of considerable assistance? What has prompted such a change?" The Empress Dowager scoffed. "You previously mentioned her financial acumen and her teachings on wealth management. However, individuals like her act unpredictably. She does not conform to the behavior expected of a proper young woman. In my view, it would be prudent to deal with her sooner rather than later. Releasing her father would fulfill her desires." Realizing the Empress Dowager's resolve, Yunze Zhao Wu recalled his earlier confessions of affection for Ouyang Titi and his attempts to leave the palace. His position as the emperor's substitute had stirred the Empress Dowager's murderous intent. At that moment, he felt powerless and hastened to interject. "This matter is absolutely inadvisable. We initially promised her that her father would be spared from severe punishment, yet what justification could we provide for her execution? We must have a rationale to silence the voices of dissent." The Empress Dowager dismissed his concerns. "She is but a commoner. I have already granted her a position as a palace maid. Once she enters the palace, I have ample means to dismiss her under the guise of a mistake. I am merely informing you now. You must always remember your station. You are the emperor, bearing the weight of the nation's safety. Do not dwell on the past. When she offered you fish soup and small favors to win your favor, such a woman is clearly a seductress." The Empress Dowager was fully aware of Yunze Zhao Wu's close relationship with Ouyang Titi during his days as the carefree Prince Rue, and knew well that the woman he desired to marry was indeed Miss Ouyang. Yet, she sought her demise. Yunze Zhao Wu, recognizing the Empress Dowager's irrationality, was suddenly filled with the urge to retaliate. Realizing the difficulty of the situation, he fell into a contemplative silence. The Empress Dowager, observing his anguish, inquired, "Are you reluctant? There are countless women in this world, and the selection for the imperial harem will soon commence. Once spring arrives, I shall arrange for you to meet a suitable match." Yun Shi Zhao Wei, upon hearing her words, suddenly chuckled softly and remarked, "The Empress Dowager wishes to select women for me. Have you ever pondered the predicament of those in the harem who accompany me? If my elder brother, the emperor, were to awaken suddenly, what would you have him do? Would it not be utterly embarrassing? The women chosen from the palace are mostly noble ladies from esteemed families. Once they are favored, they will be bound to Prince Rue. And how would the former emperor select the woman he desires?" The Empress Dowager was momentarily taken aback. During this period, Yunze Zhao showed no signs of recovery, remaining a mere shell of a person, yet there was still a faint breath at his nostrils. Thus, the Empress Dowager dared not relinquish her beloved son, whom she had cherished for over a decade. She simply could not bring herself to do it. However, as time dragged on, Yunze Zhao Wu's power gradually solidified, and his supporters were increasingly replaced with his loyal confidants. Yunze Zhao Wu began to reveal his merits, decisively handling state affairs and articulating his unique perspectives. Take, for instance, the incident at Chaoyang City on the frontier. Even his elder brother, the emperor, did not manage it as adeptly as he did, delivering a resounding reprimand to the ministers and the deceitful soldiers on the border. The Empress Dowager initially considered saying that if the emperor were to awaken, he could simply carry on as Prince Rue. Yet, those words remained lodged in her throat. Yunze Zhao Wu's expression turned cold as he spoke in a low voice. "My Empress Dowager, do you not realize that there is a reason I cannot harm her? Ouyang Titi is my lifesaver. If it comes to killing Ouyang Titi, you must first step over my corpse." The Empress Dowager was taken aback. When had Ouyang Titi saved his life? This detail had never appeared in any intelligence report. Chapter 69. Please grant the antidote. Faced with the bewilderment of the Empress Dowager, Yunze Zhao Wu felt an overwhelming need to unburden himself. He continued, "Your informants have consistently reported my circumstances in a timely manner. Do you not recall that I stayed in the ancient city of Roan County for a period? During that time, I was injured." The Empress Dowager nodded. "Indeed, I remember. I heard that you fell into the river during that time, subsequently suffered a high fever, and had injuries. It took a long while for you to recover." Yunze Zhao Wu's voice softened considerably. "During that time, you were preoccupied with assisting my brother in governance and did not think to come and see me. Had I fallen ill and perished or drowned, I fear you would have shed a tear and forgotten me. Would you not? It was during that time, while I was admiring the scenery on the bridge, that someone attempted to assassinate me. Among those attackers, I managed to kill one, and upon discovering the corpse, I unexpectedly found Token. Can you guess who sent those assassins? The Empress Dowager was utterly astonished and then gently inquired, "Who was it?" "You. Well, my brother have always had a good relationship. No one would dare to harm you. In your condition at that time, the Yunzei kingdom was merely sustaining you. Those who would dare to act and leave behind a token must surely be spies from the Xiongnu kingdom, deliberately sowing discord. Do not be misled." Yunzei Zhao Wu then sneered. "Why is it that whenever such matters arise, you immediately rush to defend my brother? I find it quite clever of him. His footprints are clearly visible, appearing as if he is wronged, leading all to believe he could not possibly be the culprit. Yet, you seem to have forgotten another crucial detail. He was ill, his health was compromised, and he was prone to excessive worry. During this period, I encountered numerous discarded papers in the imperial study, among which I discerned his heartfelt sentiments. He inscribed many names, including mine, Zhao Wu. He questioned my actions. As a languid prince who has roamed far and wide, deliberately distancing myself from him. Yet, he remained concerned about me, filled with suspicion, believing that his ailment was a result of my machinations. He thought I wish him ill, eager to usurp his position. The more he pondered, the more his condition deteriorated, ultimately leading to the realization of his fears. "Imperial Mother, you have replaced me." The Empress was taken aback. Yunzei Zhao Wu's narrative was one of profound sorrow mingled with laughter. He was not as dull-witted as the world perceived. Rather, he feigned ignorance to safeguard his own well-being, stifled by the deliberate suppression from his elder brother, the Emperor. Yun Shi Zhao Ove Yushkoft. A myriad of helplessness swirling within him. "Imperial Mother, you have given birth to a pair of twins, which is a joyous occasion for the common folk, a double blessing. However, for the royal family, such matters are fraught with taboo. I harbored no intention to harm him, yet over time, he gradually succumbed to doubts about me, nurturing his own malady, ultimately leading to his self-destruction." The Empress, startled, rose, keenly aware of the gravity of his words, hastily interjected, "He is not dead. He still breathes." Yunzei Zhao Wu replied with a smile. "Indeed, he clings to life, yearning to witness the conclusion, to uncover the identity of the culprit. His own paranoia has ensnared him. On that fateful day, he dispatched assassins, seeking a definitive end, even contemplating to weigh me down with stones. Alone, I could never have escaped such peril." His eyes shimmered with unspilled tears, his voice a somber whisper. Yet he overlooked one crucial detail. "I am destined to encounter a benefactor. Do you know who that is? It is none other than the very Ouyang Titi he sought to eliminate. She, on that day, while fishing, fortuitously rescued me. During my convalescence, deprived of care, she provided me daily with nourishing fish soup. Those guards, I exerted immense effort to win them over to my side. Initially, they were all under your command, were they not? They were the Emperor's eyes and ears. You left me to fend for myself, and even securing a meal became a struggle. It was Miss Ouyang's bowl of fish soup that sustained me during my recovery. The Empress bore me, Yunzei Zhao Wu, but it was Ouyang Titi who granted me a second chance at life. Following that day, I journeyed alongside Ouyang Titi, experiencing a realm of beauty that awakened my dormant intellect, which had long languished. I began to scrutinize the guard around me, discerning their intentions through their every action. I was able to extrapolate their motives and, with a subtle maneuver, gained their allegiance, as they, out of caution, gradually sided with me. Upon returning to the palace, these individuals naturally became my most steadfast allies. That Miss Ouyang not only saved the foolish Prince Yu, but also enabled me to become another sovereign. The Empress, her face pale and voice trembling, uttered, "You cannot be contemplating the murder of your brother, assuming the name Yunzei Zhao in the family lineage, can you? How will you ever face your ancestors in the afterlife? And how will you confront your esteemed father?" Yunzei Zhao Wu smiled gently, turning his hand to rest behind his back, and spoke in a leisurely manner. "You will soon come to know, my decision is already made. There is no need for you to rush." Following this conversation, The Empress Dowager and Yunzhe Zhao Wu grew estranged, concealing their murderous intentions towards Ouyang Titi. Although she harbored dark thoughts against Ouyang Titi, her outward demeanor remained unchanged, even going so far as to show extra care through the hands of Eunuch Wenma and Eunuch Weisher. The matters concerning the shop were progressing at a swift pace. Upon receiving the Empress Dowager's command, Ouyang Titi promptly exited the palace and entered into a lease agreement with Wei Xianming's family for a 5-year term. While a decade would have been preferable for such a location, she intended to leave some room for the Wei family, planning to select another favorable site once the shop flourished. These properties could then be returned to the Wei family in good condition. Upon returning to the shop, Ouyang Titi handed over the full payment allocated by the Empress Dowager to the old steward. After deliberating over the contractual details and confirming their accuracy, she was about to take her leave when the steward called after her. "Miss Ouyang, our old matriarch has heard that the palace is concocting a special meat jar for the soldiers. We wonder if this canned food, when consumed, grants one the strength of a wooden warrior, charging fearlessly into battle, never to return. If such is the case, might there be an antidote? We kindly ask if Miss Ouyang could spare a couple of our Wei family Erlang for them. Many of our kin have gone to war, and numerous are already the only sons. We implore you to grant them one, so they may preserve their lives in times of peril." The rumors had escalated to such absurdity, equating the canned food to a potent elixir that incited soldiers to charge, unafraid of death. If such a miraculous remedy truly existed, it would be a boon to the nation. Those condemned criminals sent to the battlefield would surely secure victory after consuming this miraculous food, causing the enemy to tremble at mere whispers of it. If it were real, this jar would be worth more than gold, leaving the impoverished with no opportunity to partake. Ouyang Titi could hardly suppress a smile, though the steward remained exceedingly grave. Chapter 70. The father's release from prison. The steward, gripped by a profound fear, suspected the presence of the supernatural. She thus offered gentle reassurances. "If you're curious, dear steward, why not allow me to demonstrate how this canned food works right here in the kitchen before the servants, so you may rest assured and comprehend fully." Upon hearing this, the steward, concerned for the safety of the entire family as soldiers, hastily summoned personnel to follow her. With the shop secured, preparations commenced to open a restaurant serving fish, prompting Ouyang Titi to instruct Neo Xin to gather ingredients early. A large, freshly caught fish had already been transported for preliminary preparations. With fresh ingredients at hand, she resolved to create a recipe utilizing fish. Before long, Ouyang Titi expertly braised a live fish, while simultaneously using a long-necked vase to steam it with hot water for an extended period. As the fragrant steam wafted, she sealed the vase with a lid and set it aside to cool. The previously braised fish retained some of its essence on the plate, its rich broth mingling with the aroma of green onions and rice wine, intermingling with the delightful scent of the fish, rendering it irresistible. Ouyang Titi then beckoned the steward to join her, exclaiming, "Come, steward, it is time for lunch. There is a ready meal prepared, so do not be shy." The butler, filled with doubt, remarked, "This fish, if we consume it, shall we not fall under its enchantment and become your puppets?" Ouyang Titi restrained her laughter, responding, "As if puppets hold any value. In that case, I would be exceedingly wealthy." The nearby servants, drawn by the enticing aroma, gathered at mealtime. Ouyang Titi smiled gently, saying, "As we partake in this meal, what flavor does this fish possess? When that can is opened and warmed, the taste will merely be a tad softer, having been cooked multiple times, yet it remains unchanged. As for any added ingredients, it is merely your imagination. I have yet to witness any dried fruit or rice wine that could transform into a narcotic after a year and a half. It is simply a uniquely flavored dish." The girl's laughter was refreshing and enchanting. One might even risk consuming poison if it came from her. The servants, having witnessed the entire preparation process, though not privy to every detail, recognized that it resembled the ordinary act of cooking, the primary difference being in storage. The contents, placed in jars, were meticulously cleaned and steamed in boiling water, devoid of any special additives, dispelling the rumors that had circulated. The servants, amused, sat down to eat. Some fortunate enough to taste the fish. Winter fish tend to be lean, but are celebrated for their exquisite flavor. The richness of braised meat surpasses that of steamed dishes. In this era, many had never tasted fish, fearing the bones might lodge in their throats and necessitate medical attention, which could lead to dire consequences if not promptly addressed. Numerous admonitions warned children against playing in water and eating fish, lessons ingrained from a young age. Thus, to witness this young lady treating fish as commonplace fare was quite astonishing to them. Nevertheless, Ouyang Titi patiently shared her knowledge of nutritional science. Come, all, and savor this fish. It is not only delightful, but also highly nutritious. For families with the elderly and infirm, lacking other food sources, a bit of fish can be cooked to create a nourishing soup, greatly aiding in recovery. Many nodded in agreement, yet still hesitated to sample it, merely intrigued by the novelty. Ouyang Titi, undeterred, understood that new concepts require time to gain acceptance. Once embraced, they become easier to disseminate. After concluding her business at the shop, news arrived that Lord Ouyang had received permission and completed the necessary formalities for release. With joy, Ouyang Titi took Neo Xin to the Dali Temple to retrieve him. During this period, the abolition of corporal punishment ensured her father's release was a certainty. However, the Dali Temple cited an overwhelming number of inmates requiring thorough verification of each crime, ensuring that only those with singular offenses could be exonerated. Otherwise, they would face resentencing based on other charges. Aware that matters could not be rushed, and with her hands full, Ouyang Titi refrained from visiting daily. At long last, the day had arrived for the release of my father. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that his complexion, though still slightly pallid, had markedly improved compared to before, indicating that he had received some degree of care while imprisoned. Lord Ouyang appeared gaunt, yet from a modern perspective, he could be considered a handsome man. Witnessing his daughter travel a great distance to the capital and exert considerable effort to extricate him from the depths of a dark and dismal dungeon filled him with a whirlwind of emotions, prompting him to exclaim, "Let it not be said that women are inferior to men. My daughter is worth 10 sons." Ouyang Titi, upon seeing her father released, was similarly overwhelmed with emotion. When she had first crossed over, she was still quite young, struggling to adapt to her new surroundings and language. After feigning illness for a few days, it was her father who patiently taught her about life and painstakingly guided her in writing once more. He could truly be regarded as a nurturing father. The father and daughter shared tears and laughter, and Ouyang Titi finally said, "Let us first return and settle ourselves. Xiang Yang will soon learn this news, and when we are reunited, we shall never part again." Suddenly, Ouyang Zimu recalled something, pulling out a considerable sum of silver from his pocket, smiling as he spoke. Previously, it seemed that only a death sentence awaited me, and my contemporaries severed ties with me. Now that I am free, they've begun to reach out again, perhaps out of concern for appearances and old friendships, sending silver as a token of sympathy. I imagine you have endured considerable hardships during this time and borrowed a fair amount of silver. Haven to you? As a girl, it is ill-favored to be in debt, and should any unscrupulous individuals come to claim you as collateral, that would be undesirable. Let's first settle these debts with this silver. The Ouyang family has its pride. We shall not owe anyone much to avoid entangling them in our affairs. His words conveyed the fervent sentiment of a protective father. Ouyang Titi was taken aback, realizing that her father believed she had borrowed money to secure his release, and now his peers were gifting silver to celebrate his return. He was hastily urging her to repay these debts. Oh, the heart of such a loving father! She quickly reassured him. "Father, there is no need for haste. Do you not know that our family situation has improved significantly? We have money, and you have returned. Rest easy. Whether you choose to take a prominent position in the county or practice medicine, we shall find other means of livelihood." They then boarded a modest yet practical carriage, driven by a clever young lad who was adept at discerning the feelings of others. He understood Ouyang Titi's intent and proceeded slowly through the streets of the capital. The carriage they rode in was exceedingly simple and utilitarian, with the young driver displaying remarkable intelligence. As Ouyang Zimu gazed upward at the bustling splendor of the capital, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. No longer did he feel the daunting fear he had previously associated with the city. In truth, the capital felt rather welcoming. Chapter 71. Could be a house gift? Passing through various markets and shops, Ouyang Titi spoke softly, pointing out a fish stall in which they held a steak, revealing the daily earnings they could expect. There's a shop on that street, which remains unopened for now, but once it begins operating as a restaurant, the dividends will be substantial. After touring the entirety of the capital in just about an hour, they discovered over a dozen ventures, each generating impressive daily profits. For ordinary folk, the returns were already quite generous. Ouyang Zimu was left astonished. As expected by Ouyang Titi, her father gazed at her with a complex expression, faced with his 15-year-old daughter. Ouyang Zimu felt the weight of his nearly 40 years, and a myriad of emotions surged within him. Niu turned back and remarked, "Master, you have yet to be astonished. The real marvel lies ahead. Let's take a look." He then drove the carriage to the small house that Ouyang Titi had purchased. Ouyang Zimu had initially assumed they were headed for an inn, but instead, he was brought to this residence. Pondering the situation, he could not recall whose private abode this might be, though it vaguely sparked a memory. Suddenly realizing they were in the capital, he felt uncertain. After all, he had never been a court official in the capital and had never personally visited the residence of the Duke of Guagua. Doubts crept into his mind, leading him to exclaim, "Could this possibly be the residence of Prince Rouet? Has he lent you this house? Surely, it is Prince Rouet who has taken an interest in you. Has my daughter, in her quest to save him, acquiesced to this arrangement?" At this revelation, Ouyang Titi beamed with delight, hopping down from the carriage. With a joyful demeanor, she declared, "This is our money that bought this house. Henceforth, this will be our home." Ouyang Zimu was utterly astonished. To purchase a house in the capital is the lifelong aspiration of many, and he had never anticipated that his daughter, while rescuing someone, could also establish roots and acquire property in the city. Although the house was somewhat modest, it was well chosen and situated in a remarkably advantageous location. Upon inspection, he noted that the house was already furnished with servants' belongings, and there were even domestic helpers present. In such circumstances, should they find prosperity in the future, a larger house could easily be acquired. As evening approached, the children who had gone out began to return one by one. The entrance echoed with greetings of master. "Good day," which filled his heart with joy. He reminisced about his own past, when he had only a few constables at his disposal and had never hired help. All household matters had been managed solely by his wife and daughters with great diligence. With the return of the children, the small house bustled with activity akin to a lively schoolyard. Ouyang Titi had instructed the clever and industrious child, Ho Lu, on how to prepare meals. Recently, it was he who had taken charge of cooking for everyone. As the delicious aromas wafted through the air, Ouyang Zimu, accompanied by his daughter, explored the house in detail. He felt as though, after a life spent in and out of prison, he had suddenly reached the pinnacle of his existence with a house in the capital. The residence was well constructed, utilizing high-quality blue bricks, and was perched on a prominent hill, boasting an excellent topography. With the addition of a small pavilion, one could gaze far and wide. Although it was still winter, the ancient trees were lush with branches, hinting at the vibrant blooms and verdant growth that would emerge in spring. Upon further examination of the few rooms, he noted that the two adjoining rooms had been converted into a communal dormitory for the children. The innermost section, partitioned by a screen wall, comprised a living room and two larger rooms. Ouyang Titi occupied one, while the other was designated for Ouyang Zimu. The house, though simple, was arranged with remarkable care and stability. The bedding was exceedingly warm and comfortable, exuding a subtle elegance and warmth. Compared to the previously dreary existence in the dark confines of the prison, it was indeed a stark contrast. Ouyang Zimu lamented, "It seems that fathers nowadays cannot compare to their children's accomplishments. To have a daughter like this in my life is a great fortune." The home possessed a rustic charm. Due to financial constraints, it was furnished with an abundance of wrought-tan chairs and mixed wrought-tan wood tables, lacking the ostentatious luxury of nobility, yet embodying the essence of a quaint farmhouse, which greatly pleased him. Father and daughter were engaged in light conversation as evening approached, preparing to dine with several children. Ouyang Zimu hesitated slightly and inquired, "Although I am your father now, you are the one in charge. Will you need to say a few words later? I feel somewhat awkward as this unexpected patriarch." Ouyang Titi reassured him, "Once these children grow up, they will establish their own households. For now, I have merely hired them to assist, so there is no need to set strict rules. The daily work procedures are quite clear. Just greet them and get to know each one, and all will be well." During the meal, following his daughter's advice, Ouyang Zimu amicably greeted the children, treating them as if they were his own kin. Given the numerous challenges posed by famine and war, the capital had always been home to the greatest number of refugees and beggars. Those who managed to survive in such dire circumstances undoubtedly possessed remarkable resilience. The children greeted him respectfully and quickly finished their meals, each attending to their designated tasks with efficiency. Ouyang Titi was in the hall managing the accounts, occasionally approached by a few children with questions. Although they were merely teenagers, their competence left Ouyang Zimu in awe. Among them, Niu Xinshin handled a particularly important matter and spent the longest time discussing issues in the hall. He proposed several ideas, all of which were dismissed by Ouyang Titi. Intrigued, Ouyang Zimu leaned in to listen for a while. They were deliberating over the name for a fish soup establishment, as Ouyang Titi envisioned opening many branches in the future, thus requiring a grand name. However, Niu Xinshin argued that most customers seeking fish soup would be common folk unable to afford pork or beef, merely looking for a filling meal. If the name were too sophisticated, it might intimidate them from entering. Reflecting on this, Ouyang Titi fondly recalled modern chain restaurants that offered affordable prices and consistent flavors, where the sight of a sign assured quality. She pondered that if they could not settle on a name soon, they would struggle to establish a reputation on opening day. Resolutely, she decided on a straightforward name: Sour Cabbage Fish Soup. The sign would feature distinctive colors and fonts, with each branch displaying the same sign and an identifying number. This would facilitate public recognition and management. Ouyang Zimu, having overheard a few remarks, felt somewhat bewildered. It appeared that his daughter intended for this sour cabbage fish to cater to the elite and to establish numerous branches. As he was lost in thought, eager to hear more, Niu Xinshin looked up and furrowed his brow, saying, "Ouyang Laoi, I understand you are Miss Ouyang's father, but regarding matters that involve commercial secrets, might be best for you to temporarily withdraw. Otherwise, should matters take a turn for the worse, it would indeed be difficult to ascertain who among us has betrayed our secrets." Chapter 72. A request for correspondence. The honorable and virtuous Lord Ouyang has unexpectedly found himself cast as a suspect. This marks the first time in his life that he has been perceived as an eavesdropper. In the past, he has always engaged in forthright discussions of important matters, while his children would discreetly withdraw. Now, the roles have reversed. Noticing his daughter's intent to offer him an escape from this predicament, he hastily reddened with embarrassment and said, "Please discuss amongst yourselves. I, too, find this matter rather novel, but alas, I am of no assistance here, so I shall refrain from listening further. However, regarding the idea of crafting a sign, that is something I can indeed do." Ouyang Titi smiled brightly and remarked precisely, "Knowing that father possesses profound skills in calligraphy and painting, which are treasures seldom found, I had that very thought. Why not retire to the study and write those few characters splendidly? Just the words for sauerkraut fish soup in seal script, shaped to resemble the fish, would add a distinctive flair." Feeling a newfound sense of purpose, Ouyang Zimu retreated to diligently practice his calligraphy. Meanwhile, Ouyang Titi continued to deliberate with Niu Xinshin regarding the shop's affairs. The original shop of the Wei family consisted of 2 connected courtyards, ample enough for a modest restaurant. However, should they wish to establish a VIP area, dismantling the partition walls would prove inadequate for their needs. If they were to open the 2 rooms on either side and add a small upper floor, it would allow for a VIP section above, elevating their establishment status and facilitating meetings. With the increased space, the ground floor could serve as a grand hall, bustling with a vibrant atmosphere when filled with patrons. Niu Xinshin pondered this arrangement thoughtfully, recognizing its merits. The VIP area would offer both ingress and egress, and the pricing could be adjusted accordingly. The two then reviewed the leasing agreement once more, discovering that such renovations were permitted. They resolved to proceed, setting forth several design plans for the interior decoration, and busily set off to shop for supplies. Several children busied themselves in the kitchen. Previously, a beef soup restaurant had ordered fish soup as a side for their noodles, prompting Ouyang Titi to dispatch someone daily to deliver the rich broth, thus keeping the small kitchen bustling throughout the day. Ouyang Zimu, considering the traditional wisdom that a gentleman should avoid the kitchen, felt a sense of reflection as these young ones had taken it upon themselves to provide 3 meals a day while also earning income. Inspired, he sat by the window reading and penned an essay on the cultivation of professional skills in children, hoping that the Yunnan kingdom would treat these youngsters well, so that in the future, each trade might produce its own luminaries. As Monkey Lu passed by the window and beheld the intricate clerical script, he felt a surge of respect and inquired, "Lord Ouyang, your knowledge is truly remarkable. Might I ask if you're versed in the Xiongnu script?" The Xiongnu script, due to the prolonged warfare between the two nations, necessitated that officials of the Yunnan kingdom undergo training to identify spies and discern intelligence. They could typically read and write simple passages with ease. He then questioned Monkey Lu, "What prompts your inquiry? Do you perhaps have a friend from Xiongnu?" Monkey Lu, a rather frail youth, bore the typical features of a Yunnan citizen, lacking the pronounced nose and broad forehead characteristic of the Xiongnu. He quickly replied, "No, I'm not from that region. I merely have relatives who were captured and taken to Xiongnu territory, where I have heard they are employed. Now that I have discovered their location, how wonderful it would be to send a letter for their safety, for I am the last of my family in the capital." Originally, Ho Lu was quite frail, but during this period with ample food and drink, the flesh on his cheeks gradually filled out, bestowing him with a semblance of robust vitality. Yet, no matter how capable a child may be, the yearning for a letter from home remains insatiable. Ouyang Zimu understood that this would inevitably unfold into a poignant tale of longing. Countless individuals depart from their homeland solely in pursuit of a semblance of stability. Yet this aspiration proves elusive for many, not to mention those who have been captured and enslaved, their fates resting in the hands of others, rendering the prospect of receiving news from their hometown even more distant. Given this, he inquired, "What would you like to convey? If it does not violate any principles, I can compose a letter for you." Instantly, Ho Lu was filled with joy and hurriedly stepped inside from the window, retrieving a small stone from his desk. Upon it were faintly etched 2 characters, Helion. The stone was undoubtedly an ordinary one, and due to the rudimentary method of inscribing, the handwriting left much to be desired. Ho Lu likely endured numerous hardships to obtain this stone, gifted by an acquaintance. Ho Lu said, "Please write for me that Xiao Luer is safe in the capital." He requested that it be sealed in an envelope with the name Helion inscribed upon it, so that his uncle might receive his correspondence based on this address. Ouyang Zimu's calligraphy was elegant and flowing, yet since this letter was destined for abroad, he exercised caution by using his left hand instead of his usual right to pen the words. "Xiao Luer is safe in the capital. Do not worry." Each character was delicately formed, imbued with the nostalgia of a child for his homeland. After carefully sealing it with cowhide paper and wax, he inscribed the name Helion on the envelope's cover. Once this task was completed, Ouyang Zimu scrutinized Ho Lu once more, yet still failed to recognize his features. It was of little matter. In the vast expanse of the world, such coincidences were rare. Ho Lu, filled with elation, set out to find merchants willing to deliver the letter. Upon his return, he sought out Ouyang Zimu again, stating, "Master Ouyang, there is currently gossip within the palace that Miss Ouyang is producing a special type of meat canned food. The person I entrusted with carrying my letter will have to embark on a long journey, often missing lodgings and subsisting on mere noodles, enduring quite difficult days. Upon hearing of this canned meat, I thought it would serve as a token of gratitude to purchase a few jars for them." Ouyang Zimu, having returned, was already well informed of his daughter's culinary ventures, which consisted mostly of fresh fish, takeout delicacies, and the bustling preparation of a pickled fish restaurant, along with the canned meat under the supervision of the Empress Dowager. He chuckled, saying, "These individuals are quite well informed. However, you must understand that this matter does not fall under my purview. You will need to seek out Miss Ouyang." Yet, Holu hesitated. Ouyang Zimu remained patient, allowing him to reveal his concerns in due time. Finally, Holu summoned his resolve and confessed. "The canned fish and meat produced by the young lady are intended for Yunhan Kingdom, while my purpose is merely to facilitate travel, especially as these cans are destined for the Xiongnu Kingdom. Should anything go awry, I fear Miss Ouyang may accuse me of being a spy." Seeing the kind-heartedness of the noble lord, I approached him to beseech his assistance. "I require but 2 cans, so that I may repay the kindness of the messenger who delivered my letter. This matter pertains to the sole opportunity for me to reunite with my family in the future. I earnestly implore Lord Ouyang to grant my request. In return, I am willing to serve as your humble attendant, laboring tirelessly at your command." Although Holu expressed his loyalty, Master Zimu had grown accustomed to relying on the constables and was not particularly concerned with having a servant. He pondered that since this was a plan orchestrated by his daughter, his interference might disrupt her intentions. Lord Ouyang Zimu had already heard of his adopted daughter Qixia, who had been abducted by villains to the land of the Xiongnu. If there were any news, it would be wonderful if he could assist in conveying familial messages. Thus, his heart softened even further. Chapter 73. The sweet messenger Holu's pleas were profoundly poignant, as the emotions of an orphan longing for family are particularly moving. With a fatherly compassion, Ouyang Zimu wished to do good deeds, hoping that it would eventually benefit his daughter. After some contemplation, he remarked, "The recipe appears rather simple, yet its principles are elusive. You may encounter failure if you attempt it alone, but with the recipe, it is worth a try. Inquire with the young lady if this can be made outside the palace. If so, we might sell some." Holu, eager and determined, seized an opportunity to express his desire for canned meat. Ouyang Titi appeared somewhat troubled, fearing that this matter had already been settled by the Empress Dowager. However, if he were to present it differently, it might be somewhat inconvenient. Upon reflection, although the same variety might pose challenges, they could still prepare 8 treasure porridge, which is nutritious, delicious, and convenient. While it may not rival the meat cans, having such a dish in the wilderness would certainly stave off hunger, and the price would be reasonable, perhaps even easier to promote. There were also compressed biscuits, which, though small in quantity, could be preserved for a considerable duration using sterilization methods. Yet, merchants preferred dry rations, which was understandable. Holu was well aware that some in the community prepared such mixed grain porridge, but sugar had become a precious commodity, rivaling meat in value. Securing these ingredients could effectively substitute for meat, offering a change of flavor from dry rations. After some contemplation, he was willing to give it a try. That evening, a large pot was set up in the courtyard, and everyone busied themselves gathering red dates, red beans, red rice, black rice, peanuts, sesame seeds, koik seeds, wheat, lotus seeds, kidney beans, and other ingredients. They soaked them for 2 hours, washed them thoroughly, and added a small amount of dried tangerine peel for simmering. Once the mixed grain porridge was prepared, they sweetened it with brown sugar and found some jars for storage. Ordinary round jars sufficed for this purpose. They sanitized all the utensils with boiling water, filled the jars with 8 treasure porridge, sealed them with lids, and covered them with cowhide paper, carefully stitching several layers at the neck of the jar. This method of preparation differed from the traditional long-necked jars. Even if someone sought to categorize it, one could argue that these represented 2 distinct techniques. The meat cans employed vases sealed with soft wood after sterilization, and compressed air was introduced. In contrast, the porridge, lacking the luxury of meat, was simply sealed with a lid and cowhide paper, proving to be quite satisfactory. This is a unique flavor of canned food that, when taken outdoors, quickly freezes solid. Monkey Lou happily held on to it, waiting patiently until dawn to deliver it to the caravan. The caravan was on the verge of departing, and upon a meticulous inspection, they initially sought meat cans for sustenance on the journey. However, upon learning that it was a porridge made from mixed grains, they thought it not inappropriate, as it was merely a token of goodwill from a friend. It was a local specialty, so they took it without much thought. A month later, the caravan returned. having transformed this canned delicacy into an ingenious and delectable meal. It is said that they encountered a snow disaster on their journey, stranded in a desolate area for 2 days. With a bit of heat, they can turn into a warm porridge, remarkably nourishing for the stomach. The members of the caravan eagerly tasted it, feeling their strength revitalized, and they began to regard it as a treasure. This is a side note. Due to the trials faced on the journey, the caravan leader deemed this item a precious specialty and dedicated the last can to the tribe. Soon after, inquiries were made. The favored concubine of the third prince, a woman of exquisite beauty, had recently captured his affection. With a mysterious background and a reputation for beauty, she rarely made public appearances. The third prince often sent gifts to win her favor, and upon receiving the offered porridge, she unexpectedly sent someone to inquire personally. The merchant, upon learning that the third prince's concubine had summoned him, was filled with trepidation and hurriedly dressed to present himself. "Is there any particular significance to this porridge?" the veiled woman inquired softly. The merchant, upon hearing her voice, was momentarily taken aback, realizing she spoke in the language of the Yunnan rather than that of the Xiongnu. The merchant leader, who had been prostrating before her, suddenly widened his eyes and lifted his head, peering through the veil. Indeed, she was a graceful and dignified woman from the kingdom of Yunnan, though her features bore a hint of exotic charm, enhanced by her splendid adornments. Recognizing her as an acquaintance from the past, he promptly recounted all he knew regarding the porridge. This mixed grain porridge was quite popular in the southern regions, typically prepared at the year's end when families would clean out their grain jars, combining leftover beans to cook a sweet porridge for the children, easing their longing during the long wait for the New Year feast. Now, as the caravan set off during the 12th month, it was already the 3rd day of the new year, and the festivities at home had concluded. After delivering their goods, the caravan would return home to reunite with their families, as the Lantern Festival still marked the continuation of the New Year celebrations. Given the lucrative nature of this special time, the merchant hoped this journey would yield the greatest profits, leading some to forego family reunions to seek their fortunes far away. In conclusion, the merchant added, "I stumbled upon these cans by sheer chance. Initially, I had heard of the delectable meat cans made by Miss Ouyang, particularly the red-braised fish and pickled fish, which were incredibly fragrant, and the fish soup was equally delightful. Unfortunately, it is said that those cans had already been commissioned by the palace, and without the court's permission, I dared not request the same type to be brought to me. Lord Ouyang, with a tender heart, persuaded Miss Ouyang to contrive a means to send us this porridge. While it may appear ordinary, it proves invaluable during arduous journeys. When one has consumed too much dry food, the stomach can become intolerable, yet a pot of this porridge provides much-needed nourishment, revitalizing the weary travelers." Tears welled in the woman's eyes. Here, there are no customs for the new year. The third prince, concerned about his favored concubine's homesickness, hung a few red lanterns to suit the occasion. The merchant, incessantly recounting the origins of this jar he acquired in the capital, suddenly noticed the concubine's visage, partially obscured by her veil, streaming with tears. He realized he had inadvertently upset her, touching upon a sensitive subject, and felt a wave of unease, contemplating an early departure to avoid any misfortune. As he made to leave, the concubine gently cleared her throat, her voice tinged with the rasp of recent tears. "Do not be anxious. I shall not make things difficult for you. In your return home, you may bring me a token and simply deliver a letter on my behalf." With that, she removed her veil, revealing her countenance to the man from her homeland. Surely, her parents would inquire deeply about her well-being, and Miss Ouyang, it seemed, was perhaps the most audacious and meticulous among them. By a stroke of fate, the heavens had granted her the opportunity to pen this letter home. Chapter 74. The Great Victory of Yunnan, What Shall Be Done Now? The woman of the third prince of the Xiongnu desires to send a letter to the people of Yunnan. The relations between the two nations are tense, having nearly ignited into war on several occasions. Those who engage in correspondence are subject to scrutiny, lest spies be uncovered. The merchant felt a twinge of anxiety. Upon his arrival, he had delivered a letter for a child, coincidentally one who served under the third prince. Now, this concubine wished for him to return with another letter. If the checkpoints were to discover this correspondence, Might they not mistake him for a spy? When he initially sent the letter, he had taken great care to conceal it. Returning with it exposed would surely lead to his downfall. The concubine discerned his trepidation and spoke softly, "Do not fret. It is merely a commonplace family letter. I shall write but 2 characters. You shall deliver it to the same child who received the can. She will know to whom it should be sent." She then took the most ordinary sheet of white paper and inscribed the 2 characters for peace. This script was in small seal script, rather intricate, yet those from scholarly families could recognize it. Ouyang Zimu had once taught his daughters how to write peace letters. The girls were not particularly literate, but only Ouyang Titi, raised as a boy, had persevered to attain both martial and literary prowess. This distinctive script would be understood by the Ouyang family. The concubine, now a fugitive in the Xiongnu, was indeed the 3rd prince's secret agent in Yunnan, carrying back the essence of her homeland. The merchant, having accepted this important task and received a monetary reward, dared not decline. Upon his return, he ingeniously concealed the letter within the dry provisions, successfully evading the layers of scrutiny, and safely delivered the letter to the child. In the span of a fortnight, the new year arrived, bringing with it significant developments in the capital. A certain Miss Ouyang successfully developed a meat can specifically for the military. The Empress Dowager personally dispatched individuals to oversee the preservation process, and the imperial kitchen conducted experiments for a full 20 days, all yielding excellent results without any sign of spoilage. This duration was sufficient for those tasked with leading the vanguard in the military camp to embark on their missions. Should they encounter unforeseen circumstances, these provisions would sustain them until reinforcements arrived. Wei Shiming's brigade was the first to receive this batch of canned goods. He personally sampled the contents, showcasing them to his soldiers to instill confidence. How could he harbor any doubts when the cans were crafted by Miss Ouyang? They could partake without hesitation. It was rumored that these provisions would embolden the soldiers to unparalleled bravery, serving as a catalyst to uplift morale. As long as the food was deemed safe, the soldier's belief in victory would facilitate its attainment. He was already exceptionally skilled in leading troops in a battle, and with these military rations at his disposal, it was as if he were favored by divine intervention. After several deployments of vanguard units, there was no need for cumbersome logistical support to follow. Their mobility allowed them to remain concealed for extended periods, executing guerrilla tactics that led to an unexpected triumph in the first battle of the new year. When news of their victory reached the court, the ministers were embroiled in heated debates, demanding further verification to avoid a repeat of the false reports that had circulated when Chaoyang City fell. However, before the Ministry of War could dispatch personnel for verification, a second victory report arrived. The entire capital was abuzz with excitement. The jubilant news was a sign of divine favor upon the Yunnan kingdom, a testament to its burgeoning strength. Soon, more details emerged confirming the veracity of the reports. The Yunnan kingdom had indeed secured 2 victories. Wei Shiming's garrison was situated in a remote area, historically spared from the frequent disturbances by the Xiongnu. Thus, the Xiongnu's crown prince, seeking to recuperate, had retreated to the nearby mountains after raiding the border for supplies. After receiving intelligence from the local garrison, and upon detecting subtle clues, Wei Shiming followed the trail. One of the dispatched units had stealthily lingered in the snow for 10 days, choosing the opportune moment to incinerate a significant portion of the Xiongnu's provisions, providing a much-needed relief to the border inhabitants of the Yunnan kingdom, who had long suffered from plunder. The citizens of the border town were filled with joy, displaying more vigor than during the New Year celebrations. Now, with the Xiongnu constrained by a lack of supplies and hesitant to provoke retaliation from the Yunnan kingdom, they turned their predatory gaze westward. The years of Xiongnu harassment had been severely curtailed by mere cans of food. The long-standing tension faced by the Yunnan kingdom began to ease. Elation permeated the realm. Although the new year had passed, the news was profoundly invigorating. The Empress Dowager commanded a grand celebration for the Lantern Festival, and among those invited to the palace to commemorate this occasion were Ouyang Titi and Ouyang Zimu, both recognized as meritorious subjects. Additionally, a cascade of rewards was dispatched to the Wei residents, and Wei Shiming was promoted to the rank of General of Outstanding Victory. In the snowy terrain, Wei Ximing donned a winter hat and military garb, accompanied by several subordinates, meticulously surveying the landscape and strategizing the next phase of defense and offense. The officers observed that General Wei had achieved two remarkable victories, driving back the formidable Huns. Such an accomplishment was rare in the annals of Yunnan, deserving of a grand narrative. They were filled with admiration, laughingly flattering their commander. With such a monumental achievement, the emperor will surely bestow upon you a marriage proposal, General. This time, the prospective bride will undoubtedly be of a much higher caliber than before. One wonders which noble lady will be fortunate enough to receive this honor. Surely, it must be someone of great stature, perhaps even a princess. However, Wei Ximing had little interest in a princess. His thoughts were consumed by an indelible image. The beautiful and intelligent woman had gained even more favor in the emperor's eyes, and he feared that upon his return, it might be too late to realize his feelings. He felt a deep melancholy and calmly remarked, "This is of little consequence. If I were to encounter someone I truly cherished, that would indeed be significant." The officers, noticing that General Wei was uncharacteristically engaging in discussions of romance, seized the opportunity to jest with your remarkable talents. It is likely that the young ladies of the capital are dreaming of you. The mere sight of you would surely leave them enchanted. Wei Ximing scoffed lightly. Having earned military accolades during this festive season, with his comrades far from home, he felt it inappropriate to dampen their spirits. He responded, "Let's enjoy the moment. We shall see what the future holds. Brothers, next time, let's showcase our prowess once more. If we achieve further glory, it may not be long before we are bestowed titles and positions of power. Let's all strive for excellence." The officers responded in unison, acknowledging his words. The military environment was strict, and they promptly returned to their duties. Meanwhile, following the news of their victories, the palace had sent numerous rewards to the border town. The matriarch of the Wei family had inquired several times, now that the frontier was stabilizing, about her grandson's intentions. It was essential to settle on a decision soon to facilitate wedding arrangements. After some contemplation, Wei Ximing provided a name. The matriarch sprang to her feet, elated, exclaiming, "This girl is splendid. At such a young age, she possesses the poise of a matriarch. She will undoubtedly ensure the smooth running of our household, elevating the Wei family to greater heights. Therefore, we must act without delay. I shall put my reputation on the line and enlist a woman of stature to approach her family for a marriage proposal." Chapter 75, A Life of Busyness. Recently, the Duke of Protecting the Nation sensed that the emperor was demonstrating signs of late-blooming greatness. This diligent and earnest ruler, who humbly sought counsel, had been historically recognized as a hallmark of a wise sovereign. This benevolent and sagacious emperor was consolidating the power of the state while simultaneously reinforcing stability through institutional reforms, thereby enhancing the efficiency of the bureaucratic apparatus. Although ministers and the emperor appeared divided, they were united in unprecedented solidarity regarding matters of state. This emperor was not vain. Initially, the court officials, fearing arbitrary executions of their descendants, had curtailed the power of the emperor and the empress dowager, particularly limiting financial privileges. The emperor surprisingly did not oppose, indicating to the empress dowager to utilize the royal shops to earn some pocket money, which she could further use for charitable purposes, thereby winning the hearts of the people. One day, the wife of the Duke of Protecting the Nation, dressed in plain attire and light makeup, was strolling through the northern streets of the city when she encountered several uniquely charming shops. The exquisite decor and the paintings carried an air of profound meaning. Upon wandering into one of the shops, she discovered a hidden paradise within. The common goods displayed in front were merely a prelude, as the astute shopkeeper warmly invited the lady to sit inside, presenting the prized treasures of the establishment for her to admire. As a result, she found herself captivated by the novel palace garments, cosmetics, snacks, jewelry, and exquisite Western trinkets from 7 or 8 different shops. Upon the return of her accompanying guards, the Duke quickly realized that these shops belonged to the Empress Dowager. Such delightful novelties were irresistibly charming, specifically designed to attract the wealth of the ladies of the capital. The Duke felt both amused and exasperated. the officials openly reduced the Empress Dowager's funds, only for her to reclaim them through the hands of the ladies. Yet, the emperor truly excelled. After years of collaboration, this year marked the most gratifying achievements. As the sovereign and minister worked in unison to accomplish numerous benevolent deeds for the people and the nation, the emperor was not easily swayed by feminine allure. Despite several ministers hinting that he had reached adulthood and could select a consort, he remained unmoved by such private matters, neither wasting time on them nor secretly venturing out of the palace to seek women. Indeed, Yunzhe Zhao was not captivated by women. Rather, he quietly yearned for a certain graceful lady. It had been a while since the emperor had conversed with Ouyang Titi. Recently, official matters had piled up like a mountain, and each time he received reports from his secret guards about Ouyang Titi accomplishing something, a faint smile would grace his lips. Given the high cost of rice in the capital, conducting business was no simple task. Yunzhe Zhao Wu secretly devised numerous strategies to clear obstacles for Ouyang Titi, even dispatching individuals to support her establishments. Often, he toiled late into the night, poring over a mountain of memorials on his desk, only allowing the secret guards to report on matters he cared about the most before he nodded and immersed himself in handling official documents. The false Emperor Yunzhe Zhao Wu was planning a more thrilling reform. The first step involved amending the penal code, initially abolishing corporal punishment and reallocating more labor towards national construction. The second step was to reform the centralization of power, ensuring accountability at each level. The third step focused on performance evaluation, assigning roles appropriately, with subpar officials facing elimination. This would undoubtedly trigger a seismic shift within the bureaucratic realm. But the greatest benefit would be his ability to extricate himself and pursue personal endeavors. The girl who occupied Yunzhe Zhao Wu's thoughts day and night, Ouyang Titi, had recently been exceptionally busy. She had opened 2 sauerkraut restaurants on the northern commercial street. The quaint, vintage shops boasted clean and comfortable seating, with well-decorated walls and watercolor paintings of delectable fish dishes that were instantly recognizable. The attentive waitstaff, all dressed in matching uniforms, and the chefs in the kitchen, donned unique hats, while the welcoming hosts at the entrance greeted patrons with enthusiastic calls. This was all well and good. The capital was accustomed to courteous service, but the flavors often left much to be desired. Given the affordable prices of fish, many approached with skepticism, ordering a bowl of fish soup noodles. In the heart of winter, a steaming bowl was presented at the table. Tentatively, I took a small sip of the broth, and the exquisite aroma instantly captivated the guests, tantalizing their palates with its salty, savory notes, subtly laced with a hint of sweetness and the refreshing tang of pickled vegetables. After savoring the first sip, I craved more. As I consumed nearly half of the broth, the fish and noodles began to reveal themselves in the bowl. Typically, one would dread the presence of fish bones. Yet this establishment displayed a daring boldness by combining bony fish with noodles. Did they not fear the peril of fish bones entangling in the noodles? However, upon closer inspection, I discovered that the fish slices in the broth were expertly filleted, with very few bones remaining, an impressive testament to Ouyang Tti's skill in preparing fish. The fish heads and bones have been transformed into a rich broth, served alongside a selection of side dishes that balanced meat and vegetables, ensuring a satisfying dining experience. As for the signature dish, the pickled fish, it featured whole fish with the fillets removed, with the heads and larger bones simmered into the broth, accompanied by pickled vegetables. This dish, along with steamed fish, braised fish, pan-fried small fish, and grilled fish chunks, created a complete fish banquet. Additionnellement, vibrant fruits, crisp lettuce, and snow-white radishes were meticulously carved into artistic displays, presented in the upstairs VIP room. Such meticulous attention to detail indicated that patrons were cherished and not treated with indifference, prompting the nobles to indulge in revelry as the flow of wine and silver passed through the accounts. Upon the establishment's opening, the flavors created a sensation throughout the city, drawing crowds of common folk eager to experience something novel. Moreover, a lively scene unfolded as half of the city's small beggars lined up at the restaurant to receive half boxes of fish soup noodles. Complimentary. This generous offering for the beggars was simmered in a large vat, reminiscent of a water tank. The broth, as white as milk, contained chunks of fish that had become tender from the vigorous boiling, with oil and scallions swirling atop the surface. Those who had long been deprived of meat were finally able to relish a few pieces of fish. The method of consuming fish quickly spread throughout the capital. No longer did anyone consider it shameful to eat wild fish, nor did they view it as unrefined. To eat fish became a mark of attentiveness, swiftly evolving into a new fashionable pursuit across the city. The unique fragrance of the fish soup wafted through the air, enveloping half the city in its enticing aroma. The little beggars, their cheeks puffed, delightedly devoured their meals with glimmering eyes. With the enthusiastic promotion from these small beggars, it became evident that the flavor was indeed remarkable, prompting many to seek out the experience for themselves. Not long after, the upper and lower floors of the restaurant were filled with patrons. Those of slightly higher status occupied the VIP room, while ordinary folks settled in the main hall, drawn by the lively atmosphere. Eventually, the VIP area could no longer accommodate the influx of guests. Officials from the Honlu Temple found themselves in the main hall, crossing paths with colleagues from the six ministries, while dignitaries from the Dali Temple busied themselves ensuring their children enjoyed the fish, only to suddenly notice the presence of government officials in disguise, accompanied by their wives and children, also seeking to indulge in the culinary novelty. On its opening day, the reputation of the pickled fish restaurant was firmly established. Chapter 76. The Elder's Contemplation. Recently, Ouyang Zimu had been feeling a deep sense of homesickness. Upon his release from prison, Lord Ouyang initially intended to return home, but seeing his daughter overwhelmed with responsibilities and considering the Empress Dowager's request for Ouyang Titi to await the successful trial of the canned food in the palace, both father and daughter found themselves compelled to remain temporarily in the capital. Ouyang Zimu thoughtfully penned a letter detailing recent events to send back home, suggesting that if Xiang Yang wished to come, she should prepare the household and bring her belongings. However, due to the excessive bullying Xiang Yang had endured recently, she seldom ventured out when Ouyang Titi was not home, and with the two daughters having their engagements annulled, she felt that if Lord Ouyang could return safely, even a brief appearance would serve as tangible reassurance, striking a blow to those narrow-minded and opportunistic individuals. Thus, Xiang Yang declined, expressing a desire for the Lord to personally oversee the management of the family's estate upon his return, and only then would they decide whether to reside in the county town or the capital. Consequently, Ouyang Zimu resolved to wait until matters concerning his daughter were settled before returning home. Ouyang Titi, too, was exceedingly busy, juggling the management of her family's business while entering the palace to personally witness the daily unsealing of the canned meats, each jar intact, which gradually eased the tension she had been holding. On several occasions, a palace eunuch urgently summoned Miss Ouyang Titi to the palace, as the Empress Dowager had pressing inquiries. Upon entering the palace, it was customary to don elaborate attire befitting one's rank. Ouyang Titi, being merely a commoner, had yet to assume the promised position of a palace maid. The Empress Dowager indicated that once she returned home and managed her affairs, she could then focus on fulfilling her duties as a maid. Unexpectedly, the Empress Dowager had opened several royal shops, and lacking experience in commerce, she found herself relying on Ouyang Titi, who, despite appearing somewhat oblivious, proved to be resourceful. Thus, the Empress Dowager frequently summoned Ouyang Titi for her insights on managing the shops. The profits, of course, would benefit the Empress Dowager, while any losses would be attributed to the girl's incompetence, making it convenient for her to assign blame. As such, Ouyang Titi was repeatedly consulted on everything from the variety of goods sold to the management of the shops. Aware that the Empress Dowager did not hold her in high regard, Ouyang Titi nonetheless provided thorough and candid advice whenever asked. Naturally, as a woman in her 40s, the Empress Dowager occasionally felt a pang of insecurity when observing the youthful radiance of the teenage girl. Although she was only 40 herself and maintained her allure with proper care, she could not help but feel diminished in comparison to Ouyang Titi's remarkable business acumen. The young girl, seemingly carefree and devoid of the cunning often found in astute young women, perplexed the Empress Dowager with her exceptional capabilities. Occasionally, when the Empress Dowager's mood lightened while discussing shop matters, she would invite Ouyang Titi to dine with her. Conversely, on days when envy clouded her heart, she would still keep Ouyang Titi at the table, relishing the sight of the young woman attentively conversing with her, even as she herself felt unsatisfied. The Empress Dowager mused that this extraordinary young woman warranted careful scrutiny. Upon closer examination, it was clear that, although she did not fully grasp the palace's intricate protocols, she exhibited impeccable manners during meals. While she obediently lowered her head, the Empress meticulously scrutinized her appearance. The evaluation could be succinctly summarized as not being a flower nurtured in a greenhouse. Such a young lady harbored considerable ambitions, her eyes reflecting her own thoughts. If she were to marry a noble from outside, it might be acceptable, but she was indeed ill-suited for life within the palace. This seemingly docile girl was far from tranquil. She could engage comfortably with various men, and her audacity to journey 1,000 miles to the capital suggested that she might dare to traverse the entire expanse of the Yunnan kingdom in the future. The women of the palace were bound by a singular fate to await the emperor's favor. It was clear this Ouyang girl was utterly incompatible with her family's Yunzijiaowu. The empress resolved that when the time was right, she would send this girl away. Ouyang Titi found herself ensnared by the empress's decision, while Ouyang Zimu, in his leisure, increasingly yearned for his homeland and his beloved Xiangyang. Occasionally, he felt a twinge of discomfort when recalling Qixia, who had been taken from him, as he believed he lacked the dignity to face Xiangyang. Yet, in this vast world, where could he possibly search for his daughter? He feared that if he lost her, his family would be irreparably shattered. Various hesitations lingered in his heart, and he often sought mundane tasks to distract himself from his sorrow. That day, adhering to his recent habit, he visited the kitchen during his free time, observing the diligent Monkey Six and others as they organized the ingredients. Ouyang Titi placed great importance on the freshness of the produce. In this winter season, she insisted on using the finest Napa cabbage to prepare pickled vegetables to accompany the fish. The seasonings, such as minced green onion, ginger, and garlic, were all of the highest quality. It was customary for officials from the capital to inspect the kitchen personally, ensuring cleanliness and the quality of ingredients and cooking processes, which was exceedingly proper. Naturally, the responsibility of accompanying the inspection fell to Master Zimu, who had become the face of the pickled fish establishment. He adeptly managed these social engagements, welcoming and bidding farewell to guests with utmost propriety. Many officials from the capital, upon hearing of the establishment, gathered for what was termed a welcoming feast, though in reality, it was merely a shared meal serving to bolster Ouyang Daren's reputation. The funds flowed in like a stream, and at last, Ouyang Zimu's anxious heart found solace. The Ouyang family had long been known for producing scholars who became officials or engaged in commerce. Yet such individuals were few and far between. Though nearing 40, he felt dazed by the multitude of tasks at hand. He could not help but marvel at having such a talented daughter. On the day of the Lantern Festival, due to a royal decree, both father and daughter were summoned to the palace for an evening banquet. Consequently, Ouyang Zimu prepared early, donning a simple, smoke blue cotton robe and warm deerskin boots for the winter. He pondered that upon entering, he would inevitably encounter several peers, as a man without an official title. He felt it would be too obsequious to engage them in conversation. A mere greeting would leave him at a loss for words, rendering him particularly humble. After some contemplation, he instructed Monkey Six to bring along several gifts, including a jar of nuts and jerky, to present during their audience, ensuring he had something to share with familiar acquaintances during idle chatter. With everything in order, he turned his attention to his daughter, Ouyang's attire. The child has now taken charge, possessing considerable understanding. Among all the young ladies in the capital who frequently visit the palace, she stands alone, naturally well-versed in matters of attire. With little to worry about, he noticed that the hour was still early, and seeing Ouyang Titi still occupied, he ventured out to inspect his various properties, which put his mind at ease. Upon returning home in a carriage with Monkey Lou, he suddenly spotted a stranger loitering at his doorstep, constantly glancing into the residence and occasionally at the carriages passing by. What could this individual possibly want? Chapter 77. News from Qixia. The kitchen within the house regularly supplies a variety of ingredients, serving as a secret base, with the recipe kept securely as a commercial secret. Observing the stranger's furtive behavior, Ouyang Zimu felt a surge of caution and instructed his men to intercept and question the individual. Fortunately, the man was not malicious. He had inquired of the doorman about the whereabouts of Monkey Lu. He had traveled for 12 arduous days from the Xiongnu kingdom and had come straight to deliver a confidential letter to Monkey Lu upon his return. Unfamiliar with the surroundings and wishing to ensure the letter's safe delivery, he had been waiting at the entrance for Monkey Lu's arrival. After a thorough verification by several individuals, no issues were found. Since the stranger was indeed seeking Monkey Lu, Ouyang Zimu dismissed his concerns and allowed them to meet at the front gate, instructing that no unauthorized individuals were to enter the residence. The man complied and informed Monkey Lu of the letter's contents. He was delivering the message that his uncle was already aware of the situation. Concerned about attracting the attention of the authorities through back-and-forth correspondence, the uncle chose not to reply. Acknowledging the hardships Monkey Lu faced, he had included a banknote, urging him to take good care of himself and promising to return when time permitted. This message bore the hallmark of his uncle's style, and the inclusion of the banknote brought him comfort. As the conversation unfolded, Monkey Lu, ever observant, inquired about the item in the stranger's possession. Was it not a reply from his uncle? How could there be no response then? Ouyang Zimu had intended to return to his room and greet a few orphan boys working as helpers nearby. However, as he passed by, he caught a glimpse of Monkey Lu reaching for a letter from the man's hand. The envelope bore several circles, and Ouyang Zimu felt a twinge of surprise. At that moment, Monkey Lu called out, halting him, "Oh, this is not for me. It is a letter addressed to Lord Ouyang." What business could a letter intended for Lord Ouyang have to pass through Monkey Lu's hands? Ouyang Zimu's suspicions deepened, prompting him to pause in the corridor and observe the two. Monkey Lu respectfully handed the letter to Ouyang Zimu, though his expression had shifted slightly. The correspondence from the Xiongnu kingdom was undoubtedly sensitive. He looked up to see his esteemed Lord Ouyang still embodying fairness and integrity. Such an upright individual could never be a spy. Noticing the boy's demeanor, Ouyang Zimu discerned much from it. To dispel any doubts, he publicly opened the letter. As it unfolded, a sheet of exquisite white paper tumbled out, inscribed with the elegant characters that left several youths glancing at one another, none of whom recognized the writing. Only Ouyang Zimu recognized those two characters, which were inscribed in small seal script as ping in, meaning peace. The final stroke deviated towards the northwest, signifying her presence in that direction. A weight lifted from Ouyang Zimu's heart as he recalled Xiangyang, who must be yearning for her lost daughter day and night. Tears welled in his eyes. His daughter, Qixia, had fallen into the hands of the Xiongnu. Ouyang Titi soon received news that her sister Qixia was now in the harem of the third prince of the Xiongnu. Amidst her joy, a sudden heaviness settled in her heart. Given the deteriorating relations between the two nations, her sister risked her life to send a letter of peace, which had likely attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. If the Wei family were to achieve consecutive victories on the battlefield, it would undoubtedly be a significant event worthy of chronicling in the annals of Yunnan. However, if this unexpected triumph were to provide the Xiongnu with the opportunity to accuse Princess Qixia of treachery, insinuating that she had secretly communicated with them, her sister's situation would become exceedingly perilous. As anticipated, Xiongnu spies had been tasked with tracking who would receive this letter, and it ended up in the hands of Ouyang Titi, who had recently gained favor in Yunnan. The spies, alarmed by Titi's frequent visits to the palace, were on high alert. Meanwhile, in Yunnan, others were also gathering intelligence on these anomalies. The letter was deliberately delayed at the border, and even though the merchant travelers were starving, they refused to consume the precious rations meant for the message. Such unusual circumstances naturally drew attention, and Yunnan secret agents witnessed Ouyang Titi's father receiving a coded letter from a Xiongnu. It was said that the letter employed encryption techniques that left onlookers utterly baffled, unable to decipher the characters. Had the Xiongnu's methods of secret correspondence reached such a level of sophistication? The news reached the military affairs office, causing a stir. Many clamored for action against the Ouyang family. Despite being a frail woman, Ouyang Titi had managed to accomplish significant feats, indicating the presence of a strategic council supporting her. Should Ouyang Titi, backed by the Xiongnu, be allowed to expand her influence unchecked, it would inevitably lead to ruin. This information was reported to Yun Zizhao Wu. After glancing at the minister's fervent demands, remained silent, pondering over the image described by the spies from memory. It was merely small seal script, indicating peace, a letter from home. With so few characters, could there be a deeper significance? As night approached, Yun Zizhao Wu urgently summoned Ouyang Titi to the palace. Titi, prostrating herself on the ground, calmly explained the matter as one of family letter. Yun Zizhao Wu's gaze flickered with urgency and anxiety. He feared that such a simple explanation would not satisfy the minister's imaginative minds. At this critical moment, General Wei Ximing sent a letter from the border, stating that Lady Wei wished for the Empress Dowager to grant a marriage, seeking to wed the currently renowned Miss Ouyang. This revelation stirred a great commotion among the ministers, leaving them astounded. Everyone perceives the young lady as a spy, yet she valiantly fights at the border, while the doubted Miss Ouyang is cherished and sought after as a legitimate wife. In the realm of noble families, such unions are no trifling jest, but rather a serious commitment, inscribed in family annals, selected with genuine affection from a distinguished lineage. The identity of Ouyang Titi remains questionable, and the Wei family has unequivocally expressed its stance. On this very day, a new report arrived. General Yun Zizhao's confidential dispatch was cast before the ministers of the 6 departments. The officials, filled with uncertainty, perused the report, which stated that a favored concubine of the 3rd prince had been discovered engaging in clandestine correspondence with the kingdom of Yunnan, leading to the compromise of the whereabouts of the great prince of the Xiongnu. The Xiongnu kingdom has since detained this woman and is tracing her origins, finding a multitude of foreign artifacts among her belongings, clearly identifying her as a woman from Yunnan. Women from Yunnan are known for their elegance and charm, their minds ever shifting. Since her fortuitous encounter with the 3rd prince, she has feigned homelessness, persistently entwining herself with him, even becoming a favored companion, ultimately winning the prince's affection, which resulted in her being taken to the Xiongnu kingdom. Through extensive investigation, it has been confirmed that this infiltrating concubine was originally named Ouyang Qixia. Chapter 78. A letter from the Wei family. As the eyes of many scrutinized the suspicious activities at the border, the man at the center, Wei Ximing, explicitly conveyed to his subordinates that this union was merely a matter of personal sentiment and had no connection to the exposed whereabouts of the concubine Qixia. His actions were not intended as a means to protect Ouyang Titi. Naturally, when Wei Ximing initially sought this alliance, his aide was the first to discern his intentions and vehemently opposed the idea. General, you now occupy a high position. Have you considered that the emperor may not take kindly to this? The Wei family has achieved military merit, and traditionally, such alliances have been made with noble families to maintain balance. Yet you desire a common girl whose father has fallen from grace. Wei Ximing replied with a faint smile. Is this not preferable? In a position of power, my wife need not be of noble birth. With a humble family background, the emperor shall harbor no suspicions. It benefits us all. The aide hesitated before responding. While this sentiment may hold true for other women, it appears that Ouyang Titi is highly regarded within the palace. Frequently summoned to court, I fear the Empress Dowager may have other plans. Wei Ximing was aware of this, which is why he consulted with the matriarch and decided to solicit the assistance of a well-connected noble to act as a matchmaker. However, he did not anticipate that when the Wei family sent their letter, the wife of the Duke of Protection would momentarily be taken aback and instinctively inclined to refuse. She had previously established connections with the wives of high-ranking officials, and the Wei family, with its martial legacy, naturally had some rapport with the matriarch. Yet, to act as a matchmaker for Ouyang Titi implied vouching for the character of both parties. While both individuals might be virtuous, She felt an unwillingness rooted in her own son's circumstances, a private matter unbeknownst to the matriarch. Earlier, her son had secretly sold a property noted for its excellent feng shui, and upon regretting his decision, he had attempted to rekindle his connection with Miss Ouyang, only to be firmly rejected. The wife of the Duke of Protection felt her dignity was at stake. Consequently, when tasked with facilitating this match for the Wei family's son, she found it impossible to acquiesce and thus declined the proposal. When Duke Huo returned home that evening and learned of the news, which had already spread, he felt a twinge of urgency. It had been a long time since he and his wife had exchanged harsh words, yet this time he found himself unable to restrain his tongue. His wife, filled with confusion and grievance, inquired about the matter at hand. With a deep sigh, Duke Huo replied, "This woman is not destined to be connected with our family. However, playing matchmaker for the general may indeed forge some link, which could be considered fortunate, as it will create a bond of obligation in the future. You remain unaware of the affairs outside. This young woman, despite her tender age, has already managed to command numerous beggars to do her bidding. Her relationships with the Empress Dowager, the Emperor, and Prince Rue are exceedingly intricate. Should she find her way into the inner palace, her influence will undoubtedly be considerable. It will become increasingly difficult for us to curtail her ambitions. It is wiser to cultivate a relationship early on." Duke Huo's contemplations were indeed far-reaching, yet he underestimated that Ouyang Titi harbored no intentions of rising within the palace. She merely aspired to lead a modest life, cultivating the land and seeking prosperity. She stubbornly clung to her ideals of remaining single, and marrying Wei Shiming was not part of her envisioned future. Thus, Duke Huo's refusal to act as her matchmaker turned out to be a blessing for Ouyang. Ultimately, a letter of polite refusal was dispatched via carrier pigeon to the border. Madame Wei, situated in the border town, could not return and was somewhat late in receiving the missive. Naturally, she felt a profound disappointment. However, such significant obstacles were no match for her resilience. She had always been adept at formulating contingency plans. At that moment, she decided to request the Duke's wife to act as her advocate while simultaneously sending another letter directly to an elder in the palace, asking for it to be delivered to the Empress Dowager. On the Lantern Festival, the Empress Dowager meticulously read Madame Wei's handwritten letter. For the evening banquet celebrating the festival, she donned resplendent attire in accordance with court customs, her fingers adorned with vermilion, as she reclined lightly upon the concubine chaise, contemplating whether to tear the letter apart. She had heard whispers of events at the border, notably that a woman from Yunnan had become the favored concubine of a prince from Xiongnu. That favored concubine was none other than Ouyang Titi's sister. The Xiongnu were known for their ferocity and had swiftly detained the young woman. Yet, was this not merely a performance for Yunnan's benefit? What if the Ouyang family were in league with the Xiongnu? Behind her actions must be considerable influence for that girl to accomplish so much. Her vision had clearly surpassed that of an ordinary official's daughter. Though not conventionally beautiful, one could only wonder what qualities compelled so many suitors to pursue her relentlessly. Evidently, she had received training and possessed certain beguiling skills. Otherwise, how could a promising young man like Wei, who had proven himself on the battlefield and was a coveted marriage prospect, have been a marriage proposal solely for her? The Empress Dowager pondered deeply. Sensing her dilemma, a maid named Yunduan gently massaged her shoulders and offered a suggestion. "Your Majesty, if I may be so bold, it is perhaps for the best that you do not see her. All families are fundamentally the same." The Empress Dowager nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in her words. This could be advantageous. By pushing that girl away, she would no longer be a source of irritation within the palace, and it would also diminish the emperor's interest in her, which would be wholly beneficial. However, when recalling the impetuous nature of Prince Rue, Yunze Zhao Wu, one cannot help but consider the consequences if the Empress Dowager were to permit Wei Xian Ming's marriage without hesitation. It is likely that on the fateful night of the wedding, this fool would catch wind of the affair and rush in to reclaim what he believes is his. Such a scenario would undoubtedly lead to an unsatisfactory conclusion. It seems prudent not to conceal the matter from him any longer. The Empress Dowager commanded that Lady Wei's handwritten letter be presented to the emperor for his perusal. At that moment, Yunze Zhaowu was preoccupied with state affairs, his time constrained, as official matters were to be addressed in an orderly fashion, and the Empress Dowager's letter was not of urgent concern. Eunuch, when Mo, perceptive to the situation, gently reminded, "Your Majesty, though this letter pertains to the Wei family, it bears significant relevance to Miss Ouyang." "What relevance could it possibly have?" Yunze Zhaowu queried, taking the letter into his hands. Upon a brief glance at its contents, even Eunuch, when Mo, sensed a sudden drop in the ambient temperature. With a grim countenance, Yunze Zhaowu contemplated his position. He was the emperor. He was also Prince Rue, Yunze Zhaowu. His affections lay with that particular woman, and he was disinclined to allow anyone else to encroach upon that bond. He pondered how he could convey to Wei Xianming that such aspirations were futile. With a disdainful snort, he penned a swift response, return to the capital at once, and dispatch a messenger to summon Wei Xianming back from the borders with utmost urgency. The ministers were nearly in an uproar. The emperor's hasty decree to summon Wei Xianming could very well incite chaos at the frontier. Yet the emperor remained resolute, considering that Wei Xianming had become his confidant. During those days, he had tasked Wei Xianming with the constant protection of Ouyang Titi, believing that he was aware of the emperor's sentiments. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. He recalled once declaring that he would never allow Ouyang Titi into the palace. But now, he had altered his stance. He still longed for that girl to be by his side. He was the emperor, and he had the right to change his mind. Did he not? Chapter 79. The emperor's summons during Wei Xianming's journey back to the palace. Time inevitably passed. Meanwhile, the emperor gazed at the proposal letter from the Wei family, finding it utterly irksome, his demeanor restless. Eunuchs when Mo and his companion could no longer bear to witness the emperor's turmoil. "Your Majesty," they implored, "if you find yourself at an impasse, perhaps it would be wise to meet with Miss Ouyang." As trusted confidants of the emperor, though they had not experienced such emotions themselves, they could surmise the depth of his feelings for the young woman. He inquired about her well-being numerous times each day, even seeking updates from the secret guards before retiring for the night. To ensure her safety, 5 covert guards have been assigned to monitor Ouyang Titi, establishing a formidable presence within a 3-kilometer radius around her. Any attempt to disrupt her modest enterprises would likely prove challenging. Upon realizing that his intentions had been discerned by those around him, Yunze Zhaowu felt a flush of embarrassment. In truth, the only individual oblivious to his affections was the woman herself. Those in his vicinity had likely grasped the situation entirely. Despite his bashfulness, Herisolvet topstai sumon Ouyang tistai. After the new year, she had grown slightly taller, her figure becoming increasingly enchanting. Though she was frequently summoned by the Empress Dowager, encounters with the emperor were a rarity. On the day when the emperor summoned her, she was preoccupied with tallying the profits from her shop over the past week. Upon receiving the message, she hurriedly adorned herself and entered the palace. After a prolonged wait, she was led to a pavilion near the imperial study. The proximity to the imperial garden made the atmosphere particularly inviting, and as she sat in the pavilion, a gentle spring breeze caressed her face. With the arrival of spring, the earth gradually warmed. She glanced around and noticed the forsythia blooming, eager to display its cheerful blossoms. In her reverie, she was suddenly roused by the sound of approaching footsteps. The young palace maid accompanying her promptly knelt in reverence to the emperor and discreetly withdrew. Ouyang Titi raised her gaze to behold Yunze Zhaowu, whose appearance was strikingly handsome. He stood a head taller than her, his features noble and captivating. As he gazed upon her, an aura of authority enveloped him, exuding an unmistakable majesty. Ouyang Titi quickly followed protocol and greeted the emperor. Each time they met, she bowed deeply. Yunze Zhaowu stepped forward to assist her up and guided her to a nearby seat, softly lamenting, in such a setting, how have we become so estranged? Suppressing an unusual feeling within her, Ouyang Titi found it challenging to articulate her thoughts. Speaking felt inappropriate, yet silence seemed equally troublesome. As a commoner, she had never experienced closeness with the emperor, so how could there be any semblance of estrangement? Observing her silence, Yun Zizhao Wu recognized that his dual roles had left her bewildered. The weight of his imperial identity rendered her inaccessible. After some contemplation, he endeavored to confess his feelings. Struggling to articulate, "My foolish younger brother has always held affection for you, but if I were to say that I too have feelings for you." Before he could finish, Ouyang Titi's expression shifted dramatically, and she hastily knelt again. The emperor's words were something a common girl should never hear, better left unsaid. With the arrival of spring, Ouyang Titi would soon turn 15, a time when suitable families would consider matches, and if the horoscopes aligned, negotiations regarding betrothal gifts would ensue. Observing her swift rejection, Yun Zizhao Wu pondered the intentions of Wei Xinming and felt that if he did not voice his feelings now, he would forever regret it. The girl he cherished lay before him, yet he hesitated. Determined, Yun Zizhao Wu mustered his courage. "Hear me out. Have we not erred in our perceptions? My affection for you should not necessitate your kneeling before me for a proposal." Ouyang Titi remained prostrate, feeling an increasing sense of bewilderment. Such words might be fitting for the Prince Rue, but this was the emperor. How could he even consider proposing? For someone of his stature, to favor any woman was an unparalleled blessing. Was this not how he ought to perceive such matters? When Ouyang Titi felt compelled to respond, she quickly replied, "Your Majesty, you overly elevate a humble girl. Our stations are like clouds and dust. I do not dare to entertain such thoughts. As for the Prince Rue, he is already wed. I would never entertain the notion of sharing a husband." "You mean to say you do not wish to share a husband, yet I have no woman by my side. Would you be willing to come to me?" Yun Zizhao Wu felt his face flush with heat. Ouyang Titi was rendered speechless. She had never imagined that the emperor would be so brazen as to favor her. Yun Zizhao, like cradling a delicate cat, lifted her gently from the ground. Ouyang Titi could only gaze upwards, her senses enveloped by the fragrant scent of sandalwood and fresh greenery, a distinctive aroma that belonged solely to him. Before a word was uttered, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The emperor, accustomed to the grandeur of 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, surrounded by countless beauties, found himself devoid of such company now and likely in the future, as he feared the clamor of his ministers. Their eyes met, glistening with unspoken words. As a tremor coursed through her, summoning her courage, she finally spoke. "Please forgive this humble girl for her audacity. Such a royal union is beyond my reach." Yun Zizhao, aware of her disinterest, felt a chill wash over him and gently released her. Ouyang Titi, uncertain of the emperor's intentions, pondered that lingering would not bode well. So she took her leave. "If the emperor has no further matters, then I shall bid farewell." Thus, Yun Zizhao's initial confession concluded without resolution. A sense of confusion enveloped him, leaving a bitter taste upon his lips as he watched her ethereal figure retreating, drawing closer to the grand gate, passing through the flower-laden wall, and fading from sight. He sighed softly. "Is my proposal lacking in sincerity? What is it about me that needs changing?" The exalted emperor appeared so humbly vulnerable, his tone and demeanor mirroring that of Prince Rue, who once sought to please her with a smile. Ouyang Titi halted, glancing back to see the emperor in his resplendent yellow attire leaning against the railing. Gazing at her from afar, a stir of emotion surged within her. In her past life, she had harbored a crush that she found difficult to articulate. Young Ouyang Titi had inherited the ancestral skill of a butcher, assisting her parents at the fish market. Despite her humble status, she shared an equal footing with her classmates. From her modest background, she had secretly fallen for the Prince Charming of her class. In her youthful naivete, she often circled around him, drawn by a simple affection. That boy was perpetually surrounded by countless admirers, weary of their attention. One day, as she approached him to collect assignments, he casually remarked, "Please, keep your distance." The sting of rejection left her stunned, immobilizing her as he moved on, having submitted his work and walked away. Chapter 80. The awakening of feelings at that moment. She was a girl on the brink of her first love, tears welling in her eyes as she left a note for him, stating, "What is it about me that needs changing? I only wish to be your friend." Being so young, she was unaware that for some, friendship was not a simple endeavor to forge. The boy, surrounded by numerous friends, had no need for one more. The girl faced stark rejection. Even her written words fell into silence, the echoes of her feelings swallowed by the void. This experience settled heavily in her heart, buried and forgotten for a long time. Yet it lingered deep within her. The greatest fear of a girl is to misplace her genuine feelings, to lose before even expressing her heart. Ouyang Titi's heart softened, and she could not resist the urge to glance back one last time, ultimately deciding to return. To her surprise, the youthful emperor had not anticipated her return. Tears, which had long been gathering in his eyes, cascaded down unexpectedly. Yunzhe Zhao Wu, with reddened eyes, hurriedly covered his face to wipe away the tears. His voice, hoarse from weeping, quavered. Are you not feeling triumphant? You have even spurned the Son of Heaven, and yet you have witnessed his tears. In this world, do you merely perceive it as a collection of intriguing events, only to forget them in the blink of an eye? Ouyang Titi, intimidated by his royal status, often bowed before him. Yet, upon witnessing the boy's tearful visage, she understood that a man seldom sheds tears without a profound reason. He was keenly aware of his own discomposure. Ouyang Titi edged closer, and Yunzhe Zhao Wu felt a gentle fragrance envelop him, as the girl embraced him wholeheartedly. This was not a mere pat on the shoulder, nor a humble plea for mercy to appease his pride. Instead, she tenderly wrapped her arms around him. No, it is not that I do not hold affection for you. I merely find the customs here intolerable. After all, my wish is singular and steadfast, a lifetime shared with one beloved. In that instant, Yunzhe Zhao Wu comprehended her perspective. In her world, monogamy prevailed, and even women strived to support themselves and their families. When emotions ran deep, he could promise that no one else would enter his harem. However, historically, the harem existed to balance the power of the court. A mere promise could not withstand the fate of the nation, which might cast her into an uncertain future. Today, the Son of Heaven appeared in such a state. The kingdom of Yunhan had just begun to show signs of prosperity, and the common folk eagerly anticipated a time of peace and stability. Many wandering beggars had rekindled their hope for a better life. The Empress Dowager had no alternative but to allow him to ascend as the Son of Heaven. Otherwise, chaos would ensue, leading to untold suffering. For the sake of personal desire, such anguish would not be forgiven, even in death, by any descendant of Yunzhe. Yet, to relinquish the woman he cherished most deeply pierced his heart like a knife. With reddened eyes, Yunzhe Zhao Wu embraced the girl before him. She did not harbor the deeply ingrained notions of gender roles characteristic of their era. The gentle embrace was merely an offering of solace to a man thwarted in love. Ouyang Titi had genuinely come to regard him as a friend, providing a warm hug to a companion in distress. Yunzhe Zhao Wu mused that perhaps today had not been entirely in vain. At the very least, he now knew that Ouyang Titi did not despise him. In fact, her unreserved comfort suggested a budding fondness. After a considerable time had passed, Ouyang Titi discerned that Yunzhe Zhao Wu had calmed down, and she gracefully prostrated herself before him, respectfully offering her apology. I beseech your forgiveness for my earlier indiscretion. Please forgive this sudden outburst. Yunzhe Zhao Wu, now composed, had fully regained the dignified demeanor of the Son of Heaven. He nodded slightly and spoke in a deep voice. The ignorant are not to be blamed. You have merely offered me a moment of solace. Ouyang Titi, obediently crouching, thought to herself that indeed there were countless women in the realm, should he command. Which woman would not take pride in earning the favor of the Son of Heaven? Yunzhe Zhao Wu cleared his throat and gestured discreetly, signaling those who had been lurking in the shadows. The attendant approached silently, revealing that he not only managed the daily affairs but also served as a unique shadow guard, entrusted with safeguarding the Emperor's every word and action. The previous attendants had observed everything with keen eyes, yet they understood the importance of discretion, refraining from speaking unnecessarily or gazing where they ought not. Yunzhe Zhao Wu spoke gently. I have heard that your sauerkraut fish restaurant has garnered immense popularity among the townsfolk. It seems the common people are indeed fortunate. You have secured a sign for your establishment, and I must say, it appears quite splendid. Additionally, I shall gift you a piece of calligraphy to hang, which may serve as a treasured possession of your restaurant. The attendant nodded and handed over the couplet to Ouyang Titi. To savor the world's delicacies is to relish the joys of life, it read, accompanied by two horizontal inscriptions. Foodies are blessed. You may have someone inscribe it. Let it hang in every establishment. You surely know how to preserve the original, as it is the pride of your restaurant. Ouyang Titi eagerly nodded in agreement. This visit to the palace had unexpectedly granted her the emperor's treasured work, filling her with joy, her smile radiant. She promptly extolled, "The emperor's calligraphy is indeed worth its weight in gold. It is an honor for a humble woman like me. Should the emperor desire a meal one day, merely command me, and I shall personally serve you in the palace. While I may not excel in grand feasts, preparing these simple dishes is well within my capabilities." The attendant interjected, "And what my share? Each time you enter the palace, it is I who brings you snacks and fruits to attend to your needs." Ouyang Titi quickly expressed her gratitude. "Of course, all who witness should partake. I shall prepare a special dish for the emperor and a portion for you. We are both quite hungry and can share a meal together." However, Ouyang Titi's innocent remark stirred jealousy in Yun Zhejiao Wu. This would not do. The meals prepared exclusively for the emperor should not be shared with the attendants. If you prepare several fish dishes, you may dine with me. But the attendants shall merely watch with envy until they procure their own meals at their own expense. The attendant, aware of the ambiguous relationship between the two, refrained from exposing it and playfully pleaded, "My dear master, it seems you are biased. Many have been instructed to support Miss Ouyang's business, while I, who accompany you daily, find myself with few opportunities to venture out and have not tasted a morsel all year." Surprised by his words, Ouyang Titi wondered when the emperor had sent someone to look after her business, completely unaware. She smiled and remarked, "Could it be that the Empress Dowager's business has also caught the emperor's attention? No wonder customers flock to my little shop daily. I must be benefiting from it." The attendant was momentarily taken aback, realizing Ouyang Titi had misunderstood. He quickly changed the subject, aware that the emperor might grow bashful, as he was just beginning to experience the stirrings of affection. Chapter 81. Misplaced affection. Understanding that the emperor bore him no ill will, the attendant jested. "Perhaps Miss Ouyang could prepare a meal for the emperor and graciously allow me a taste of the leftover remnants. It would indeed be a privilege." Ouyang Titi chuckled and casually remarked, "Indeed, my journey to the palace was quite arduous. It required makeup and a change of attire, which consumed a considerable portion of my day. What do you two wish to eat? I shall have someone deliver it directly, accompanied by a substantial escort, and that will suffice." Such a simple task. This was Ouyang Titi's first complaint, expressing how troublesome and time-consuming her visit to the palace had been. Yun Zhejiao Wu, suddenly enlightened, recalled that the emperor was indeed a figure of great authority, summoning Ouyang Titi to accommodate their whims. The Duke of Rue had repeatedly sought her company, thus fostering a closeness with her, whereas he himself had never managed to establish such intimacy. As for any romantic inclinations, they had never crossed his mind. Despite his enduring affection for this young lady, he had failed to win her favor. Why was that? Because he had never lowered himself to please her. In that moment, Yun Zhejiao Wu experienced a revelation and instructed his attendant to ensure Ouyang Titi was returned home, allowing her to attend to her own affairs. Upon his brief encounter with her, he noticed that a towering pile of memorials had accumulated in the imperial study. Frowning, he stated, "I had previously instructed that matters resolvable by the 6 ministries should be reviewed by the Duke of Gua. You need only write a brief summary and attach a note for me. I need not read through all the memorials or the details of your deliberations. If all affairs converge upon me, even I, a pillar of strength, would be unable to withstand such pressure." The emperor's words elicited laughter, yet the ministers present, cautious and compliant, dared not chuckle. When the emperor pointed out errors, it reflected the incompetence of his ministers. All documents presented to the emperor included both original and summarized versions. The emperor focused solely on matters that piqued his interest, while the rest, summarized in a single sentence, were delegated to his subordinates for decision-making. On that day, following the morning court session, the Duke of Gua, along with a few familiar ministers, continued their discussions on state affairs. Recently, The emperor had been engaged in numerous studies, yet he had developed a rather cunning method of laziness, receiving only concise reports. If this continued, he would be aware only of the overarching summaries, oblivious to the hardships faced by the common folk. Should a famine arise, he might ask, why not eat meat? Previously, Yun Zhao Ying, residing within the palace, absorbed knowledge primarily from the teachings of the Duke of Guo and the Grand Tutor. However, this was merely the pretense of the emperor, Yun Zhao Wu. As his mind gradually regained clarity, his capacity for learning revealed an extraordinary level of aptitude. Upon hearing the Duke of Guo's dissatisfaction, another minister, wiping the sweat from his brow, replied, "Your Excellency, that statement is misguided. Not to mention the recent fall of Chaoyang City, which the emperor discerned as a ruse. We have often had our memorials scrutinized for inconsistencies, and those with flawed logic have been returned for correction. The knowledge within these matters appears to be expanding rapidly. It is not merely a question of understanding whether the common people have access to meat. He seems to possess an intimate understanding of the education of the populace's children and their frugal dining habits, grasping the intricate nuances of their lives." The previous disappearance of the emperor for several days, as one minister elaborated, felt rather peculiar. It seemed as though he had been incognito for quite some time, frequently mingling with the common folk. In mere days, it was difficult to discern the entirety of the situation. One could hardly grasp the full picture. The venerable minister of the Ministry of Revenue found himself lamenting alongside the Duke of National Defense. With the turmoil at the borders somewhat subdued, it could be deemed a preliminary step towards national tranquility and the welfare of the populace. Yet, astonishingly, the sovereign had proposed that they devise means to enhance the happiness of the common people and entice the Xiongnu to settle within their realm. The Xiongnu, being a nomadic people, naturally enjoyed the advantages of a life on horseback, while the Yunnan kingdom thrived on agriculture and domestic crafts. The two cultures were vastly different. How could they possibly attract foreign tribes to establish roots in their land? The Duke felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. This was the first he had heard of such an outlandish proposition. In the past, while serving the sovereign who ascended the throne, he often encountered challenging dilemmas that prompted deep contemplation. Now, however, the emperor seemed to have transcended their conventional thinking, presenting them with utterly whimsical quandaries that probed the very depths of their souls. After some discussion, the group surmised that perhaps the emperor was simply too idle, and the conversation shifted to the imperial harem. With the new year past, and the emperor now of age, it was time to consider filling the palace with concubines. The ministers with daughters exchanged furtive glances, each harboring their own designs, while the duke, having only a son, found the topic uninteresting and chose to divert his attention. Having concluded his official duties, he returned home early. Upon his arrival, his wife once again expressed her grievances, revealing that their beloved son had taken a fancy to yet another young lady, albeit one who presented her own set of challenges. Inquiring about the identity of the girl, the duke's wife sighed and recounted. Initially, this child was merely fixated on reclaiming a certain house, persistently pursuing Miss Ouyang. However, he was unable to approach her, yet frequently encountered a graceful maiden at Miss Ouyang's shop. They shared a remarkable rapport, and my foolish son has now developed affections for this girl. The Duke pondered the matter, considering that with their family's influence, any noblewoman they sought to marry could be deemed a lofty aspiration. What troubles could possibly remain? His wife, resigned, continued, curiously, this young lady often dresses as a maiden and engages in lively conversation with Miss Ouyang. My naive son mistakenly believes her to be a close confidant of Miss Ouyang. Seizing an opportunity, he sought to glean information about Miss Ouyang from her, only to find himself enraptured by the young lady herself. Today, he returned, insisting that he would marry no one but her. The Duke remained silent, aware that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Observing her husband's demeanor, his wife pressed on with the unfolding tale. Seeing our son so determined to wed this girl, I assumed that the one who conversed so amicably with Miss Ouyang must possess commendable qualities. Thus, I discreetly dispatched guards to inquire further, only to be astounded by their findings. The girl he is enamored with, upon leaving her residence, invariably makes her way to the estate of Prince Ray. At Prince Ray's abode, there would be no true mistress, merely the legendary princess, known to all within the noble circles. The Duke's countenance darkened instantly. This foolish child had set his sights high, first on Titi, who maintained close ties with Prince Ray, the Emperor and the Empress Dowager, a match surely beyond their son's reach. Now, he had even developed an interest in the princess residing within Prince Rue's household. This was simply too much to bear. Should it come to light that someone dares to teach another to wear the green hat, one might fear that the Emperor, in his wrath, would rise to defend his younger brother, subjecting that foolish lad to a gruesome fate. After all, he is a precious child born in the twilight of his parents' years. Their sole heir, regardless of his status as an only son, he must be protected. Contemplating this, the Duke of the Protectorate found himself in a state of agitation. Promptly summoning his unfilial son, Zhou Ran. Upon careful inquiry, the Duke discovered that his wayward son had indeed been recently entangled with a young lady. Zhou Ran, in a moment of weakness, confessed that he had grown quite fond of her. How childish his words were. The Duke felt a mix of helplessness and exhaustion. His son, lacking focus in his studies, seemed equally capricious in matters of the heart, easily swayed by infatuation. In light of his late-blooming parenthood, he could only mutter, "He is my flesh and blood," repeatedly. After reciting a calming mantra 10 times, the Duke managed to suppress his fury and commanded the boy to kneel in the ancestral hall. Zhou Ran, bewildered by his father's anger, hastily inquired about the reason. The Duke, burdened by unspoken frustrations, succinctly conveyed the gravity of the situation. The girl you once fancied may be a rival for the Emperor's affections, and the one you now covet is none other than the Emperor's sister-in-law. You must abandon these thoughts post-haste, or our entire family shall face dire consequences. Zhou Ran was taken aback. A notorious dandy in the capital, he prided himself on his extensive knowledge, yet this revelation was utterly foreign to him. Was it not said that the Princess of Rue was merely a bed warmer, brought in by the Empress Dowager, without even a wedding ceremony, and forbidden from leaving the palace? How could that girl, adorned with youthful hairpins and exuding such charm, remain so close, her delightful fragrance lingering in the air? At this, Zhou Ran fell into a stupor. Meanwhile, during this period, Titi's shop had opened, and with the continued success of her fresh fish business, she found herself perpetually occupied. Although Hong Yunming was confined within the Prince of Rue's residence, her father had sent trusted associates who were able to venture out. In an effort to amuse the young lady, they often brought back various delicacies for her to sample. As the servants shared tales of Titi's